Rumble, rumble. The sky seemed to crack open, clouds churning as lightning split the heavens. At this very moment no one was exempt. Those eating, sleeping, attending class on missions, or even in their most private moments. All looked up in unison. Instinctively they looked up, and saw a luminous curtain materialize in an instant, spreading across the entire sky, like a vast sheet of paper suspended above their heads. It had no thickness, thin as a veil. Yet strangely, no matter which direction one looked from the surface scene, was always the same flat plane. This extraordinary sight was witnessed by every person across the ninja world. The great hidden villages and ordinary villagers alike gazed upon this sudden phenomenon with curiosity and apprehension. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The paper-like screen suddenly illuminated, lines of glowing text appearing upon it, one after another, shimmering with an otherworldly light. Before anyone could comprehend what this mysterious object was, they were already stunned by what was written above. There have already been 3 great ninja wars. Driven by profit, by hatred, by greed. Slaughter has descended upon this land again and again. War, devastation, ceasefire, recovery. War, devastation, ceasefire, recovery. Again and again the cycle repeats, each time on a larger scale, from adults at first until even children were forced onto the battlefield. This is an era of war that surpasses even the warring states period. The hidden villages, functioning as massive war machines, train ninja after ninja and send them to the battlefield without hesitation. All for conquest, all for protection. The sacrifices have grown beyond what can be tolerated. The world can no longer stand idly by and permit a 4th great ninja war to occur. For that is a war capable of destroying half the ninja world. A world filled with weeping and mourning is a world gone wrong. To prevent it from evolving toward its worst outcome, the world itself must take compulsory measures. This is a vessel for the transfer of contradictions, perhaps also the creation that will with great probability bring an end to the era of ninja. Ninja mobile game is born. At this moment the gaze of the entire world converged upon this unprecedented creation. Unbelievable, worthy of being called world-shocking. It was an existence that stirred genuine astonishment from the depths of one's heart, absurdity and tension intertwined within. An instinctive primal fear of the unknown. Konoha Hidden Village. Inside the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, exhaled a cloud of smoke, his features obscured by white vapor. That aged face was written with complexity, gazing deeply at the luminous curtain before letting out a helpless sigh. War is it? As one who had been forced to participate in all 3 great ninja wars, he understood what sacrifice meant and what the existence of ninja truly signified. Though he despised war as much as anyone reading the screen's intent, did it mean the existence of ninja itself was to be stripped away? No one knew what kind of power this was, nor dared confirm what it truly meant. But at the very least one thing could be confirmed. This would likely become a wind that changed the fate of the ninja world, sounding the horn toward an unknown path. Sunagakure. In the Kazekage's office, the 4th Kazekage Raza stood with arms crossed in silence, unease lingering in his heart. Among the major villages after the war, Sunagakure had undoubtedly recovered the slowest. Even as the leader bearing the title of Kazekage Raza had not dared to relax for a single moment in these years, especially regarding the Land of Wind. The mere thought of the Land of Wind gave Raza a headache, and thinking of his incompetent son made him press his hand to his forehead. Only know how to slash budgets. Rampage again and again. That's all the cheap value you have. In an office where he stood alone, even a man bearing the name of Kage would complain, wouldn't he? Kimogakure. Suddenly a thunderous crash echoed from the Rakige's office, while ninjas passing outside regarded it as nothing unusual. Don't joke with me. Is that thing trying to tell me the world has developed its own consciousness and is actively trying to stop wars? What kind of joke is this? The 4th Rakige AI smashed his fist through the desk, his fury at its peak, faint threads of azure lightning crackling across his body. This was indeed hard to believe. First, it was far too sudden, not the slightest omen arriving out of nowhere. Second, precisely because it was so sudden and shocking, it had caused such an enormous response. Because no one could achieve something of this magnitude. Lord Rakige, regardless of what it is, we should refrain from acting rashly, at least for now. Secretary Mabui spoke calmly. AI took a deep breath and sat back down. Even the sage of 6 paths appearing in person would be hard for him to believe, yet he chose to keep watching. Iwagakure. The 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki was far calmer than the Rakige. He sat quietly behind his desk and thought. First, regardless of who was behind this, that person at least disliked war, even despised it. So much so that they orchestrated such a grand display. But what exactly was this ninja mobile game? Inoki couldn't figure it out. Merely staring at these words gave him an instinctive headache. He told his guards, who had just arrived, hold any tasks requiring departure from the village, and those already outside should try to avoid conflicts with ninja from other nations. Hiragakure. Inside the Mizukige's office stood several people. the current leader Terumi, Mei, and her two close confidants. White-Eye Hunter Ao. Ordinary person Chojuro. Yet none of the three spoke at this moment. They all looked together toward the old man seated in the main position. Jinshu, the elder who held power without being Mizukichi. This may be a considerable opportunity for our village, Jinshu said slowly. Terumi, Mei, and the others nodded. For Kirigakure things couldn't possibly get worse. Amigakure. Atop the tallest tower in the village, Pain and Conan stood side by side, gazing at the luminous curtain in the high sky. Do you believe what it says up there? Conan asked. I believe it, Pain replied calmly. The world has already acknowledged our will. This scene shall become the cornerstone of peace. Why wouldn't he believe it? If the world itself has suffered from war, then someone must eliminate war. That's right. The one who can bring peace to the ninja world is Akatsuki. Only those who can accomplish this are gods. While the people of the ninja world felt restless and uneasy in some forgotten corner of the world, a creature unlike any human was utterly dumbfounded. What is this thing? Black Zetsu examined the now silent luminous curtain from top to bottom, feeling utterly bewildered. He had lived for countless years, yet had never heard of such a thing. Could it be the work of those two unfilial sons? Black Zetsu thought it over, then shook his head. He had confirmed the Sage of Six Paths, and his brother were already dead. Of course, if anyone disbelieved the curtain, the most Black Zetsu stood alone at the top. Cancel war. Absurd nonsense. If there were no wars, where would he go to incite Akatsuki into collecting tailed beasts? Where would he drive the activation of infinite Tsukuyami? Where would he rescue his long-tortured mother? Just as Black Zetsu was lost in such thoughts, the luminous curtain finally began to change, drawing everyone's attention. On this day, beneath the witness of all, a new era was about to descend. Cheng was a transmigrator. They say invading another world has become fashionable, but when it actually happened to him, he was still caught completely off guard. As someone once said, everything a person experiences unfolds without warning or planning. Adaptation is what truly matters. Cheng quickly accepted his situation and eagerly set about causing trouble. As a devoted Naruto mobile player, he was desperate to see the game materialize in the shinobi world. Just imagine those famous figures, Naruto, Sasuke, and others, dominating the arena, whether controlling their own characters or commanding others to fierce victory. Of course, you might find yourself on the receiving end of that domination. After all, this is a conscientious game that makes boys blush frequently. Playing it is absolutely the right choice. As for finding a partner, Naruto mobile players are your best bet. First, they carry themselves with dignity. Regardless of winning or losing, they thoughtfully console their opponents, showing particular kindness to newcomers. Second, they are incredibly expressive. One moment, they burst into laughter, while playing the next, their expression shifts entirely. They weep and laugh, simultaneously cycling through emotions at lightning speed, perfectly adapting to any situation and bringing a unique vitality to their partners. Third, they have a habit of talking to themselves. Whether someone is nearby or not, they prefer operating while narrating their moves, like Shadow Clone Jutsu, or Lightning Blade, or perhaps Chidori. Fourth, they are remarkably dedicated. You can scarcely imagine a game demanding daily logins with the punctuality of a 9-to-5 job, yet Naruto mobile players possess such unwavering patience. Fifth, they are extraordinarily frugal. Not a single game coin is spent. It is hoarded whenever possible, and anyone who dares use it faces immediate opposition. Sixth, they are proficient in mathematics. What exactly defines cost-effectiveness? Strategic leanback. Seventh, their influence is vast. Naruto mobile players can be found everywhere, from heaven to Bilibili and beyond. Eighth, their backgrounds are wonderfully diverse. No further explanation needed. Ninth, their fingers are remarkably nimble. Ahem. 10th, they are united. Unmatched in solidarity, the author declares them the strongest, though internal conflicts arise frequently. This collection represents the 10 modern sins. Naturally, their gravest transgression is simply resembling Sasuke, aside from their backstory. The player's virtues are too numerous to count. Who knows what would unfold if this miraculous game were brought to the shinobi world? It is almost beyond imagination. Discussion: how abstract would native players become? Thus, Cheng deployed the transmigration system, a must-have for transmigrators, to orchestrate this grand spectacle. He could have proceeded gradually. But as the saying goes, Naruto mobile players despise slow burns. The instant summoning appearance rate in the arena proves it. The system's currency converts influence into quantifiable metrics. Greater influence across the shinobi world, deeper resonance among its people yields higher returns. To maximize the initial shock, Cheng broadcast the entire vision to every inhabitant simultaneously. For this reason, he is now debt-ridden. No matter. Naruto mobile players understand financial acumen well enough. The investment will be recovered swiftly. Considering influence and future prospects, Cheng had no choice but to begin with war. The shinobi world has always been rife with conflict, most of its history defined by warfare. In that sense, one could argue it aligns with the world's will. After all, if the shinobi exhaust themselves fighting each other, they won't be prepared to handle the extraterrestrial threat that comes. System, give me a bit more strength, okay? Just play that footage on the light screen once. Cheng said in a pleading tone. The system offered no response, but the massive light screen suspended overhead began to shift. It was an unfolding scroll, deeply stirring and moving. All the shinobi watched intently. As the images became clear, gasps of horror echoed across the world. Cruelty. A single word captured it all. The once prosperous lands of the shinobi world appeared desolate and forsaken on the screen. Every viewer felt an inexplicable sorrow rise from their hearts. Human figures moved across the barren earth, yet their presence matched that of the dead, a procession of corpse drivers. But these figures were themselves corpses. Their hearts had died, crushed by events that offered no hope. The screen flickered between scenes. Kanahagakure, Sunagakure, Kumobikure, Iwagakure, Kirigakure, and even Amigakure. Villages great and small lay in ruins. Legendary figures who once shook the shinobi world were now nothing but dust. Shinobi World Calendar Year 1451. Following the Fourth Shinobi World War, survivors worked to rebuild and prosperity returned, but it was fleeting. That day, beings from beyond the stars arrived. They were the original ancestors of the shinobi, the source from which chakra itself flowed. Against these non-human foes, the strongest warriors of the shinobi world fought desperately. Though they could repel them temporarily, the threat could never be fully eliminated. Then, without warning, the catastrophe that would consume the shinobi world arrived. All of the shinobi world united, working as one, putting aside all divisions. Despite fighting valiantly, time and again, human mortality remained absolute. Kill a warrior and they die, while the enemy seemed infinite. Perhaps moved by the resolve of the shinobi, a true deity descended upon them. There was no defense against it, no way to stop it. After the sole man capable of fighting it fell, the shinobi world began its descent into darkness. When 80% of the shinobi perished, defeat was final. The world became nothing more than an alien breeding ground. The shinobi were declared extinct. Silence fell like a death shroud. Every shinobi stared in disbelief at the crimson words dripping with blood on the light screen. The message itself was straightforward enough. The shinobi world would face an alien invasion in the future, so the only sensible course was to stop infighting and prepare for what was coming. Sure, right, as if anyone would believe some random entity spouting nonsense out of nowhere. Huh. Aliens? What kind of nonsense is that? Naruto laughed uproariously. At the Ninja Academy, students like him shared his skepticism, finding the whole thing amusing, though most felt a deeper unease they couldn't quite articulate. Sasuke sat by the window with his arms crossed, barely noticing Naruto before frowning slightly. Was it just his imagination? The flickering figures on that screen looked vaguely familiar. Even so, it still wasn't enough to convince everyone. Cheng understood this perfectly. He never expected instant belief. His goal was simply to cast the widest net possible. Inside the Kanahagakure Ninja Academy classroom, an unusual silence suddenly descended. Everyone present stared in astonishment. They gazed at the two seats that had suddenly gone empty, mouths agape, yet unable to utter a single word. Naruto, Sasuke, disappeared. Shikamaru tapped his fingers lightly against the desk, his expression gradually growing grim. So Naruto and Sasuke were chosen. Could this really be random? It's no use, I can't analyze it. All of this has been happening far too fast. Both the mysterious light screen and the previews of the future. TCH, graduation is imminent, and this happens. What a pain. Shikamaru couldn't help but grumble. Naruto, are they okay? Choji lowered his voice and spoke cautiously. Besides Shikamaru and Choji, Sakura, Ino, and the others also exchanged bewildered glances, unsure what expression to wear. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office. Why Naruto and Sasuke? The third's reaction was the most intense. Like Shikamaru, he wondered why those two were singled out. The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and the last remnant of the Uchiha clan. Were they chosen because of these identities? But they simply vanished from the village. The third was naturally informed the moment it happened, and precisely because of that a thought stirred within him. Could it be? That's actually true. The matter of Naruto and Sasuke drew attention only within Kanahagakure. Other villages barely cared beyond noting Sasuke's Uchiha surname. Someone sharp-minded like Kakashi understood that the best course of action was to remain still and not act rashly. Haste was useless, worry was pointless. Only by understanding the information available could a proper response be formulated. Remaining composed amidst uncertainty was the wisest approach. The entire shinobi world seemed to fall silent, everyone quietly awaiting the next change on the light screen. Roughly 10 minutes passed. Whoosh! The image on the light screen quickly became clear, a moderately sized arena with no obstacles surrounded by trees. At the center of the arena, two figures stood in opposing stances, locked in mutual gaze. Who else but Naruto and Sasuke? Both wore expressionless faces, yet they stared intently at each other, the tension palpable. Sasuke, you figured out what those things are, right? Yeah, it's incredible. Outside the arena, Naruto and Sasuke each occupied separate small rooms. Both held devices in their hands. The devices featured microphones at the top, allowing them to communicate with each other across rooms and realize their experiences were identical. A ninja mobile game then. Sasuke clenched his fists, his face wearing the distinctive expression one dawns upon learning something wondrous. It was astonishment interwoven with delight. Sasuke surveyed his surroundings and stamped his foot on the ground. The sensation was overwhelmingly real, not like a jinjutsu, as though he had instantly been transported to another world. 10 minutes ago he had arrived here, in a small room empty except for the device. The moment he picked it up he learned quite a bit, including what he was supposed to do here. A game, yet also a battle. This was combat unlike any conventional ninja fight, controlling one's character through a handheld device. Huh, am I in this? Let me check. Sakura Shikamaru Kiba Choji. Hey, and Sasuke. Naruto fiddled with the device in his hand and discovered 12 characters in total, including himself. They were all his classmates' familiar faces. The only difference was that all 12 wore headbands, the proof of successful graduation from the Ninja Academy. He guess we actually graduated, believe it. Naruto said with evident pride. Besides ninjas, there were summonings and scrolls. Summoned creatures were far more interesting to Naruto and entirely novel. After examining them repeatedly on the practice field, he finally decided to bring Saitama. Not for any particular reason. They simply looked cooler than those dogs, snakes, and toads. As for the scrolls, Naruto was somewhat torn. But he only had 10 minutes to familiarize himself with the controls, so he could only spend a short while experimenting in the practice field. Now 10 minutes later, Naruto, controlled by Naruto, and Sasuke, controlled by Sasuke himself, were about to clash. Indeed, they had both chosen themselves to enter the arena. This is precisely why everyone watching through the light screen could see Naruto and Sasuke already standing in the arena, poised and ready to fight. For the audience, most did not yet understand those complex mechanics, and simply assumed Naruto and Sasuke were about to fight each other in person. At the very center of the screen was a 60-second countdown with portraits of Naruto and Sasuke on either side, each followed by their health bars. Though still puzzled with the battle imminent, there was nothing more to do than watch. Mingren felt a trace of nervousness, his palms already damp with sweat as they gripped the game console tightly. Sasuke drew a deep breath, his eyes widening and locking onto the game console screen as blood vessels in them burst. Unknowingly watching this scene, numerous figures in the ninja world felt a sudden tremor in their hearts, as if witnessing the dawn of a new era. Battle begins. Fire release, great fireball technique. The moment he realized he could act, Sasuke decisively activated his first skill, spewing a massive fireball forward. Naruto was startled. The fireball had nearly scorched his face, which was indeed intimidating. However, its range proved insufficient. In simple terms, Sasuke had wasted his skill. Yet at the very last instant before the fireball dissipated, Naruto also activated his first skill, summoning a shadow clone for support, while his main body charged forward, molding a Rasengan. The result collided directly with the fireball, interrupting the skill and forcing Naruto into a hit-stun state. Sasuke's heart leaped with joy, and he immediately rushed forward, attempting to chain his second skill, Lion Stacking Fist. However, Lion Stacking Fist had even shorter range. Not only did it fail to connect, but Naruto's rapidly executed second skill landed squarely, launching Sasuke into the air. Thus Sasuke lost his opening momentum. Meanwhile, inside an unopened shop in Konoha village, Cheng facepalmed repeatedly as he watched. So this was a true novice, as the saying goes. Standing motionless on the x-axis right at the start and burning both skills in one breath. Whoever initiates first wins. For it is a contest of whose skill range extends farther. Alright, there's also instant substitution. On the dueling field, Sasuke, unwilling to take even a scrap of damage, immediately substitution jumped and began basic attacking Naruto. Naruto, refusing to show weakness after being struck once by Sasuke, instantly substituted and retaliated with a basic attack, but missed, for Sasuke had already turned and fled. Impressive. Cheng praised without restraint, clapping his hands. This marks the first display in the ninja world of a one basic attack substitution bait. Ah, you bastard, Sasuke. Naruto controlled Naruto Uzumaki to chase Sasuke Uchiha, but with equal movement speed, it was naturally impossible to catch up. He couldn't help but feel frustrated thinking about how Sasuke had tricked him into using the substitution clone skill. The clone had a 15-second cooldown, and during those 15 seconds, if hit, one couldn't counterattack unless the opponent made a mistake. The invincible duration after the clone appears is extremely short. Failing to catch the opponent in time means losing the chance to counterattack, which would also eliminate the advantage of striking first. The priority was to chase and deal maximum damage before Sasuke's clone recharged. Thinking this, Naruto hurried after Sasuke and activated his secret scroll, a massive stone boulder descending from the sky. Earth release, rock drop. Sasuke was knocked airborne by the boulder and Naruto closed in to strike. Is the attack range a straight line? Sasuke wasn't in a rush, so instead he paused to think. If he had moved away from that horizontal line across the arena earlier, such as going upward or downward. Would he have avoided Naruto's attack? He didn't know the terms X-axis or Y-axis. He had simply realized this through combat experience. While taking damage, he glanced at his secret scroll, a beam of blue-white lightning. During practice sessions, Sasuke had deliberately tested it from various distances far to near. The lightning strike could be offset from a straight line for attacks, though its range was not as far as Naruto's rock drop. Sasuke waited patiently until his clone skill recharged. Meanwhile, Naruto had already released his first and second skills to deal damage, but the cost was that Sasuke could initiate a counterattack with basic strikes once the clone appeared. Their clone timing difference was only 2 to 3 seconds, so Sasuke didn't use any skills after landing the first hit on Naruto. He simply maintained steady basic attacks. Still trying to deceive me. Naruto pursed his lips, though his finger hovered lightly above the clone button. Sasuke continued attacking with basic strikes, holding back his skills. Time ticked away and Naruto grew impatient. If this continued, Sasuke's clone would be ready soon. Sound of clone activation. The moment Naruto's clone appeared, he pursued Sasuke and immediately launched a Rasengan blast. Sasuke shifted his fingers, preparing to dodge by moving off the X-axis downward, but Naruto followed with the Rasengan, shifting one step downward and launching Sasuke into the air. You can move like that. Sasuke frowned. With no other option, he had to wait for the clone. However, Sasuke had already taken 2 more of Naruto's skills, and his health bar was looking concerning. It seemed Naruto understood the importance of stacking damage early. Fearing that a large health gap would become unrecoverable by the end, Sasuke used his clone the moment it recharged. He then countered with a lightning strike and immediately followed up with fire release fireball and lion's barrage for damage. There's a clone timing difference now. Cheng marveled, remarking that although Sasuke was at a health disadvantage, he had a 7 to 8 second lead on the clone compared to Naruto. Though he had lost the initial advantage at the start after baiting out Naruto's clone, he had undeniably gained the upper hand. Whether he could continue to expand that advantage was the key to victory. Nevertheless, what an exhilarating battle. Meanwhile, within the light screen, Naruto and Sasuke had only exchanged a few rounds, yet many in the ninja world were already beginning to understand. Is this turn-based combat? Jiraiya, who was traveling in another land, raised an eyebrow and noticed the peculiarity. Admittedly, this differed greatly from previous ninja confrontations. The clone skill was undoubtedly of paramount importance under such battle rules. Without a clone, one could only endure hits. Therefore, mastering and controlling the opponent's clone, then using one's own at the optimal moment. This seemed to be the path to victory. Naruto's appearance was immediately recognized by Jiraiya, but what surprised him was that Naruto could use the Rasengan. Could someone have taught him over these years? It looked somewhat clumsy, though requiring shadow clones for assistance, turning a normally instant ninja technique into such a cumbersome move. Does that kid Naruto have Earth Release Chakra after all? That Earth Release Jutsu was quite good. Jiraiya stroked his chin, talking to himself. But then his jaw literally dropped. Wah! Enma. When that monkey god crashed down from the arena, and it was Naruto who summoned it, many in the ninja world were dumbfounded. This was too iconic. Wait, had the third Hokage already confirmed that brat as his successor? The Iwagakure and other villages fell into uneasy speculation. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't know what others were thinking, but his own mind was in turmoil. Although he didn't object to Naruto forming a contract with Enma, wasn't this a bit sudden? Had Enma sought out Naruto behind his back? Watching that old companion wreak havoc on the light screen, with overflowing special effects shaking the arena itself, Hiruzen couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Unlike the spectators, Sasuke as a direct participant was beginning to question his own life. Wait, he just used the summoning right away. And wasn't that final area of effect attack ridiculously excessive? Sasuke watched his own counterpart soar high into the air, a bead of cold sweat slowly trickling down his forehead. Naruto seized the opportunity and mercilessly stacked the damage. Each golden damage number, symbolizing critical hits, made Sasuke's eyelid twitch. Ouch, it hurts. Sasuke quickly took a deep breath to force himself to calm down. He had reasons to win this duel for certain. Sound of clone activation. But the moment Sasuke's clone appeared, he froze, followed by uncontrollable joy. The opposite was true for Naruto. No. Watching Naruto Uzumaki on screen suddenly summon multiple clones that continued a ruthless storm of attacks against the empty space within range. Naruto clasped his head and let out a wail. Naruto Uzumaki 2000 Barrage. Naruto had accidentally pressed the ultimate skill button instead of the secret scroll button. For summoning scrolls wiped clean in one press. Haha, Naruto. You were careless after all, but this battle has given me a rare feeling of seriousness. I don't think I'll ever forget it. Sasuke's lips curled upward uncontrollably as he controlled Sasuke Uchiha to run outside the range of Naruto's ultimate. Of course, he could escape. The invincible duration after the clone appeared was more than sufficient. But as he began frantically dealing damage to Naruto after ending the ultimate, he gradually fell silent. Time wasn't enough. Perhaps he had overthought during the fight, or perhaps he failed to notice of managing the health gap. Sasuke had engaged in too much mind games, and in the end, after Naruto indirectly achieved the ultimate's time delay effect, there wasn't enough time to recover the damage dealt. His final stubbornness only allowed him to summon the eagle and use his ultimate. Amidst lightning and thunder, this PK came to an end. Time expired. Winner Naruto Uzumaki. In the small room, Sasuke's expression froze and his hands, which had been tightly gripping the phone, slowly relaxed. He had lost. Although it was just a game he had barely started with only 10 minutes of practice time, he still lost to that bottom feeder. He had also lost this crucial opportunity. Suddenly Sasuke noticed an emoji appearing below Naruto's avatar, a small hand patting a white fluffy creature. His face cycled through shades of green and red, shifting several times before he finally spoke in an inexplicable tone. That guy. Is he comforting me? Huh. Sasuke, I won. Watching the grinning, triumphant Naruto, Sasuke was speechless and could only turn his head away. After the battle concluded, the small room where the two had been confined merged and was broadcast across the luminous screen. That is to say, now everyone in the ninja world could see Naruto and Sasuke through the screen. This naturally meant the matter was not yet over. The audience was unaware, but as those who had directly experienced it, Naruto and Sasuke understood what was to come next. That would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the entire ninja world. Naruto scratched his head as if speaking to thin air, while Sasuke beside him couldn't help but cast envious glances. Damn it, how could I have missed such an opportunity? Now that I think about it, I don't seem to have anyone I need to bring back. I don't even know who. Naruto suddenly dropped a bombshell that struck everyone like lightning from the sky. What is that kid suddenly saying? I must have misheard. Revive. Was that a play on words? Hehehe, now this should really startle them. Cheng chuckled. Without pulling off something like this, these people wouldn't easily accept it. But if a deceased well-known figure were truly summoned back from the Pure Land through the luminous screen, there would be no choice but to believe it. As long as they played the ninja mobile game, they would have the chance to revive their deceased loved ones, companions, and teachers. Everyone would think exactly that. Pushing the ninja mobile game throughout the entire ninja world as quickly as possible was Cheng's objective. To that end, stirring up some minor trouble in the early stages was only natural, and when it came to what the screen displayed, he hadn't lied about the key points. The threat posed by the Otsutsuki clan hung overhead like the sword of Damocles. Having finally reached this point with such an opportunity at hand, it was only fitting that everyone should enjoy playing the game together. So what will you choose? At this moment, Cheng, just like everyone else in the ninja world, watched Naruto through the luminous screen as he wrestled with his decision. If Sasuke had been the one given this chance, he wouldn't have hesitated for long. His choice would have been limited to making a painful decision between his father and mother. Honestly, that would have been quite painful. But Naruto was now completely lost, unsure of what to do. He had only fought to avoid losing to Sasuke, never imagining after winning that there'd be no one left to resurrect. How bittersweet it all was. Naruto. 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 Many villagers from Konoha watched him intently, silently chanting those same words in their hearts. Hokage. 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 Whether this bizarre mechanism could truly resurrect the dead remained uncertain, but the ideal candidate was obviously the Hokage. Only those figures etched into history could maximize the benefits from this opportunity. As for ordinary villagers and ninja, even the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, would think the same way. People like Jiraiya and Kakashi would likely feel the same. It was only human nature. The fourth Hokage. When Naruto spoke these words, people's eyes widened in shock. If the villagers of Konoha were ecstatic, the ninja from other villages wore expressions as grim as if their mothers had died. The golden flash then. The fourth Raikage muttered it under his breath, feeling a touch of nostalgia. The man had been his equal in speed. Meanwhile, Inoki's weathered face twisted into a scowl, silently cursing Naruto for mispronouncing the name. As another fourth Kage, Rasha also couldn't overlook that legendary figure renowned throughout the ninja world. Suffice it to say, aside from Konoha, no one wanted to experience the terror of being dominated by the golden flash again. At that moment within the luminous screen space, the fourth Hokage is so great, and I don't know anyone else, so it has to be him, right? But Naruto glanced at Sasuke and asked hesitantly, Sasuke, is there someone you want to revive? Is there? These simple words whirled back and forth through Sasuke's mind like a boomerang, echoing endlessly wave after wave. His eyes widened instantly, lips trembling. Is there? Yes, so many. Each name burned vividly in his memory. Unforgettable, and one he feared to forget. But what was Naruto implying? Naruto, I don't need to. Heaven alone knew how much effort it took Sasuke to utter those words, his tightly bitten lips already bleeding. Seeing Sasuke's state, Naruto understood. Hey, can you hear me? This. A strange thing. Naruto called out toward the sky. If you can hear me, I want to use the reward you promised to the winner. If there's only one person to revive. Sasuke, Uchiha Sasuke's mother. Naruto. Sasuke roared. This twist caught all the viewers completely off guard. No one expected Naruto to do something like this. The Konoha villagers who had just been rejoicing were stunned, as if falling from heaven to hell in an instant. Some even lost their composure and began cursing. Meanwhile, the other ninja villages couldn't help but laugh. What compared to the golden flash Namake's Minato? But soon everyone froze in astonishment. Sasuke was equally stunned. A familiar yet strange silhouette slowly took shape before his eyes, appearing silently, like mist rippling over water. A gentle woman with long, straight black hair. Sasuke. The first thing she saw upon regaining consciousness was Sasuke, now grown significantly taller. Sasuke opened his mouth, swallowing the word, mother, that nearly slipped out, and simply looked at Naruto with a complicated expression. Why? If you can resurrect someone without knowing their name, then theoretically, you could bring back one of your parents. You wanted to see them, didn't you? Or perhaps those Hokage who carried everyone's expectations. Sasuke couldn't understand, nor could he imagine it. If he had been the winner, he would never have yielded to anyone. He might have even complained that reviving just one person was too little. Naruto had no parents and didn't even know them. That was what Sasuke knew. Could this utterly alone guy really be telling him he had gotten used to solitude? Such nonsense. Anyway, I won because you made a mistake, right? I never thought about tricking you with a substitution jutsu. There'll be other chances in the future. Besides, at this Naruto grinned broadly. If a father or mother suddenly appeared, I'd feel awkward anyway. Might as well find a chance to revive them both together. I have questions to ask. Naruto, Sasuke called softly. Don't make that face. It's ugly. Is this really the top student, Sasuke? Next time I'll beat you by my own strength. As for now, Naruto directly reached out and pushed Sasuke. Someone's waiting for you over there. Sasuke took a deep breath, said nothing more, and turned to look at the woman. Uchiha Mikoto, his mother. Mom. Mikoto, Cheng was somewhat surprised watching the mother and son tightly embracing on the screen, a smile involuntarily appearing on his face. Truly the ninja with the most unpredictable nature, Naruto had so decisively handed the opportunity to Sasuke, even making the agonizing choice between parents on his behalf. Just now he had genuinely thought Naruto intended to resurrect the fourth Hokage, which would have been quite entertaining. Unexpectedly, Naruto had deceived everyone. As for resurrecting Uchiha Mikoto, Cheng did not particularly care. The energy cost would be considerably lower than for Minato. The system's resurrection ability assessed various factors, including one's status, identity, power, and even chakra reserves. Naturally, resurrecting a single Uchiha Mikoto would consume far less energy than bringing back Namake's Minato. Click. Cheng pushed open the door and stepped out, and the moment the soundproof door swung open, the noise rushed in. It was a fairly bustling street, though different from usual. Many villagers wore expressions of disgust. Their discussions centered on nothing else but how Naruto had taken an unexpected turn, leaping from the position of Hokage to a woman. Yes, this was Konoha village. Cheng ignored them and simply looked up. This strangely caught everyone's attention, and all present instinctively raised their gazes. The next moment, someone let out a startled cry. What is that? Raining? Hey, if these are raindrops, they seem more like stones. Duck, quick, move aside. I don't push. Although the villagers tried to evade, there were too many falling objects, and a few people inevitably got struck. It didn't hurt, feeling as light as a drifting feather. Cheng casually caught a pure black paper-thin object. Yo, so this is the phone that appeared on the screen. These words left everyone bewildered, utterly confused about what he meant. Had something like this truly appeared on the screen before? Those with sharper memories pieced it together, recalling how the screen had shifted from the dueling arena to the player's room after Naruto and Sasuke finished their battle. They had wondered at the time why the fighters showed no signs of having just battled. Now it made sense. They had been holding identical devices like this. Phones. It was not just Konoha. In fact, at that very moment, a rain of phones was falling across the entire ninja world. This was naturally Cheng's doing. He ignored the murmuring crowd and turned back. Selling devices one by one would take too long, so Cheng had a more direct approach in mind. Arrange system loans, one device per person. Otherwise, the viewers in the third dimension might think he could not afford this. The rest did not require his concern. There was no need to teach anyone how to use a phone. Having witnessed a miracle, people would naturally try these phones themselves. Each device contained only ninja mobile games. Once they opened them, everyone would understand what Naruto and Sasuke's duel was about. Some things needed no instruction, just simple guidance would suffice. From then on, he expected to see a surge of players. Cheng sat at his desk, pulled out paper and a pen, pondered for a moment, and began writing. Lord Hokage Mofang Internet Cafe aims to provide guests with a comfortable environment where you can rest, enjoy coffee, and chat. This was a shop, his very own establishment. The interior featured fresh decor with just the right amount of tables and chairs, a pleasant temperature, and the counter stocked with various coffees. He had considered it, rather than some grand ambition to rule the ninja world. Opening an internet cafe felt more appealing. Empty now, but it would fill with customers soon enough. While Mofong Internet Cafe remained quiet, the ninja world was anything but buzzing with excitement instead. The phone rain had been too spectacular to ignore, and after experimenting with the devices, everyone had confirmed two things. So that was what ninja mobile games were. And PvP battles. They have just included some brats from the villages, but the gameplay is amusing. In a certain tavern, Tsunade held a phone practicing on the training field, while occasionally taking sips of sake. The ninja mobile game had not yet officially launched, so most features remained locked. Only the 12 genin and the training field were accessible. Even so, Tsunade played enthusiastically, maneuvering Naruto around the training ground, running here and there, then casting a summoning jutsu. She was beginning to believe what the screen had claimed. Phones clearly transcended the ninja world's understanding. Playing with them felt almost like containing a ninja within the device itself. Meanwhile, Jiraiya found himself deep in thought after a brief trial run. The screen clearly intended to use this device to redirect the hatred simmering throughout the ninja world. Considering how Naruto and Sasuke had controlled their respective ninjas in battle, anyone could potentially face off in the dueling arena using these devices. While this method of resolving conflicts seemed absurd, it might prove compelling if rewards were involved. Jiraiya recognized Uchiha Mikoto. If nothing else, the power of resurrection alone would make everyone fascinated with ninja mobile games. Thinking of this, he could not help but sigh. If this truly comes to fruition, it would be extraordinary, perhaps the dawn of a new era. Everyone was fixated on the phones, and Akatsuki was no exception. Inside a pitch-black cave, phantom silhouettes flickered atop the 10 raised fingers of the Outer Path statue. Hey, why contact me now? I'm still searching for whether I have any ninjas available. Idiot. With only 12 ninjas, there is nothing to find no matter how you search. It does not exist. Who are you calling a thing, Lord Sasori? Rather than that, do you not find all of this quite incredible? Resurrection. And phones as well. Is all of this real? Someone asked from the shadows, and the others fell silent, unable to respond to the question. Everything had been witnessed firsthand. If someone claimed this was merely a prank, it would be absurdly exaggerated. Among Akatsuki's members, Itachi stood expressionless, though his heart churned beneath the surface. The ninja mobile game was genuine, absolutely real. Heaven knew what surged through him when he saw his mother appear. Was it truly about peace? Pain had merely assembled the group to warn them against acting rashly before dispersing them. When the illusionary body technique dissolved, Zetsu opened his eyes to find Obito waiting nearby. Well, Obito asked coolly. Uchiha Mikoto's resurrection is genuine, already confirmed, Zetsu said slowly. That is not what I meant. What does Nagato intend to do? Nagato cannot make a precise judgment either, which is understandable. Everyone across the ninja world has grown grave. Those 12 ninjas all belong to Konoha, and aside from a few exceptions, none hold trivial positions. How the ninja mobile game favors Konoha too. What a twisted sense of humor. Is that so? Then why do you seem quite pleased? Obito eyed Zetsu sideways. Zetsu maintained a blank expression, though inwardly he was in a panic. Zetsu, Black Zetsu in fact, was genuinely thrilled, barely containing his excitement. He had no idea what the screen truly was, but after distributing a phone to every person across the ninja world, it had vanished. None of that mattered to him. Not whether this was someone's scheme. Only the power of resurrection counted. If he had won that duel. It was not the Uchiha compound, but rather an apartment elsewhere. Ever since the night of the clan massacre, Sasuke had been living here. Compared to his usual self, something was different about him today. Mother had made him breakfast. Mother, I'm finished. Sasuke felt he had eaten a bit too much, likely because he was swept up in the long-lost warmth of family atmosphere. Thinking about it, he couldn't recall the last time he had tasted such a familiar motherly flavor. After finishing the meal, he should head to school, but just as he was about to leave, Mikoto called out to him. Sasuke, could you also bring some for Naruto? Sasuke turned around to see Mikoto closing the lid on a bento box and walking over to hand it to him. Why would I do such a thing? Sasuke pouted, turning his head away. Naruto, that boy lives alone, doesn't he? He might sleep in and end up with no time for breakfast. Mikoto smiled, gently, a touch of compassion in her eyes. That sounds exactly like that dead last kid. Though his words were sharp, Sasuke obediently took the bento box. It wasn't bad at all. It was actually quite substantial. Make sure to get along with your classmates. Mikoto looked down at Sasuke as he put on his shoes at the entrance. I'm heading out. Sasuke muttered a casual remark and quickly walked away. As expected, things had turned out this way once more. Mikoto felt somewhat helpless. Back then, Sasuke's relationships with his classmates had been mediocre, and now they might have only grown worse. Sasuke had been profoundly shaped by his clan's influence, and she found it difficult to imagine how he had endured these past years. He had likely survived on sheer willpower alone. After following Sasuke through the light screen back to the village, Mikoto met with the third Hokage. This was only natural. However, Mikoto knew nothing of the light screen, for her being resurrected had been an abrupt and sudden event. What lay beyond death was impossible to describe. It might have been nothing more than a dream, or perhaps he had died one moment and the next remembered being alive. The third did not press Makoto with questions, merely asking a few simple things before arranging accommodation for her near Sasuke's current apartment. It was for the best. Makoto had no desire to return to the Uchiha district nor to revisit those heavy memories. Confronted by his mother separated from him across the boundary of life and death for so long, Sasuke could no longer hold himself together once he returned home. He was still a fragile child, longing only to pour out his suffering into his mother's embrace, weeping bitterly and speaking endless words. Makoto's heart ached for him, yet aside from guilt, there was little she could do. She could only return his long-lost mother's love with double devotion. She understood the weight Itachi had borne, but she could not speak of it. Not yet. That belonged to yesterday, and yesterday was long gone. Today, as was customary at the Ninja Academy, students gathered from all directions, eagerly discussing the ninja mobile game. Of course, what else was there to talk about? Sasuke entered the classroom and immediately spotted Naruto slumped over his desk, dozing off. Tap tap tap. Still alive, dead last. Sasuke knocked on the desk, and when Naruto showed no reaction, he simply pressed the bento box against Naruto's face. Still warm, it startled him awake instantly. Sasuke, what are you doing? Naruto shouted. Heh, showing up to class with dark circles under your eyes. If you can't sleep properly at night, poor grades are only to be expected. Sasuke offered his faint mockery. Naruto was at a loss for words. Could he really say that because of Sasuke's mother he had spent the entire night fantasizing about what his own mother might be like? By the way, Annie Makoto was truly gentle. His own mother must be a pretty older sister too, right? Seeing Naruto suddenly spacing out, Sasuke had no patience for him. He opened the bento box and pressed Naruto's face into it. Ah, you bastard, Sasuke. Naruto bristled, grabbing the bento box to throw it back at Sasuke's face. Are you sure you want to give it back without even taking a look? Naruto paused, but when he saw the steaming bento box releasing a swirl of heat and fragrance, his brain simply short-circuited. This is for me. It's Auntie Makoto, right? She made this for me. Naruto guessed quickly. It was easy to figure out. Otherwise, could Sasuke possibly have made it himself? No way. Probably because mother invited you over yesterday, and you refused. It's compensation, Sasuke said casually. Naruto held the bento box at a loss for words. He, someone who loved the bustle of people, had declined for a reason. He couldn't possibly intrude on Sasuke and his mother. Thank you, Naruto said with his head bowed. Wash it clean after you finish and give it back to me. With that, Sasuke found a seat and sat down. Everyone in the room watched their exchange, their expressions slightly awkward. But seeing Sasuke with his arms crossed restored to his usual aloof demeanor, no one dared to speak. Unaware of this, Naruto muttered, "Itadekamasu," under his breath and began eating. It was as expected delicious, and someone had gone out of their way to prepare it for him. From the corner of his eye, Sasuke noticed Naruto eating while silently shedding tears, and he felt nothing but distaste. That idiot. Forget it, he didn't need the bento box back. Even so, Sasuke found himself inexplicably recalling his conversation with mother yesterday. Mother, why do you pay so much attention to Naruto? When Makoto had asked about Naruto's circumstances, Sasuke had been unable to hold back the question. Because his mother was my close friend. As she spoke, Makoto reached out and ruffled Sasuke's hair. And he brought me back to life. We both owe him a great debt. A friend then. Sasuke's gaze shifted, growing increasingly deep. What one says aloud is one thing, but what one truly feels is another. It was indescribable, a tangled awkwardness. It was the feeling of not wanting to owe someone yet being forced to, and receiving something you truly desperately needed in return. He should feel grateful and happy about it, yet Sasuke's emotions were marred by irritation. Complicated, so complicated it gave him a headache. As the classroom gradually filled with students, Irika stepped in promptly when class time arrived. Everyone, class is about to begin. Naruto had stowed away the bento box, replacing it with an orange smartphone in his hands. Not just him. Sasuke and the other students in the classroom all pulled out smartphones of varying colors, even Irika included. Everyone fixed their eyes on their phone screens where a countdown was ticking away. Time until the ninja mobile game officially launches, 10 minutes remaining. 10 minutes was neither particularly long nor short, yet it held the hearts of everyone present. Every soul in the entire ninja world. An announcement had already been made yesterday that the ninja mobile game would officially launch this morning, an event no one could possibly ignore. Though not in the same place, they all shared the same gesture, gripping their phones, watching time slip away. Like water droplets falling through an hourglass, when the final drop passed through the narrow opening, a ferocious beast emerged. Roar. 12 years ago, the nine-tailed fox appeared suddenly in Konohagakure, its roar splitting the earth. 12 years ago, the nine-tails attacked. Finally, the fourth Hokage sacrificed his own life to seal the nine-tailed fox within an infant, thereby bringing an end to the nine-tails rampage. The light emanating from the mobile phone gradually faded, yet everyone remained frozen, staring blankly at the screen. Even though the terrifying nine-tails had vanished, and the Hokage who had saved the village had perished, all that remained was the pitch-black screen, so glossy it reflected their pale faces. Silence held only for a moment before an uproar erupted. Heavens, that's the fourth Hokage. So this is what happened during the Ninetales rampage. How terrible. Boo-hoo, is this really true? The entire classroom erupted into chaos, some overwhelmed by excitement, others gripped by fear, as everyone began shouting over one another. It was simply unbelievable. No one could have imagined the Ninja mobile game would release footage from the Ninetales rampage upon its launch. It was far too realistic. The shock it delivered was as though one could step right through the phone screen. Though not the complete sequence of events at this very moment, the entire ninja world came to know what had transpired. This was the truth behind the fourth Hokage's sacrifice. Such a thing. Shikamaru was deeply shaken within his grip on the phone, trembling slightly. Though he had not experienced it firsthand, it did align with what his family had roughly described. His mind raced with many thoughts. After seeing 12 characters, including himself, in the ninja mobile game the day before, he had already harbored this suspicion. Could it be that everyone in the ninja world would enter the game in the future? At the very least, surely those famous historical figures with recognized names would qualify. And setting those thoughts aside, Shikamaru cast a discreet glance at Naruto. At this moment, Naruto was so dumbfounded that the word petrified could perfectly describe him. Everyone also recognized it. The child whom the fourth Hokage had used as the vessel to seal the Ninetales was none other than Uzumaki Naruto, the one shunned by everyone in the village. So, it's really like that. Naruto clutched his head with both hands, burying it beneath the desk, so no one could read his expression. Seeing this, Irika sensed something amiss. Everyone continue exploring the ninja mobile game. Naruto, and I need to step out for a moment. Watching Irika-sensei sweep Naruto up in his arms and dash out the window without any resistance, the people present exchanged bewildered glances. It took a long while before someone dared to whisper, "I never thought the rumors about Naruto in the village were actually true." Yeah, that guy really is the Ninetales. No, he's not the Ninetales. The Ninetales is merely sealed within him. What's the difference? But isn't Naruto-san who sealed the Ninetales a hero who protected the village? Nobody knew who had spoken those final words, but the classroom fell silent for a moment. It felt somewhat logical. Sasuke paid no mind to them, and seemed not to notice Naruto being led away, either merely continuing to operate his phone. That had only been the opening animation. After it ended, a loading screen appeared. Sasuke immediately furrowed his brows. What? Him and Naruto. In the scene, both Naruto and Sasuke were equipped with weapons, locked in a fierce gaze, as if locked in combat. Once the loading bar filled, a line of text appeared below the login page. Land of Fire, Hidden Leaf Village. This was the server. There were no other options. Only those aligned with the Hidden Leaf Village could log in here. Sasuke clicked to enter, and the next thing that met his eyes was a village. He recognized it. It was a scaled-down version of the Hidden Leaf Village. Closest to the screen was a pillar atop, which stood Naruto, pausing for a few seconds before striking some inexplicable pose. What an idiot. Sasuke muttered a retort and casually tapped the ninja feature. Upon entering, only Naruto's icon was lit. The rest were black, clearly locked. On the main page, most areas bore locks and were currently inaccessible. They probably needed to complete certain tasks to unlock them. Sasuke thought this way, yet he still felt irked. Why specifically Naruto? Was it because Naruto had won the PK match yesterday, and so this game revolved around him? Unable to do anything else, Sasuke tapped the dungeons, and once inside, he finally confirmed one thing. Damn it, it truly was a Naruto protagonist game. Uzumaki Naruto reporting for duty. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage glanced at the basic introduction about Naruto on the phone screen, and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This was the plot that appeared after entering the first stage of the dungeon. Not only that, but he would also have to control Naruto beating up the Leaf Ninja. After taking down the enemies with a Rasengan to clear the stage, the third chuckled to himself. I see. If it's Naruto's perspective, then those ninja who tried to stop his pranks would indeed deserve to be taken down. The third was about to continue playing when the office door was pushed open and Irika and Naruto entered. Third grandfather. Is everything on this screen really true? The Ninetales, the fourth Hokage, and me. Naruto dropped the silence he had maintained while Irika was dragging him and shouted outright, but as he spoke his voice gradually faded. Irika stood nearby, his expression complex. Both of them clearly wanted the old man to answer. The third took a puff of his pipe and said softly, "The fourth Hokage wished for you to become a hero to the village." Those single words made Naruto's heart tremble, though this was something Irika had long known. Back when Irika first became Naruto's teacher, the third had already discussed this with him. This visit to the office. Lord Third, Irika asked, so everything played in the ninja mobile game is actually true? Yes, but at this point there's no one who can stop it. The chaos will only continue. The third sighed heavily. While it was fine for Naruto to be the protagonist, the story unfolded from his perspective could easily expose certain secrets of the Hidden Leaf. One could only say there were pros and cons. Nevertheless, the third still believed the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. For no particular reason other than he simply felt the Hidden Leaf Village was better than all other ninja villages. Looks like I've arrived at an inconvenient moment given this strange atmosphere. Naruto was still sunk in melancholy, but someone's sudden entrance caught his attention. He turned around and saw a man wearing a face mask and covering one eye standing at the doorway. Without hesitation he snapped, "If it's not a good time, don't come in. And the weirdest thing is your hairstyle." As he was about to leave, the man grabbed his arm. "Hey, now isn't that no way to speak to your future teacher?" Kakashi smiled faintly. "Teacher?" Naruto froze. "That's right. Kakashi has been assigned as your team leader upon your graduation." The third explained. But I haven't even." "Enough. Let's go outside and talk. Don't barge in and disturb the Hokage so casually." Kakashi grabbed Naruto and, disregarding his resistance, left the Hokage's office directly. After they departed, Irika looked at the third, hesitated for a few seconds, and then summoned the courage to speak. "Hokage-sama, you said the fourth Hokage wanted the villagers to regard Naruto as a hero, but hasn't that expectation fallen through?" On the streets of Konoha, Naruto walked ahead with his arms crossed, fuming, while Kakashi trailed alongside. This had been his mood ever since leaving the Hokage's office. Learning about the Ninetales incident hardly made for cheerful company. Honestly, why do some people insist on doing things their own way? It's infuriating. They never care about anyone else's opinion. Naruto grumbled. "Perhaps because the fourth Hokage believed in you," Kakashi said calmly. "Then why me of all people?" "As I said, he believed in you. You were that man's purest emotional anchor." "Oof. You talk as if you actually knew the fourth Hokage. With that ridiculous hairstyle of yours." "Don't have such a big issue with my hairstyle." Kakashi smiled. He could see that while Naruto still wore an unpleasant expression, the initial fury had somewhat subsided. Perhaps it was a faint sense of happiness, knowing that the Hokage he admired most had trusted him back then amidst such dire circumstances more than a decade ago. Though his years had been filled with hardship, the fourth Hokage had indeed saved the villagers that night, and among them was baby Naruto. Teacher Kakashi." Naruto suddenly tugged at Kakashi's sleeve. "You knew the fourth Hokage. Have you ever heard about my parents?" "I was born that day, right?" Kakashi's expression faltered. After a moment of silence he replied, "They, like everyone else in the village, perished that night." Naruto nodded, his face betraying no emotion. The two walked on in silence, shoulder to shoulder, though Kakashi felt a slight headache forming. He had already been briefed by the third Hokage about taking charge of Naruto's team, but today's encounter had taken him somewhat off guard. Not even a proper introduction, just straight into this. Naruto suddenly turned his head and looked at a building nearby, a shop surrounded entirely by glass walls. Did this place used to be here? Is it newly opened? Naruto scratched his head. Kakashi followed his gaze. Just then a young man came into view. Through the shop's glass he smiled at them, his lips seeming to move slightly. Kakashi's expression turned peculiar. "What's with that guy? Is he talking to us?" Naruto glanced around and realized no one else was nearby. "He says come in for a one-on-one." Kakashi murmured. "What?" Naruto froze, then erupted in anger. "Damn it. Why does every shopkeeper have to pick on me, you bastard?" He stormed forward at a quick pace, and Kakashi hurried to follow. Naruto shoved the glass door open, and a cool breeze immediately ruffled his hair. So refreshing, he blurted instinctively. But what surprised him most was what came next. "Welcome." The man beamed with warmth. "Welcome." "Me, eh?" Naruto seemed uncomfortable, but quickly snapped back. "Wait a minute. Didn't you say you wanted to fight?" "Well, there haven't been any customers, so don't take it personally," the young boss replied with a grin that screamed cheeky. Naruto and Kakashi both wore expressions of utter speechlessness. A shop owner who provoked passers-by just to lure them inside. What a despicable tactic. Facing their dumbfounded stares, Cheng smiled and said, "Since you're already here, why not grab a coffee?" Was he really pivoting to sell coffee already? How seamless. Kakashi raised a hand to his forehead. "This boss has some nerve." Naruto muttered. "No need for formalities. Though I'd prefer you replace that last word with handsome. Come this way." "Well, thanks. Who said I wanted coffee?" Then how about a round of the game?" Cheng pulled out his phone and gave it a little shake. "If you win, your coffee's on me." "A ninja mobile game duel, huh?" Naruto's lips curled into a smirk. "Didn't you watch yesterday's tournament? The winner was me. That was without me participating. Looks like you still don't understand what true strength is, young man." "Ha ha ha. So confident, boss." "Naturally. What would you like to drink?" "I recommend the classic black espresso." "I'm telling you, stop trying to sell me coffee mid-conversation." Nevertheless, Naruto ordered coffee, and he and Kakashi found a window seat. The atmosphere here was genuinely pleasant. Just sitting for a while, even without ordering anything, felt worthwhile. Besides, the boss was one of the few in the village who held no ill will toward him, and was humorously engaging. He was happy to support his business. Even though Naruto had never tried coffee. "Naruto, are you sure about the black coffee the boss recommended?" Kakashi held the menu, a bead of sweat dripping down his forehead. "What's wrong?" Naruto fiddled with his phone. "Nothing. Boss, I'll just have a latte, please." "Thank you." Kakashi then took out his own phone. Though Naruto had decided to challenge Cheng, the battle arena feature wasn't unlocked yet, so they could only progress through the story mode, for Kakashi as well. While playing through the storyline, Kakashi subtly glanced at Naruto. This was undeniably a game told from Naruto's perspective, though other characters made appearances as well. Naruto failing graduation Mizuki, tempting him to steal the Forbidden Scroll, Naruto mastering the multi-shadow clone jutsu to pass Mizuki's appearance, and finally, the bell test of Team 7 with Kakashi. That was the complete storyline of the first chapter. Kakashi finished playing and grew thoughtful. The plot development seemed quite reasonable. Of course, there was no need to worry about Mizuki's schemes. They were progressing at a leisurely pace. Once the truth came to light, someone would inevitably handle it. Teacher Kakashi, you're despicable. Using the 1,000 years of death on me. Naruto suddenly exclaimed loudly. Someone who's supposed to be under evaluation but sneaks off to eat bento has no right to talk like that. And he fell for a trap. Kakashi retorted. TCH, come on, that really scared me. I thought I'd have to go back to the Ninja Academy. Haha, consider yourselves barely passing. The teacher and students sat together grinding through the story mode, while still exchanging idle banter. True enough, though they had only known each other briefly, in reality, walking through the game's storyline together had helped them grow familiar with one another. Chapter 2 is Country of Waves. Why can't I enter? Naruto tapped furiously at his screen. Stop poking. It's not like you can replace a broken screen, Cheng said, approaching with a cup of coffee. It's not unlocked yet, but the battle arena is open. Naruto opened the battle arena and confirmed. It was indeed available, divided into normal match and ranked modes. What's the difference? Kakashi asked. Normal mode is for practicing your skills. Ranked has several tiers. The stronger your ability, the higher tier you can reach, and the better the rewards. Cheng sat beside them. You seem to know this place well. Kakashi smiled. Just a little. Cheng chuckled. The ninja mobile game in this world differed slightly from the Naruto mobile game from Cheng's past life. Since the main storyline in Naruto only spanned a few short years, releasing ninjas in their original chronological order would have been far too slow. As a result, summons and secret scrolls were unlocked much earlier and faster. After completing the first chapter of the story mode, all 10 Leaf Genin were unlocked, except for Niji and Rock Lee. Add in the free time-limited summons and secret scrolls awarded upon unlocking the Colosseum, and there was more than enough to compete. Every feature works differently. Naruto had already started playing in the training ground, but he was troubled, nonetheless unsure of which summon was the strongest. He needed to experiment and find the perfect combination of secret scroll and summon. Then defeat the cafe owner. That was Naruto's thought. Meanwhile, Kakashi was surprised by summons like the giant clams and slug, but paid far more attention to the ninja features. I'm here, but I can't use you. Kakashi tapped Hatake Kakashi on the ninja screen, but it remained grayed out. I checked. This requires a purchase. Cheng opened the V privileges page on his phone. Kakashi glanced at it. The description stated that topping up 100 gold coins would upgrade the account to V14, allowing free recruitment of Hatake Kakashi. Pay to win. Kakashi froze for a moment. A device capable of simulating the future and reviving the dead actually had a microtransaction feature. It had to be said that the phone itself wielded divine power. For the moment the thought of topping up crossed Kakashi's mind, he already knew exactly how to do it. Under the watchful eyes of Cheng and Naruto, Kakashi pulled out 2 tails of silver from his robes. He held the banknotes above the phone screen, and within seconds an invisible vortex swallowed them whole, leaving not a trace. No, they hadn't disappeared. Kakashi stared at the 10,000 gold coins now added to his account, his mouth twitching as he was at a loss for words. Hatake Kakashi had been recruited, and the first-time bonus rewards were unlocked as well. Notably, there was Rock Lee on the first day, and the one-tailed Shikaku on the third day. This thing turned into a summon. Kakashi wore his usual expressionless face. By now nothing could ruffle him. Wait, Teacher Kakashi is an A-rank ninja. You're only a C rank, 2 ranks below, Naruto said enviously. Don't worry, the ninja profiles state that ranks only indicate acquisition difficulty. Cheng offered comfort on the surface, though inwardly he thought, yeah right. If that were true, it seemed like the ninja rankings roughly corresponded to the difficulty of learning jutsu in the ninja world. Then, who would explain substitution jutsu distance? Naruto, what's your game name? Let me add you as a friend, Cheng asked casually. Invincible Hokage King, Naruto replied. Cheng. Game nicknames were chosen by players upon entering the server, and duplicate names were not allowed across the entire ninja world. Slow fingers meant losing out. This rule existed because Cheng disliked duplicate names, but he never expected to encounter such a familiar, yet unbearable nickname. What can you do? It's fate. Sure, I doubt anyone in this whole ninja world could come up with something like that. Very unique, Cheng praised. Haha, right. Naruto smiled proudly, but his expression suddenly froze. Looking at the friend request that had just arrived, he stammered. Wind God, fire God, help me. Boss, that's you. MHM. Cheng nodded lightly. If only the people of this ninja world could understand, he would have definitely used the old shadow level bragging right then and there. Never mind, come on boss, let's add friends. Accept the duel invite. Alright then. Watching the pair's absurd nicknames, Kakashi could only facepalm internally. Couldn't they come up with something normal? Even if real name gaming wasn't required, at least pick something interesting. Kakashi glanced at the upper left corner of his phone screen where the name he'd struggled over for a long time sat proudly. Tate-Lin. So good looking. Battle start. Once control was handed over, Naruto grew extremely tense. Rather than attacking immediately, he retreated to the edge of the stage. Indeed, in his ninja selection, Naruto chose the same Team 7 lineup, sending himself out first. Outside the visible area, Sasuke approached with a bizarre alternating pace, moving step by step in an unsettling rhythm. Naruto's lip twitched as he watched. So the boss picked the exact same team as him and was also into pranks. What's wrong, Naruto? Aren't you going to attack me? Cheng smiled. Naruto didn't respond with words, he acted instead. A massive boulder plummeted from the sky, rumbling forward. It was the secret scroll rockfall. Naruto had stuck with that secret scroll, but with a flick of Cheng's finger, Sasuke jumped straight up, effortlessly dodging it. Naruto's eyes widened. Damn it. Hey Naruto, I said attack when I told you to, Cheng said as he maneuvered Sasuke right up to Naruto's face. Terrified, Naruto frantically activated a Rasengan on the spot, but Sasuke spun around and dodged again. So much pressure, bro. Wait, no. Did you just use your summon? Liar. Huh. Like it, Naruto. Hey, you've got no skills, no secret scrolls, no summons, and you sub in just to go all in. How pure. Oh my god, summon dog. Saving skills for burst damage, right? But you telegraphed it, bro. Here it comes, feeding you a fireball jutsu. Sub out to create space. Hey, did you really think I was spacing out? Basic attack intercept. You love my basic attack opener, huh? Love my vertical movement. 3 consecutive hits. Use 3 hits on a single ninja. Do you run a zoo? You're insane, kid. Round 1 end. Well, did I take down your ninja, or what? Naruto's hands trembled slightly, but he still played it cool. Alright, you want to play like that? Cheng was annoyed. Was it because he hadn't adapted to this world's climate yet? Otherwise, how could he possibly lose a round to such an opponent? Kakashi didn't rush to study the skills of his newly acquired Hatake Kakashi. Instead, he watched the match. He cast a glance at Cheng, whose face was full of intense concentration, as if he truly intended to go all out. Something about this didn't add up. What was with all the talking during a game? It was like a completely different person. Round 2 begin. Cheng shut his mouth, his expression growing as solemn as a dormitory newbie, taking over a BO3 after his teammates had fallen. For Naruto, the pressure was immense. He'd been tricked out of every skill, and every movement had left him dizzy. Heaven pity him. A newcomer who'd only touched a ninja mobile game for 2 days running into a veteran player. As everyone knew, Naruto players were the most beginner-friendly crowd in existence. Anyone they met would inevitably give them a proper lesson. The match is decided. Cheng let out a long breath, set down his phone, and wore an expression of pure bliss, as though he'd just enjoyed some excellent relaxation services. He had successfully used 6 paths Sakura to sweep all 3 of Naruto's ninjas, or rather to rack up a score of 3. Of course, a pat on the head was in order. You still need practice, Cheng said, patting Naruto on the head with concern before turning and humming as he walked away. Naruto's arms went limp, his phone dropping beside him as he slumped onto the table like a boneless heap. His eyes were vacant. In just a few short minutes, he'd suffered both mental and physical devastation. Kakashi couldn't bear to watch and turned his head away. Naruto sat dazed for a long while. Only when the coffee on the table had gone cold did he slowly utter a single phrase, like the suffocating embrace of a constricting python. The 7 ranks in the Ninja Mobile Games ranking tournament were as follows: Apprentice, 600 points Genin, 900 points Chunin, 1200 points Jonin, 1500 points Umbu, 1800 points Kage, 2100 points, and S-rank Kage, 2400 points. Each major rank was further divided into 3 sub-ranks. For instance, there would be Kage I, Kage 2, and Kage 3, after which one would advance to S-rank Kage. Unlike the lower ranks, S-rank Kage had no such subdivision, only cumulative ranking points starting from 2400 with no upper limit. The rewards for reaching each rank varied accordingly. The reward brackets were structured as follows. Apprentice 100 gold coins, Genin 100 gold coins, Ichunin 200 gold coins, Jonin 300 gold coins, Umbu 500 gold coins, and 10 coupons, Kage 100 gold coins, and 100 coupons, S-rank Kage 100 gold coins, and 200 coupons. These were awarded immediately upon first reaching the corresponding rank each season and were not reclaimed upon demotion. Gold coins could be purchased with real money, but coupons could only be obtained through various in-game activities. This was Cheng's deliberate design, to prevent paying players from running rampant. Yes, wealth could give players an edge in certain areas, but coupons could only be earned through true strength, making them far more precious than gold coins. Beyond the reward system, there were other differences from the original Naruto mobile game, as the lowest rank apprentice prevented players from dropping to a lower major tier. But starting from Jin and onward defeats would deduct points, and falling below the threshold meant demotion. In other words, under normal circumstances a player could only reach the rank that matched their true strength. Insufficient capability meant an inability to advance. The season cycle had been adjusted to 2 months, and the first season had begun on the very day the game launched. Some matters did not need to be stated explicitly, players would discover them on their own. Already quite a number had embarked on their ranking tournament journey. After completing the main instances, players needed something to occupy their time, so activities such as secret realms and squad battles drew participants. However, few were paying close attention to combat power at present. Although it was merely the first day, the players' enthusiasm was remarkably strong. This could largely be attributed to Cheng's promotional efforts the previous day, for even the finest wine cannot hide itself in a deep alley. The ninja mobile game was merely the tip of the iceberg. Though many remained bewildered, the leaders of each ninja village simultaneously issued orders for their village ninjas to familiarize themselves with this game. Perhaps one day they would be randomly selected again, just like yesterday, to battle in a PK match. If their strength proved insufficient, they could only watch helplessly as their opponent claimed the rewards. In terms of available ninjas, apart from the Konoha 10, only Nijigara and Kakashi were obtainable through V privileges, along with Rock Lee from the first deposit bonus. But it was only the first day. Tomorrow Cheng would release a batch of new ninjas in large quantities. Simply put, look forward to it. Look forward to it, huh? Within a dimly lit laboratory of the Sound Village, Orochimaru held the phone, a look of keen interest curved upon his lips. He was quite fascinated by the existence of this phone, yet alas, he could neither dissect it nor destroy it. But rather than dampening his curiosity, this only heightened it. It is said that the unknown breeds fear, but to Orochimaru the unknown represented infinite possibility. After completing the first chapter of the story mode, Orochimaru gained a brief understanding of this generation's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Precisely because of this, he realized that the narrative following Naruto's perspective was not merely due to Naruto's victory in yesterday's PK match. Although many people still believed exactly that. Judging from the fact that the game's icon was Naruto, it was evident that deeper causal threads lay beneath the surface. Orochimaru had taken an interest in that blonde-haired lad, and naturally his interest extended to Sasuke as well. However, he now hesitated whether to continue executing the original plan to launch the Konoha destruction mission. At that moment, a figure walked in. Lord Orochimaru, all phones have been distributed. Every ninja in the Sound Village has successfully logged in. Good. Have them compete in the ranking tournament, and inform them that the higher their rank, the greater power I shall bestow upon them. Yes. There is no rush. But more importantly, how is your body faring, Kimimaro? Thank you for your concern, Lord Orochimaru. Gazing at Kimamaro's somewhat pallid, yet earnest face, Orochimaru offered a casual smile, one that carried an undercurrent of regret. What a fine specimen wasted. After waving Kimimaro away, Orochimaru returned to examining the ninja mobile game. Unlike others, he was still conducting thorough research, studying every aspect of the game. However, with virtually no game events active at this moment, his options were limited to the most basic functions. Only after reviewing all the ninja's secret scrolls and summons did Orochimaru open the duel arena. He bypassed the matchmaking option entirely and entered the ranking tournament directly. The ranking tournament featured daily missions and weekly victory rewards, which yielded a modest amount of gold coins. What truly surprised Orochimaru, however, was the substantial reward gap between different ranks. Those were merely the rewards for reaching a specific rank. The seasonal ranking rewards, settled once every 2 months, were far more generous. Apprentice 100 gold coins 10 coupons, Genin 0 gold coins 50 coupons, Chunin 0 gold coins 100 coupons, Jonin 0 gold coins 300 coupons, Umbu 5 gold coins 500 coupons, Kage 0 gold coins 100 coupons, S-rank Kage 200 gold coins 200 coupons. If a player's final rank at season settlement is S-rank Kage with 2400 or more points, the rewards would be upgraded. S-rank Kage 2500 points bonus 100 coupons, S-rank Kage 2600 points bonus 200 coupons, S-rank Kage 270 points bonus 400 coupons, S-rank Kage 280 points bonus 800 coupons, S-rank Kage 290 points bonus 160 coupons, S-rank Kage 300 points bonus 320 coupons. Orochimaru was visibly impressed, though he did not yet know what gold coins and coupons could be used for. Yet there was still a higher echelon. Regardless of division ranking points, the top 100 players on each server at season's end would receive exclusive ranking rewards. Top 100 S-rank Kage privilege services, top 50, limited summon panda, top 20, 30 universal ninja shards, top 10, random ultimate legendary ninja tool, 3rd place, priority selection right in the tournament, 2nd place, priority choice right in the tournament, 1st place, automatic advancement to the winner's bracket. The season began today and would conclude in 2 months. What would transpire during this period no one could predict. Yet there was one matter upon which all agreed: the first season, the season of the living world. The battle would commence in earnest. War begins now. Why call it the season of the living? Asked Orochimaru, confusion evident in his tone. Yet no one could answer him, for there was truly no one around. Even if there were someone, those underlings certainly would not have dared to interrupt. The season of the living hung like a grand banner prominently displayed whenever one entered ranked match mode, as though desperate to ensure every player would notice it. Orochimaru and all the people of the ninja world could not fathom what this meant, though perhaps they would come to understand in time. Why call it the season of the living? Because after this, everything would turn into the underworld. In truth, this was but Cheng's dark humor. As for the truly hellish nature, the Naruto mobile game at launch was far more wretched than what followed. At that time, the game's positioning was an outright pay-to-win title, a reputation it still struggled to shed to this very day. The battle designers of those days crafted ninjas squarely from the perspective that spending money equated to power. No pity system for high-tier recruitment, players bleeding themselves dry trying to win weekly matches, sparse resource acquisition ninja with absurdly overpowered strength, and an extreme polarization between rich and poor players. Money truly could sweep through the dueling arena. How different it became afterward. Though dozens of T0 class ninjas appeared, which sounded unbearable, it was somewhat of an indirect balance. After all, kings rotate their thrones, but legends endure eternally. Orochimaru naturally intended to play a ranked match, but just as he was about to start, something seemed to strike him. His finger trembled, and he stopped abruptly. He directly exited the game and read. Do not misunderstand, the game had not been updated. Orochimaru simply wished to see the server one more time. As I suspected. Looking at land of rice fields, Sound Village, Orochimaru extended his long tongue to wash his face. His guess was correct. The region where the ninja world was located determined which server one logged into. But there was a significant problem with this. Humans are social creatures, so ranked matches in areas with many people would naturally be harder to play. Conversely, in places with few people, especially Sound Village, which Orochimaru had established himself, he was nothing short of a local tyrant. But this meant. Orochimaru grinned with an evil smile. Who would have thought? Still, this counts as victory through skill. Tap start. Match completed in 1 second. Since the rank was apprentice, there were no banned ninjas, and the screen immediately jumped to the ninja selection page. Orochimaru did not even look and casually selected 3 ninjas along with matching summons and secret scrolls. After entering battle, both sides could see each other's ninjas and secret scrolls, while summons remained hidden. Of course, this included player nicknames as well. Orochimaru vs. Daidadizak. First round battle began. Orochimaru placed his phone on the table, removed both hands, and quietly watched the screen. The opponent swayed left and right a few times at the start as though maneuvering, but then suddenly stopped moving. The game screen began to lag. A few seconds later, a message appeared. Opponent has left the game. Watching the victorious match and the increased ranked points, Orochimaru's smile broadened. Continue matching. Keep going. Opponent has left the game. 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 At this moment, no one in the entire ninja world was climbing ranks faster than Orochimaru, who in Sound Village did not recognize Orochimaru. Moreover, he was clever enough to use his own name as his nickname, essentially revealing his true identity online. Even if there was a chance the player was not truly Orochimaru himself, not a single player in this server would dare to gamble on it. Orochimaru was their savior. Thus, on a winning streak, Orochimaru quickly left the apprentice rank, barely escaping the rookie tier. But during Genin rank 2, an accident occurred. It was the first opponent who did not quit. Thud, the sound of a fist hitting a face. Orochimaru frowned, watching his opponent pummeling him in the duel arena, and sighed with regret at the name displayed above the opponent's avatar, Wushin Orochimaru. I am pleased that you worship me so deeply in this game, but I do not appreciate your actions. Next life, remember to grow eyes. Regarding the bug that limited ranked matchmaking to players within the same server, quite a few sharp-minded individuals had already realized it. But awareness was one thing, whether one could exploit it was another matter entirely. First, the great ninja villages would certainly not do this. After all, they had vast territories and large populations within the same village. Why should they yield to each other? Of course, if one encountered the village leader, that was a different matter altogether. After all, everyone desires to advance. However, such a loophole actually exists. I find it hard to believe. Obito seemed both reflective and surprised. He had just received intelligence from Zetsu. The members of Akatsuki had all been assigned to the Rain Village server. This was within expectations. What was worth noting, however, was that a tactic known as intentional surrender could be employed here. This matter actually originated from Conan. With pain remaining unseen, Conan was the undisputed spokesperson of God in the hearts of the villagers, and equally an angel. If they happened to encounter each other, what harm was there in handing over a match? Atop the highest tower of Rain Village, Conan gazed at her phone, watching yet another opponent forming the seal of reconciliation. Hesitation flickered across her face. Honestly, she disliked this behavior and did not believe the villagers needed to yield to her. But Pain showed a remarkably calm demeanor. Regardless of what one thinks internally, whether out of worship or fear, humans instinctively choose the action most beneficial to themselves. Conan, this is reality. I understand, Pain. Conan nodded and swiftly defeated her opponent. What? You ask why that person did not simply quit? Child, there is always a next match for ranking points after all. Indeed, this was simply human nature. Just as human children would say what adults wish to hear, thereby earning greater affection. This was not a matter of right or wrong, but merely personal choice. The point worth pondering, however, was why a mysterious ninja mobile game would possess such an obvious loophole. In Gu Cheng's previous life, this was called collusive ranking. Players at high ranks were all familiar with one another. If someone wished to climb the rankings, they would typically extend courtesy and throw matches. It was said that some people colluded their way to a staggering Super Shadow rank with over 6,000 points. In the ninja world, Gu Cheng deliberately divided servers by region precisely because he was unafraid of collusive ranking. Within your own server, no matter how powerful you were, it was all illusory. When actual matches arrived, false strength could never be concealed. Of course, ranked rewards would still be claimed since collusive ranking was also a form of skill with no reason to prohibit it. Gu Cheng firmly believed that games need not be micromanaged nor overly restricted. This was also the reason the ninja mobile game lacked extensive new player guidance. Some things, when the time comes, one will naturally understand. In the root division of Konoha, a group of ninja gathered. Unlike any usual day, they each held a mobile phone, silently manipulating them. At the forefront of the crowd, Danzo sat with his cane set aside, also holding a mobile phone, engaged in fierce battle within the duel arena. Round 1 commence. Bang! Raikiri. A mass of white light surrounded Kishimoto Kakashi, and at the very instant the countdown ended, he transformed into a streak of lightning charging straight through. With a barrage of damage numbers flying out, Danzo's Kishimoto Kakashi was countered right from the start. Indeed, they were using the same ninja. After all, Kishimoto Kakashi was currently the only A-rank ninja in the game, so of course Danzo had paid to obtain him. Bang! Danzo instantly substituted out. The opponent's skill had just expired, and he immediately attempted a basic attack to catch them off guard. For some reason, after watching that PK between Sasuke and Naruto yesterday, Danzo had fallen in love with the feeling of initiating with basic attacks. It was thrilling, full of mastery. However, something unexpected occurred. Danzo's Kakashi struck the opponent and dealt damage, but the opponent did not enter a hit-stun state. The opponent's Kakashi crouched and summoned a ninja dog, countering Danzo once again. Huh. Danzo frowned, sensing something was wrong. Why was your Kakashi so much stronger? How could it tank hits like that? Once his substitution was ready, Danzo immediately created distance and dared not attack again, completely failing to notice that the white glow on the opponent had long since faded. Danzo weighed his options. If basic attacks wouldn't work, surely skills would. He maintained a straight line, commanding Kishimoto Kakashi to use his first skill, intending to send the dog to bite the opponent. But the moment Kishimoto Kakashi crouched, he immediately entered a hit-stun state. A seashell materialized out of nowhere and smashed into Kishimoto Kakashi's face, followed by an explosion that sent him flying. So fast, Danzo was stunned. He had seen the opponent's movement, but because his controlled ninja was stuck in the skill's wind-up, he couldn't avoid it in time. He thought to himself, as expected of the second Mizukage summons. Among all summoned beasts, the offensive range and damage speed of the shells were second to none. Unfortunately, his dream Baku hadn't been unlocked yet. Danzo remained calm. Although his health had dropped significantly, he still had resources to work with. But when he substituted out again and sent his summon to pursue the opponent, he saw the opponent charge straight through the summon's damage to punch his face. That already gloomy expression grew even darker. Health dropped to execution range, and the opponent activated their ultimate. On the screen, a line of text appeared above the opponent's Kishimoto Kakashi. Lightning release, lightning prison technique. Kishimoto Kakashi summoned vast sheets of lightning for sustained attacks, then dashed to the skies before delivering a devastating, tearing Raikiri from above. The next moment, the light dimmed, and a photo-quality scene flashed onto the screen. As a ninja, there are many things I must protect. It was a group photo of Team 7's 4 members. Danzo watched as his Kishimoto Kakashi lay defeated, while the opponent's Kishimoto Kakashi stood beside the fallen body. Uft, uft, uft. A cute emoji appeared beneath the opponent's avatar, a small hand gently patting a white fluffy creature. Then both of Danzo's ninjas fell as expected. He had been swept clean in one match. Apprentice second rank, 716 points. Danzo put down his phone and scanned the area ahead. Seeing that all the root ninja were earnestly playing their games, he finally let out a long breath of relief. This group answered completely to him. Even if they received rewards and handed them over to him, there would not be a single word of complaint. That was why Danzo had gathered them to play games together, to improve together. The ultimate goal was to benefit himself. Suddenly Danzo noticed two root ninja leaning their heads together, apparently whispering. He felt displeased. If there is anything noteworthy, record it and report. The two ninja were startled and immediately knelt. Forgive us, Danzo-sama. I just often encounter opponents who use emotes, so Exactly. Please forgive my transgression. Using emotes. Danzo thought of something and asked, that head-patting emote. Not just that one. My previous opponent was quiet when at a disadvantage, but the moment they gained the upper hand they started laughing and crying and ended by patting their head after exiting the match. The root ninja spoke gravely. Do you know what that means, I asked others. Another root ninja said thoughtfully. It seems patting the head is meant to comfort the opponent. Comfort. Danzo froze, then rage surged through him instantly. Comfort me. Who does he think I am? I am the head of the root, guarding the shadows of Konoha directly under the protection of the second Hokage, Shirakumo Danzo. Danzo furiously opened the match report where records of ranked duels were stored. All players were from the Konoha server, yet someone dared to mock him. Truly ignorant of their own fate. At the top of the recent match history, the opponent's team composition and game nickname were displayed. Danzo examined it closely and suddenly realized something, muttering under his breath. I see now. No wonder. No wonder at all. At a certain training ground in Konoha, the four members of Team 3 huddled together happily playing their game. As times changed, so did Ninja. As a taijutsu-focused squad, they were breaking tradition today by replacing their training regimen with ranked matches. Right now, Lee had just secured a victory employing a tactic taught by Master Guy. Master Guy, I won again. Ha ha ha. Lee, as I predicted. Open with invincibility frames into Raikiri, counter with a summon, then tank their summon with invincibility and finish with your ultimate. Yes. Amazing, Master Guy. You are truly a gaming genius. Ahem, I suppose I'm about on par with Kakashi then. After this brief exchange between master and disciple, they immediately launched into their next ranked match. Open with invincibility frames into Raikiri. Little Lee muttered under his breath, his fingers flying across the screen. Temari and Niji could only facepalm. On Little Lee's screen, Kishimoto Kakashi slammed Raikiri directly into the opponent's face. The opponent substituted but couldn't break through Lee's invincibility frames. As the frames were about to expire, Lee decisively used his summon for a counterattack, combining skills to dump damage. But in the next exchange, Lee was half a beat too slow and got caught by the opponent's summon. Panicking, Lee shouted, Master Guy, save me. Don't worry, Lee. Although you didn't activate your secret scroll, you still have 2 summons available. For victory, use them against the opponent. Lee. Guy gave a thumbs up. Yes, Master Guy. Little Lee said with a serious expression. In the end, through Lee's disciplined approach, refusing to greedily overextend, he successfully won the duel and didn't forget to end with a head pat. While the youthful master and disciple were sweeping through the duel arena, the root cause of all this was simply their good fortune. Their luck had dropped that secret scroll. The true underlying logic of the duel arena forbidden technique in healing jutsu annihilation. Lost again. In the Ninja Academy classroom, Ino watched her long-awaited victory point vanish like smoke, and heartbroken, she slammed her fists repeatedly against the desk. Losing points wouldn't drop your rank, but winning once and losing once was equivalent to playing nothing at all. Before she knew it, Ino was still stuck at novice rank 1. Ino turned her head toward the window and saw Sasuke, playing his game with extreme seriousness, his fair and strikingly handsome features gleaming in the sunlight. That divine visage was nothing like yours, dear readers. What if she went to ask Sasuke for coaching? Ino was secretly thrilled with her brilliant idea. It would let her approach Sasuke reasonably while also improving her skills. Sasuke's talent was truly formidable. He had only practiced for 10 minutes yesterday and was already at that level. Who knew what rank he had reached by now? Sasuke-kun. Ino had barely approached him when someone else grabbed her. Caught off guard by the sudden force, she stumbled violently, and if not for her slender waist, she would have fallen backward onto the floor. Who else would it be but her closest friend? Ino, don't just go bother Sasuke. Sakura stared at Ino, her face filled with suspicion. Don't talk as though Sasuke-kun belongs to you. What's wrong with asking about the ninja mobile game? Or are you saying your broad forehead is blocking my path? Ino sneered. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking, Ino pig. I won't let you past. Humph, your seat isn't there either, is it? You're also sneaking around Sasuke, aren't you? Stop that. You want to learn technique? Then why not come to me? You? Oof. Ino's laughter died in her throat as she saw the phone screen Sakura held up before her. The novice rank 2 displayed on it was glaringly obvious. Sakura smiled triumphantly. If I'm not mistaken, you're still at novice rank 1, right? Someone who hasn't changed ranks since the server opened. Teaching you would be a real challenge for Sasuke-kun. Damn it. Ino ground her teeth in frustration. Though Sasuke always ranked first in ninja performance, that was overall ranking. In academics, Sakura was an unshakable top student. Ino knew this well, but she never expected this girl to be even more familiar with the ninja mobile game than she was. Could a broad forehead really boost intelligence? Teacher Irika. Ino looked at the classroom door and spoke suddenly. Teacher Iriko is back. Where's Naruto? Sakura turned instinctively, but the doorway was empty. By the time she turned back around, Ino had already disappeared. Sakura quickly spun around only to see a sight that made the veins on her forehead bulge. Sasuke-kun, please teach me, I'm kind of clumsy and can't figure it out. Ino was leaning all over Sasuke, her voice soft and sweet, clearly acting coquettish. Ino pig. Sakura roared in anger and charged over to pull Ino away, but Ino naturally fought back. As the two struggled, they completely failed to notice Sasuke's expression beside them. Sasuke was speechless, wondering what was going on. Playing around right in front of him. Didn't they care about his rank climb at all? Women were truly troublesome. However, this might have been because last night, when his mother asked Sasuke if he had any girl he liked, he had hesitated and couldn't answer. After all, his mind was filled with hatred. How could he have room for such thoughts? Besides, his view on girls was simply indifference. It wasn't tsundere, it was genuine. Sasuke roughly understood what those girls in class were thinking, but he simply didn't care. Back then, Mikoto had said nothing, merely patted Sasuke's shoulder and told him that if he ever found someone interesting, he should never forget to shoulder the revival of the Uchiha clan. Thinking of this, Sasuke got a headache. Hey, you two. Sajuji. A shout from the doorway interrupted Sasuke. Everyone in the classroom turned to look and saw Naruto waving with their team leader Kakashi beside him. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. Though he didn't know when those two had become acquainted, Naruto's intention was obvious. Ino Pig Team 7 has something to discuss. Do you want to sit in? Sakura took the opportunity to push her advantage. Ino was furious. At this moment, Sasuke stood up, pushed Ino aside, who was blocking his seat, and walked out of the classroom without looking back. Sasuke-kun, wait for me. Sakura hurried after him, not forgetting to shoot Ino a victorious glance. Watching the four figures disappear from sight, Ino opened her mouth, then finally sighed helplessly. Why do you have to be the one with the broad forehead? Why can't they put me and Sasuke-kun in the same class? The teacher really has no eye for this. We're still here. Nearby, Shikamaru, who had witnessed everything, chimed in. Oh well, it doesn't matter. We're all classmates anyway. Choji smiled kindly. Ino shot these two a glare, feeling even worse. One was listless and lazy like a retired man in his 70s or 80s. The other was so chubby that he deserved the pig title more than she did. Why couldn't the Ino Shikacho trio have even one stunning guy? Ino transformed her grief into motivation, found a random seat, and prepared to continue her rank-climbing journey. But what she didn't know was that although Team 10 had no heartthrobs, they had a gaming god. Yes, it's you. Huh. Shikamaru, when did you rank up to Genin? Kiba suddenly exclaimed. You explain first. When did you get over here? Shikamaru's eyes went dead, especially as he felt all the attention in the classroom fall upon him, filled with surprise, suspicion, and envy. At this moment, Shikamaru wanted to just leave like Team 7 had. Genin. Ino bounced in place, then hopped onto Shikamaru's desk like a mad pig. She snatched Shikamaru's phone and saw Genin 904 points right there. Opening the battle report, every single match showed a complete victory. How did you do this? Ino asked, utterly shocked. Just think a little more while playing. Remember your opponent's substitution timing, skill cooldowns, secret scroll, timing, summoning, jutsu timing. Memorize all of that. Shikamaru said calmly. Ino. Classmates. Choji ha, as expected of Shikamaru. That's true, but that alone isn't enough to reach higher ranks. If you want to know why. A man wrapped up tightly in sunglasses suddenly spoke up, his voice steady and unhurried. Understanding your opponent's combat habits through back-and-forth matches is also the key to victory. That makes sense. Those present had an epiphany. This seemed more reliable than memorizing all skill cooldowns. What? Our class still has quite a few geniuses, a certain student smiled. Shikamaru, and his voice gradually faded until it was inaudible. Seeing this, everyone else facepalmed together. Hey, if you can't even remember the names of your classmates you've studied with for years, you're the real genius. What? You're asking if we know? Ugh, well. Seeing the atmosphere suddenly go cold, Shino pushed up his sunglasses, unable to read the expression behind his lenses. As expected, it's still like this. Ding dong. The announcement is now live. At this moment, across the great Shinobi world, whether you're climbing the ranks or playing other game modes, all players suddenly received a message, an announcement that popped up directly. Without even opening it, they knew it was meant to preview some game update content. As for why it only just went live, though a bit late, we might as well release it together with the important updates. Mutian Internet Cafe in Konoha, Cheng muttered to himself. For controlling the game, he only needed to do it in his mind, but like other players, he still opened the announcement page. Update notice: high-tier recruitment has begun. The first senior A-rank ninja will officially launch tomorrow. We look forward to your anticipation. Channel activation. Players in this server can communicate via the server channel, while all Shinobi World players can use the full server channel. This update is straightforward, featuring the new high-tier recruitment system and chat channels. Yet to the players, this proved incredibly novel, as it marked the very first update for the Shinobi mobile game. Below the initial announcement was an attached image seemingly showcasing the first high-tier A-rank ninja. A vague silhouette of a person was barely visible, though obscured by black covering and difficult to make out clearly. Yet around the figure's body, a deep green glow radiated with large characters written above. Mysterious Ninja, the proud azure beast of Konoha, about to make his debut. It's Guy. So it's Guy. As expected, it has to be Guy. That color is way too conspicuous. Where's the mystery? Immediately a wave of complaints echoed throughout Konoha village. Hey, don't talk about mystery. They can see that green bodysuit right through the shadow. You know that guy Kakashi? On top of the Hokage rock, the 4 members of Team 7 were all watching the announcement, with Sasuke being the one to ask directly. Yeah, Kakashi replied with a simple smile, meeting the gaze of his 3 students. Konoha's famous Jonin, his strength surpasses even mine. Stronger than Kakashi? Sasuke was deeply shaken inside, his eyes growing profound. After leaving the classroom, Team 7 still engaged in a sparring match, though Kakashi no longer intimidated them. It could be considered practice. After the match, Naruto suggested they find somewhere to play games, so they came here. Having experienced Kakashi's strength firsthand, Sasuke understood just how formidable he was. After all, Kakashi was the sole A-rank ninja in the Shinobi mobile game. Now there would be 2. No wonder Kakashi could only be obtained by spending money, yet that guy made such a grand scene. Sasuke tightened his grip on the phone. Hearing this, Kakashi's expression turned lifeless, saying that makes me look bad. So what if it costs money? It's not cheap. So they still haven't said how to obtain him. Naruto scratched his head. I'm getting a bit excited about this. You don't understand, Naruto. This is called promotion. Building hype before the release, Sakura explained, holding up her finger. Alright. Naruto looked down at his phone. Let me check what the other feature is. The channel was located at the bottom left of the phone. When he opened it, he saw message after message scrolling upward. As expected, the full server channel connecting all players was much more crowded than the server-specific one, and they were already chatting away. Full server channel youth, forever wrong. In this game, the best way is to use Naruto as my lifelong rival. Who sent me? Name of youth, that's right. My guy Kakashi is the only A-rank ninja in the game, and you need money to play. Teacher Guy topped up 1 for me. Darkness of Konoha. Tintin plays weapons. Speaking of which, it's pretty strange that this Shinobi mobile game requires topping up, right? Coronation of the God of Wealth. On this point, I have to agree. Games should be able to make money. Jack in the Box, Sama, damn it. Why are they all Konoha ninjas? Lord Evil God, please bring down your retribution upon them quickly. Rakage, where did this madman come from? Will of Stone, that troublemaker's temper is still as bad as ever, but our Stone Village ninjas are actually superior to those of Konoha. What value is there? How are you questioning that mysterious with such a Kage-sama? Will of Stone, don't speak carelessly, young Kazekage. Marriageable age, oh my, this is lively. I didn't expect several big shots to show up. Hiro Jiraiya, you haven't been betrothed yet. Then I simply cannot bear it. Let me take this burden. Byakugō killer Lord Jiraiya, please conduct yourself with dignity. Your age could already be that of Lady Teruteru's father. Hyuga Himawari. Nonsense. Hiro Jiraiya, father and daughter, huh? Heh. Ding, Hiro Jiraiya has been muted. Everyone. Orochimaru Jiraiya, after all these years you really are still an idiot, aren't you? God of gamblers, who would have thought the legendary Sannin would reunite in a place like this? Heh. Art is explosion. Hey. Have you had enough of this nonsense? Why isn't Akatsuki in the Shinobi mobile game? Eternal Art Kid, that question was already asked by Fong, and besides, you just revealed Akatsuki. False world, he pure misane to be a. Rakage, is this the level of Konoha's young ninjas nowadays? Truly unfit for any significant purpose. Inheritor of the Fire, well, ha. We're deeply grateful for how you've taken care of our village's younger generation. Hello everyone, I am Cheng, the host of this ninja intelligence meeting. The mysterious light screen appeared before all their eyes, hanging high in the sky, as it had the day before, yet the scene was vastly different. It was an indoor space meticulously arranged with ninja-themed decorations. A handsome young man stood within, offering a warm smile as he freely delivered his introduction. On either side of him stood 2 individuals of similar appearance who seemed somewhat nervous. The coffee shop owner. Naruto was utterly astonished at the familiar face on the screen, his mouth agape. But then something occurred to him, his expression turning ashen green. He covered his mouth, clearly battling the urge to vomit. Kakashi looked at Naruto with amusement. Was the effect of that coffee still lingering? The original, intensely bitter black coffee, rich and uncompromising. Kakashi then turned his gaze toward Cheng, whose composure seemed utterly natural. His eyes shifted slightly. He had to admit that man was indeed no ordinary person. Whether it was his familiarity with the ninja mobile game, his selection as host of this intelligence meeting, or even his coffee-making prowess. But compared to that, honestly, does a high-ranking ninja even command this level of prestige? Kakashi said with a touch of exasperation. They actually brought the real person here. Just minutes after the ninja world received word of the intelligence meeting, the light screen materialized. Everyone naturally directed their attention toward it, even though most had no clear idea of what was to come. Inside the screen, Cheng gestured toward them. The man in the green tight suit with a watermelon-shaped, shaved head hesitated. I am a guest at this intelligence meeting, the proud blue beast of Konoha Mato Guy. He might have felt a twinge of nervousness at first, especially with such a massive screen displaying him head-on. But as he continued his introduction, his confidence suddenly surged back. After finishing, he couldn't resist flashing his signature thumbs-up gesture, revealing those brilliantly white teeth. Witnessing this, Lee beside him felt deep admiration. After all, the entire ninja world was watching them right now. How was he supposed to find the words to speak? But when Guy shot Lee a reassuring look, Lee instantly straightened up. No way could he back down now. I am Rock Lee. I'm also a guest here just like Master Guy. I want to prove that even without ninjutsu or jinjutsu, by relying solely on taijutsu, one day I will become a powerful ninja. Lee shouted. You will achieve it, Lee. Guy said with great warmth. Yes, Master Guy. Lee. Master Guy. Lee. The eccentric master and disciple embraced each other tightly right there, moved to tears, 2 rivers of noodle-like sobs rolling down their faces. Click, click, the entire ninja world turned to stone at the sight. Cheng on sight, however, remained composed and simply smiled. Well then, please take your seats. The 3 sat upon the sofa, signaling that the intelligence meeting had officially begun. The first segment of the ninja intelligence meeting is to introduce the first high-recruitment A-rank ninja from the mobile game. Will you do it, Master Guy? Cheng looked toward Guy. Of course. I would never decline, Guy said with complete earnestness, then produced a smartphone. The camera intelligently shifted from its original position to display the screen of Guy's phone. Thus everyone could see a ninja exactly like Guy standing in the training ground. Guy took a deep breath. He had only just learned he needed to appear here to introduce the new ninja. He had been worried he would not handle this while never expecting that the ninja would be none other than himself. Ahem, let us begin with the first skill. Guy pressed the button for the first skill. Mato Guy spun close to the ground, then rose to deliver 2 kicks. Observing this, many viewers wore confused expressions. It looked rather simple, hardly any different from other ninja. Then Mato Guy's second skill was even simpler, just a flying forward kick. Let us look at the ultimate move last. After Guy finished speaking, several large characters appeared on the screen. Morning Peacock. Mato Guy soared high into the air, rapidly hurling punches toward the front and below. His fists rubbed against the air at tremendous speed, igniting flames. Each strike seemed to launch a fireball densely packed like a peacock unfurling its tail. The sequence concluded with a colossal fireball. Watching this, quite a few people thought it was decent. At least this ultimate move was more splendid than existing ninja techniques, but overall it still felt somewhat ordinary. But Guy paid no mind to others' opinions. When he watched himself personally controlling Mato Guy to execute the Morning Peacock, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. This feeling was quite pleasant, peculiar and novel. Well, this ninja is basically done here for now. Seeing Guy say this, Lee beside him grew flustered. He secretly glanced at the camera, found it was not filming their direction, and quickly tugged at Guy's sleeve. Guy turned to look at Lee, but Lee could not speak aloud, so he could only hope Master Guy could read his lip movements. There was still normal attack. Guy froze for a moment, then immediately broke into a cold sweat. Damn it. He had completely forgotten that detail. Ahem, let me demonstrate the normal attack again. 1A2, A3, A4, A5A. While the normal attack lived up to its name, it was merely 3 punches, a kick, and 1 final punch. But Guy paid it no mind. He simply breathed a sigh of relief, thinking this should be fine now, right? It seems Master Guy has finished demonstrating. Could you explain this ninja's battle strategy? Cheng prompted. No problem. Guy grinned widely. When it came to this, he was certainly wide awake. He tapped the switch directly, bringing up the secret scroll and equipping invincibility. After placing Hatake Kakashi on the opposing side, he began his explanation. The ninja mobile game is essentially a resource exchange game. Oh, hearing this, Cheng raised an eyebrow. It seemed he had chosen the right person. Guy did possess game understanding after all. But then Cheng fell silent. If the battle begins now, we must use the secret scroll at maximum speed. Then charge straight at the opponent's face and use the second skill. After securing the opening, use the first skill as well. Pay attention. Never casually unleash the ultimate. Once the opponent substitutes, we immediately summon the toad. Wait, Master Guy, I have a question. Lee raised his hand, his expression earnest. What if the opponent also summons a ninja creature? Excellent question. Through my testing, the toad has the longest duration among all summons. Guy said with absolute confidence. What? Do you mean to say? Exactly. The toad can outlast every other summon. And do not forget, you still have substitution jutsu at your disposal. I see. This tactic is truly remarkable. It accounts for both the opening and the counter. As expected of Master Guy. This is the spirit of combat. The youthful master and disciple both burst into happy laughter. Cheng, seated beside them, could no longer bring himself to smile. He secretly pressed a hand to his forehead and sighed inwardly. It was over, starting with the combination of invincibility and skill. How many button mashers would the ninja world produce because of this? That concludes the basic introduction to the ninja. There will be more gameplay to explore after tomorrow's launch. Hearing Cheng say this, Kai finally relaxed. He wasn't sure how his demonstration had gone, but regardless, it was coming to an end. Unexpectedly, however, Cheng changed his tune. Teacher Kai, could you trouble yourself to give another live combat demonstration? Live combat? Against whom? Kai was taken aback. Even so, his eyes instinctively glanced at Xiaoli sitting beside him. Surely not against the host, right? As if he knew what Kai was thinking, Cheng smiled. Or we could randomly select one player from those watching this intel meeting. The moment these words were spoken, everyone perked up. Who would have thought watching a ninja intel meeting would include this kind of segment? Pick me, pick me, pick me. For a moment, the channel was flooded with players volunteering themselves. Being selected to show off in front of everyone and showcasing one's skills was just for fun. Of course, what attracted them most was naturally the rewards. Although Cheng hadn't mentioned any prizes this time. Wait. Host sir. Teacher Kai. Xiaoli suddenly spoke, his face full of seriousness. Please allow me to take on this task. Very well. Cheng agreed directly. Kai secretly gave Xiaoli a thumbs up outside the camera frame, though it was still captured on camera. Xiaoli picked up his phone and sighed with relief inwardly. It had been difficult to come along with Teacher Kai, and how could he possibly miss something like this? However, Xiaoli clearly hadn't expected that his presence had been intended for this from the very beginning. Otherwise, they would simply have invited Kai over. While both parties were entering the game to select their characters, Cheng prepared to distribute benefits. Players, starting now, your comments will appear as bullet comments on the big screen. We will select 3 people to receive the Mado Guy complete card set. The moment Cheng finished speaking, the screen in front was immediately covered with a dense wall of bullet comments. It seemed that when it came to lottery draws, people from all worlds were equally enthusiastic. Really, are there that many people? Xiaoli couldn't help but swallow, feeling a bit nervous. Then you, Xiaoli, will be the one to select these 3 lucky players. Cheng said with a smile. Me. Xiaoli's face showed surprise. Cheng nodded. After all, it was a spur-of-the-moment decision. Who selected or who was selected made no real difference. After receiving Cheng's confirmation, Xiaoli quickly widened his eyes and looked at the big screen. At this moment, the number of bullet comments on it was overwhelming, so many that it was nearly impossible to make out what was being written. Invincible Hokage King, Hidden Leaf Shadow, these 2, and also. Xiaoli stuttered. Dairin. Okay, the 3 mentioned, please check your emails tomorrow. Cheng casually brought this segment to a close. The lottery came quickly and went quickly. Those who hadn't won felt slightly regretful. After all, there were only 3 spots, while those who had won were naturally overjoyed. It's me. I won. Naruto laughed excitedly, running around in circles as if this was the only way he could release his excitement. Oh, there's me too. Kakashi said with a smile while inwardly sighing that this must also be your blessing, Obito Rin. Both Naruto and Kakashi had won. As they say, some rejoice while others sorrow. If they hadn't won, it would have been fine, but unexpectedly, out of the 4 members of Team 7, 2 had won. Sasuke was rendered speechless, a bit displeased. Why wasn't the 3rd spot given to him? That's nice. Sakura was quite envious, but said nothing, for the winning probability was indeed not high. However, at this moment the channel erupted. All server channel Thunder Kage. Wait. Why are all 3 winners from Konoha? Will of Stoneham. Come to think of it, it does seem that way. Value inquires luck, or what else? Hehehe. Crown of Fortune rigged. The 2 selected guests are also from Konoha. The host might be too. This is all a conspiracy. Jack-sama Kuratsuchi, don't be so excited. What's so great about a few ninja cards? Art is explosion. Kuratsuchi will surely say ninja cards can be sold for money, right? Yes. False world, nothing more than a rare beast. Hidden Leaf Shadow, so what if they're all from Konoha? If you're not satisfied, go up and draw yourselves. The moment these words came out, the channel immediately fell silent. Go up. You had to be selected first. They could not change the outcome beyond verbal complaints. Bang. In Cloud Village, the Thunder Kage AI smashed his fist onto the table with a tremendous crash. Damn it. If this continues, won't the entire ninja world think that everything revolves around Konoha? AI appeared to be a mere brute. In fact, he truly was one, but with a touch of subtlety beneath the roughness. He understood that as the influence of the ninja mobile game grew ever greater, if all the controllable ninjas within it remained exclusively from Konoha, everyone would naturally assume Konoha was superior to the other ninja villages. Do not worry, Thunder Kage-sama, Tabane said calmly. Let us wait and see. In the future, our Cloud Village will not lack ninjas either. Naturally, AI snorted coldly. What nonsense. They were all great nations, great ninja villages. Who was weaker than whom? Meanwhile, in Konoha Village the third was somewhat surprised that Danzo would step forward at a time like this, so adamantly defending the village against the others. Then he thought of something and smiled. Is it because of the lottery winnings? Indeed, that was exactly it. Danzo had previously been thoroughly defeated in the dueling arena by the youthful master-disciple duo, and had been unable to bear the humiliation preparing to settle scores. But upon seeing the opponent's game nickname, he recognized it was Kai. Danzo was instantly at a loss. That man was not easy to deal with. Unexpectedly, however, this time, when Xiaoli was drawing names, he had indeed been specifically seeking Konoha players. The word Konoha was written plainly in Danzo's game nickname, making it quite conspicuous among the multitude of names. It could only be said that the element of luck was indeed significant. Having unexpectedly obtained a complete ninja card for free, Danzo had no reason to cause trouble for them anymore. What? You ask if someone like Danzo would also send bullet comments to enter the lottery. It was merely a casual act. Returning to the intel meeting. Is this sufficient? Xiaoli was somewhat uneasy, feeling there was suspicion of favoritism. Cheng shook his head slightly as if to let the matter pass, and then asked, how about it? Have the ninja selections been completed? Xiaoli snapped back to reality and quickly replied, done. Done. There are quite a lot of ninjas. I didn't expect there would be so many all at once. It's only the first day, Kai said, flipping through his phone and still carefully making his selections. That was correct. The phones that Xiaoli and Kai were using had been specially provided by Cheng, containing ninjas that would be released in the new version. As they say, one plays the new rather than the old. Since they were demonstrating ninjas, anyway, they might as well play through all of them. It's the second day, Cheng smiled. The first round battle begins. Inside a mysterious light screen, a duel was about to commence, though it seemed more like a showcase of new ninjas in combat rather than an actual confrontation. At least for those watching, all 6 ninjas were unavailable in the current version. First, Ka occupied the primary slot with himself. This was a ninja intelligence briefing for Mato Guy, so naturally he would take the stage first. And what Xiaoli had chosen was, Haku, isn't that you? Yes, Zabuza-sama. On the streets of some unnamed small country, Zabuza was somewhat surprised to see Haku appear on the light screen. Haku was equally caught off guard. It had happened so suddenly, thrust onto the stage and controlled by someone else. How should I put it? Haku was quite pleased. Zabuza-sama, if I can enter the game, then you certainly can. Whatever. Zabuza said dismissively, but deep down he still believed that no matter what, he could not be inferior to that Konoha Kakashi. At the very least, he should be an A-rank ninja, right? Wait, he should be like that green-haired watermelon head, deserving his own dedicated intelligence briefing. Seeing others on the street pointing at the Haku beside him as though recognizing him, Zabuza reached out and drew Haku, closed his figure, flickering before vanishing in an instant. I'm going in, Master Guy. Lee, no need to announce your moves during combat. Your ninja's basic attacks are ranged. In the duel arena, Mato Guy was taking damage from Haku, but surprisingly Haku kept launching his Senbon needles without pause. Ranged normal attacks. Many people immediately noticed. If not, there would be no way to sustain such continuous usage. But some also recalled Tintin, the only ninja among the 10 complementary leaf genin whose basic attacks were ranged. Here I come. Guy no longer held back, immediately executing his tactic. The signature combination of armor activation into a skill. Getting serious this quickly. Master Guy. Xiaoli grew tense watching Mato Guy wreathed in white light approaching him, and in his flustered state frantically pressed a skill button. Haku jumped backward while hurling a cluster of ice shards forward. Though they struck Mato Guy, they could not halt his advance. With the distance closing, Lee launched his first skill once more. Whether from momentary panic or genuine knowledge of the skill mechanics, he immediately followed up with a normal attack after the skill ended. Secret technique, 1000 killing water soar. Haku conjured sharp ice pillars, diving into an ice mirror that appeared before him, then emerging from another ice mirror behind Mato Guy. At that exact moment, Mato Guy kicked forward, but struck only empty air. What is this? The audience was astonished. Was he moving inside the ice? Oh, Xiaoli actually chose to press the normal attack after the skill, using the ice mirrors he created for positioning, narrowly evading Guy's attack. Cheng provided timely commentary. People finally understood thinking. So there are operations like this. Skills chaining into normal attacks. Well done. Lee. Guy also silently praised him. Lee had successfully delayed the expiration of his armor activation with this unexpected approach. So what comes next? Mato Guy threw a punch, startling Xiaoli so much that he instinctively deployed a demonic ghost lantern. But when he saw Mato Guy merely standing in place auto-attacking without advancing, Lee realized he had been deceived. Mato Guy was now running toward Haku, and Xiaoli hesitated. His skills were gone, so should he summon instead? What would Master Guy do? Guy did nothing. Mato Guy approached, but made no attack, simply watching Haku across the y-axis. Xiaoli knew what this meant. Master Guy was waiting for the demonic ghost lantern to detonate. Moreover, he had carefully offset his position on the x-axis. At this distance, Xiaoli grit his teeth and lowered his finger from the summon button. He had played Mato Guy before. The first skill was merely a standing leg sweep, it would not reach him. Too naive. Guy suddenly roared, and simultaneous with the explosion of the demonic ghost lantern came the Konoha strong gale cyclone. Bang bang bang. Mato Guy descended, while spinning his legs close to the ground, kicking Haku, soaring, with just 2 strikes. What a... Xiaoli was utterly shocked. That skill, could it actually move while being cast? Though the movement was slighted, it struck him perfectly. Seeing his skill was ready, Xiaoli hastily used his substitution jutsu, preparing to capitalize on the invincibility frames to catch Mato Guy. Mato Guy simply squatted and summoned the frog couple who were squawking loudly somewhere. Xiaoli had no choice but to respond with a summon as well. Both were toads, fitting for master and disciple. At this point, many onlookers shook their heads, understanding that the first round was already decided. As expected, although Xiaoli summoned, second guy had his substitution ready. After one substitution absorbed the summon's damage, Mato Guy's skills pummeled Haku relentlessly. As damage numbers popped one after another, Haku's health bar dropped rapidly. What is that guy playing? Can't be helped. He's a high-tier A-rank ninja after all. I'm probably just a C-rank, right? After finding in Zabuza, and Haku continued watching the duel, but Zabuza felt an inexplicable irritation seeing Haku getting beaten on the screen. So you know what high-tier means. Zabuza's single question silenced Haku. Beyond Haku himself, hardly anyone in the ninja world likely knew. The answers would have to wait until tomorrow's launch. Bang! Substitution jutsu sound effect. Haku substituted and launched his first skill, launching Mato Guy into the air, then continued with his second skill. However, because Haku jumped backward when using the second skill, and Mato Guy was knocked far away, he failed to chain a normal attack. We're done for. Xiaoli's heart sank. I understand you want to deal damage quickly, but chaining skills is done like this. Guy shouted with boundless confidence. Morning, Peacock. Mato Guy leaped into the air and rained down relentless assault on Haku, countless fireballs plummeting rapidly. Seeing this, many people were dumbfounded. Wait, is this really an ultimate? That health bar wouldn't even be close to finishing him. Did he accidentally press the wrong button? At this moment, only Cheng and Xiaoli understood what Guy was truly doing. The ultimate. Skill chaining. Why was Guy willing to use the ultimate so directly? And that too with considerable distance between the two ninjas. Of course, because he could chain the skill. While activating the ultimate, Guy had already locked in the direction and first skill. After the ultimate ended, Mato Guy took several steps forward, and at that moment Haku was barely landing. Just as people thought Guy had made a grave mistake and was about to pay for it, their eyes widened in the next instant. The moment Mato Guy landed, he immediately executed his first skill, spinning his legs with a sweeping effect that sent Haku, already lying flat on the ground, flying once more. Precise timing. This was a skill with a sweeping knock-up effect. Cheng could probably sense the shock rippling through the audience, though he found it perfectly natural. After all, you haven't seen an S-rank ninja who can sweep yet. That would be the true moment of sweeping brilliance. The victor has been decided. As these words appeared on the large screen, declaring the end of the match, Xiaoli had ultimately lost to Kai. You can only say that a true master remains unmatched. Even when both sides fought until their last ninja remained, Kai still proved superior. Of course, this was no official competition, so winning or losing hardly mattered. Through this live demonstration, viewers could at least grasp roughly the strength and gameplay mechanics of the upcoming high recruitment A-rank ninja Mato Kai. The second skill was merely average, but the first skill was the highlight. Konoha Steel Cyclone could cross the Y-axis, and its sweeping effect could chain into the ultimate move. Although no one had truly mastered him, yet based on most players' estimates, this ninja's strength would surely surpass that of other ninjas in the current meta. Besides Mato Kai, several other ninjas, including Bai, also made an appearance. At the very least, there was something to look forward to before tomorrow. Very well, that concludes the live demonstration of Mato Kai, and our ninja intelligence briefing is drawing to a close. After Cheng spoke, the intelligent director automatically switched the camera, focusing on Cheng alongside Kai and Xiaoli. Watching the host, many viewers couldn't help but wonder if it was really ending this way, as though something still remained unclear. Then Cheng's next words caught everyone's attention. I'll casually answer a few questions from players, and that will wrap up this intelligence session. The moment Cheng finished speaking, he saw the barrage of comments on the screen surge dramatically. If every comment were a bullet, it would feel like hundreds of Gatling guns were raking the screen. What exactly is this ninja mobile game? Reporting the lottery for rigged draws. When did you develop such an illusion? Rest assured, it is absolutely fair. Does the host have a partner? Fans shouldn't be dating. Get lost. The guest skills are too weak, nothing worth watching. Seeing this, Cheng smiled while Kai and Xiaoli awkwardly scratched their heads. To be honest, their current ranks were hardly impressive, for sheer determination alone could not guarantee 100% victory. When is the next intelligence session? Excellent, that is the most substantive question. Cheng considered for a moment. According to the notice we received, each high recruitment ninja will have a corresponding intelligence session. The next one will be held on the eve of the next high recruitment ninja's release. Here is what can be revealed: the next high recruitment ninja will be classified as S rank. And going forward, new ninjas will continue to alternate between high recruitment A rank and high recruitment S rank. At that moment, everyone's heart trembled. Was A rank not the highest tier after all? An S rank? Who could it be? Even Kai was quite astonished. This was something he did not know either. He had merely accepted the invitation to come here and spent some time testing the ninja beforehand. An S rank ninja. It is actually higher than Sensei Kai and that Konoha technician. Xiao Li could not help but swallow hard. Many people shared a similar reaction to Xiao Li at that moment. Mato Kai aside, those outside Konoha village hardly knew him well. Perhaps only some elders from Kirigakure might find Kai's appearance vaguely familiar. But Hatake Kakashi was different. As a ninja influencer whose fame had spread far beyond the borders, who did not know Sharingan Kakashi. Both were A-rank ninjas. One was a premium gacha ninja, the other obtained through high recruitment. The fact that Mato Kai could be compared to Hatake Kakashi was hardly questionable. Therefore, extrapolating from these two aspects, the ninja, who would clearly rank above both Mato Kai and Hatake Kakashi in tier. Many people already had a clear idea in mind. What determines a ninja's ranking? Is it fame and strength? Or perhaps style and flair? Huh, unbelievable. You actually used the word fashionable. Choji, tell me, am I fashionable? Haha, no, your face is pretty enough, but you still lack true fashion. As a woman's charm, that is precisely where your value falls short. Not bad, Choji, I agree with that. Teacher Isama too. At a yakiniku restaurant in Konoha, the 4 members of Team 8 gathered around a sizzling grill, eating and chatting. Unlike Team 7, Isama had immediately brought his 3 students here to treat them to a meal after recruiting them. Of course, they also had the screen program to enjoy. That's why Teacher Isama sought out Teacher Beniko, right? He must agree with that as well. While Choji spoke, he kept stuffing meat into his mouth, making Isama's eyelids twitch. Previously, Isama had intended to invite Beniko's class to join them, but she had declined, saying she wished to first get to know her students better. Eat less. Isama sighed. Hey, don't drift off topic. Shikamaru rested a hand on his forehead, utterly exasperated. Aren't we talking about high recruitment ninjas? Darn it. What's wrong with me? Inoi pulled out a small mirror to check her face, tilting her head this way and that. Shikamaru's eyes went completely dead. One only cared about eating, occasionally blurting out inexplicable remarks, while the other was vain with peculiar concerns, and their teacher was hopelessly romantic. Forget it, this team was just like this. Returning to the screen, Gu-chung was quite satisfied with the inaugural intelligence session. Although the preparation had been somewhat rushed and hasty, the execution was still satisfactory. In a good mood, he did not mind sharing a bit more. I am sure everyone has been watching and is still curious about what high recruitment means, right? High recruitment ninjas are obtained through premium recruitment. Everyone will understand when the ninja is officially released. The main focus is on ninja classification. Ninja history stretches back far into the past. Among so many existences who can reach high recruitment, will it be high recruitment A or high recruitment S? What is the difference? It comes down to the proportion and positioning within the storyline. It is determined by comprehensive factors such as a ninja's background story, strength, and popularity throughout the ninja world. To decide whether a ninja will enter through high recruitment or other channels and ultimately be assigned one of 4 ranks S, A, B, or C. After hearing this, many fell into deep thought. If judging purely by fame, no one could possibly surpass those legendary ancestors recorded in history books. The ninjas currently featured in the mobile game were all still alive. Could it be that those who had passed away might also appear in the game? Looking at it this way, wouldn't all members of Akatsuki be S rank? I see, I thought you were A rank. Lord Sasori, Deidara protested dissatisfiedly. Do you really think I am on the same level as that Hatake Kakashi and Mato Kai? Sasori cast a cold glance at Deidara and offered no reply. If it were purely about ninja world fame, let alone Deidara, there were few in Akatsuki who could rival Hatake Kakashi. Not to mention Hatake Kakashi's father, that man who had once shaken the entire ninja world. White Fang. A faint killing intent flickered in Sasori's eyes before vanishing, and his tone returned to calm. Stop dwelling on it. In every aspect you fall short of those who bear the name of Kage. Besides, the person on the screen never said S rank is necessarily stronger than A rank, did they? TCH. If that is the case, then let us depart at once. We shall create more art, and let the world properly understand my art. Yes. No. The leader has ordered us to hold our position. That concludes this edition of the A-Rank Ninja Intelligence Briefing on Mato Guy. We shall meet again next time. The projection screen gradually dimmed the figures of Gu-chung Guy and Rock Lee, blurring until they vanished into the sky along with the fading light. Many people finally exhaled deeply, stretching their necks stiff from staying still for so long. Though the intelligence briefing had been brief, it carried no less information than a lengthy discourse. Whether it was the novel format of these ninja introductions or the revelations shared, everything prompted deep reflection among the gathered audience. Some, however, shrugged it off entirely. The world was already in chaos enough. What difference would this make? They simply hurried off to throw themselves into the ranking matches without pause. Meanwhile, in a tavern in a certain town. The first S-rank ninja. Who's to say it won't be me? Jiraiya laughed boisterously, raising his cup. You? What merit do you possess that would warrant such an appointment? Tsunade said, waving her hand to have Shizen pour herself another glass of sake nearby. Lady Tsunade, you've had quite a lot already. Shizen hesitated. Relax. Tsunade is only drinking so much because she's thrilled to be reunited with me, Jiraiya declared with undisguised narcissism. Tsunade rolled her eyes, but made no rebuttal. Their encounter had been purely accidental, so fateful in fact that they had walked into the same tavern and sat at adjacent tables. Since they had crossed paths, how could they not share a drink together? And so they simply fell into the habit naturally. Still, one wonders, if one comes to a tavern, what else is there to do but drink? An S rank. Must be someone like Master Hiruzen, I suppose. Tsunade remarked casually. After all, it is the highest confirmed ranking. Perhaps. Jiraiya chuckled. Your two disciples might have a chance, you know. Dan, Hashirama. No, they cannot be. Those who would perish so easily in war are far from ready. I meant the past Hokage, of course, including the fourth. Oh, so that's how it is, Jiraiya. You're bringing up my grandfather and great-grandfather just to brag about having a Hokage as your student, aren't you? Oh, my apologies. I'll drink to that. Drink. Shizun, standing to the side, watched Tsunade drag Jiraiya into forced drinks and couldn't help but wear a complicated expression. Having followed Tsunade for so many years, she rarely saw her act this carefree, like a child almost. And just as the two were enjoying their drinking spree, the last of the legendary Sannin was elsewhere, climbing ranks in the laboratory. Opponent has left the match. Tune in then. Orochimaru gazed at the promotion notification on his phone screen, the corners of his mouth curling into a narrow, elongated smile. Though the gaming experience left much to be desired, he cared little. His aim was simple, to acquire as many rewards as possible in the shortest time. He now had several thousand gold coins in his account, but nowhere to spend them. Perhaps they would add a shop later. At the thought, a flicker of displeasure crossed Orochimaru's eyes. Honestly, how much longer must this delay continue? He, or rather most of the shinobi world, were drawn to the ninja mobile game for one singular straightforward reason: the rewards. The ability to resurrect the dead. How many had perished during the 3 great shinobi wars? Of course, Orochimaru harbored no such childish fantasies. His purpose was far simpler: immortality. Even gaining merely 1 additional year of life would to him represent a power transcending human limits. For that purpose, I am willing to accept any consequence. See to it that the order is carried out. Yes, Tsuchikage-sama. In the Tsuchikage's office at the Hidden Stone Village, after his subordinate departed, only Inoki remained. The elderly man rested his interlocked hands upon the desk, his weathered face etched with solemn gravity. To put it plainly, the current situation was far from promising. There was a nagging sense that someone was pulling his strings. With a loud bang, the door was thrown open, and a figure stormed in, heading straight for the desk. Knocked before entering. Inoki bellowed. Grandpa. Kuratsuchi slammed her phone onto the table. Who is this person? Find them for me. What sort of nonsense is this? I'm telling you, this bastard humiliated me relentlessly in the game. Tormented me. Emoted in my face. Crying, laughing, spraying water. The headpat speed was faster than an elite Jonin's hand seals. After winning when I challenged him to a rematch, he refused, and then AFK'd for 60 seconds. I'm absolutely furious. Inoki. Kuratsuchi's fair, delicate face was flushed crimson, her hair and clothes disheveled, no doubt from her own frantic griping. Seeing his granddaughter staring at him with bloodshot eyes, Inoki felt a severe headache coming on. Seeking revenge in person over a lost game. Are you serious? Can someone really rage this much? Kuratsuchi, you are a shinobi. When you lose, you should focus on honing your skills, not seeking vengeance. What would finding that ninja achieve? Are you suggesting we eliminate one of our own from the Hidden Stone Village? Inoki thundered. Grandpa. Kuratsuchi shrank back, shrinking her neck into her shoulders. Go back. Let Hizuto keep a close eye on you. Until you can maintain composure throughout an entire match, do not leave this house. Yes. Kuratsuchi dragged her feet as she slouched out. Watching her dejected, retreating figure, Inoki felt a pang of sympathy, and simply closed his eyes to avoid looking. So young, Inoki mused. It's just one lost game. Must she really overreact like this? Absurd. A few moments later. Idiot. Is that how you use the truce sign? Inoki punched through his desk. He had been thinking there was nothing better to do, so why not play a ranked match? Well, now he had experienced true, unadulterated rage firsthand. During the match, his opponent had recklessly activated their ultimate and depleted all their chakra beans. Under such circumstances, Inoki could have easily secured victory. But the opponent kept sending the truce sign with that pitiful expression. Thinking they were villagers from the same land, Inoki felt no harm in giving them a chance, and released his opponent. And then he lost the match. Once the opponent collected their chakra beans, they seemed like a completely different person, dashing back and forth in place much like a taunting recall animation. Inoki's composure began to fracture, and as the tide of battle turned against him, the opponent sent another emote. Though both emotes were identical, Inoki found that white blob-like thing utterly infuriating no matter how he looked at it. Positioning errors and other mistakes kept piling up until the match was lost. After the opponent head-patted, gave a thumbs up, and refused the rematch. The full triple combo. Inoki completely lost his composure. Does the Hidden Stone Village really harbor someone like this? How is he being raised? Corrupting our standards. Dishonorable. Bringing down our moral rank. Inoki raged fiercely, but as he cooled down, cold sweat formed at the nape of his neck. Terrible. What had he just done? For a fleeting moment, he had genuinely considered tracking down his opponent. An act that could shake the very foundations of the village. That feeling of being overwhelmed by emotion as though his mind had been swept away. It had been many years since he last felt anything like it. Inoki glanced at the phone resting beside his hand, his expression cycling through countless changes. His inner terror, suspicion, and hard-won rationality ultimately dissolved into a single heavy sigh. Sigh. What an absurdity. It's updated. It's updated. The day after the intelligence briefing concluded, the Ninja mobile game updated promptly at 8 a.m. Countless players logged in simultaneously, and the experience was remarkably smooth without a single stutter. Oh, my sensei is already online. The moment Lee entered the game, he spotted the boisterous man bounding forth. With his sleek hairstyle, uniquely styled eyebrows, charming green tight-fit suit, and that iconic pose. Might Guy had begun recruitment. After tapping through, they arrived at the summoning page, which now displayed an image of Might Guy. Lee discovered that drawing ninja required world summon tickets, and his supply stood at 0. If we don't have tickets, we'll have to spend coins instead. Tintin was still examining the prices. Who cares? Let's do a 10 pull. Naruto acted decisively, directly purchasing 10 world summon tickets with his coins. Hearing this, Sasuke hurried over, but before he could say anything, Naruto had already tapped the summon button. Idiot. Why are you suddenly calling me an idiot, you jerk, Sasuke? Naruto retorted angrily, nearly launching into an argument. Naruto looked quickly. Did you get anything? Lee was even more anxious than Naruto. Under their collective gaze, 10 shards flickered onto the screen one after another. They fell silent. Why are they all mine? Naruto cried in disbelief. The radiant smiling faces on those Uzumaki Naruto shards seemed unbearably conspicuous at that moment. Looks like the drop rate isn't great. Niji had already read through the summoning rules. A-rank ninja require 40 shards to synthesize, so you'd likely need over 100 pulls to have a chance. You could have mentioned that earlier, believe it. Naruto lamented. There's one more thing you forgot, Sasuke remarked, coolly striking right at Naruto's sore spot. Didn't you already pull a complete Might Guy card? Naruto. Trembling, he tapped open his mail and saw exactly 40 Might Guy shards neatly arranged before him. His eyes rolled back, and he flopped flat on the ground, done for. My coins. The wail was heart-wrenching enough to bring tears to any listener, shrill as a pig being slaughtered. You're broke. Sasuke disdainfully kicked Naruto aside, then used his own coins to perform a 10 pull. My luck seems a bit off. Off. Lee's eyes bulged round. You got 8 shards of Sensei Guy, and you call that off? What? Sakura leaned in to look, and indeed it was true. She beamed with delight. As expected of you, Sasuke-kun. Just like me. Niji gave a light sniff. The summoning page burst forth 2 sets of shards. 8 Might Guy pieces identical to Sasuke's. Sasuke glanced at Niji. Niji turned his head slightly to meet the look. Neither spoke. Though a year apart, both had been first in their graduating class at the Ninja Academy. At least this round was a draw. The others began summoning as well. Oh, 5 shards of Guy Sensei. I'm lucky too, right? That was 10-10. Don't compare yourself to that guy, Naruto. Wait, I only got 4. That was Sakura. Ah, Guy Sensei. Come, answer me. This is youth. 3 sets. 12 shards. Wow, that was Lee. Each time one of them spoke, Naruto's body on the ground twitched once. Until finally, he went completely still. Not far away, Kakashi and Guy stood shoulder to shoulder watching their students bicker and jest. They exchanged a knowing smile. How wonderful. I suppose I should thank you for bringing your 3rd class along. Huh, what's there to thank me for? Guy waved it off carelessly. But tell me, Kakashi, aren't you going to summon? I'd like to test my luck, but unfortunately the chance has passed. As Kakashi spoke, he showed his phone screen. The ninja he was using in the training grounds was of all people Might Guy. Upon seeing this, tears streamed down Guy's face. Kakashi, my eternal rival. No matter what, you're always one step ahead of me. This time you win. Filled with grief and indignation, Guy purchased 10 world summon tickets and began pulling. But when the results appeared, his expression soured entirely. Curious, Kakashi stepped over to look and barely restrained himself from laughing aloud. Not a single shard. Guy, your luck can compete with my students. Losing to Kakashi's students equaled losing to Kakashi's generation, which meant losing to Kakashi himself. After rapidly crunching the numbers in his head, Guy clenched his fists tightly. Kakashi, our rivalry just shifted to 50 wins and 51 losses. Wait, is he really this serious? Guy, how about this? For every high-rate ninja I obtain in the future, I'll give you one. What a... Guy's face registered utter shock. I only managed to pull because Lee drew for me. Next time I'll summon one for you. Kakashi. Guy wrapped his arms around Kakashi in an emotional embrace, weeping bitterly. You brute. You actually... Kakashi's hair stood on end with sheer exasperation, especially upon noticing the weird stares directed at them by the students. Let go. I'm taking it back. Kakashi snapped. Cough, cough. Guy hastily released him, feigning composure as he cleared his throat. How could I? This is proof of our bond. After their playful exchange, everyone decided to examine the other updated content. There was no rush to summon Might Guy anymore. After all, everyone except Naruto had a little coin to spare. Everyone pay attention. There's a high-rate rebate event. Pull 50 times and receive shards as a reward, Tintin calculated. Summoning ninjas after a week would be a poor investment. Are there other ninjas coming out? Let me check. Sakura browsed through the event screen. There was the limited time B rank, White the coin C rank, Kinomaru the coin B rank, Obito Uchiha. Youth the limited recruitment B rank, Kimimaro the sign-in C rank, Kankuro, and more. Huh. Teacher Kakashi, you've already started. Lee casually glanced over and noticed that while they were reviewing the event, Kakashi had already entered the duel arena. There's no substitute for real combat, no matter how much you practice in the training ground, Kakashi replied with a smile. Truly insightful, as always, Kakashi-sensei. I'm joining too. Guy was impatient. Wait, shouldn't we watch Teacher Kakashi play first? Tintin suggested. No one objected. Guy pulled up a seat for Kakashi, and everyone gathered around him. Seeing this, Kakashi sighed helplessly but had no choice. He returned his gaze to the phone. Which ninja are you bringing? Obviously Guy-sensei. Plus frog summons, and the super spread secret scroll. Seriously, everyone in the ninja world knows your strategy by now. Then, should we switch it up? Absolutely not. Trust my judgment, Kakashi. Alright. Kakashi equipped the three, appearing quite nonchalant. After all, these were trial ninja. However, once the match began, the moment he saw the opponent's username, his expression grew grave. That is, Kakashi's team versus the Uchiha hero. The ninja and secret scrolls under Kakashi's command were Might Guy with the forbidden technique In healing damage destruction, Sakura Haruno with the summoning shadow Kunai, and Minato-era Kakashi with lightning release. Their opponents were Sasuke Uchiha with the Kunai teleportation technique, Sakura Haruno with the Jutsu dispel, and young Obito Uchiha with would release deep forest emergence. Both sides had selected Sakura Haruno, a discovery made by the players. Though it had only been 2 days, most players had already exhausted the dozen or so academy students from Konoha. Sakura Haruno stood out with her stable basic attacks, strong initiative, and respectable damage output. Her skill set combined displacement and sweep effects, while her ultimate attack could deal damage and reliably chain into her first skill. Despite her flaws, she was considered a viable ninja for climbing the ranks in the current meta. Looks like I'm quite popular, Sakura smiled. Teacher Kakashi didn't pick that A-rank Minato-era Kakashi. Rock Lee asked, puzzled. I've always had a bit of interest in this new version. Kakashi's tone was relatively calm, yet Kurenai noticed something beneath the surface. It must be because of that opponent's nickname, Kurenai thought, glancing at Kakashi. Standing at the back, she couldn't see his expression, but she knew his heart must have been stirred. Uchiha hero. Who would name themselves that? Sasuke frowned, visibly annoyed. Neji thought to himself that the Uchiha clan had been wiped out. Aside from Sasuke, no one would choose such a name in a game. The hero of the Sharingan. 2 Konoha ninjas had emerged after the conclusion of the Third Shinobi World War. One name had been forever carved upon the memorial stone, while the other became known to later generations as Kakashi of the Sharingan. First round battle begin. Was it a coincidence? Kakashi felt a flicker of unease but forced it down and began manipulating his characters. 1 second later, a kunai flew toward him, striking his Might Guy directly. Watching Might Guy enter a stagger state, Kai calmly said, Kakashi, I know what you're thinking, but pressing the super armor button in time would have absorbed that hit. My apologies. Kakashi activated his substitution jutsu, then kicked his dynamic entry forward, sending the approaching Sasuke Uchiha flying. The opponent likely intended to close in and press their advantage on Might Guy, but they hadn't anticipated Kakashi's instant substitution. With a loud bang, the opponent swapped in as well. Kakashi adhered strictly to his strategy, summoning the Gamakichi twins. Kai nodded in approval. But the opponent remained remarkably calm, standing their ground, and only summoning their own Toad just as the substitution's invincibility was about to expire. Seeing this, Kakashi narrowed his eyes slightly. We'll be taking damage now. The later summoned Toad naturally lasted longer than the earlier one, so while Might Guy was still being hit, Sasuke Uchiha was already free to act again. Watching Might Guy's health bar plummet, a stunned Rock Lee exclaimed, Teacher Kai, your strategy seems to have been countered. Kai's expression stiffened as he forced an explanation. That's because Kakashi lost the initiative. It didn't matter. Although Ninja mobile games rewarded first moves, losing the opening didn't necessarily mean defeat. There was still a chance to turn things around. First round complete. Watching Might Guy's health lead secure the victory, Kakashi casually stretched his fingers. Sasuke Uchiha's overall strength simply fell short of Might Guy's. After Kakashi found an opening to unleash his ultimate, they barely took the first round. Impressive, Kakashi. Kai praised, then turned serious. Don't forget to use super armor to absorb skills. Yes. Kakashi nodded absent-mindedly. The second round began. Might Guy crouched to activate super armor, then spotted an opening and launched a flying kick towards Sakura Haruno. However, what followed instantly shocked Kai. Sakura Haruno crouched and released a fleeting burst of blue light. Might Guy was instantly knocked down. Didn't he have super armor active? Kai asked, utterly bewildered. If I'm not mistaken, the moment the opponent used that secret scroll, your super armor effect vanished, Neji said through his Byakugō. I saw it too. It looked like it was dispelled. Sasuke added, a faint red gleam flashing in his eyes. What? Rock Lee stared blankly. Hey, don't go thinking anything is permanently invincible. Naruto suddenly jumped up to lecture them. Kai and Rock Lee were struck by sudden clarity. I see. Relying on a single tactic and expecting constant victory, we were far too naively. Absolutely. From now on we should devise even more powerful battle strategies, Teacher Kai. Lee, let's play 100 matches in the arena. Yes, Teacher Kai. Lee, Teacher Kai. Watching the two embrace and tear up together, Naruto's sweat dropped. Was my lecture really that effective? Don't be naive, they're always like this, Tintin sighed, pressing her to her forehead. In truth, there was something she wondered whether to voice or keep to herself. If fixed tactics proved so easily ineffective in the fluid chaos of actual combat, shouldn't the most reasonable consideration be to abandon such rigidity altogether? Why did they automatically assume the problem was simply that their tactics weren't powerful enough? The duel continued regardless. With his super armor nullified, Kakashi's Might Guy fell apart completely, and he soon lost that matchup. In the Sakura vs. Sakura engagement, the opponent used a summon to absorb the protective kunai that Kakashi had intended as his defensive measure. After 2 consecutive summon attacks, Kakashi's Sakura fell. 3 summons used. Kakashi deployed his final ninja, his expression finally growing serious. He hadn't intended to take the match so rigorously, but at this rate he would lose. And that simply wouldn't do. No matter what, he refused to lose face before his students and Kai. This round had to be won. When playing as Minato-era Kakashi, the real Kakashi's presence seemed to merge with the character, securing a full health victory over the opponent's Sakura. Rock Lee, do you know the capabilities of the opponent's remaining ninja? Sasuke suddenly asked. Yesterday, I didn't have much time to study those ninjas in detail, Rock Lee admitted, scratching his head awkwardly. Pathetically. Neji remarked disapprovingly. Don't worry. Kakashi still has 2 summons left while the opponent has none. With a 2-0 advantage and equal health, Kakashi holds a significant edge. Kai smiled confidently. That was indeed the truth, and everyone nodded in agreement. But what happened next caught them all off guard. Wood release, Deep Forest Emergence. Sharingan, activate. Fire release, Great Fireball. Assembly, Trinity Strike. After Kakashi's substitution, a single mistake was seized by his opponent, instantly ending the match. Young Obito Uchiha unleashed everything at full power, draining nearly half of Kakashi's health bar in an instant. With the final strikes from Obito, Kakashi, and Minato, the ultimate technique illustration appeared. Though I don't know what you were expecting, this is reality. Kakashi suddenly felt his vision blur. He rubbed his eyes instinctively, and clarity returned. Along with his recovered sight, the ultimate technique illustration before him had changed. From left to right stood Rin, Obito, Kakashi, and Minato, with Obito holding up a finger and grinning broadly. What was this? Watching the ultimate technique diagrams of his past comrades, Obito thought it was boring and casually switched off his phone, tossing it aside. He could certainly guess who his opponent in that recently concluded PK was. It had to be that worthless trash who would come up with such a name. Using this way to reminisce. That only proves you're a hopeless piece of garbage. Obito's expression turned exceptionally cold, but inside he was still somewhat puzzled. He had entered the Hidden Rain Village server, so why was he matched against an opponent clearly from Konoha? It wasn't particularly worth worrying about, and although he had crushed Kakashi in that match, his mood only worsened. Obito sat upon a stone pillar, closing his eyes to rest. The Kamui dimension was desolate. All dark tones with pillars of varying heights standing everywhere, yet no boundary could be seen. In the unnaturally quiet silence, Obito could inexplicably hear a heartbeat. Whose could it be? He pondered in silence. Now the entire ninja world was immersed in the ninja mobile game. Aside from eating, drinking, and sleeping, the only thing people did was hold their phones and play. Perhaps this game truly possessed such enchantment not merely because of its unknown and alluring rewards. Now the world was genuinely tranquil despite the constant slaughtering on the duel field and in public chat. No one said it aloud, but it was as if everyone had tacitly shifted their concerns onto this. According to White Zetsu intelligence, apart from maintaining the basic operations of their villages, all the major ninja villages had poured their remaining manpower and resources into the ninja mobile game. According to Kazakage's estimation, spending alone had already exceeded 50% of daily consumption. After calculating this, Kazakage nearly went mad. The total revenue generated within 2 days of the ninja mobile game's launch surpassed what he had earned through years of exhausting life-risking killings. No one knew where these players were actually spending their money, just relentlessly pulling for ninja, that's all. If conditions allowed, Kazakage would have wanted to dive headfirst into the game himself. Of course, Obito was not so superficial. He simply found it bizarre that something that had inexplicably appeared out of nowhere had genuinely brought several days of peace to the ninja world. If this could continue, might war and conflict completely vanish? Unable to figure it out, he put on his mask. I'll go ask Nagato. The moment Obito's voice was covered by the mask, it transformed, deep and filled with mystery. It was not just his voice, inexplicably his mind also felt sharper, his thoughts becoming remarkably clear. Before leaving, he opened his eyes and glanced at the phone resting on the pillar, then reached out to grab it. Rustling sounds. Within the vortex, the figure gradually twisted until it disappeared, and in its place another space materialized. Inside a certain tower of the Hidden Rain village, Pain and Conan turned in unison toward the nearby open area. In their eyes, that masked man had arrived. What is it? Pain asked. Nagato, what is your view on the current changes in the ninja world situation? Obito spoke slowly. Nagato, the person behind Pain, frowned, unable to understand what this guy suddenly meant. The ninja world. Didn't he know better than anyone what the ninja world was like? Could it be? You're not wavering, are you, Madara? Pain's face was expressionless, yet that face seemed to carry mockery. Don't joke. Obito immediately denied. The ninja mobile game. We still don't know the extent of what it can achieve, right? So, make this a primary directive. We must first establish a foothold in the ninja mobile game. I am already doing so. It is no different from the original plan, progressing gradually until controlling all wars. Akatsuki's plan had 2 steps. First, accumulate wealth. Second, during the wealth accumulation process, act as war mercenaries, helping other nations launch or resolve wars at extremely low costs regardless of expense. Through this process, Akatsuki would gradually employ tailed beast weapons, thereby achieving military deterrence. Continuing this way over time, Akatsuki would completely monopolize war in the ninja world, causing other ninja villages' systems to collapse. Finally, Akatsuki would conquer the world. Ninjas and ninja villages were created to serve war. That is a nature soaked into their blood, Pain said coolly. The emergence of the ninja mobile game is not entirely a disadvantage for us. I see. You wish to use this platform as a springboard to achieve your ideals. Obito's eyes grew deep. He never expected that Nagato would see more clearly than himself this time. Whether it was the theory of tailed beast deterrence or the infinite Tsukuyomi, both were essentially paths to peace. The 2 plans shared one common point. Power. I'll leave this to you. Since it is divided by region, there may be confrontations between different servers in the future, much like the Ninja World Wars, Obito instructed. I understand. Pain nodded. Technical skill and rank are one aspect, but you should also pay attention to combat effectiveness. Combat effectiveness. Just that string of numbers. Seeing Pain seemed somewhat puzzled, Obito slightly relaxed, thinking, Nagato, I discovered this one step ahead of you. Exactly. If it were merely a dual field battle game, why would combat effectiveness increase as levels rise and the number of ninja grows? This aspect must never be overlooked. Obito said seriously. After Pain continued nodding, Obito said nothing more and departed as he had come. It was not until Obito left that Conan, standing beside Pain, finally spoke. Pain, Madara clearly came to inquire about your plans. Although we decided only recently, it does no harm to tell him either. But speaking of which, Conan, have you reached Jonin rank yet? Pain asked, turning his head. Almost. But while climbing ranks, I noticed a few players with decent skills. Good. Train them a bit. Unlike that shameless snake, Conan still had her pride. After experiencing multiple people deliberately feeding her points, she decisively ordered that no such behavior was to occur within the Hidden Rain village. Regardless of the opponent, everyone had to fight with all their might. If they played well, she could offer rewards, such as personally selecting them for direct training. This was different from the people Akatsuki had recruited. The village's own people were genuine allies. Then what about combat effectiveness? Conan hesitated slightly, as she was cautious regarding directions that might involve spending money. Depends on the situation. Prepare in advance. Pain said nonchalantly. Understood. Conan nodded. With business concluded, things could relax a bit, just chatting idly. Nagato, how is your practice going? The difficulty is indeed high. Because the opponents matched against vary and win-loss outcomes differ, ranks fluctuate unpredictably. With opponents at uneven levels, the fluctuations during matches become even greater. I recommend trying young Uchiha Obito. He deals high damage and attacks quickly. Alright, I'll give it a try. Conan and Nagato continued discussing rank matters. Regardless of any operational technique, mechanical skill remained the most important element universally recognized by everyone at present. Neither of them paid any attention to young Uchiha Obito, an obscure and unknown ninja, merely seeing him as somewhat useful at most. At best, he was nothing more than a nameless nobody of the Uchiha clan, likely already dead. In the third Hokage's office, Hiruzen put down his phone and picked up his pipe from the side to smoke. Chapter 2 of the story was also unlocked today. As expected, the perspective followed Team 7 recounting an incident that took place in the Land of Waves. Snow falling in a downward direction, is it? Hiruzen couldn't help but sigh. Ninjas were indeed not simple individuals. A man who killed his own classmates during the graduation exam, yet shed tears at the end. This revealed that even the most resolute ninja harbors a tender side within their heart. This is precisely why ninjas cannot be treated merely as tools. With a bang, the door swung open. Hiruzen, we need to make early plans regarding the Land of Waves, Danzo stated bluntly. So what do you intend to do about Kato, that wealthy merchant? Hiruzen asked quietly. It's not just about Kato. The Land of Waves borders our nation. Without ninja forces, they are vulnerable to outside encroachment. It should be our duty to station ninjas there for protection. Then should we also insert a force into the Land of Rivers and the Land of Rain? What do you mean by that? This is a benefit to them. Danzo's expression darkened. Then you should seek out the daimyo to learn about the penalties for interfering in another nation's internal affairs. Hiruzen paused, speaking deliberately word by word. Don't assume this matter is so straightforward, Danzo. Danzo fixed his gaze firmly on Hiruzen, who simply ignored him and returned to his routine work. There was no way around it now. Danzo knew his words had fallen on deaf ears, and that anything else he said would be futile. He simply hadn't anticipated Hiruzen's stance on this matter to be so uncompromising. Danzo let out a cold snort and turned on his heel to leave. What else could he do? Stay and suffer further humiliation. But as he reached the doorway, something suddenly occurred to him. He paused, then threw back a final remark. Hiruzen, you'll regret this. Danzo, I am the Hokage. The door slammed shut. Watching his old rival leave, Hiruzen pressed his fingers to his brow, feeling the familiar throb of a headache. Though he couldn't quite explain the odd course their conversation had taken, his firm rejection of Danzo's proposal was far from arbitrary. The current political climate was too volatile. No one dared act openly, for they all feared that mysterious power whose true nature remained unknown. And here he was dispatching military forces to an unarmed nation that was practically announcing his ambitions for all to see. If he grew this brazen, where would it end? Consider this: if that enigmatic barrier possesses the power to resurrect the dead, might it also have a method to slay the living? Oh, it seems it actually does. At the Magic Cube Internet Cafe, Cheng pored over the system's various functions, marveling at what he discovered. While the system's abilities had certain limitations, they were extraordinary within the ninja world. But Cheng cared little for such limitations. He was merely studying, contemplating how to properly operate the ninja mobile game. Just then customers entered. A coffee shop. Does anyone here know what drinks are available? Boss. Waiter. Keep your voice down. That's right, if you're wondering why. What would you like to order? Cheng walked over, and his eyes flickered as he took in the four of them. The boss. Was that the host? The red-haired woman felt a spark of curiosity, but said nothing, simply suggesting they find a seat. After the 8 members settled in, they noticed menus on the table, though they listed only various types of coffee. Black coffee. Akamaru, want to try this? Kiba asked the puppy perched on his head. Akamaru barked in response. I'd advise against it, Kiba. Shikamaru pushed up his glasses. If you're wondering why, Naruto brushed his teeth 7 times after drinking it last time. Kiba was startled. Is that so? Isn't it just that Naruto's tolerance is too weak? Well, it's still better than someone who throws a tantrum every time they lose a ranked match, the red-haired woman retorted irritably. Sensei Tamari, that water's already passed, Kiba said, scratching his head helplessly. Hinata covered her mouth with a light laugh, then picked up the menu and glanced at it. Naruto-kun drinks black coffee. Not long after the 4 ordered their coffee, Cheng brought it over and noticed they were engaged in a versus match. Perhaps he should ask the players. Hey, you're playing the ninja mobile game too? Honestly, every customer who comes and plays this while waiting for their coffee, Cheng said with a casual smile. That's because we've never seen anything like it before. Hey, wait, Shikamaru, you bastard. Ambushing me while I was distracted. Kiba glared at Shikamaru as he watched his character fall on screen. Shikamaru's expression remained calm. He simply took the coffee, took a sip, and then his expression changed. What is this? Tastes good, doesn't it? These coffee beans are exceptionally authentic. Extremely high purity. Cheng said this with great pride, his face alight. Shikamaru. The other 3 fell silent after taking a sip, and after a long while someone finally spoke. Boss, I half wish this wasn't so authentic. The red-haired woman pinched her voice and struggled to hold back. Could we get? No 4 waters. Huh. Cheng, visibly deflated, turned around and walked away muttering, "The people in this village have such refined palates. Who has the refined palate here?" The 8 members looked at each other in silence. The red-haired woman thought of something and quickly called out to Gu Cheng's departing figure. "Boss, 4 glasses of plain water. Nothing added, completely natural." Relax, relax, I understand purity," Gu Cheng said without turning around, waving his hand dismissively. Wait, do you actually understand?" The red-haired woman felt a rare sense of tension. This was the first time since she had passed the Jounin exam. If it truly tasted terrible, she could endure it as a ninja. But that flavor. The very first sip felt as though steam had seized her. A thick scalding liquid slid down her throat, and an overwhelmingly intense aroma shot straight to her skull. It was said that chakra was the combined energy produced from 130 trillion cells in the body, both physical and spiritual energy. She felt as though every one of those 130 trillion cells in her body had suddenly awakened, frantically gasping for air. It took a full few minutes before she could feel alive again, her separated soul finally returning to her body. Only then did her stomach begin to churn violently, as though a tailed beast were rampaging within her. One could only say it wasn't bad. It was too good, so overwhelmingly good that the human body simply couldn't handle it. Yes, that must be it. Hum 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 hum. Watching Gu Cheng humming some unfamiliar tune behind the counter, the 8 members' hearts pounded. Why did they feel so uneasy? But then Gu Cheng's voice suddenly stopped. Though they didn't know why, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, at the counter, a system screen appeared before Gu Cheng, a map of the ninja world. 2 red dots could be seen moving. Though the pace was slow, they were indeed drifting away from their original area. A smile curled at the corner of Gu Cheng's lips as he chuckled mysteriously. They've logged out of the Land of Waves server. Hey, where should I go recruiting people? Naruto walked down the street with his hands clasped behind his head, strutting about as he glanced left and right from time to time. This was quite rare. Having graduated early, it was unusual for him to be wandering around all by himself while the rest of Team 7 were occupied. After all, a team couldn't stay together all day long, could they? After Team Guy announced their departure to continue secret training, Kakashi naturally disbanded Team 7 as well. Sasuke declared that he needed to return on time for lunch. The expression on Sasuke's face as he spoke was indescribably awkward, like a mischievous child whose parents worried endlessly about him. Sakura had said she would visit Annie Miko another day, but Sasuke bluntly refused, saying not to disturb his mother without reason. This response effectively blocked Naruto's forthcoming. "Can you take me home for a meal?" Sasuke, of course, had no idea what Naruto was about to say. He merely glanced at Naruto before leaving, hesitated briefly, and then walked away without looking back. Joking aside, how could second young master Uchiha ever take the initiative to invite someone to his home, unless someone brought it up first? And as for Sasuke being scolded by Miko after returning home, that was the reason Naruto found himself wandering alone. Actually, it wasn't really aimless wandering. After finishing the Chapter 2 mission, the Land of Waves arc, he had been moved to tears. But before he could even express his feelings, a newly unlocked feature caught his attention. Organization. After completing the Chapter 2 mission, players unlocked the organization function. You could create an organization, then invite other players to join with a current limit of 10 members. Though he had no idea what having an organization would entail, Naruto was quite interested in it. What could be more fun than a group of people playing games together? After entering the organization page, Naruto discovered that quite a few organizations had already been created. However, he had no intention of joining any of them. Joking aside, of course he would create his own. Uzumaki Naruto. Organization creation complete. Naruto showed absolutely no embarrassment, openly using his own name as the organization's title. But staring at the empty roster with only himself listed, he scratched his head. Should I invite someone? Who would even come? He didn't know whom to pull in, so he simply strolled through the village hoping to stumble upon someone suitable. Little did he know, as he walked along, he suddenly looked up to find 4 figures coming into view ahead. Kiba. Seeing the 4 members of Team 8, Naruto was overjoyed and immediately waved his hand, calling out loudly, "Kiba, over here, over here." He had been worrying about not finding anyone he knew, and now 4 familiar faces appeared right in front of him. As the saying goes, when you gaze into the distance, others are also gazing at you. This is the reciprocity of sight. "Oh, it's you, Naruto." Kiba and the others noticed Naruto as well, treating it as nothing more than a chance encounter. "What are you guys up to?" The moment they met, Naruto couldn't wait to ask. "Naruto, do I really need to report to you?" Kiba rolled his eyes and proceeded to introduce Red to him. Sorry about that." Naruto rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. "We just finished drinking coffee, and also." Shino stared at Naruto and said, "You only called out Kiba's name just now, didn't you?" "What? What do you mean?" "Shino." Naruto was utterly confused. Though separated by sunglasses, he could somehow sense the deep resentment radiating from Shino. "As expected, if you want to know why." Shino murmured. "You hesitated when you were about to say my name." All right. Kiba interrupted Shino and turned to Naruto, asking, "So what are you doing hanging around here?" Naruto was about to mention the organization matter when he suddenly noticed something and shifted his stance slightly. He ended up seeing Hinata strapped to Red's back. The girl appeared to be asleep. Sensei Red, what's wrong with Hinata? Naruto asked in confusion. Hinata drank the same black coffee you had and passed out immediately, Red sighed. Hearing this, Naruto's lips twitched, and that desperately forgotten sensation suddenly threatened to surge back. He quickly shook his head to suppress it, then cast a look of admiration at Hinata. Hinata, I always thought she was some gloomy sort, but it turns out she's truly remarkable. Hearing this, Kiba and Shino exchanged glances, utterly disgusted. So that's how you see it. Brilliant. Naruto, you seem like you have something to say. Red, while feeling relieved that Hinata hadn't heard, quickly changed the subject. Oh, right. Naruto finally remembered he hadn't discussed the main matter yet and hurriedly explained about unlocking the organization feature. But who would have guessed they already knew? Naruto, you're not thinking of inviting us, are you? Kiba shook his head. Sorry, I'll probably join with members of the Inuzuka clan. Woof woof woof, Akamaru barked a few times in agreement. Same here. People from our clans all do this, Shino added. Hinata probably will too. Naruto's disappointment was plainly visible, but he forced a smile. Alright, I understand the customs of great clans. I've heard about them. Naruto, wouldn't your team's 7 members join you as well? Red asked curiously. Haruno Sakura was an ordinary civilian, and Uchiha Sasuke had no clan members left except his revived mother. Although Kakashi was Red's peer, Red knew very few people could hold a conversation with that man. From this perspective, wasn't it only natural for the members of Team 7 to form an organization together? An organization needs 10 people. Including Sasuke and the others, we only have 4. 6 more needed. Naruto shrugged, his face full of regret. But the moment those words left his mouth, he remembered something. His eyes lit up. Alright, how could he forget him? I'll be off. Guy. Naruto waved goodbye to Kiba and the others and took off running. This guy is so impulsive. Where is he going to cause trouble this time? Kiba complained. Beside him, Red and Shino nodded in deep agreement. Kiba, when your family allocates members for the organization, it might be better if higher-ranked players are grouped together, Red advised Kiba. Don't worry, my mom will definitely think of that. Kiba gave a thumbs up and grinned. That would be perfect. At Magic Cube Internet Cafe, Naruto held a mobile phone in one hand and a cup of coffee in the other, wearing an ingratiating expression as he looked at Gucheng. Gucheng regarded this guy somewhat at a loss for words. The organization function going online was inevitable, but he never expected Naruto to seek him out. That's right. Naruto had come to recruit Gucheng. For this, he had even mustered considerable determination, such as drinking coffee made by Gucheng himself. Naruto, how did you think to find me? Gucheng asked with interest, not rushing to refuse. The coffee shop owner is so skilled. With you around, my organization will surely become much stronger, Naruto said matter-of-factly. Fine, that's quite a compelling reason. But you haven't even called me by my name once up to now. Gucheng's eyes lost all light. Relax, I definitely know what your name is. Isn't it just more appealing to call you the overconfident boss whose coffee tastes awful? Not at all. I don't think so at all. Boss, just give in to me, please. Look, I've already had 3 coffees. Naruto slumped against the counter. Even as his consciousness blurred from the cumulative caffeine shock, he hadn't forgotten why he came. Witnessing this, Gucheng didn't know what to say. After all, Naruto was the first customer who genuinely appreciated his coffee. Wake up, Naruto. Gucheng flicked Naruto on the head, and the blonde instantly jolted back to his natural state. Did you just agree, boss? I heard that. Naruto was visibly pumped, practically vibrating with excitement. I told you my name is Gucheng. Never mind. Gucheng sighed. How many people do you have in your organization now, eh? 1. Naruto firmly held up a single finger. So besides you, there's literally no one else. You can't participate in organizational gameplay like this. Huh. What organizational gameplay? Heavens, will fortress battles, and so on. But that's not something you should worry about right now. Gucheng waved his hand dismissively. Aren't the rest of Team 7 joining your organization? They're not in a hurry. I've already earmarked them. Other than that, I'm still short 6 people. Naruto frowned at the number, then perked up. But if you join Big Bro Gucheng, that'll make 5. Naruto locked eyes with Gucheng, gaze burning with hope. But Gucheng was completely unmoved. Tell me about those remaining 5 first. The 4th Hokage counts as 1, and then it's... Naruto trailed off, unable to continue. Seeing Gucheng about to show him the door, Naruto gritted his teeth and decided to go all in. Zabuza and Haku. Hearing this, Gucheng was momentarily speechless. You can include the 4th Hokage, but 2 completely unrelated people. So how exactly do you plan to persuade those 2 to join your organization? Gucheng asked dryly. Oh, come on. They definitely know me, right? So they just need to leave the land of waves and come to Konoha, right? Naruto eagerly slapped the table. Gucheng rolled his eyes. As if Naruto were the one in charge of Konoha, someone who could just call whoever he wanted to the village. Wait, hold on. Although Naruto wasn't the decision-maker, he was indeed the golden heir of Konoha, born of the 4th Hokage himself. Even the first Hokage could only refer to himself as Naruto's predecessor. Fine, fine. Cheng rubbed his temples. Setting aside how you expect them to travel all this way to an unfamiliar place. Who are the other slots supposed to fill? This time Naruto truly hit a wall. Even counting on his fingers, he couldn't squeeze out 4 more names. He naturally thought of Shikamaru and Choji. But the problem was Kiba and Shino were both from established clans, and Shikamaru and Choji were no different. Not to mention those clans might not even approve of such decisions. And even if they were willing to defy their family's wishes to join Naruto's private organization, Naruto would still need to consider whether he actually wanted to accept them. After calculating everything aside from Team 7, there was truly no one else. Maybe I should just dissolve this detested organization then. Naruto displayed a thoroughly defeated expression. Don't give up so soon, Naruto. Cheng suddenly smiled and pointed toward the entrance. Have you ever heard a saying? I turned back suddenly, but that person was right behind my butt. Muttering those incomprehensible words, Naruto exited the Magic Cube Internet Cafe, only to turn around and witness a truly absurd sight. The streets of Konoha were almost entirely paved with smooth, even stones, a testament to the remarkable craftsmanship of the road builders. And right there, a single outrageously conspicuous red brick tile sat utterly still, breaking the perfect pattern. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Naruto's temple. Were they trying to camouflage themselves as part of the ground? But who would disguise themselves this obviously? Boom. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the red brick explosively shattered, and several agile figures leaped out from the cloud of dust. Konohamaru. Moegi. Udon. The Konohamaru army arrives. Watching the 3 small figures strike their respective poses, Naruto suddenly understood what the villagers must have felt back then. When they watched my pranks, did they feel exactly like this? Organization event, Heaven and Earth Battlefield. 1. Battle begins at 2100 on Wednesday. 2. Organizations that have been established for more than 2 days and have received prayers from over half of all members during that period are eligible to compete. 3. Members who have joined an eligible organization for more than 24 hours may participate. 4. Matching begins at 2045 and lasts for 5 minutes. Organizations that fail to find an opponent are granted a bye. 5. This event features random server-wide matching with 3 eligible organizations facing off in a 3-way arena battle. 6. The battlefield is divided into Heaven and Earth arenas. Each organization may enter 5 members per arena, and selections cannot be changed after confirmation. 7. Final rankings are determined by the combined total of points from both Heaven and Earth battlefields. 8. The highest scoring organization awards every participant with a complete Sarutobi Asuma card. Asuma then. It's about time for you, Kakashi said, leaning against a tree as he carefully reviewed the organizational event that would open in 2 days. Neither Asuma's online status nor an organizational event, so obviously designed for teamwork, came as a surprise to him. Konoha Village was indeed the strongest among all ninja villages in the ninja world, but the number of jonin was genuinely scarce. Among the village's most renowned figures there were only Hatake Kakashi Mado Guy and Sarutobi Asuma, and now ironically the 3 of them had all gathered together in this game. As for organizations, there was no need to elaborate. The moment the feature was unlocked, Kakashi had known that the corresponding gameplay would inevitably go live. Naruto's organization. Looks like I'll have no choice but to join it now. Kakashi casually accepted the invitation that had just arrived on his phone. Naruto had come looking for him not long ago, and though his reply had been to consider it, there didn't seem to be any reason to refuse at this point. In group activities like this, having an organization would only make everything more convenient. Kakashi put his phone away and walked toward a nearby memorial stone inscribed with countless names. He gently traced one of the names with his finger. Obito, you absolutely wouldn't believe how things have developed in the ninja world. Everyone is busy preparing to face this. He suddenly faltered, unsure how to describe the current state of affairs, so he simply offered a helpless smile and turned to leave. And just beside the tree where Kakashi had been standing, a dark figure remained perfectly still. The person was completely covered from head to toe, wearing a mask, appearing without a sound, unnoticeable to anyone. If not the very person Kakashi was commemorating, then who else could it be? Obito tilted his head slightly, casting a glance at the departing figure, muttered something under his breath, and disappeared. This they call a new era. Damn it. I'm not talking to you anymore. In the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage watched Naruto storm out, in anger, feeling a deep sense of exhaustion. Naruto had come seeking him specifically about the organization matter. It had to be said the boy was genuinely enthusiastic about such things. Unfortunately, the 3rd still declined him politely. Unlike Naruto, who saw it merely as a fun pastime, the 3rd had keenly sensed the deeper meaning hidden behind the organizational events. After all, why did the Ninja mobile game deliberately divide servers by region? Could it really be that one server couldn't hold all the people of the ninja world? It wasn't until today that the 3rd finally understood. The Heaven and Earth battlefield used in-server matching, which meant that this organizational event, like the ranking matches, would have each server competing against its own players. Konoha couldn't interfere with the other villages, and the other villages couldn't interfere with Konoha either. But this also foreshadowed an event in the future that would bring all server players together. That would be nothing short of a Shinobi World War. Therefore, to prepare early, the Third needed to specially organize a vanguard unit. In strict terms, this meant placing Konoha's most powerful players into the same organization. That organization would become the greatest guarantee for future strikes against other ninja villages. At the very least, it could serve a protective role. That is my plan. After the Third finished speaking, the three other advisors in the office fell into deep thought. But there wasn't much to deliberate over. Even if concentrating strength would make other organizations somewhat weaker, special times called for special measures. There are no problems, but we must be cautious with personnel selection, Water Realm, and discussed after a moment of thought. The village has already collected basic rank information on all ninja through the Umbu. Having said that, Danzi, you already have your candidates, right? Swan Spring asked. Correct. I have decided to lead the organization named Hokage myself along with 9 other elites. The Third paused. Hataki Kakashi, Sarutobi Asuma, Mato Gai, Yuhi Kurenai, Tenzo, Sakato Hate, Utakata Gama, and Jiraiya, Tsunade, Tenzo. Swan Spring's attention was caught by one of the names. That would release ninja. Indeed. His power will be of great use, and his PK skills are also excellent, the Third replied. These people are all pillars of the village, Water Realm, and nodded in agreement after a brief moment of thought. However, you want to call Jiraiya and Tsunade back. This was not only what puzzled Water Realm and Swan Spring, but also Danzu, who had been silent until now. For various reasons, those two had not returned to the village for years. Could they really be persuaded to come back? To handle unexpected situations, the Third sighed. We still have time. Let's take it slow. What about the clan ninja? Swan Spring asked again. I've already discussed this with Shikamaru. Each ninja clan will operate independently and form their own organizations on a clan basis, the Third explained. Foolish. Can you not even distinguish between the priorities of clan and village? Danzu snorted coldly. Calm down. Their thinking aligns with mine. We will concentrate our strength, select the top players, and entrust them with important responsibilities, the Third elaborated. Watching the Third's demeanor, Danzu sneered inwardly, deeply contemptuous. Ninja from clan backgrounds naturally place their families above the village, constantly weighing the two against each other. Not just them, wasn't the Third the same? Of all the people he had just mentioned, weren't they all loyalists to the Hokage? Each great clan was waiting for the best offer, while Danzo clearly wanted to use this opportunity to promote his own people, letting them rise with the tide, thereby consolidating the Hokage's position even further. No one knew what Danzo was thinking, nor could he voice it because his rank was still lower than the Third's. The mere thought made him furious. He couldn't surpass the Hokage in status, and he couldn't even beat him at a game. How was he supposed to hold his head up? Under such circumstances, making things difficult for the Third would only reflect poorly on himself. What else was there to say? Just leave. Danzo didn't even bother with a farewell, stood up, and walked out, leaving the two advisors exchanging glances. The Third did not try to stop him. His eyes were as deep and unfathomable as a still well impossible to read. The announcement of the Heavenly Battlefield event sent ripples throughout the ninja world. This was not only the first gameplay mode requiring companions, but also the embryonic form of organizational gameplay. Whether for the rewards or simply to compete with one another, players enthusiastically formed organizations. In no time, a multitude of groups sprang up, each bearing its own peculiar name. But an organization without members was little more than a shell. Youthful Men Association, created. Yash. The organization is formed. Kai urged his students to join right away. Sensei Kai, invite me quickly. Lee was the most impatient of them all. What a tacky name. And why the men suffix? Do you not want female members? Tian complained, yet she still agreed. Youthful Men Association log, Ching-chun Yongtsuan founded the organization. Tian Play Weapon joined the organization. Ching-chun Ji Ming joined the organization. Bianzhong Danyao Long joined the organization. Hey, Niji joined too. Lee looked at the last username, a surprised expression on his face. Doesn't Niji stay with the Hyuga clan's organization? Tian casually searched for the keyword Hyuga, and dozens of organizations popped up. Hyuga Main House, Hyuga Branch House 1, Hyuga Branch House 2, Hyuga Branch House 3, and so on. Watching those serial numbers line up one after another, Tian's urge to complain burned fiercely. Organizations like these I'd rather not join. Youth? Sounds more like a person's destiny than the surname Hyuga, Niji said calmly. Woo, I'm so touched. Kai suddenly burst into tears. Niji, under my influence, have you finally understood the true meaning of youth? Hey, as expected of Sensei Kai. Though Lee didn't understand, it didn't stop him from chiming in. Seeing the two about to embrace and cry together, Tian quickly interrupted their combo. Wait, With just the four of us, we can't participate in the heavenly battlefield, right? Duel. Kai and Lee jerked back to reality. We need at least 5 people, Sensei Kai. Lee clutched his head, his face pale with fright. Don't rush, Lee. Kai wiped cold sweat from his brow, though he kept his composure. If we're just short one person, we can find someone easily like Kakashi and the others. Let me interrupt again. Tian raised her hand. Sensei Kai, are you going to steal people from Team 7? Kai deflated like a frostbitten eggplant. How could he do such a thing? Thinking carefully, wasn't it already too late to recruit now? Can summon creatures play ninja mobile games? Niji suddenly spoke, his words a revelation. Right? I completely forgot about my eternal companion. Kai instantly perked up. He bit his fingers, slammed his palm onto the ground, and a massive turtle appeared before them. The turtle was crimson all over, with a Konoha forehead protector around its neck, and a smartphone clutched in each claw. Kai. The ninja turtle looked utterly bewildered, then realized and exclaimed angrily, "Don't bother me when I'm not doing anything. I'm still ranking up. Can turtles even play ninja mobile games?" Tian covered her mouth, barely holding back from saying exactly that. Great. Please join our organization. Lee bowed 90 degrees to the ninja turtle. What is this? I'm quite popular among the ninja turtle clan, but since you're begging me. The ninja turtle shook its head. Ninja turtles joined the organization. All right, partner, you're done here, go back. With that, Kai released the summoning jutsu. Kai, you son of a. The ninja turtle vanished. Although we now have 5 members, fighting against organizations with 10 people would still put us at a significant disadvantage. Kai crossed his arms and pondered. Hey, that ninja turtle clearly wanted to curse, right? Tian's eyes deadened. Look, Sensei Kai. Lee suddenly exclaimed, the channel is full of recruitment ads. What a... Kai was greatly alarmed. They quickly opened it, and a series of recruitment ads flashed before their eyes. Server channel. Grill Squad Leader Recruiting. Recruiting. Responsible for 3 meals a day for every organization member. Plumanum. Recruit me. Grill Squad Leader, no problem. Eat as much meat as you want. Oh no. It's the Akimichi clan. Wanna be White Cloud, stop causing trouble, Choji. Nara recruiting skilled fighters, welcome. Inazuka's future Hokage join our organization, and each person gets a dog. Ninja dogs. Pathead boy private, why are all the major clans recruiting outsiders now? Born to laugh and cry, idiot, it's obvious we don't have enough people, and who doesn't need skilled fighters? Jizai Kunsi, the Shimura clan organization, has been established, interested parties are welcome. Wuyali Ji Rin Shur Shimura. Mai Ji, and what's wrong? Wuyali Ji Rin nothing. Mai Ji and Humph. Maida Jin recruiting top 100 players from the ranking match, negotiable benefits, registration rewards. Former generation nameless elder Danzo's people are here, snatching people too. Mai Ji, and openly and honorably, what's the problem? Shanzhong Ji Hua cough, join my Yamanaka clan, each person gets a flower. Zueqiang Kunzai Ganda, Nan saying it this way, and no one will join, wanna know why. Mask shop owner, are there no Hyuga? Hyugazun Lao, our Hyuga clan doesn't lack people, everyone should look at other ninja clans. Shadow Rock Sculptor, wow, interesting. Is there anyone willing to learn a craft from me? Shadow Robe exclusive tailor Baka, passing it to others. Loses all meaning, must do it personally. This is persistence. Someone still so stubborn, grandma. Invincible Hokage King Uzumaki Naruto recruiting. Uzumaki Naruto recruiting. Uzumaki Naruto recruiting. The channel was quite lively, but as soon as Naruto appeared, everyone went silent. This left Naruto dumbfounded. Hey, are you looking down on me? Wait until I get first place, I won't let anyone in. Naruto's anger surged, waving the plastic bag in his hand vigorously, making a rustling sound. Knucklehead, you probably forgot that our organization is already full. Sasuke held a plastic bag, just the same. Sasuke was out grocery shopping when he happened to run into Naruto leaving the Hokage's office, and they discussed the organization matters. Sasuke had no objection to joining Naruto's organization, with the sole condition being a change of leader. Hearing this, Naruto nearly came to blows, but who would have guessed Sasuke would say the leader should be a respected elder? While Naruto was still processing this, Sasuke didn't explain further, forcibly handing him 2 plastic bags to go grocery shopping together. And so here we are now. Sasuke, I'm done shopping, here you go, I need to hurry and recruit people. Naruto was quite anxious. Don't rush. Sasuke wanted to hold him back. What do you mean don't rush? I'm the leader. Of course I need to gather people. Otherwise, when other organizations are battling, I'll just stand there foolishly watching. Don't stop me. Sasuke made an "oh" sound and let go of Naruto, but as he watched Naruto prepare to leave, he calmly said something. My mother invites you to dinner at our house. If you're interested, come along. If not, goodbye. Naruto's foot that had just lifted slowly lowered, he turned around, leisurely scratching his head, with a sheepish grin. I guess that wouldn't be so bad, Dadabayo. Match is starting. Match is starting. Which organization is it? Hope we get 2 weaker ones. Hey. Of course we have to defeat the strongest organization to prove our strength. Hopefully we match against the old man of the 3rd generation. Let's teach him a lesson. Exactly. If we defeat Grandpa, we'll be famous by tomorrow. Defeat the third Hokage. Defeat the third Hokage. Be quiet. With a shout from Sasuke, the noisy crowd around him immediately fell silent, closing their mouths in fear. There was no way around it. Guests must accommodate the host. At 8:45 p.m. the entire Uzumaki Naruto organization gathered, rolling up their sleeves and steeling themselves for the upcoming battle. Since Naruto had gone to Sasuke's house for dinner, they decided right away to hold tonight's group activity at Sasuke's place. Sasuke strongly objected, but unfortunately, he no longer called the shots in his own home. Does everyone want something to drink? Mikoto stood by the table in her apron, bending slightly, to ask the group of children seated around her. Juice. Moegi raised her hand. Milk. Udon raised his hand. Just plain water is fine, thank you, Auntie Mikoto. Mo stood up and offered to help Mikoto. Watching these overly familiar kids, Sasuke's expression fell dead. This isn't a gathering or a party. Do you understand? Oh come on, don't be stingy, little Sasuke. Naruto waved it off carelessly, adding with a grin, Tochi-san, I'll have a bowl of ramen 3Q. Naruto, where am I supposed to find ramen right now? I am tapped Naruto on the head. Huh. Don't worry, I brought it. Tochi reached behind his back and pulled out a wooden box revealing 10 bowls of noodles inside. Oh, as expected of Tochi-san. Naruto beamed, snatching the ramen to distribute to everyone, including Sasuke. I don't want it. Sasuke's tone was sharp. Fine, then I'll eat yours. Naruto didn't hesitate, placing both bowls in front of himself. Seeing this, Sasuke grew angrier by the moment, stormed over and grabbed the collar of the instigator, ready to punch him. Thankfully, Sakura beside them reacted quickly and held him back. After much coaxing, Sasuke finally gave up on driving everyone away. Sasuke, teamwork requires information sharing if we're to perform at our best. Kakashi slowly lifted his teacup. Then next time we go to your place, Kakashi. Sasuke retorted irritably. Sure, I have no objections. Besides, there's no one else at my place either. Kakashi said with a smile. Sasuke was speechlessly hit by Kakashi's blunt remark, so he sat there brooding in silence. When Mikoto returned and noticed Sasuke's low spirits, she said nothing, but simply patted his head and distributed the drinks among everyone. A single small table couldn't accommodate 10 people, so everyone found their own spots. Sakura took a sip of water when her eyes accidentally caught Kakashi topping up money on his phone. She quietly shuffled over and peeked. Kakashi was pulling for new ninjas. Teacher Kakashi, don't you already have Teacher Might Guy? Sakura asked in confusion. First, I already have the Might Guy A-rank ninja. Kakashi sighed. Second, I discovered that ninjas can continue to pull. These shards seem useful for something. Kakashi's voice wasn't low, and everyone in the room heard him, so they all crowded over. Except for Sasuke. Rustle, after pulling for a while, Kakashi felt it was enough, and returned to the ninja menu only to see Might Guy shards 6360. The large character's 4-star upgrade suddenly lit up with a glowing aura, extremely conspicuous. Kakashi raised his finger and tapped. The 60 shards vanished, and Might Guy transformed from 2 stars to 3. Oh, star upgraded. Naruto's face showed surprise. I see. 2 stars isn't the limit, and excess shards can be used for upgrades. Kakashi mused thoughtfully. C-rank ninjas start at 1 star, requiring 30 shards for the first upgrade or 10 shards upon recruitment, meaning a 2-star C-rank needs 40 shards in total. B-rank and A-rank are the same, starting at 2 stars requiring 40 shards for recruitment and 60 to reach 3 stars. That adds up to exactly 100 shards. Kakashi understood. S-rank ninjas should start at 3 stars and require 100 shards to recruit. Although S-rank ninjas hadn't been released, yet deducing this wasn't difficult. Upgrading also boosted combat power. Kakashi smiled. It's about time. Are you sure you want to keep surrounding me? Naruto and the others snapped out of it and checked their phones. The heavenly battlefield would begin in 1.5 minutes, and the 2 opposing organizations had appeared. Uzumaki Naruto, Hokage root of Konoha. Well, this is a peak-tier match. Kakashi was dumbfounded. Was this really random? Awesome. We actually matched against Grandpa. Konohamaru was extremely excited, desperate to challenge the 3rd generation in the game right away. We're so lucky. But who's the other organization? Never mind. Naruto ignored that and immediately started assigning tasks. Sasuke, Sakura, Teacher Kakashi, and Auntie Mikoto will handle the heavenly side. Konohamaru, Mo, Udon, Tochi-san, and Ayam-chan will handle the earthly side. After finishing the assignment, Naruto felt a surge of pride. This was the organization he had pulled together. Though it hadn't been easy, every single one of them was a trustworthy comrade. I need to warn you. All of them are extremely strong. Do not let your guard down. Kakashi used the word extremely 3 times to emphasize. How could he not know, given that he was the one being warned? Although he had declined the 3rd's invitation on the grounds of already joining Naruto's organization, as far as Kakashi knew, most of the others on that list had already joined. This meant he had to lead these children against a battle-hardened elite squad. To make matters worse, there was Danzo's threat on the other flank. Don't worry, Teacher Kakashi. We'll make them eat their words. Naruto said confidently. Eat their words, not their teeth. We're not monks, don't go saying nonsense. Although Sasuke was retorting, his face was full of battle fervor. Although this was just a ninja mobile game, in a sense they were indeed about to fight against Hokage-level opponents. How could one not be excited? Their willpower seemed to infect the others. Although Tucci and Ayam had only been brought in by Naruto to fill the ranks, they also struck serious poses. Seeing everyone ready and expressions serious, Mikoto couldn't help but smile gently. Good luck, Uzumaki Naruto. Yash. Naruto responded with full vigor, but quickly realized he was addressing the Uzumaki Naruto organization as a whole. Without a moment's hesitation, the heavenly and earthly battlefield opened. Heaven, Earth. Naruto immediately ignored the Jiraiya image sitting in the center during the battlefield selection and rushed straight into the heavenly battlefield. But before the battle officially began, one needed to select a ninja, a summon, and a secret scroll. He naturally chose Might Guy. Upon entering the battlefield, what came into view were massive wooden posts lining the entire screen. Invincible Hokage King Organization. First round encouragement. Naruto casually gave an encouragement and randomly tapped a wooden post, and his ninja instantly appeared on it. Almost simultaneously, the other wooden posts were immediately filled with ninjas. Most were using Might Guy, with a few Hatake Kakashis mixed in. After claiming a post, there was a 10-second protection period. As soon as it ended, someone would attack Naruto. He focused his eyes and broke out into a cold sweat. It's Grandpa Hokage. Victory. As he watched his ninja kick the opponent off the wooden post, Sandame's furrowed brows slightly relaxed. I'm sorry, Naruto, but as Hokage, if I cannot secure this victory, what face or confidence would I have to confront the other ninja villages? Sandame challenged Naruto, first defeating him and seizing the arena. The moment he saw the two matched organizations, he had already planned how to fight this battle. We cannot lose. Win as quickly as possible. Sandame keenly noticed the scores of the three organizations in the upper left corner, jumping upward simultaneously, capped at 5,000 points. Did this mean whichever organization reached 5,000 points first would lock in victory? Moreover, behind the three organizations were displayed the number of participants in this battlefield, and the arenas currently controlled. Hokage 5, 4 Root of Konoha, 5, 3 Uzumaki Naruto, 5, 3. Each organization had 5 members present, totaling 15 fighters. However, since the heavenly battlefield had only 10 arenas, some participants would inevitably be unable to claim one. Although points accumulated without an arena, naturally not as much as when occupying one. A time-limited bonus scoring arena has appeared. Pay attention. Sandame called out loudly. With all 10 arenas occupied, the newly appeared bonus arena naturally became the target of pursuit. The person holding that arena was. They're all targeting me now. Asama stared at the screen showing the challenge interface, his expression grave. Asama, even if we cannot defend it, use your summoning jutsu. Drain as much health from the enemy as possible. Sandame ordered immediately. Understood. Asama focused on his controls. Since Sandame was temporarily in a protection period, he glanced around. The rest of the Hokage's office were all gripping their phones, intensely concentrated. Kakashi and Guy had declined, while Jiraiya and Tsunade gave no response, so besides Sandame himself, the current members of the Hokage organization were Sarutobi, Asama, Yuhi Kurenaizone, Tsukio Hayate, Tuchi Nidu, Hibashi, Shikimari, Gunma, Namikubi, Ryu. Tetsuya, IWA. These were Konoha's capable ninjas, with the exception of Tetsuya, IWA, all being jonin. And Tetsuya, IWA, as one of the 4th Hokage's former guards, could coordinate with Namikubi, Ryu, and Shikimari Gunma to execute the Flying Thunder God technique. This was also one of the considerations for Sandame selecting him. Though this was not yet the complete formation Sandame had envisioned, he believed that someday this organization would reach its full potential and become the most formidable force in the entire ninja world. Sandame's gaze returned to the screen, and his brows suddenly rose. He saw that he had already entered combat, and his opponent was the Dark Shadow of Konoha. Hiruzen, let us settle this here. Deep within Konoha's underground, Danzo remained with the 9 organization members he had personally selected. Guided by instinct, he had guessed Sandame would choose the heavenly battlefield, and indeed found him here. What else was there to say? Fight. Battle begins. Both Danzo and Sandame were using Mado Guy, currently the strongest ninja in the mobile game. Besides him, there were a few capable ninjas, such as young Uchiha Obito with his devastating damage output, but overall none matched Mado Guy. The moment they entered the duel arena, Danzo realized he already held an advantage over Sandame. To borrow a famous saying, when I saw my opponent's secret scroll, even before the fight began, I knew I had already won. Sandame had equipped domination, while Danzo chose scatter. It was well known that scatter counteracted domination, and had also humbled many players who recklessly activated domination. From this, Danzo felt his game understanding surpassed Sandame's. Hiruzen, you are unfortunate to oppose me. Danzo muttered to himself, his fingers moving swiftly as he aggressively pressed the attack. This was also his recent realization from dueling. Dare to feint, dare to strike. But Sandame played cautiously, hiding near the arena edge and oscillating back and forth as Danzo approached. His health was not optimal. Although he had defeated Naruto, his bar had dropped somewhat, so stretching the fight to find an opportunity was wisest. But Danzo would not give him that chance. Mato Guy under Danzo's control leaped into the air, delivering a powerful kick aimed directly at Sandame. Bang! After Guy's second skill dynamic entry connected, a shockwave effect erupted. Sandame's Mato Guy was knocked backward by the impact, bouncing off the arena wall. Danzo prepared steady basic attacks, while saving his first skill. But before he could react, Sandame instantly substituted and returned a devastating kick, draining a large portion of Danzo's health bar. What a... Danzo's face showed utter shock. Was this a mistake? Had something gone wrong? They were using identical skills. Why did his attacks deal normal damage while Sandame's inflicted significantly more? Ninja were not fools. After trying the mobile game, they had all discovered something called critical hits. It relied entirely on luck. With favorable fortune, several consecutive crits would cascade, dealing substantially more damage. But Danzo watched clearly. Although he had only one eye, he did not notice the distinctive visual effect that accompanied critical damage. That should not be possible. Danzo had no time to ponder further, and unwilling to be hit again, immediately used his substitution jutsu. Sandame turned to flee, but Danzo's Mato Guy caught him with a sweeping kick that launched him into the air, then followed up with the second skill for damage. This round is lost, Sandame sighed, and what followed was exactly as expected. After Sandame substituted, Danzo immediately released his persistent summon. Forced to activate domination, it was dispelled by Danzo's scatter within mere fractions of a second. Summon followed by scatter, my trusted combo. Sandame's summon had already been used against Naruto in the previous round, leaving him trapped in this desperate situation until he finally lost. This was how the Heaven and Earth battlefield operated. Unlike the 3v3 duel arena, it was one-on-one ninja combat. Once a ninja was defeated, they could not be selected again, forcing the player to choose a different fighter. When defending an arena, if a ninja had already defeated an opponent and used their summon, they would have no summon remaining against the next challenger. Health and status effects carried over, and the ninja could only be swapped out after being defeated. While Sandame was still selecting his next fighter, Danzo could barely contain his triumph, a grin spreading across his face. Hiruzen, I have one. Watching his ninja stand where Sandame's once stood, Danzo felt a satisfaction surpassing even pulling a complete high-rarity card from a single 10 pull. He had not always acted this way, but he had assumed his assassination ninja had succeeded, so Sandame appearing alive before him was utterly unexpected. At that time, sitting in the Hokage's chair, Danzo had felt a turmoil of emotions. Embarrassment, shame, anger. All too complex to articulate. A wise man does not boast of past exploits. The great battle resumed. This is the fate awaiting you. He. As an elite Jonin instructor, he was tasked with teaching Hiruzen Konohamaru, the grandson of the third Hokage. Yet they had somehow fallen out. The cause was Konohamaru's decision to join Naruto's faction. Originally, after completing the first chapter of the campaign, Ebisu would never have dared to underestimate Naruto. But he could never have imagined that Konohamaru would abandon him and pledge allegiance to Naruto. An uncle could endure such indignity, but an aunt certainly could not. Thus, he decisively answered the third Hokage's call, determined to demonstrate his strength in the heavenly and earthly battlefield. Alas, how unpredictable life can be. To run straight into this at full speed. Do not blame me, young Master Konohamaru. We are engaged in a fair battle. Ebisu whispered to himself, watching Konohamaru fallen from the platform he had just knocked down. Little did he know every word was caught clearly by those nearby. Hey, is this guy really alright? Red Bean scoffed. Can he even hold his ground? Just hand it over to me. Don't distract me. Crimson frowned slightly, her fingers flying across her phone as she replied. If we win, defend it seriously. If we lose, recapture it as quickly as possible. This event has a time limit. By the way, don't let your guard down for a single moment. Stay prepared. Asuma chimed in. Yeah. Red Bean rolled her eyes. But suddenly Asuma's expression shifted. No, it's that guy Kakashi. Can your limited time point boosting platform still hold out? Crimson seemed concerned. Don't worry. I know Kakashi's fighting style well. Asuma rubbed his nose and smiled confidently. I'll win. Take Rin has successfully claimed the limited time point boosting platform. The point gain has increased. It seems holding this earns more than frequently challenging others. Kakashi watched as the platform changed and the point counter visibly accelerated upward. He immediately understood the key to victory in the heavenly and earthly battlefield was not attack, but defense. He promptly relayed this to the others. Damn it, I lost to Teacher Ebisu again. Konohamaru slammed his fists on the table, nearly exploding with frustration. Konohamaru, even if you can't win, try to chip away at their health. Naruto said, while wiping sweat from his brow. We barely reclaimed that platform. It was so hard. No sooner had he spoken than the platform beneath his feet transformed into another special type. A limited-time merit bonus platform. Invincible Hokage King has successfully claimed the limited-time merit bonus platform. Merit points. What are those? Naruto frowned in confusion, but he had no time to ponder it. and immediately plunged into the next battle. The same held true for all 10 people in the room. After winning or switching platforms, the protection period lasted only 10 seconds, just enough time to catch one's breath. Wait. Udon suddenly remembered something, his face alight with excitement. If switching platforms grants a protection period, could we just keep switching back and forth to stay safe? Yes, that's a brilliant idea. If you have 2 or more empty platforms to work with, Sasuke replied flatly. Moyashiro patted Udon on the head, and Udon shrank back, shaking his head hurriedly to signal he would keep quiet. Seeing this, Naruto grew displeased. Sasuke, don't be so harsh with my comrades. Sasuke ignored him, focusing entirely on his controls. Meanwhile, in the ongoing match, his situation was precarious. His summon was gone, and all his skills were on cooldown. Losing the platform would mean losing ground. While he could switch to a different ninja and challenge again, the time lost would be considerable. He needed to seize every precious second, minimizing any wasted time, to maximize points within the limited time frame. This was precisely Sasuke's core understanding of competition in the heavenly and earthly battlefield mode. On the screen, Metal Lee's sweeping kick came flying toward him, but Sasuke's Haruno Sakura dodged with unpredictable lateral movements, successfully evading the attack. Sasuke breathed a slight sigh of relief, though he dared not lower his guard completely, for his opponent still had skills in reserve. After being fooled by a feint, the opponent grew cautious and began pacing left and right as well. This was an obvious probe. Seeing this, a faint smirk appeared on Sasuke's lips as he silently mocked his opponent's foolishness. Despite knowing he had nothing left, the opponent was still this overly cautious. Anyone watching might think the one without skills was on the other side. Sasuke controlled Haruno Sakura to apply pressure. The opponent seemed affected, his movement patterns shifting slightly. In ninja mobile games, the camera follows the direction the controlled ninja faces. Since the phone screen is limited, the space visible in front of the ninja is far greater than what lies behind. The opponent clearly understood this. Suddenly, as Sasuke pressed forward to lure, then quickly retreated to create distance, the opponent launched a flying kick. This attack came from behind. By this moment, Sasuke's screen angle had already rotated precisely away from the direction of the incoming strike. In other words, he could not see behind him. At that instant, time seemed to freeze. Sasuke felt extraordinarily calm. His eyes could not see, but his ears could hear. His finger had hovered above the secret scroll button the entire time without moving. Now it pressed down instinctively. Earth-style earthquake. Sakura absorbed Metal Lee's skill head-on, and a circular rupture erupted beneath Sakura's feet, sending Metal Lee flying. Activating the secret scroll skill while raising the hand. This is a secret scroll counter. Sasuke was stunned, but instinctively pushed Metal Lee into the corner to sustain his combo. He didn't know what the mechanics were called, whether it was counter defense or skill blocking. He simply judged that the distance meant he would be hit. Given that losing this exchange meant losing the entire round, he had no choice but to use his secret scroll. Unexpectedly, it turned into a stroke of luck. This play was indeed risky, from baiting the skill through positioning to the final counter. The opponent still had health remaining, and his substitution jutsu was likely ready. Sasuke didn't show any recovery frames, merely poking once before turning and running. Bang! The substitution jutsu was forced out. The opponent, frustrated and enraged, charged forward and unleashed a shell-based attack. But the moment the shells burst from the ground, a colossal gray-white Sakura descended from the sky, punching Metal Lee away with a single blow. Ultimate technique, swallowed the summon. Sakura then stepped forward and summoned a massive iron ball, launching the prone Metal Lee once more. Bang bang bang. After the ultimate followed by a skill, it was raw, visceral brawling. Inside the duel arena, Sakura pinned Metal Lee against the corner and relentlessly pummeled him until he fell. Victory declared. The settlement screen appeared. Sasuke stared down at his own hands, somewhat dazed, but then an uncontrollable laugh escaped him. Eehahaha. Everyone in the room turned their attention to Sasuke, but he didn't care. His smile was simply extraordinary. So this is what PK is truly about. Only this. This is what a real duel should be. This ninja mobile game is genuinely fun. Quick. I've been knocked off. He's on a sliver of health. Hurry and retake the stage. We can't pull ahead. The point gap is too narrow. Trying to take me down with you. You really are a bastard. So close. Quit talking and swap out your ninja. Score orbs. There are score orbs. Oh no, the remaining ones are for ninjas I barely know how to use. How am I supposed to fight? Don't give up. Within Urshao's modest quarters, the atmosphere had erupted into the same boisterous intensity as the beginning. 9 minutes remained until the heavenly and earthly battlefields closed. Heavenly battlefield. Huiying, 5, 4, 4, 4, 5, 8, 5, 0, 0, 0. Maida Jin, 5, 3, 4, 2, 5, 0, 5, 0, 0, 0. Xuanwu Mingren, 5, 3, 4, 3, 6, 0, 5, 0, 0, 0. At present, the point gap between the three factions in the heavenly battlefield was exceedingly slim. Virtually every round's conclusion shifted the standings. Each faction held on to 3 stages, while desperately contesting the 4th with control of the stages, shifting constantly. It was precisely this stalemate that proved so exhilarating, forcing everyone to remain perpetually on edge. Phew. Xiaoying exhaled deeply, rolling her slightly aching fingers. This is exhausting. Half an hour feels so much longer than I imagined. No one responded. It wasn't that they couldn't hear her, they simply had no time. She still had the leisure to speak while the others were stretched to their limits. Skill. Summoning. Wudong sounded half delirious, his movements sluggish and unfocused. My Maru was holding up reasonably well, and Ming Huang was barely clinging to consciousness, but Shoda and Changpu's father-daughter duo were suffering terribly. Who could have guessed a faction event would be this grueling? They still had to sell ramen tomorrow. Xiaoying turned her head. Mingren and Zhuozhu sat back-to-back, both hands gripping their phones as they continued battling, while Meiqin rested on a chair not far away. Xiaoying then glanced toward Kakaxi. The normally lethargic and unruly Jonin had finally found his rhythm here, his focus to a piercing edge. While she couldn't very well remain idle. Ducking her head, she threw herself into the matches. Meanwhile, the Horiing's office was little different. Excellent. Keep up the momentum. Leverage every advantage and do not let your guard down. Yes. 9. Sandai directed the operation from start to finish, and the remaining 9 followed his orders, strictly embodying the true nature of shinobi. Among them, Yuanfei Isama and Zirahong possessed the finest skills, constantly securing the special stages. Meanwhile, Tianzong Huibishu and Hongdo specialized in stall tactics upon entering matches, deliberately prolonging each round to 40 or 50 seconds. This was to sustain their existing lead and deny the other factions any chance of a comeback. Meanwhile, Yueguang Jifeng Bazihuo Xuanjian Bingzu Leidong and Dai Yue kept things straightforward. Full-speed offense, frantically snatching points. Sandai managed the overall strategy, constantly rotating personnel across different roles and distributing switches efficiently. If a time-limited scoring boost stage fell to someone else, he would order them to yield it and take it over himself temporarily. Once the optimal moment arrived, he would hand it back to Isama or Zirahong. Once he freed himself, he would seek out formidable opponents like Kakaxi or Tuankang. Our advantage keeps growing. With little time remaining, we've essentially won. Huibishu chuckled. What the Horiing Lord just said. Cough, do not forget. Jifeng said with utmost seriousness. My apologies. Huibishu immediately offered his apologies. Is this what teamwork feels like? It's quite different from my days in the Yumbu. Tianzong remarked slowly. Naturally. In the future, this might well replace those dangerous pursuits. Hongdo nudged Xianjian with her elbow. What do you think, Xianjian? Can I roast this? Xianjian asked, a kunai still wedged in his mouth, his eyebrows arching slightly. Absolutely not. The group chorused in unison. Then I have nothing more to say, Xianjian sighed. Everyone laughed, and Sandai's face was wreathed in warmth. The atmosphere was lively and harmonious, master and subordinates alike. In stark contrast to the lively rooms of Zhua Ershao and the Horiing, the atmosphere within my Genbu was entirely different. Tuankang's face was grim as he stared at the word defeat, on his phone, momentarily tempted to smash it. This defeat only cemented my Degen's 3rd place, standing in the heavenly battlefield. Pressed down by Horiing, they somehow had fewer points than that hastily assembled Xuanwu Mingren faction. Lord Tuankang, we secured 2nd place in the earthly battlefield, a Genbu member reported. And, have you already secured the overall ranking? What is there to be glad about coming in 2nd? Tuankang barked. The ninja fell silent, and every shinobi present held their breath. Tuankang opened the organizational standings for the heavenly and earthly battlefields. 1st place, a Horiing. Points 9246, battlefield participants 10, stages controlled 8. 2nd place, a Maida Gen. Points 8928, battlefield participants 10, stages controlled 7. 3rd place, a Xuanwu Mingren. Points 8454, battlefield participants 10, stages controlled 5. This was the comprehensive ranking for the heavenly and earthly battlefields, merging results from both arenas. Judging from this, while the 3 factions fought fiercely in the heavenly battlefield, Xuanwu Mingren's points lagged significantly in the earthly battlefield. There was no helping it. Most members were cobbled together under duress, leaving only a handful with actual combat effectiveness. Take my Maru's brigade, for instance. Could he even fight? He couldn't. Yael and Changpu were merely ramen vendors. Unless Yael could actually open his narrowed eyes and fight, they stood no chance. How were these 5 supposed to hold the line? They were up against Genbu elites and direct Jonin under the Horiing. The earthly battlefield was completely beyond their reach. Yet Mingren and the others, still locked in fierce combat, knew nothing of this. To them, there was still hope. Great. Our points went up again. That Maida Gen bunch probably can't catch us now. Mingren pumped his fist vigorously. It's not just an increase. We've taken 1st place. Zhuozhu, having just finished a match, grabbed a bottle of water from the table and took a drink. Really? That's awesome. Mingren exclaimed, thrilled. You two are truly impressive, Zhuozhu and Mingren. Xiaoying praised with a smile, though a hint of hesitation lingered within it. After nearly half an hour of relentless fighting, these two had actually managed to steadily surpass the other two factions. Even Kakashi couldn't help but think, as expected of the chosen ones, they truly have talent. Huh. Though sometimes we do capture the stage, it gets snatched right back almost immediately. Mei-chin lamented, casting a glance towards Zhuozhu and Mingren. It doesn't matter. Even if we keep repeating the cycle, the points are all climbing. Whoever started with a higher base will win. Therefore, the outcome of the heavenly battlefield is already decided. Mingren laughed boisterously. Upon hearing this, several people in the room wore worried expressions. Zhuozhu noticed it. His brows knit together, an instinctive sense of foreboding surged, but before he could dwell on it, he was pulled into a new match by his opponent. Mingren. Xiaoying opened her mouth, but seeing him throw himself into battle just like Zhuozhu, she found she couldn't bring herself to say it. From the side, Kakashi felt a pang of exasperation. They still haven't noticed. Should I praise your focus or call you dense? Xiaoying and Mei-chin were both aware of the situation in the earthly battlefield, but hesitated over whether to speak up. As for the few who had actually been competing there, it went without saying. They simply felt too ashamed to open their mouths. Witnessing this, Kakashi stepped forward. He didn't utter any unnecessary words. He merely looked at the group and offered a faint smile. Everyone, let's fight until the very last moment. Oh, 9. Today was destined to be a sleepless night. The heaven and earth battlefield had opened for the first time, and more than half of the players in the ninja world had formed organizations competing fiercely across the skies and lands. It only lasted for half an hour. If one team's score in any battlefield reached 5,000 first, they would immediately lock in victory. The duration was brief, not even as long as a single class at the Ninja Academy. But what it brought would linger in memory for a long time. First place, 10020. Second place, 9100. Third place, 8724. We won. Shikamaru set down his phone and exhaled. The Shikacho and Ino organizations had all been matched together. He strongly suspected whether this was truly random. Fortunately, setting aside raw combat power, in terms of intellect, the Nara clan held the edge. Shikamaru and his father Shikaku each led their teams in the heaven and earth duel battlefields, filling up the scores early and making the outcome lose any suspense. Chuzo was relatively laid back, not going all out with full firepower, while Ino took it quite seriously and secured second place. Shikamaru, how was the experience? Shikaku sat beside him. Nothing special. Compared to shogi, the rules of the heaven and earth battlefield aren't complicated. Truthfully, it's just about overwhelming power. Shikamaru spoke calmly. His words were indeed correct. The advantage brought by skill surpassed everything. With merely 10 highly skilled members, victory in the heaven and earth battlefield posed no problem. But unexpectedly, Shikaku laughed directly. Overwhelming power. Skill. Isn't that right? Shikamaru asked in confusion. You clearly didn't notice. But then again, everyone's combat power isn't far apart at the moment. Shikaku's words carried hidden meaning. Combat power. Shikamaru's eyes narrowed slightly, and he understood. So that was it. The heaven and earth battlefield actually incorporated combat power into its gameplay. He recalled that in the matches the opponents they encountered varied, and the damage dealt and endured each time had subtle differences. This differed from the duel arena. Most people might not have noticed, but Shikamaru was extremely sensitive to numerical changes. And when the ninja were identical, there should not have been such fixed damage output. Of course, this excluded the possibility of critical hits. This is Shikamaru's current combat power, nearing 6 figures. Now that the story has begun, advance it steadily. Play the daily squad missions, abundance events, point competitions, survival mode, and secret realms. Even if you can't win, it's not a big deal. After saying that, Shikaku left. Shikamaru glanced at his father's retreating back, then lay down on the tatami with his hands behind his head, grumbling under his breath. You ran all the way over just to tell me that. TSK. WE1. Inside her luxurious chamber, Hinata wiped the light sheen of sweat from her forehead as the tension finally left her body. The Hyuga organization emerged victorious. The opponent didn't matter, only the win counted. With so many members in the Hyuga clan, they had numerous organizations competing. Hinata was unaware of how the others fared, but at least hers succeeded. Sister, I defeated several opponents. Hanabi threw herself into Hinata's embrace. You did wonderfully, Hanabi. Hinata praised her. It was the truth. Her younger sister not only possessed greater strength, but also displayed superior skill in the ninja mobile game. Whether to feel pleased or melancholy, Hinata couldn't decide. Hanabi, unaware of Hinata's thoughts, lifted her head from Hinata's chest. Father will reward us too, right? No rewards allowed. Hinata patted Hanabi's head gently. As members of the Hyuga clan, this is simply our duty. Huh. You sound like one of the old men in the family, Hanabi teased. Her remark struck a chord with Hinata, who remembered Niji refusing to join the Hyuga organization in favor of staying with his teacher and comrades. Though she didn't know if he had one, she imagined he must be far happier than she was now. And then there was Naruto. When he had invited Team 8 to join his organization, Hinata had missed the message entirely, leaving her to regret it for days afterward. Even if she hadn't been felled by that cup of coffee, could she really have summoned the words to accept? A sudden sorrow weighed on Hinata, her brows curving with worry. She couldn't help but wonder if Naruto would be feeling any different at this moment. How could we lose you, bastard? Naruto slammed his phone onto the table with a furious expression, yet no one in the room dared to speak. The trio of Konohamaru wore looks of deep shame, wishing they could disappear, while Teuchi and Shizune exchanged equally awkward glances. Sasuke remained silent, his face dark as he stared at his phone, fixed at third place on the final rankings. Uzumaki Naruto. The Uzumaki Naruto organization still fell short. The chasm on the Earth battlefield was simply insurmountable from the Heavens battlefield. For Naruto, it felt like an abrupt fall from paradise straight into hell. Damn it. I swore I'd win. Make those bastards stop looking down on me. Naruto clenched his fists, his expression twisted with frustration. He had every right to be frustrated. The Uzumaki Naruto organization ranked second in member points, trailing only Kakashi. Sensing the heavy atmosphere, Sakura forced a smile. While the rules do say we get one Heaven and Earth matchup per week, we still have plenty of chances ahead. And what good does that do? We lose once every week. Sasuke crossed his arms behind his head and leaned back against the wall, eyes closed. Sakura immediately regretted speaking up. Sorry we held you back. Konohamaru bolted out before anyone could respond. Moegi and Wasabi bowed to the others in the room, murmured apologies, and hurried after him. Speaking of which, I haven't prepped tomorrow's ramen orders yet. I should head back, Teuchi said with an apologetic scratch of his head. Daddy. Shizune froze. Sorry, we're heading out. Teuchi took Shizune's hand, and they left, and within moments all 5 from the Earth battlefield were gone. Naruto watched them walk away, reaching out instinctively, opening his mouth to speak, but found no words. His momentary surge of emotion had only made the situation worse. Mikoto sighed and stood Sasuke and Naruto closer. Tomorrow you'll go apologize to them. Why? They're useless, Sasuke muttered, clearly discontent. Without them there'd be no Heaven and Earth battles at all. Or were you planning to recruit members yourself? Mikoto's words left Sasuke speechless. He couldn't possibly bring himself to ask others to join, though he didn't realize that those very words would draw crowds to his organization. And Naruto, Konohamaru and the others were your recruits, weren't they? Losing is one thing, but taking it out on your companions is hardly what a leader should do, Mikoto reminded him sternly. I understand, Naruto murmured. Somehow standing before Auntie Mikoto filled him with an instinctive reverence, as if facing his own mother, though he barely knew what that meant. Naruto. Sasuke's eyes widened in surprise at his friend's obedience. But seeing Mikoto's stern expression, he knew there was no escaping this either, and reluctantly nodded. Beside them, Sakura watched with a gentle smile. So this was Sasuke's mother, both warm and firm, embodying the essence of motherhood. Excellent. Kakashi emerged, clapping his hands with a bright smile. Apologizing to your teammates is important, but if we want to grow stronger, Team 7 needs to train hard. Starting tomorrow, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, you 3 will compete in 10 matches against each other. The winner gets to challenge me. This arrangement lasts long-term, and there are rewards for winning. Are you ready? At this, Naruto and Sasuke exchanged smiles. Yes. 2. Naturally, Konoha was not the only village immersed in the heavenly battlefield. At the same time, other ninja villages were engaged in the same activities that night. However, their situations differed slightly from Konoha's. First place, 10000 points. Second place, 3874 points. Third place, 2455 points. Watching the final rankings displayed on his phone, Itachi's expression remained utterly unchanged. Yar, this heavenly battlefield lacks any real challenge, Kisame remarked in a peculiar tone somewhere between mockery and contemplation. How tedious. It completely fails to showcase my art. Deidara turned and walked away. Such reactions were hardly uncommon. After completing the heavenly battlefield, most members of Akatsuki had departed. Only Pain and Konan remained. Pain, is this acceptable? This group operation yielded little, and several members expressed dissatisfaction. Their opinions don't matter. The current developments were anticipated. This is merely preparation for what comes next. Konan observed Pain's calm visage without responding. She would follow this man regardless of whatever path he chose. Take this victory for instance. Regardless of who Konoha matched together, there was little possibility of anyone deliberately throwing the match. After all, everyone either belonged to a clan or was a commoner. None would fear another. Even confronting the Hokage would not deter them. But such boldness was unthinkable in AIM. Akatsuki was little more than legend to AIM's civilians. Yet when they saw the organization appear in the heavenly battlefield's matchmaking list, they quickly understood what needed to be done. The 10 members of Akatsuki constituted the organization itself. It might seem like stating the obvious, but with all 10 operating together, it was nearly impossible to imagine them losing. Akatsuki's completion of the heavenly battlefield was indeed among the fastest in the entire ninja world. Well, perhaps one of the fastest. If AIM's cooperation was partly out of deference, even Akatsuki's board members couldn't argue with the results. Sound Village's victory was simply overwhelming. Orochimaru had formed an organization called Longevity, selecting talented Sound Ninjamaru to secure an uncontested triumph. The Sound Ninja both feared being matched against Orochimaru and hoped for it, providing opportunities to demonstrate their loyalty, such as intentionally throwing matches. Orochimaru certainly didn't refuse such gestures. In fact, it had become an unspoken rule among the Sound Ninja. One could only wonder what had become of those who lacked the foresight to understand the situation. Is this truly all I receive for winning? After casually testing Sarutobi Asuma in the training field, Orochimaru found himself immediately bored. He paid no mind to the ninja's strength, knowing he could train a shadow-level ninja through alternative means. It was only a matter of time. What mattered to him was what he could obtain. While players on different servers varied, the rewards they received were uniform. Did something suspicious underlie this arrangement? Then came the familiar declaration: Orochimaru feared nothing, and even as an S-rank missing nin with a bounty on his head, he brazenly taunted on the global channel. All server channel: Orochimaru, I trust, I'm the only one who's completed the heavenly battlefield at present. Heroic Jiraiya yo, Orochimaru. Orochimaru, you finished too. So soon. Konoha's truly in decline, it seems. God of gamblers, we didn't play that. Drink. Jiraiya, drink. Orochimaru, you've been drinking since 3 days ago. I suppose I'll indeed live the longest among the legendary Sannin. Rakage, hey Konoha, people don't treat the global channel as your personal chat room. Will of Stone, has the brat finished? Rakage, naturally not. How could a son of Cloud need to throw matches? Every one of us fought with everything we had. What is the value if you have time to chat? Rakage-sama, you're hardly the practical man you claim to be. Marriageable Ajo. What about the Kazekage? Insuna Rashi exited the channel. This was the Kazekage's office, but unlike usual, 3 additional figures were present. Father, we have essentially secured victory, Temari said after finishing her match. Looking up, Rashi ignored her and turned his gaze toward Gaara. Gaara displayed rare composure, cradling the phone in both hands like a child unwilling to release a new toy. It was difficult to imagine describing Gaara this way, yet that was precisely how he appeared at that moment. As the ninja on the screen perished with a death cry, Gaara slightly loosened his grip on the phone. He had lost yet felt no displeasure, a strange sensation. Why? A ninja mobile game differed from actual ninja combat. No matter how many times he defeated opponents, he could never truly kill them. This stripped combat of its meaning and murder of its pleasure. Ninjas trained relentlessly for the sake of killing. So if killing lost its purpose, then ninjas themselves became meaningless. Gaara thought of his uncle, the man he had killed with his own hands. In a ninja mobile game, he supposed his uncle wouldn't truly die. Beside Gaara, Kankuro watched as Gaara remained composed after his loss, but his own eyes nearly popped from his head when Gaara calmly continued playing. He glanced at his sister and father. Temari was naturally pleased while Rashi frowned, deeply lost in thought. Though indulging in the ninja mobile game was better than his usual aimless wandering, Gaara should not remain at this level. It still fell short of expectations. Yet Rashi did not intervene, instead choosing to continue observing, hoping to discover new value in Gaara. Meanwhile, the global channel was particularly lively. Invincible Hokage King, no good, I lost again, how weak. Wanna be White Cloud Naruto, you didn't fly into a rage at all, that's unusual. Invincible Hokage King. Invincible Konoha King, I'm sorry brother Naruto. Please kick me out of the organization. Invincible Hokage King, no Konohamaru. Invincible Konoha King, but I will return. Someday I'll prove with my strength that there are no shortcuts in ninja mobile games. Super Konoha King Konohamaru. Strongest Konoha King Konohamaru. Invincible Hokage King wa Konohamaru, you guy. You're so cool. Honor returns to Uchiha. Stop embarrassing yourself, dead last. Inheritor of the will of fire, Konohamaru, that you understand this shows this defeat was useful after all. Rakage, I said don't treat this as your home, you Konoha folks. Ordinary person, could someone please explain why everyone's names are so distinctive? Sandrat Rapper Yo-Yo, listen to my words, spread these names. The ninja world, let rap stir your soul. Master of mobile games, showcasing rhymes and dancing moves. Clouds, 8 Tails, Sand Rat Killer B. Everyone. Darkness of Konoha, don't treat the global channel as your living room. You cloud people. Give me a duck neck. In the Rakage's office, following an earth-shattering crash, a large hole had appeared in the window. As Rakage, I stood there panting heavily. Not far away, Secretary Mabui and his right-hand man Darui, among others, silently facepalmed in exasperation. Right before where the Rakage stood, embedded in the floor below, was a giant character in human form. After a long moment, a hand emerged from the ground, trembling as it made a gesture. Bibaka. Kyusoyuru. Hello everyone, I am the host of this Ninja Intelligence Briefing, Gu Cheng. The luminous screen appeared once more in the familiar room with the familiar host, in the familiar format. The appearance of the luminous screen came as no surprise to anyone in the ninja world. They simply watched with calm composure. Even into this day, the aftermath of yesterday's Heavenly Domain event remained the hot topic of discussion. which organization had defeated what tactics had been employed, whether it was a war of attrition or a straightforward confrontation. Everyone was enthusiastically dissecting every detail. But at 10 o'clock in the morning, the Ninja mobile game released an update preview. The next high-tier recruit is coming. A mysterious ninja is about to appear from Mount Myaboku as Sage ascends. The illustration's color had changed, shifting from Kai's green to orange, yet retaining the pure black silhouette that had become its signature. However, many felt such mystique was entirely unnecessary for its Zilai Yi. Gangsho was not surprised to learn that Zilai Yi would be the second high-tier recruit. That very morning, the fellow had mysteriously hinted to Gangsho that he was about to do something that would let him shine before the entire ninja world. Now the meaning was perfectly clear. Hehehe, the Toad Sage is merely a name I devised to deceive the masses. In truth, I am the renowned white-haired prodigy known across all four directions as one of the legendary 3 Sannin. Zilai Yi, the hero among men. Inside the luminous screen, seated alongside Cheng, was none other than Zilai Yi himself. The man was extraordinarily flamboyant, having actually ridden upon a toad, and leaped into view, delivering an overly theatrical self-introduction to the camera. Watching Zilai Yi's enormous face fill the screen, Gangsho pressed her palm against her forehead. It's Lord Zilai Yi. Shutter smiled awkwardly, truly fitting his style to the letter. Compared to the previous episode's guest, this one was considerably more prestigious. Zilai Yi had spoken truly. The title of the 3 Sannin carried immense weight throughout the ninja world. Thus, even though Zilai Yi's entrance had been rather cringeworthy, the audience patiently continued watching. After taking his seat, Cheng smiled and addressed him. Mr. Zilai Yi, now that you have become the first S-rank ninja in the mobile game, how do you feel? Excellent. As for whether I'm qualified, without a shadow of doubt. Who else but me deserves this high-tier S-rank position? Zilai Yi's words were exceedingly arrogant. He sat with his legs crossed, looking utterly infuriating. Others may have been unaware, but outside Konoha, other ninja villages were already clenching their fists in resentment. Mere child's play. Inoki sneered dismissively. No matter how great the Sannin's reputation, in his eyes they were no different from children. He reasoned that if Zilai Yi could become a high-tier S-rank, then he himself, far superior to Zilai Yi, should unquestionably earn an even higher designation. Though the game's tier system was fixed, nothing stated that S-rank ninja couldn't be further differentiated by rarity. Inoki would undoubtedly be the rarest of all. I hear Mr. Zilai Yi excels at gathering intelligence. That coincidentally aligns perfectly with the theme of our intelligence briefing, Cheng said with a smile. Ha ha ha. Indeed. And I already know a piece of intelligence that no one in the ninja world can refute, Zilai Yi declared with utmost confidence. Oh, pray tell. Every person in this world certainly has a 4-character game on their phone. Am I correct? The ninja world. Duh. What else would they possibly have? Cheng's expression grew slightly awkward, but he smoothly steered the discussion back on track. You've already experienced the high-tier ninja Zilai Yi. As the real person himself, what are your thoughts? Rather underwhelming, Zilai Yi said with visible regret, shaking his head. The skills number only 5. What? The crowd erupted in astonishment, their composure shattered. 5 skills. All existing ninja followed a uniform configuration of 2 skills plus 1 ultimate technique. Even the high-tier A-rank Kai was no exception. Could it be that only Zilai Yi received such treatment? Was this the privilege of a high-tier S-rank ninja? Unforgivable. I've been surpassed. Kai wept bitterly, accompanied by his devoted student Shaoli. Honestly, what's so strange about being surpassed by Lord Zilai Yi? Do you truly believe you could rival him? Tian retorted sharply. Besides, you can't even assemble a full team, let alone compare an A-rank ninja against a clearly superior S-rank. Ning Ci added, unusually joining in the roasting. Those words left Kai completely flummoxed. Their organization currently consisted of only the 4 of them, teacher and students. Yes, youth alone could not recruit anyone. The previous night, while others battled in the heavenly domain, they could only watch helplessly. This was even more tragic than losing the heavenly domain itself. I possess so many techniques, and yet only so few were implemented. Really? Inside the luminous screen, Zilai Yi continued his complaints. Shouldn't a ninja's full repertoire be represented? Why only 2 or 3 moves? Kakashi agreed profoundly. As the renowned copy ninja who had replicated over 1,000 jutsu, having only his dog and Chidori to showcase was a disgrace to his reputation. Cheng felt he could offer an explanation. This is actually quite simple. Incorporating every ability of a single ninja is not impossible, but it would be far too complex, conflicting with our positioning as a game suitable for all ages. Therefore, in the future, ninja will be released in phases with their abilities divided across different stages. For instance, Mr. Zilai Yi, Cheng turned toward Zilai Yi. The young you and the present you are naturally quite different. I see now. Zilai Yi had an epiphany. Every ninja in the world shared the same realization. If Yi served as the example, then a childhood version of him would likely appear in the future. This is becoming rather interesting. Orochimaru of the Sound Village smiled. He recalled the days when he had studied under teacher Sarutobi. Would that era also be released as separate content? As for whether he himself could become a playable ninja, he figured that if Yi could make it, then he Gangsho, and even the third Hokage would have little difficulty achieving S-rank status. It was not just Orochimaru who drew this conclusion, many present silently marveled. Good heavens, 4 S-ranks from a single family lineage. The perspective returned to the luminous screen. With questions answered, it was time to proceed to the main segment. Then let us ask Mr. Yi to showcase the all-new high-tier S-rank for us. Yash. Yi accepted the mobile phone from Gucheng, and simultaneously the screen's viewpoint shifted to the training ground. Yi's entrance animation differed from other ninja. He hopped in from outside the screen tiptoeing, with characteristic bounce truly embodying his unique personality. Yet few paid attention to this detail. Everyone's mind was occupied by a single thought: they had been deceived. He had said 5 skills, hadn't he? There were only 2. Yi could anticipate the audience's thoughts, but he did not rush. Instead, he showcased his leisurely basic attack combo: a wave with the first, strike a punch with the second, a knee kick with the third, and a stomping lift with the fourth. The first 3 strikes pushed opponents back, while the final attack launched them skyward, and it carried a sweep effect. On the surface, nothing spectacular. Now let's examine the first skill. After demonstrating the normal attack, Jiraiya knew he couldn't stall any longer. Keep dawdling, and someone would start shouting curses. Speaking as he pressed the first skill on screen, Jiraiya summoned a small house that enclosed him. Summoning Jutsu Toad World Viewing Technique. That was actually a viewing toad from Mount Myaboku, merely shaped like a house. After swallowing Jiraiya, the toad shrank immediately and darted around the training ground. A few seconds later, the toad vanished, and Jiraiya leaped out, delivering a flying kick. Is it a skill that uses toads for protection, allowing you to evade attacks? Chojiro from Kirigakure speculated. Although only the final kick deals damage, this skill seems rather interesting. Awide murmured thoughtfully. For instance, during those 4 seconds when swallowed by the toad, would Jiraiya be immune to damage? That would mean evading not only enemy skills, but even their ultimate techniques. At that moment, Jiraiya on screen walked over to Mato Guy, who was designated to take hits, and activated the first skill. As a stream of damage numbers flashed, the summoned viewing toad swallowed both Jiraiya and Mato Guy. While the toad ran across the arena, damage numbers continued to appear. When the time expired, both Jiraiya and Mato Guy reappeared. However, the scene looked more as if Jiraiya had simply kicked Mato Guy out. You can trap people. Quite versatile, isn't it? Terumi May smiled, eagerly anticipating the day her own shinobi would be released. However, something even more astonishing occurred. On screen, Jiraiya crouched again, but this time instead of the viewing toad, a vast expanse of churning yellow swamp erupted. Huh, is this the second skill? Idiot, watch carefully. At Ichiraku Ramen, Naruto scratched his head, thinking it was decent, but Sasuke beside him looked genuinely surprised. The two had come today to apologize to Old Man Tucci and Ayam, and so Old Man Tucci treated them to ramen. The person being apologized to footing the bill. What a twist. Doesn't that look like the first skill again? Tucci said hesitantly. Nanny. Naruto's eyes widened. Just then Jiraiya performed it once more, and this time everyone saw clearly. It was indeed the first skill. What was going on? It's a matter of short press versus long press. Jiraiya's voice came through the screen, tinged with a hint of smugness. A short press of the first skill activates summoning Jutsu Toad World Viewing Technique, but a long press transforms it into Yellow Hell Volcano. Long press. Short press. This was genuinely novel to the people of the ninja world. They hadn't imagined a single skill could be differentiated this way. It was a new mechanic undoubtedly. Someone quickly recalled the 5 skills Jiraiya had mentioned. If this was possible, perhaps all 5 could achieve similar effects. Summoning Jutsu Stall Collapse Technique. Jiraiya's second skill was also a summoning jutsu. He would summon a large orange-skinned toad that descended from the sky, then leaped forward in a single bound. This was Gameta, and each time it landed, it unleashed a powerful shockwave that sent enemies in the surrounding area flying. Learning from precedent, the crowd held back their conclusions and continued watching. As expected, the second skill also had different activation forms. A long press allowed Jiraiya to mount Gameta after it landed, controlling its jump in a specified direction, gaining a slight y-axis advantage. But it didn't stop there. On Jiraiya's third summoning of Gameta, after it landed, he hopped onto its back once more. Gameta exhaled oil while Jiraiya breathed fire, launching a combined burning assault against the enemies ahead. The first 2 second skills follow the same short or long press mechanic as the first skill, but on the third activation, pressing the basic attack after Gameta lands will unleash the Toad Oil Flame Bullet together. Jiraiya explained directly. With that, the first and second skills had been fully demonstrated. For these players in the ninja world, it was an eye-opening experience that left a significant impression. Yet it wasn't exactly staggering. Jiraiya himself wasn't top tier in production quality, and this version had been modified anyway. Cheng had deliberately chosen not to release the original Jiraiya. He had his reasons. While some first edition ninjas offered unique charm upon debut, there was no need to retain the oldest versions for every character. The modified Jiraiya would suffice. And for those in the ninja world, after watching his skills, they genuinely felt a sense of wonder. Could ninjas really work this way? Finally, the ultimate technique. There's not much to say about this one, Jiraiya remarked before activating his ultimate. Heroic Rasengan. As those bold characters flashed, Jiraiya delivered a powerful sweeping kick to repel his opponent, then launched himself into the air, driving a massive Rasengan down toward the ground to finish. With that, the main segment of this ninja intelligence briefing concluded. As the camera panned back, Jiraiya set down his phone, and Cheng spoke. Thank you for the demonstration, Mr. Jiraiya. Do you have any tips you could share to help everyone get started more easily? Jiraiya pondered. If the opponent's substitution jutsu is nearly ready, we can trap them with the first skill to delay the timing. The 3 activation methods for the second skill should be used contextually. For instance, a short press works well for initiating from range, but if speed of damage output matters, the Toad Oil Flame Bullet is unmatched. Although the ultimate has considerable range, it cannot reliably chain into other skills. Use it with caution. Hearing this, many committed his words to memory. Regardless, as the first person in the ninja world to experience Jiraiya, his understanding of the ninja would naturally exceed that of the audience. Jiraiya, that guy must be worth a fortune on the black market, right? In Rain Hidden Village, Haiden, bored from watching the briefing, suddenly blurts out a shocking remark, leaving Kanra utterly speechless beside him. Akatsuki members were now confined and forbidden from leaving, so it wasn't just Haiden. Kanra felt equally stifled, because they couldn't go out and earn money anymore. Yet Kanra had never considered killing Jiraiya for black market cash, not out of fear, but because the risk was far too great. The longer one lived, the more precious life became. And the more expensive a ninja, the clearer Kanra remembered their value. Precisely because of this, as the eldest member of Akatsuki, Kanra would never recklessly target someone of that caliber. Mainly because he carried some psychological scars. The ninja introduction segment has concluded, but to give everyone a better understanding, a live combat demonstration with the new ninja is essential. On screen, Cheng's words ignited excitement among all present viewers. Another lottery draw, right? Jiraiya couldn't fight alone, and they were already prepared. The weather was fine and sunny, there was nothing urgent to attend to, and they were idle anyway. Why not join in for fun? But unexpectedly, Cheng changed course. Mr. Jiraiya, who would you like to spar with? Oh, I get to choose. Hearing this, Jiraiya's eyes flickered slightly. He could tell this was likely a spontaneous decision by the host standing before him. If that was the case. You're watching, aren't you, Orochimaru? A sly smile played across Jiraiya's lips as he gazed into the luminous screen. At that moment, Orochimaru inwardly cursed his misfortune. But then he vanished from Oto Village. It was as though his vision blurred for an instant, and the world around him transformed entirely. To the onlookers, it appeared as if Orochimaru had simply materialized out of thin air without the slightest warning. What a reckless fellow, Jiraiya, Tsunade muttered, utterly speechless. She had suspected as much even moments ago. Who else would Jiraiya summon? Orochimaru was an inescapable constant. Yet gazing at the two figures standing in opposition upon the screen, an inexplicable smile graced her lips. How many years had it been since they last stood together thus? Jiraiya. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes at Jiraiya, harboring resentment, yet restraining himself from erupting. Don't be moved. Others won't be afforded such an opportunity. Jiraiya erupted in laughter. You truly are a scoundrel. Oh, incorrect. The Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku is none other than Lord Jiraiya. Orochimaru dismissed Jiraiya and turned his gaze toward Cheng. Since he had already come, he might as well make use of the situation. Cheng offered Orochimaru a faint smile and handed him a mobile phone. If anyone could deliver the best comedic effect alongside Jiraiya, it was undoubtedly this shameless serpent before him. Orochimaru hesitated for a moment before accepting it. He had observed the surroundings carefully. What appeared to be a small room was merely what the camera revealed. Beyond that perimeter lay only an endless expanse of whiteness, featureless and boundless. Once they were seated, Cheng spoke up. Gentlemen, let us conduct this as a single ninja duel. I imagine everyone is primarily interested in observing Jiraiya. Jiraiya? Orochimaru paused momentarily before quickly comprehending that this Jiraiya was not the same Jiraiya he knew. He hardly cared, though he cast another glance at Cheng. This host appeared to wield considerable authority here. The perspective shifted to the duel arena. Jiraiya naturally selected himself, having summoned the Toad Sage as his summons, and possessing the secret scroll Earthquake. Notably, Orochimaru had also chosen Jiraiya, a ninja he had only observed in demonstrations, but never truly commanded. Orochimaru, can you even play this? My techniques are far from simple. Don't get swept by my full health assault. Jiraiya taunted. Your ninja is as unrefined as you are, nothing but a few basic moves. One glance is all it takes to grasp them all. Orochimaru replied coolly. Jiraiya took no offense, instead allowing the corners of his mouth to curve upward. He noticed that Orochimaru had equipped the forbidden technique in Healing Worm Markup, the so-called invincibility frame. Battle commence. Boom, boom. Two identical toads were summoned, bounding forward toward one another. Orochimaru's brows furrowed. His Jiraiya had been caught off guard, and this toad was farther away than anticipated. But that was not the real issue. What? Was that fool Jiraiya still advancing to continue attacking? Hadn't they used their skills simultaneously? Surprised Orochimaru. I anticipated you'd open with Gamekin's attack, so I immediately shifted along the y-axis after exhausting my skill. Jiraiya added smugly. After all, I just taught you that very playstyle. Orochimaru shot Jiraiya a cold glance. This fellow actually attempted to manipulate during the instruction phase. Those present beyond the luminous screen overheard Jiraiya's words and marveled at how, even in conversation, the legendary Sannin embedded traps within every sentence. Of course, some called him despicable, but that, as they say, is a matter of perspective. Boom. Substitution Jutsu. Observing Orochimaru perform the substitution, Jiraiya pressed and held his first skill, summoning the Kiraku volcano. What he failed to anticipate, however, was that Orochimaru exploited the invincibility window to summon Jakizan Gameta, trapping Jiraiya in return. Moreover, during that time, he forced his way through the Kiraku volcano's range and reached the arena edge, kicking Jiraiya forcefully out. An excellent counterplay. Jiraiya substituted instantly. Orochimaru immediately summoned again. Shikaku appeared and conjured a massive vortex of sand ahead, emitting a suction force akin to a Fiji cup. Damn it, that thing again. Kankuro tightened his grip, his expression thoroughly displeased. Players who unlocked the first top-up on the opening day had already acquired Shikaku, a prize quickly both cherished and loathed by the community. Cherished for its overwhelming power, yet loathed for the same reason. To put it plainly, I love using it, but I despise seeing my opponent use it. Shikaku's outrageous coverage, spanning the full y-axis and most of the x-axis, had sent countless players into a furious rage. Its duration was second to none among all summons. Ugh! Gaara suddenly clutched his forehead, emitting a pained cry. Kankuro was startled. No way. He was merely complaining casually. Could Gaara actually kill him? Thinking this, Kankuro quickly ducked behind Temari, then peered out cautiously to observe Gaara. Gaara, are you alright? Temari voiced her concern, though she hesitated to approach. Gaara said nothing, still holding his head. After a moment, he gradually composed himself. Shikaku. Shikaku is causing trouble. He's saying. What? Summon. I've forgotten. Gaara's halting words sent chills through both Kankuro and Temari. Was Shikaku truly responding? Meanwhile, within Gaara's body, idiots. Absolute idiots. How dare you reduce the great-tailed beast Shikaku to a mere summon? Filthy humans. Filthy game. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. Shikaku roared frantically, his voice piercing. Tailed beasts could perceive the outside world through their Jinchuriki, so naturally, he was well aware of the ninja mobile game. While he was somewhat curious about what this contraption was, what he found utterly unacceptable was that within it he existed merely as a summon, available for a mere 20 cash. What sort of jest was this? In terms of both appearance and strength, he was the finest among the tailed beasts. Back then, even the Sage of Six Paths himself had declared his fondness for Shikaku. And yet now, what was this? While the other tailed beasts had not yet been released, he could be obtained for such a trivial sum. This was sheer humiliation. But Shikaku then reconsidered. Wait a moment. Among the 9 tailed beasts, only he existed within the ninja mobile game. Did this not demonstrate his uniqueness? The others didn't even have this opportunity. Yes, that must be it. Besides, isn't money the most precious thing to humans? Shikaku successfully persuaded himself, rolling about gleefully on the ground. However, when he raised his head and witnessed what unfolded upon the luminous screen, his freshly emptied rage meter instantly refilled to capacity. Despicable wretch. Unforgivable. Upon the screen, Orochimaru's Shikaku was deployed from the arena edge, a technique representing Shikaku's most potent application. Yet Jiraiya, having just performed substitution, immediately activated his first skill to trap Orochimaru inside, transforming into a toad and easily escaping Shikaku's range. Indeed, the exact same maneuver Orochimaru had just employed to break Jiraiya's initial skill. Thank you, Orochimaru. Jiraiya, seizing the advantage, immediately puffed up with pride. Had you not done that, I never would have discovered this technique. Orochimaru stared at Jiraiya, his fists clenching tightly. He had every reason to believe this scoundrel already knew this technique. He was merely taunting him at this very moment. Though his summon had been wasted, Orochimaru remained unfazed, for he possessed his own method to neutralize Jiraiya's summon. After completing his substitution, he did not hesitate, immediately utilizing his skill to attempt trapping Jiraiya. But unexpectedly, Jiraiya crouched and activated his secret scroll Earthquake, directly countering Jakizan Gameta's grab. What? Startled Orochimaru had no time to overthink and immediately controlled his toad to retreat. Summoning Jutsu Street Cart Collapse Technique. Jiraiya pressed and held his second skill summoning Gamekin and mounting him before charging toward Orochimaru. In an instant they traversed nearly half the arena. Jiraiya's skill expired first, and without the slightest hesitation the Toad Sage was summoned once more. Seeing this, Orochimaru smiled. Jiraiya, you truly are a fool. What more needed to be said? Didn't everyone know the Toad's coverage was broader, and its duration exceeded even Shikaku's forbidden technique in healing worm markup? Yet the moment Orochimaru activated his invincibility frame, the white aura surrounding him immediately dissipated, and he entered a hit state within the Toad's range. What a... Orochimaru, now truly a serpent, startled by the mere sound of a bowstring, instinctively straightened his posture. This time it was the Toad that devoured the venomous serpent. The Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku is none other than Lord Jiraiya. The special move image appeared, and the duel ended. In the final wave, Zillai comboed the Yellow Spring Swamp with his ultimate technique, Heroic Rasengan, clearing more than half of Dashawan's remaining health bar in one breath. Although the damage was not insignificant, that was not what people cared about. Just now did the invincibility state disappear. Yes. Yes, Teacher Kai. In a training ground somewhere in Konoha Village, Kai and Xiao Li, who had watched the entire intelligence meeting, exchanged glances, their hearts heavy with sorrow. Why must they so mercilessly persecute the invincibility state? That is the very foundation of their standing, the underlying logic of this ninja mobile game. Aside from this master and disciple, many more were puzzled. What had Zillai done? Hadn't he merely summoned a toad? Can a toad consume invincibility? Luan opened his phone and tested it in the practice field. He discovered that in the current version all ninjas could activate their invincibility state and bathe in the summoning, though they couldn't withstand some summons that lasted too long. In other words, the problem lay not with the summon itself, but with the ninja. Glancing at the light screen, Luan understood. What's going on? Dashuin put down his phone and stared at Zillai. Are you begging me to answer? Dashuin. Zillai smiled. This is the first time in over 50 years. A look of speechlessness surfaced in Dashuin's eyes. He shouldn't have asked that. Zillai probably knew that the entire shinobi world was waiting for his answer, so he didn't dawdle further. This ninja Zillai, when using the Toad Sage, dispels the opponent's invincibility effect. Hearing this, everyone was startled, even those who had guessed it earlier. There was even an exclusive summoning effect. The invincibility state was undoubtedly the most frequently used secret scroll in the duel arena, and correspondingly the status of dispel scrolls had risen along with it. These two secret scrolls were like rock and paper. Rock could crush other things, but could only be helplessly wrapped by paper. It can be done like this. Mingren scratched his head, feeling it was unfair. Zuozhu, as if guessing Mingren's thoughts, said, "What's unfair about it? Wasn't part of what made the third Shinobi Wars Zillai famous his summon." Exactly, Katsuki said as he lifted the curtain of Ichiraku Ramen and entered. Lord Zillai is already a sage of Mount Myaboku. What's wrong with a toad breaking invincibility? Hey, if that's the case, doesn't Teacher Katsuki's dog have an exclusive ability? Mingren asked. Katsuki's expression stiffened. He didn't want to talk about this. But while Katsuki didn't want to, others did. Some ninjas with summons suddenly got an idea. If I summoned the Great Sage of the Six Paths, would I also get a bonus? Third Hokage pondered silently. What could it be? It probably wouldn't be the same invincibility breaking as Zillai. They would avoid repetition in that regard. In that case, it was something to look forward to. But someone was dissatisfied. Damn it. Why does the game have my ninja and my summon, but no exclusive summoning effect? Teacher Kai indicated he wanted to protest. Damn, it didn't the previous high recruitment have more prestige than the new one? Exactly. This is unfair. Xiao Li also reacted indignantly, saying, can't Teacher Kai and his Ninja Turtles bond be enough? Hearing this, Kai sweat quietly. Oh no, could it really be? Now that he mentioned it, he indeed rarely used summons. Over in Aim Village, Chongmin found it interesting. Among the six paths, the path of animals lacked nothing in summons. The other ninjas' giant summons, which served as trump cards, were practically wholesale for him. If all of them could take effect. Creak, creak, creak. In the pitch-black small room, the path of heaven walked in and lay into a placed instrument. In its place, another person straightened up from the instrument. Path of heaven switching to path of animals. It seemed Chongmin deeply understood the importance of following the meta. Everyone was talking about summons, so he would go for a person specialized in summons. While the shinobi world was buzzing about summons, the intelligence meeting did not stop. I see. Dashawan's eyes grew dark. Among the summons, there was the blue snake. If his future ninjas were released, would they also have exclusive summoning effects? Then some ordinary snakes, and his strongest summon, the great toad. Would these all become stronger under his control? Thinking this, Dashuin could actually accept losing to Zillai. Everyone has moments to show off. Just wait and see. Although it can break invincibility, the side effect is that compared to normal toads, the range of my Toad Sage will be somewhat reduced. Zillai shrugged. Everyone realized, recalling just now, that the Toad Sage's range indeed seemed a bit smaller. Nevertheless, even so, Zillai's exclusive summoning effect undoubtedly raised this ninja's strength to a new level. Just like Maite Kai a few days ago, people could already foresee that after Zillai's release the duel arena would be dominated by him. So next it's about the specific content of the new version. Cheng spoke to draw people's attention back. Zillai's high recruitment refund is now online. Maite Kai's high recruitment refund will be taken offline. Players who haven't pulled yet remember not to miss it. Wait, Mr. Host, Zillai thought of something and asked puzzledly, will Maite Kai also be taken offline? This remark made many raise their concerns. There were still players willing to spend money or gold coins to pull for ninjas. If a ninja was taken offline, they would either have to give it up or grit their teeth and pull for it. What? You're saying they don't need to pull? Then don't play the duel arena. Cheng's subsequent words gave them a dose of reassurance. Don't worry about this. As mentioned earlier, High Recruitment A and High Recruitment S are released alternately and do not conflict with each other. That means until the next High Recruitment A goes online, Maite Kai will be taken offline, and there will be other ways to obtain him in the future. Only then did people breathe a sigh of relief while becoming curious about that so-called other way. However, Cheng of course wouldn't reveal this. He simply continued, in addition to some new C-rank and B-rank ninjas, there will be more dual arena gameplay modes coming online. No sooner had he spoken than his image on the light screen shrank to the bottom left corner, and the large portion that remained was for the new content. Once they saw it clearly, everyone was stunned, their eyes involuntarily turning to Dashyun sitting within the light screen. Dashyun himself was also taken aback. They saw that it was a picture of Dashyun holding a long sword extending a long tongue with a sinister smile on his face, and above it were written several vivid large characters. Dashyun's trial. Oh, is it related to me? Dashyun licked his lips with his tongue. Correct. Cheng nodded. Zillai fell into deep thought. Was this a spur-of-the-moment idea again? Or had it been prepared long ago? He felt a strong sense that this mode seemed related to him pulling Dashyun in to serve as the opponent in the demonstration ninja. Because Dashyun had come, Cheng naturally proposed this so-called Dashyun's trial. Cheng knew others would be suspicious of him, but he didn't care, his expression unchanged. Dashyun's trial is located in the more dual arena gameplay modes. Once the specific mode is online, everyone can experience it on their own. Additionally, another mode will also go online synchronously, but it will be time limited. Cheng, having said this, smiled faintly. Unrestricted tournament. Boss, time to open shop. Early that morning, the door of Magic Cube Internet Cafe was knocked upon. Cheng, who never stayed up late, was already awake and rose to answer it. He opened the door to find a yellow-haired youth standing before him. Boss, how can a businessman afford to sleep in? I know Granny said next door opened shop at dawn. Cheng was speechless and ignored him, turning back into the cafe. Minato chuckled and followed. Settling at the counter with unearned familiarity, he eagerly pulled out his phone and showed the screen to Cheng. The characters, Chunin 2, caught his eye. Oh, Minato, you've reached Chunin rank. Not bad, Cheng remarked casually. Ha ha ha, of course, I'm destined to become the Supreme Kage. Minato declared proudly, pointing his thumb at himself. Cheng smiled and handed him a glass of water. Minato examined it cautiously, found it to be ordinary tap water, and breathed a sigh of relief. The two chatted casually. Minato hadn't revealed why he'd come, and Cheng hadn't asked. After a while, the game update finished. Quite a few new ninjas, Minato observed, scrolling through his phone and noticing some had launched alongside Jiraiya. But he wasn't interested in that. He just wanted to confirm that the premium summoning rebate was online and the Coliseum was open for matches. Minato flashed a mischievous grin at Cheng. Boss, I need to tell you something. Just say it. You want revenge. Hey, you already know. I accepted. Players always get one more chance in the Ninja mobile game. Alright, you're straightforward, boss. I'll give you a chance and you give me one. How about a wager? What are we betting on? If you win, I'll give you a Jiraiya. Minato was surprised but didn't dare agree immediately. Instead, he asked cautiously, and if I lose? Simple. Just drink another cup of my special coffee. It's newly crafted and absolutely thrilling. Can I just work for you instead? Cheng facepalmed. Was this guy genuinely broke, or just playing poor? He couldn't tell. You just reminded me, Minato, Cheng said with a smirk. If you lose, you fulfill both conditions. Minato swallowed hard. He said nothing, merely pretending to turn and flee, but words from behind froze him in place. What's wrong, Minato? You wouldn't be too afraid, would you? You're the man destined to become Hokage. What? Of course not. Minato turned around, meeting Cheng's teasing expression. He gave an awkward laugh. Boss, your intel is outdated. It's not just Hokage. I'm going to be both Hokage and King of Games. That requires real-time updates, Cheng retorted. Well, are you refusing? Hearing this, Minato steeled his resolve. There were no shortcuts on the path to becoming Hokage. Bring it on. He feared no danger. Minato sat back down facing Cheng and raised his phone to send a friend challenge. When Cheng agreed and was selecting his ninja, Minato scratched his head and said in a pleading tone, slightly embarrassed. Boss, could you go easy on me? Is that something you'd say, Uzumaki Minato? Not about the match, about the coffee later. Just let me live through it. Don't worry, you won't die. Kaze no Kami Hai no Kami Taskenite versus Invincible Hokage King. The second round begins. Cheng chose Jiraiya first while Minato used the Meitai Kai he'd won as a prize. This was a clash between new and old premium summons. Time to eat some seafood. The moment the Colosseum countdown ended, Cheng marched forward and fed Minato a seashell. Caught completely off guard, Minato was stunned. Wait, is this a summoning first strategy? Is the boss still in the beginner phase? That so-called beginner phase. It refers to players who've just started the Ninja mobile game. They don't understand anything and dump all their resources without any strategy or approach. But days after the game launched, most early adopters had already passed that phase. If Minato knew what Cheng was thinking, he'd surely tell him not to be so naive. In the Colosseum, strategies shift in an instant. Each summon release signals a hard pressure sequence. Cheng didn't know whether to respond to the pressure afterward. He just knew you'd be low on health. Earth-style Death Bone Marsh. Frog Oil Flame Bullet. Jiraiya's two skills were used entirely for damage, forcing Minato to hastily use his substitution jutsu. Due to the skill recovery frames, Jiraiya was hit by the Hidden Leaf Mighty Storm. To draw out damage, Minato also used his second skill, Dynamic Prelude. Cheng had a substitution available, but didn't use it. He put down his phone, poured himself a cup of coffee, and sipped it with an expression of pure enjoyment. Minato was so confused he didn't even know where to begin complaining. But he quickly realized Cheng was waiting for his skills. Too naive, boss. Minato thought to himself. I'm almost recovering the health difference from the summon, and whatever you use for the next summon pressure wave. Boom. Substitution jutsu. Cheng substituted and moved away, but Minato's summon was held tight and not used. Not bad, Minato, Cheng said with a smile. Do you think I'm still the same me from last time? Today I'll get my revenge. Minato said confidently. Having his resources tricked away so easily would absolutely never happen again. He would now be a pressure-free man. Summoning jutsu Toad Appearance Technique. Cheng controlled the toad form Jiraiya to taunt Minato's face, making Minato's eyelids twitch. Not knowing if this Jiraiya would suddenly turn and kick him, he quickly activated his secret scroll. It was a massive range tornado that slowly advanced from its origin point after activation. Wind-style wind-killing formation. Watching the strong wind force Jiraiya back, Minato was proud, but then he was shocked. Jiraiya jumped out of the toad's mouth the moment the skill ended and kicked Meitai Kai flying. Damn, used it too early. Minato inwardly cursed. Because the wind-killing formation moved forward, a gap formed between the secret scroll and the ninja. Exactly what Jiraiya exploited using his remaining invincibility frames. The next moment, Minato stood dumbfounded. Summoning Jutsu Food Cart Collapse. Heroic Rasengan. Minato's substitution was nearly ready, but Jiraiya actually used a second skill, summoning Gamata, and immediately following up with his ultimate. Ultimate damage plus Gamata's 2 hits. All landed on Meitai Kai. Afterward, Jiraiya continued with basic attacks. What is this? Minato shouted. Because he was near the stage edge and launched too high, he could continue chaining with basic attacks before landing, Cheng explained. Wait, why? Why do you still have a chakra node after using your ultimate? Minato's face was covered in question marks. Beneath Jiraiya's portrait, after using his ultimate, a single chakra node lit up. First position ninjas start with 2 chakra nodes, and hitting the opponent with a skill earns 1. Substitution consumes 1 chakra node. Using the ultimate clears 4 chakra nodes, and the second position ninja inherits the remaining nodes from the first. These were basic rules known to all in the ninja world. What Minato couldn't understand was that after reaching 4 chakra nodes, no matter how many skills were used, the limit couldn't be broken. The boss had no skills left after using the ultimate. Seeing Minato's confusion, Cheng smiled. This is called the Node Harvesting Ultimate. As one bearing a mission, there was absolutely no way he could lose in a place like this. Watching the phone screen where, after being fully healed and securing 3 kills, he finished off the final opponent with his ultimate technique, Orochimaru, extended his long tongue to wash his face. This was something he discovered after today's game update, a newly released intriguing B-rank ninja. Uchiha Sasuke Curse Mark. This ninja could be obtained by exchanging points in ranked matches or purchased directly with gold coins. How could others not know when Orochimaru himself was unaware? The very concept of a curse mark spoke volumes. After a brief trial in ranked mode, Orochimaru found this ninja to be decently powerful, though certainly no match for the premium summonable characters. But that wasn't what concerned him. The curse mark. Sasuke-kun, you truly are still destined to belong to me, Orochimaru smiled. The laboratory door creaked open, with Orochimaru spending all his time eating and drinking in there. Who else but Yakushi Kabuto would enter? Orochimaru-sama knew intelligence. When the version update rolled out, the story dungeon updated as well, and Kabuto immediately went through it. Chapter 3 Chunin Exams Arc. Naruto and the others, having returned from the Land of Waves, now faced the Chunin exams with ninjas from other villages, including Suna, making appearances. There were also Sound Ninja Village and Orochimaru himself. So the entire ninja world already knows. Orochimaru fell into deep thought. The Konoha collapse plan wasn't conceived on a whim. He had long planned to ally with Suna and strike during the Chunin exams in Konoha. But now it had been exposed. Though never explicitly stated, the fact that Orochimaru, this renegade ninja, appeared in Konoha itself spoke volumes. For Orochimaru, there was joy in knowing Sasuke would one day embrace his power, yet a sigh at the plan's exposure. Never mind, now is not the time for upheaval. Let's hold the plan in abeyance for now. Orochimaru shook his head. Yes. Kabuto replied, adjusting his glasses before asking, and what of Uchiha Sasuke? Sasuke-kun is no ordinary person. He will understand who can grant him the power for revenge. Orochimaru said calmly. Regardless, the Konoha collapse plan had already crumbled prematurely. Though the plan to eliminate the third Hokage had failed, Sasuke would never give up. Sharingan. Ah, such beautiful Sharingan eyes. Hahaha, Mr. Itachi, that fellow Orochimaru seems to have set his sights on your brother. On a certain cliff outside Aim no Kajakura, Itachi stood gazing toward the village perpetually shrouded in rain. Kisame was there as well, teasing about the latest events in the ninja mobile game. Being targeted by something as dangerous as Orochimaru was slimy and disgusting just thinking about it. Yet Itachi seemed unconcerned. What a ruthless older brother. Kisame remarked briefly before pulling out his phone. Mr. Itachi, care to play a round of Orochimaru's trial? Alright. Itachi nodded. This was a newly released event that others had already begun playing, quite different from the battle arena. 6 players entered a room together, one selected as the red test subject, while the other 5 chose ninjas from the available roster. Notably, everything was randomized. No one knew who would become the red test subject or which ninjas would appear in the pool before entering. Ninjas killed by the red test subject would transform into white test subjects, switching to the test subject faction. All ninjas defeated meant victory for the test subject. The red test subject lost if killed or if time ran out, with surviving ninjas claiming victory. Additionally, there was a hidden element. Oh, Jiraiya is here too. After matching successfully for Orochimaru's trial, the Raikage examined the available ninja roster with some surprise. Unexpected to find the newly released characters included. Just as he was about to select, Jiraiya had already been claimed by someone else. His expression darkened, faster than him. When he attempted to choose another ninja, Mado guy was gone, Hatake Kakashi was gone, and even Uchiha Obito youth had been taken. With no other options, the Raikage settled for Nara Shikamaru, the only one left unclaimed. Upon entering the game, the Raikage felt a hint of schadenfreude. The player who had selected Jiraiya had been designated as the red test subject. The Orochimaru trial map featured 2 separate paths running vertically, divided by a central barrier with access points only at the edges. Each path contained 2 hidden areas concealed by curtains where ninjas could remain unseen by the test subject. Of course, the test subject could station themselves there as well. The Raikage maneuvered Nara Shikamaru back and forth while the other players adopted similar tactics. The red test subject's fixed spawn point was at the upper left corner of the map, where some ninjas were already moving to intercept. Upon arriving, the Raikage witnessed a grotesque monstrosity, far larger than any normal ninja, lashing out with frenzied, indiscriminate attacks. The other ninjas held back at a distance too wary to approach. Dismissive, the Raikage strode forward and activated his second skill, launching his shadow in a charged strike toward the red test subject. But in the next instant, the red test subject spread its arms wide and unleashed a torrent of crimson energy forward. Nara Shikamaru's health bar dropped by nearly half. What a... The Raikage was thoroughly startled, activating his substitution jutsu and fleeing with the red test subject hot on his heels. As the substitute's invincibility faded, a crimson whirlwind lashed out from an extreme distance, striking the Raikage directly in the face. Red test subject defeated Nara Shikamaru. Raikage... Watching the 5-second countdown appear on his blackening screen, the Raikage remained silent for a long time. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, bang. In the moment the Raikage transformed into a white test subject, his office desk needed replacing, and the table vendor downstairs grinned from ear to ear. At Kumo's Thunder Gorge, Killer B huddled over his phone, chanting under his breath as he played. The test subjects got bulk, but these ninja are squishy. Once nearly dead, 2 over. Don't approach me, I am the boss. Don't dodge, I will make you lose. Yoshi, A being chosen is luck, winning is skill. 8 Tails laughs until your behind splits wide open. Damn it. No way, damn it. Killer B controlled the red test subject as he walked and noticed someone he had just defeated had respawned as a white test subject. Standing still, he seemed AFK. He rolled his eyes. Can't play loser, can't take losing, poser. I'm telling everyone to quit this game. Yes, sir. He had no idea he had not only eliminated his own brother, but also mocked him. He simply watched the ninjas scattering in panic from the red test subject's pursuit, feeling extremely satisfied. Everyone feared him, did they? Perfect. 2.5 minutes later. Broken mode. It's strange that as the main test subject boss, I can't catch them. The red test subject's only advantage was high damage, its mobility was frankly abysmal. If the ninja team insisted on running outward, the test subject would hardly be able to catch them. Strictly speaking, the test subjects needed teamwork. From the start, they needed to quickly eliminate one ninja, to increase their numbers, then pursue the others themselves. At that point, players who had become small test subjects would volunteer to intercept enemies, or at least force out their substitutes. Only through such coordination could the test subject side win. Otherwise, in a 1 versus 5 situation, unless several ninjas died outright, there was absolutely no chance of victory. Sorry, I'm late. Naruto waved as he sprinted toward a small grove ahead. Waiting beneath the trees could only be his Team 7. Naruto, you're way too slow. Sakura called out, hands planted firmly on her hips. Just ran into a minor snag. Naruto scratched his head, offering a few awkward laughs. Team 7 had agreed to gather that morning to study the new update, so he'd taken the opportunity to challenge the cafe owner to a match first thing. Who would have guessed? It was utterly shameful to recount. He had been swept 3 games straight. He had only just reached B rank the previous match. There was no escaping it. Having made the wager, he accepted the loss. Naruto spent the entire morning assisting at the Magic Cube Internet Cafe. He attended to customers when they arrived, tidied up when they left, and downed that sharply flavored coffee that hit his head like a hammer. Seriously, what a nightmare. What in the world had he even gone there for? The mere thought of having to return tomorrow made his inner sorrow feel like a tide poised to reverse and swell into a sea. Naruto, have you also lost your way on life's path? Kakashi teased with a knowing smile. Not even close. Naruto shot back, slightly exasperated, then pulled out his phone and sat down nearby. Honestly, the new update wasn't exactly worth such deep research. Just some new ninja new game modes and a fresh story arc. Sasuke was poring over it in silence, saying nothing. Naruto found this deeply unusual. Usually the guy would have already been loading into verbal abuse. Why was he so quiet today? What's wrong, little Sasuke? Get your butt kicked in the arena. Want me, the great Uzumaki Naruto, to avenge you? Naruto said with a peculiar tone. Naruto, it's the story mode. Sakura cast a worried glance at Sasuke. He's as famous as Jiraiya-sama. And that snake man Orochimaru. He set his sights on Sasuke. Naruto paused, quickly wanting to jump into the story mode to get the details, but Kakashi stopped him. Naruto, you can tackle the story mode later when you get back. Right now, take a look at the other new mode. With that, Kakashi prompted Naruto to open the Duel Arena's additional game modes. Blind match. This is a 1v1 mode with random ninja and random secret scrolls. Naruto was puzzled. Reading the rules alone couldn't make it entirely clear, but he knew that 1v1 matches carried weight. On the day the high-tier S-rank Jiraiya was revealed, Jiraiya and Orochimaru had fought a 1v1. Naruto. Sasuke suddenly turned his head. Blind match. Play around with me. I sent the invite, accept it. What a... Naruto immediately bristled. How dare you just go ahead and... Naruto. Sasuke's sharp voice cut through the air. Naruto locked eyes with him. In that moment, their gazes met, and seemingly each could see indistinct hues dancing within the other's black and blue irises. The day I lost to you, I said I'd definitely win it back. Sasuke's gaze never wavered. Well, I also said. Wait, did I actually say that? Never mind. Naruto shook his head, his expression turning serious. If we go at it again, I'm still winning. Naruto, Sasuke. Watching the tension between them snap, like a taut bowstring, Sakura opened her mouth, but found it hard to interject. Relax, isn't this exactly the daily quest I assigned you to? Kakashi met Sakura's gaze and smiled, speaking those words. It had been after the World Battlefield incident, Sakura thought. Glory to the Uchiha. Invites you to the duel arena. Accept or decline. Naruto rolled his eyes, then tapped accept. Friend battles first bring both players into a lobby where the host can choose the mode before the match begins. Standard arena rules, combat power scaling, or the new blind match option. That last part was fresh from the update. Before Naruto arrived, Kakashi and the others had already sampled it, though they hadn't experienced it firsthand yet. Kakashi's gaze lingered briefly on the words combat power, his eyes flickering slightly. Combat power really cannot be ignored, he thought. A few seconds later, the screen shifted to the next page. At the top, blue side Sasuke versus red side Naruto. Glory to the Uchiha versus invincible Hokage King. Gritting his teeth at the name, Sasuke frowned. Hey Naruto, change your game name. It's ridiculously cheesy. You can change it. Naruto was surprised. Once a day costs 1,000 gold coins. It's been here since launch. Then I guess I'll keep it. Kakashi watched the 18-second countdown tick down on Naruto's phone, but the two were still chatting. He couldn't help but speak up. This is the ninja band phase. Both of you may select one ninja from the pool to disable. Sasuke and Naruto nodded, having noticed it too. 12 ninja were displayed on screen, all randomly generated by the system. This was the essence of the blind match. Both the ninja pool and the secret scroll pool that appeared after selection were entirely random. Both sides took turns banning and selecting ninja. Just from this simple mechanic, Kakashi glimpsed the deeper strategy at play. It really tests tactical depth, Kakashi remarked. Seems like it, Sakura said, standing behind Sasuke with a serious expression. Unlike the regular arena, you can see what ninja your opponent picks. The statement sounded slightly odd. In a normal match, you pick your ninja first, then enter the battlefield. But in the blind match, the psychological warfare begins the moment you start selecting, allowing for reactive counters and targeted strategies. Whack! Sasuke raised his hand and banned Hatake Kakashi, the sole A-rank ninja in the pool. The remaining 11 were B-rank, Uchiha Obito Youth Hatake Kakashi Youth Yakushi Kabuto Uchiha Sasuke, Curse Seal, Uzumaki Naruto One Tail. C-rank, Rock Lee Haruno Sakura Tusu Anazuki Aburame Shino Hyuga Hinata Kanetsuchi. Naruto hesitated for a moment, then banned Uchiha Obito Youth. During the last update, Kakashi had played a ranked match. He had been instantly eliminated by Uchiha Obito Youth in that game, leaving a strong impression on Naruto. Moving on to the selection phase. Sasuke picked first. After a brief pause, he selected Hatake Kakashi Youth. Naruto decisively locked in Haruno Sakura, a ninja he was comfortable with, and then chose Uzumaki Naruto One Tail. Sasuke's second and third picks were Uchiha Sasuke Curse Seal and Yakushi Kabuto respectively. Now it was Naruto's turn to pick his final ninja. He hovered his finger over several options, considering one before pulling back, then shifting to another. Because the blind match relied on random selection, a player's roster depth was heavily tested. Unluckily for this scenario, Naruto mostly stuck to the characters he actually knew how to play well. With only 20 seconds on the clock, he ultimately landed on one he recognized. Because the blind match relied on random selection, a player's roster depth was heavily tested. Unluckily for this scenario, Naruto mostly stuck to the characters he actually knew how to play well. With only 20 seconds on the clock, he ultimately landed on one he recognized. Because the blind match relied on random selection, a player's roster depth was heavily tested. Unluckily for this scenario, Naruto mostly stuck to the characters he actually knew how to play well. With only 20 seconds on the clock, he ultimately landed on one he recognized. The selection order for the unrestricted battle mode was blue side picks 1 ninja, red side picks 2, blue side picks 2, then red side picks 1. After careful deliberation and adjusting the ninja lineup following secret scroll selection, Sasuke and Naruto entered the match with their respective teams. Glory belongs to the Uchiha Youth Kakashi Hatake paired with Lightning Release Earth Surge Pharmacist Kabuto paired with Earth Release Earth Pillar Burst Uchiha Sasuke Curse Mark paired with Would Release 1 character Continuous Pillars. Invincible Hokage King Haruno Sakura paired with Summons Lightning Blade Transformation, Hyuga Hinata paired with Sealing Jutsu Demon Exorcism, Uzumaki Naruto, First Tail, paired with Coming Going Shuriken. Notably, both of them had selected themselves and did not steal the other's ninja. Watching Curse Mark Sasuke and One Tail Naruto on the game loading screen, Kakashi's eyes grew deep. If Sakura merely felt that these two were impressively formidable without fully understanding why, then Kakashi understood all too well. There was a high likelihood that both of them would encounter grave trouble in the future. What exactly are the curse marks and tails? Sasuke and Naruto exchanged glances. They did not understand, nor would they ask each other. But Naruto had made a new discovery. Sasuke, your little teacher Kakashi doesn't even look as tall as Sakura. Hey, that hurts. Naruto suddenly clutched the top of his head. It started. You should keep your mouth shut, Naruto. Kakashi retracted his fist. Sasuke merely glanced sideways at Naruto. As the countdown ended, the two maneuvered their respective ninjas around the unrestricted arena. Because unrestricted mode lacked summoning jutsu, and this was their first live combat, they were both extremely cautious. Haruno Sakura's skills had shorter ranges, so Naruto played very defensively, shifting position to look for an opening. But suddenly Youth Kakashi Hatake charged from the other end of the screen, dragging a long trail of Chidori. Naruto urgently pulled the analog stick upward to dodge. But before he could rejoice, Youth Kakashi Hatake's hand seemed to slightly brush against Haruno Sakura's clothing. In an instant, the just-finished Chidori was chained into another burst, surging forward an additional distance. Haruno Sakura was launched into the air. Two-stage Chidori. Naruto's eyes widened. This ninja performs a penetrating dash again upon striking an opponent, Sasuke stated coldly. Hearing this, Naruto glanced at Sasuke with renewed wariness. No wonder Sasuke had been using this skill to probe. Even the slightest touch would trigger the second stage. That second segment was far longer than the initial Chidori. It was already quite clear that Sasuke possessed a certain level of proficiency with his selected ninja. Thwack! Haruno Sakura fell directly to the ground. A mistake. Sasuke's eyelid twitched, and he immediately controlled Youth Kakashi Hatake to distance himself. What is this? Even a basic attack sends her flying. Your fundamentals are lacking, Sasuke. Naruto said teasingly, though he secretly wiped a bead of cold sweat. Unrestricted mode held an even greater advantage in securing the initiative than normal battle arenas. This round could only be attributed to luck. Haruno Sakura attempted to chase Youth Kakashi Hatake while the opponent had no skills available. After running for a while, Youth Kakashi Hatake suddenly turned and released Lightning Release Earth Surge. But almost simultaneously Haruno Sakura crouched and summoned a scroll above her head, launching ninja tools downward. Summoning Lightning Blade Transformation. The secret scroll Lightning Release Earth Surge extends current forward and applies a forced immobilization effect, rooting the targeted opponent in place for 3 seconds. That is to say, during those 3 seconds the opponent cannot move, not even when using skills. And Lightning Blade Transformation also lasts 3 seconds. You think I wouldn't predict that, Sasuke? Naruto shouted. Then tell me who is underestimating whom here. Sasuke said slowly. You think I couldn't guess that you'd figure out what I'm about to do? Naruto's eyes immediately widened. He saw his Haruno Sakura still rooted in place, but Youth Kakashi Hatake was already running toward her. Damn it! Naruto inwardly cursed. Lightning Blade Transformation indeed lasted 3 seconds, but Earth Surge struck first, and then applied the 3-second bind. He had overlooked the most crucial point. Although the durations of both secret scrolls were nearly identical from the initial hit to the final effect ending Earth Surge, proved superior. Furthermore, after being hit by Earth Surge, one could substitute during the damage phase, but substitution was impossible during the binding phase. Youth Kakashi Hatake performed a sliding kick that sent Haruno Sakura flying. This second skill only triggered its follow-up upon landing a hit, leaping into the air and striking with a kunai. Haruno Sakura immediately substituted, grabbing the recovery frames mid-air, and began hand seals, followed by a massive iron boulder descending from above. Bang! Bang! 2 distinct sounds rang out simultaneously. Because the time interval was so incredibly short, they seemed to merge into one. The first impact was the iron boulder striking Youth Kakashi Hatake. The second was the sound of his substitution jutsu. You're not the only one who can exploit recovery frames. Naruto seemed to sense this from Sasuke beside him. He gritted his teeth and activated his second skill. Using a skill body to tank Youth Kakashi Hatake's basic attack, that was his only chance. But the opponent didn't move. Substituting and immediately chasing is a mistake only a beginner would make. Naruto. A smirk curled Sasuke's lips as his fingers slid lightly. Chidori. The freshly recovered skill erupted from Youth Kakashi Hatake's hand. Of course, it also struck Haruno Sakura. Watching his health bar plummet, the bead of cold sweat on Naruto's forehead finally traced a path down his cheek. He had been tricked. Or had he panicked? Naruto took a deep breath. Calm down. He told himself to stay calm, even if forced. Losing to Sasuke, that was unthinkable. Once his substitution cooldown finished, Naruto immediately substituted. Youth Kakashi Hatake could corner opponents and basic attack them all the way to red health. But Naruto couldn't wait any longer. By the time red protection kicked in, his health bar would be empty. After substituting down, he immediately used basic attacks to pursue Youth Kakashi Hatake, but the latter used Chidori to pull away. This skill had a 10-second cooldown and substitution required 15 seconds. Naruto was not surprised that the opponent's skill had refreshed, for he had been using basic attacks to test Sasuke all along. Haruno Sakura's second skill activated. A spinning spiral kick that pursued forward, landing a foot strike and a punch on Youth Kakashi Hatake. Naruto prepared to retreat toward the corner, but Sasuke's substitution came only 1 or 2 seconds later. Just as Haruno Sakura finished her punch, Youth Kakashi Hatake substituted back in. Haruno Sakura activated Lightning Blade Transformation once more. Naruto had no grand designs. He simply wanted to use the secret scroll to protect himself and buy some time. In terms of process, his objective had succeeded. Youth Kakashi stood motionless, merely staring at him. Neither secret scroll nor skills were effective. Naruto grew extremely tense. When Lightning Blade Transformation ended, he moved up and down, seemingly baiting for skills. But Sasuke's response was simple. After moving up and down alongside him for a few seconds, I'll cast Earth Surge above, Chidori below. How will you dodge that? Haruno Sakura's iron boulder missed, but Youth Kakashi Hatake's Chidori still connected with Haruno Sakura. In the next moment, several sharp characters flashed across Naruto's face, making his complexion turn pale. White Fong, White Light Blade. Youth Kakashi Hatake lunged forward, delivering 3 consecutive slashes that sent Haruno Sakura flying, then descended from the sky for a finishing strike. Such clean and precise execution. Whether it was the brilliant white slash or the ultimate technique, everything was sharp and resolute. As Haruno Sakura and Youth Kakashi Hatake landed simultaneously, Youth Kakashi Hatake performed a sliding tackle, sweeping Haruno Sakura off her feet. Ultimate skill followed by a normal skill. Sasuke knew this. Next came the basic attack combo. To ensure safety, Sasuke hadn't even used his first skill. As mentioned earlier, Youth Kakashi Hatake could basic attack opponents down to red health. and Haruno Sakura clearly would not survive long enough to reach red protection. Naruto's hands slightly lifted from the phone. He glanced sideways at Sasuke, who wasn't looking at him, already contemplating how to play the next round. He lowered his head again, gazing at the word defeat on the phone screen. His loosened hands slowly clenched into fists once more. From the opening to this very moment. Know where you even prepared back, then even before unrestricted mode went live. Was all of this within your control, Sasuke? Huh. On the phone screen, Hyuga Hinata activated Byakugō and unleashed a critical blow with a single strike. Golden damage numbers popped up one after another, sending chills down the viewer's spine. In the health bar of Hatake Kakashi in his youth was completely depleted. Even so, Hyuga Hinata was left with only half her health, making her chances against the second ninja quite slim. However, Naruto still breathed a slight sigh of relief. Although Sasuke was far stronger than in that first PK match on day one, he was no pushover either. Having fought the coffee shop boss twice, that pressure alone would force evolution in him, especially the punishment after defeat, which could not be ignored at all. Sasuke entered the match without saying a word. Earth Release, Earth Pillar Explosion. Sealing Jutsu Demon Pill. At the start, Orochimaru and Hyuga Hinata both crouched simultaneously, initiating a clash of secret scrolls. These two secret scrolls dealt roughly comparable damage, but for Sasuke, it was a loss. Sasuke Demon Pill consumes one mystic point. You only have one left now. Naruto immediately stuck his nose in. That's its official name, Mystic Point. Sasuke replied in a flat tone, yet his words carried more sting than any retort could. Naruto's face cycled through shades of green and white before he ultimately let the remark slide and threw himself back into the battle. If he lost, no amount of talk would matter. Compared to the first match, their positioning in the second ninja duel was far more aggressive. Since these ninjas' skill ranges covered only a small portion of the entire free-for-all arena, positioning became especially crucial. But Naruto wasn't wrong. Sasuke's previous ninja, Hatake Kakashi, in his youth had already unleashed his ultimate technique. Meanwhile, Orochimaru inherited only 2 mystic points, with one consumed by Demon Pill right at the start. That meant if Orochimaru couldn't find an opening before Hinata's Demon Pill cooldown finished, he risked falling into a severe point disadvantage. Everyone understood this clearly. Sasuke's fingers constantly manipulated the joystick, and the result was Orochimaru narrowly dodging past Hyuga Hinata several times. Having learned from the previous match, Sasuke now understood Hyuga Hinata's skills. The first skill activated Byakugō, while the second was merely a short dash, useless if he missed his target, leaving no follow-up. Even without the intelligence from last round, Sasuke, who had already played every ninja in the mobile game, remembered them all. Apart from Byakugō critical hits, Hyuga Hinata was practically useless, unable to even chain into her ultimate. As the mind games continued, the secret scroll recharged. Earth Release, Earth Pillar Explosion. A ground fissure formed beneath Orochimaru's feet and began auto-tracking. Released from behind. Naruto pulled the joystick diagonally, and Hyuga Hinata successfully escaped by shifting on both the Y-axis and X-axis simultaneously. But almost instantly after, a swift chakra scalpel sliced through, cleaving Hyuga Hinata aside in a single strike. Watching this, Kakashi thought the outcome was already decided. Although Demon Pill had the effect of removing mystic points, its cooldown was a full 10 seconds longer than Earth Pillar Explosion. In other words, that opening secret scroll clash, while seemingly pushing Sasuke to the brink, with only one mystic point remaining, simultaneously put Naruto at a disadvantage as well. It meant if he failed to land a first strike on Sasuke before the secret scroll recharged, Naruto had already lost half the battle. Yet Hyuga Hinata's ability to initiate was extremely poor, or rather she barely had any counter-initiation either. When selecting ninjas earlier, Kakashi had actually preferred for Naruto to pick Rock Lee. But in free-for-all battles, the most critical factor was BP. Winning or losing the draft phase could decide the entire match. Realizing this, Kakashi, now merely an observer, kept quiet. That secret scroll exchange, Sasuke was compressing Naruto's movement space, wasn't he? Sakura bit her finger, watching with intense focus. She was right, Earth Pillar Explosion had an auto-tracking effect within its range. While back-facing tracking didn't reach as far as forward tracking, the function still served its purpose effectively. To avoid it, Naruto was forced to position Hyuga Hinata close to the lower corner. But from that position, facing Orochimaru's chakra scalpel, there was absolutely no way to dodge, not even to trade skills. While the analysis unfolded, Naruto had already used his substitution and landed a hit from the Byakugō activation damage on Sasuke. He then tested with a series of light attacks before turning and retreating without hesitation. Sasuke didn't substitute, knowing Naruto wouldn't dare to keep chaining at that moment. His only option was to bait the substitution. Next came the second wave of mind games. Naruto could have used Demon Pill for a long-range engage, though it carried the risk of insufficient stutter. Still, he went for it with decisive resolve. Thud! Orochimaru entered a hit-stun state, losing one mystic point, and Hyuga Hinata immediately activated her second skill, Gentle Fist Rush. But before she could strike Orochimaru, he recovered and countered with an earth wall assault, launching Hyuga Hinata into the air. Naruto set down his phone. The second ninja was gone. The skill range was simply too short to connect with a stagger window that was both brief and long-ranged like Demon Pill. At this point, the advantage was glaringly obvious. Sasuke had 2 ninjas at full health while Naruto had only his last one remaining. A brand new ninja released that day, one he had never played before. Uzumaki Naruto, First Tale. The character portrait made Naruto appear furiously ruffled, his sky blue eyes turned deep crimson, and his teeth and nails grew unnaturally sharp. What does this mean? Sakura couldn't help but ask. Kakashi knew, but he remained silent. With the label First Tale, the implication was painfully clear. This was undoubtedly the leakage of Kurama's chakra. Naruto had no idea about any of this, nor could he afford to worry now. Facing 2 opponents alone was already a heavy burden. Brat. Suddenly he lifted his head and glanced around, but could only see the puzzled expressions of Kakashi and Sakura beside him. Had he misheard it? He wondered. No, he hadn't noticed it. As expected, the guy was painfully slow. Naruto's pupils contracted. He had indeed heard it, that deep voice laced with a hint of vitality. The next moment, everything before his eyes blurred, as if the world had spun violently. When his vision finally cleared, he stood frozen. No longer was it a sunlit forest. Instead, he found himself surrounded by a dark, damp body of water stretching endlessly in every direction, shrouded in pitch blackness. Most striking of all were the 2 massive iron gates positioned before him. Through the bars, he could see a pair of blood-red eyes within, brimming with all the malice the world had to offer. Boy, come closer, step to this gate, and open this damn door for me. Kurama's mouth split into a grin, letting out a deafening roar. This cry snapped Naruto back to his senses. Looking up, he saw a colossal silhouette looming in the shadows. He understood in that instant. This must be Kurama. The very entity sealed within his body over a decade ago by the 4th Hokage, the root cause of all his suffering and isolation from everyone around him. Yet Kurama continued screaming, claiming he wanted to tear Naruto apart, but unable to break this wretched seal. Hey, Ninetales Fox. Naruto planted his hands on his hips and shouted loudly. If you're living inside someone else's belly, then show some manners, will you? Can't you see I'm busy? Kurama fell strangely silent, seemingly contemplating how best to communicate with Naruto. Annoying pest, you're dueling that Uchiwa brat, right? What? Are you offering to help? Naruto scratched his head. By the way, back in the land of waves, you did help me fight Zabuza, didn't you? Naruto's thoughts drifted back to the time Sasuke had shielded him from countless kunai inside the Mirror Lake and been pierced like a hedgehog. That guy saved my life too. Everyone in the ninja world knew that story, but for those directly involved it remained quite awkward to recount. Of course, there was also that legendary kiss born from accident in the classroom between Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto's face paled, fighting back nausea. Kurama was rendered speechless. This guy was actually treating future events that hadn't happened yet as real, but perhaps this was an opportunity after all. Naruto, listen. The battle begins. Sasuke controlled Yakushi Kabuto, pressing forward. He could certainly play this way. With a significant advantage, there was no need to hold back. Bold control was all that was required. But he failed to notice the gradually shifting expressions of shock, then terror, in Sakura and Kakashi's eyes as they watched from the sidelines. A low rumbling echoed. A layer of visible crimson chakra gradually enveloped Naruto's body, his once bright demeanor suddenly turning vicious and oppressive. Naruto. Before Sakura could scream, Kakashi clamped his hand over her mouth. Kakashi shook his head at her, signaling her to stay quiet. He had already noticed something was terribly wrong. Naruto's eyes were consumed by the crimson hue. He swayed his head slightly, then raised a hand to pat it, as if awakening from a long slumber like a comatose patient. Only then did clarity return to his gaze, though the crimson tint lingered. Ignoring Kakashi and Sakura beside him, he picked up his phone as usual and continued operating. Snap! The Uzumaki Naruto First Tail mode's instantly extended chakra arm transformed into a demonic fox claw, yanking Yakushi Kabuto back with a single strike. Sasuke frowned. So fast. It wasn't just the skill execution, there was a decisiveness to it, as if abandoning careful strategy for reckless aggression. What was there to say? With skills and substitution jutsu available, why wait to substitute? By the time Yakushi Kabuto substituted in, Uzumaki Naruto First Tail had already repositioned. That the opponent wouldn't leave an opening was within Sasuke's expectations. He maneuvered Yakushi Kabuto to inch closer, yet maintained a safe distance. Uzumaki Naruto First Tail stood motionless not far ahead, as though AFK. Trying to bait a reaction to my techniques? Or distract me? Sasuke didn't bother glancing up at the seated Naruto. He had deduced the openings were deliberate. Most players wouldn't dare take the risk, but he wasn't afraid. Chakra scalpel. Yakushi Kabuto first retreated out of view, then suddenly lunged forward with a diving strike. But just as he was about to close in on Uzumaki Naruto First Tail, he was immediately hit. It was a shuriken thrown from virtually point-blank range. Naruto had actually activated his secret scroll just moments before the chakra scalpel grazed his scalp, and that shuriken directly interrupted Yakushi Kabuto. He had actually reacted and countered with the secret scroll. Sasuke slowly loosened his grip on the phone, finally having a moment to turn and look at Naruto. And froze. The 3 pairs of whisker marks on Naruto's face had grown much more pronounced, and an ominous aura radiated from his entire being. Yet even so, he remained seated quietly, both hands holding his phone as he continued to play. His elongated claws seemed to have no effect on his dexterity. Sasuke glanced up at Kakashi with a questioning look, but Kakashi merely shook his head, urging him to continue. Sasuke's Yakushi Kabuto ultimately fell despite dealing some damage against Naruto's drastically changed fighting style. This was his last ninja remaining. Sasuke rolled his wrists, preparing for the final confrontation. Uchiha Sasuke curse mark versus Uzumaki Naruto, first tale. Watching the character artwork on the loading screen, Sakura felt an inexplicable sense that this was a fated showdown. The battle commenced with Sasuke manipulating the Y-axis. Naruto's boomerang shuriken dominated the X-axis, while his secret scroll, the one-word pillar formation, possessed formidable Y-axis capabilities. Naruto dropped to all fours, darting frantically across the entire arena. Sasuke spammed the light attack button, weaving combos from the ground upward, then diving back down. All of Uchiha Sasuke curse mark's abilities could be executed in midair, so Sasuke wasn't concerned about being punished for aerial recovery frames. 10 seconds elapsed with neither landing a hit. However, Sasuke held the advantage in HP. He cast a sidelong glance at the seated Naruto beside him. And then, the Demon Fox's claw struck. Shockingly clean and efficient, Uzumaki Naruto first tail's single claw swipe sent the airborne Uchiha Sasuke curse mark crashing to the ground, exploiting the vulnerable recovery frames. This guy? Sasuke's eyes narrowed. He hadn't expected that his lapse in concentration, glancing at Naruto, would be so keenly detected. What extraordinary perception. Moreover, this was an opening he simply couldn't afford to leave. Sasuke drew a deep breath, shutting out all external distractions and channeling his full attention into the match. Uzumaki Naruto first tail's light attacks were steady, using the second combo hit without leaving recovery frames exposed. Sasuke immediately substituted out, otherwise with his HP half, Naruto would continue chaining second attacks. Naruto naturally backed away immediately. Sasuke advanced along a single X-axis, pursuing Naruto directly. As anticipated, Naruto deployed the boomerang shuriken. Uchiha Sasuke curse mark crouched, using the would-release one-word pillar formation's diamond body to deflect the shuriken, then instantly executed his second skill. Like a high-speed spinning projectile, it sent Uzumaki Naruto first tail flying. There was technique to countering the boomerang shuriken. It would return after reaching its peak distance, meaning deflecting only the outward trajectory still left one vulnerable to the returning projectile. Therefore, one had to deflect both segments at the shuriken's apex in a single motion, requiring precise distance management. Sasuke couldn't explain why, but the phone screen before him was becoming increasingly crystal clear. He followed his second skill with a light attack, launching Uzumaki Naruto first tail into the air. Naruto held back, waiting for Uchiha Sasuke curse mark to land. But as established, Uzumaki Naruto first tail's second attack was remarkably stable, capable of chaining for extended periods. Yet Uchiha Sasuke curse mark's light attack, if timed correctly, could achieve infinite pushback. Naruto recognized this threat and immediately substituted. Sasuke retreated, Naruto pursued, and with the initiative exchanged, another round of strategic maneuvering began. Sakura watched from the sidelines, her throat dry with tension. As a spectator, she might struggle to fully immerse herself, but this inexplicable atmosphere was making her anxious nonetheless. She couldn't help but imagine, if she were one of the two players competing, perhaps she wouldn't have lasted this long. Sakura was the type who dove into new experiences immediately, so she had actually tried playing free-for-all mode before. But compared to what she was witnessing now, her match had been nothing more than amateurs flailing about. She recalled Chapter 3, the Chunin exam storyline. Whether it was Chapter 2 in the Land of Waves or the Chunin exams, she had always been confined to the sidelines, watching the two of them from behind. Even now, she was merely standing idle. Was she still worthy of being considered a member of Team 7? Could she truly continue like this? Sakura's mind was in disarray. When she finally snapped out of her reverie, she realized both Naruto and Sasuke's HP had dropped to dangerously low levels. After several rounds of strategic back and forth, each having gained the upper hand at different points, Sasuke maintained a slight HP edge. The boomerang shuriken was coming. Sasuke was completely depleted of skills and had exhausted his secret scroll, having been cornered by Naruto. With the shuriken closing in on his face, he calmly assessed Naruto's remaining HP and immediately pressed the button he'd been hovering over, the ultimate jutsu. Kain Chidori, Crimson Rasengan, appeared on screen simultaneously. Naruto, equally bereft of abilities, made the exact same choice as Sasuke. With no time gap, both unleashed their ultimate jutsu at once. As black lightning and crimson energy collided, a heart-wrenching roar erupted, fueled by both fury and raw emotion. Through the violent shaking, a blinding white light engulfed the screen, and one player's HP hit 0. Sasuke and Naruto set down their phones simultaneously. In the suddenly dimmed screen, their displays showed identical results. Until I defeat him, my journey will not end. Victory. Sasuke clenched his fists, his heart, which had been on edge, finally able to relax slightly. From the moment the third ninja duel began, the seeds of this outcome had already been sown. Although the process of defeating Sasuke's second ninja was straightforward, it was inevitable that some damage was taken. This slight difference in health caused Naruto to fail to hold out in the final phase first. Though he won, the atmosphere remained tense. Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi all watched Naruto, sensing a change in his aura. The crimson chakra seemed unstable, like steam rising from boiling water. Just as Kakashi was about to call for help, Naruto suddenly returned to normal. Yes, it left even faster than it came. Why are you all staring at me? Naruto shrank his neck, for the gazes of the three were far too intense. Naruto, are you okay? What just happened? That chakra? Sakura quickly asked. Oh, that. Naruto scratched his head. In truth, he didn't quite understand it himself. He could clearly feel himself controlling the ninja inside the phone. But beyond that, there was another force. It hadn't seized control, or rather it existed in a supportive role. That was the Nine-Tails scheme. Want to defeat that bastard Uchiha. He's the rival you can't possibly accept losing to, right? Come on, try my power. Naruto repeated the Nine-Tails words verbatim, sending shockwaves through Kakashi's mind. What was going on? The Nine-Tails was actively contacting Naruto and sharing chakra with him. Wasn't this completely absurd? Wait, the way you referred to Uchiha. Are you sure that's what the Nine-Tails said? Sasuke questioned. Bastard Sasuke. Are you trying to say I twisted the Nine-Tails words to insult you? Naruto shouted angrily. Sasuke tugged at the corner of his mouth at a loss for words. Whatever. He had won anyway, and he had defeated Naruto, even with the Nine-Tails' help. A victor need not haggle with the defeated. Sasuke, your eyes. Sakura suddenly cried out. Hearing this, Naruto looked closely and discovered Sasuke's pupils had turned red, each bearing a black tomo. It was already gone. Sasuke deactivated his Sharingan and rubbed his eyes with his hand. He felt quite drowsy. He had awakened it during the Uchiha clan massacre night, but over this period, with his mother's help and today's duel against Naruto, his Sharingan had been reawakened. What's so impressive? Naruto huffed. This is proof of the Uchiha's strength. Sasuke shot Naruto a sidelong glance. As for you, Naruto, it seems you have something else helping you. Those words instantly set Naruto on edge. What do you mean? What do you mean? Are you saying it's unfair because I have the Nine-Tails' help? Then what about your Sharingan? The Sharingan is the Uchiha clan's Kekkai Genkai. What's wrong with me using it? The Nine-Tails has been inside me since the day I was born. What's wrong with that? You weren't born with your Sharingan either. Sasuke was rendered speechless, then realized Naruto was simply making excuses. Naruto. You? Alright. Kakashi held up both hands and patted them on the head, smoothing out their ruffled feathers. It was just an open match. It doesn't prove anything. Can the winner guarantee victory next time? And the loser can always come back, right? Sasuke and Naruto both huffed and fell silent. Alright, I originally wanted to ask about your thoughts after the match, but you can sort it out yourselves later. With that, Kakashi grabbed Naruto and declared, I'm taking Naruto for a bit. Dismissed. Bang. Perhaps Kakashi had tossed a smoke bomb before leaving. In the white smoke, he disappeared, carrying the struggling Naruto. Surely he hadn't just passed gas. Sakura noticed she was left alone with Sasuke. Hesitating for a moment, she asked, Sasuke, could you teach me how to do the free-for-all? The free-for-all rewards overlap with the Orochimaru trial. Just play around with it, Sasuke said with his hands in his pockets, walking away without looking back. Sakura stood in place. In the blink of an eye, the original 4 members of Team 7 had dwindled to just her. This didn't seem to be the first time. Although Naruto and Sasuke always bickered and teacher Kakashi was never serious, always hanging around reading those indecent books. But this class, she truly liked it. Sakura lifted her lowered head and gazed at the fading silhouette. Envy, hesitation, and determination flashed through her eyes in sequence. I can't keep watching like this. Splitting the narrative. Wrong. It's Kaguya giving birth to Hamura and Hagoromo. The fox spirit who would later make Naruto suffer his wife's relatives' disdainful glares was scheming something again. Inside the dark cage, the Nine-Tails rested with its paws folded beneath its chin. Upon closer inspection, a curve played at the corner of its mouth. After today's trial, Naruto would surely grow dependent on his power. Once experienced, this feeling became irresistible. From now on, as long as he occasionally contacted Naruto and shared a tiny insignificant amount of chakra, that brat would never be able to leave him. Thinking of this, the Nine-Tails' grin widened further, and its tail swayed slightly behind it. Once Naruto was completely consumed, the seal would grow ever looser until it shattered entirely. But before that moment arrived, he must hold back. He absolutely could not rush, could not let all his plans come to naught. Slowly he must take it slow. Take today for example. Did you think Lord Ninetales truly couldn't defeat that Uchiha brat? Wrong. Dead wrong. Absolutely wrong. He simply wanted to show Naruto that such a small amount of power was utterly insufficient. To defeat the Uchiha, one must gain more power. This was all part of Lord Ninetales' conspiracy. For so many years Jinchuriki after Jinchuriki had come and gone. The Ninetales had never had an opportunity, had never seen hope. But today right now he had never felt so patient. The cage was within arm's reach. Again and again he only needed to gradually increase the amount of chakra shared, letting Naruto adapt naturally. Not only that Naruto, that idiot, might not notice, but other Leaf Village ninja might. So this could not be rushed at all. But the Ninetales understood the situation well enough. How others reacted mattered less, what truly mattered was Naruto's attitude. In order to one day successfully seize Naruto's body, he had to lay the groundwork during this period, even enduring Naruto with patience. Right, he could even feign goodness. Everyone said the Ninetales rampage was his doing, but who knew he was also a victim? They were all victims of the Ninetales rampage. So you Naruto, and I Ninetales, you understand me, and I understand you. Doesn't that seem perfectly normal? Besides, that guy was an idiot who would never figure it out. All this endurance was for freedom. Ninetales. Kurama seemed to already see the day he would break free and run rampant. He couldn't help but laugh. By the way, before that, to better execute his plan, he needed to get familiar with human games. The phone, right? Someday he'd have Naruto bring one in. Truly incredible. In the third Hokage's office, Hiruzen glanced through his smartphone with one hand, while clutching his pipe, occasionally murmuring to himself. The Coupon Mall, as the name suggests, was a store that only accepted coupons for purchases, also released in today's update. As for why it wasn't mentioned in the patch preview, Hiruzen had no idea. Perhaps it wasn't considered important enough. But he felt this feature was far weightier than any other game mode recently launched, not to mention the premium S-rank Ninja Jiraiya. Ninja Mobile has always had a game shop. Aside from some combat-boosting items, it mainly sold coin-based ninja characters. Since coins could only be spent in the game mall, the Coupon Mall was exclusively for coupons. Unlike gold coins, which could be purchased directly through top-ups, coupons could currently only be earned through ranked matches. And only those who truly reached the higher divisions, such as the Root Division, could earn a mere 10 coupons. Above that came the Kage rank at 100 coupons and Super Kage at 200. No one in the ninja world had yet reached that level. In Hiruzen's earlier days of playing Ninja Mobile, achieving Super Kage would have taken only minutes. But things were different here now. Losing one match meant having to win 3 more still against lower-ranked opponents. Plus, with no division protection above the apprentice level, that effectively eliminated many casual rank pushers. The ninja world was overflowing with players, and each server had relatively fewer people, so the more you won, the more likely you'd face stronger opponents. Thus, climbing the ranks had become quite difficult. Some smaller villages had already adopted a rank-first culture, revealing their divisions upon meeting. Oh, you're a Chunin. Please. So you're just a mediocre Chunin in real life. I'm a Chunin in Ninja Mobile. It might sound ridiculous, but it seemed to be evolving. Konohagakure, however, was faring relatively well. Yet Hiruzen never could understand one thing. Why is Root ranked above Jonin? I can understand Kage at least. This division ordering gave people the impression that Root was entirely superior to Jonin, much like Jonin being above Chunin. But Root members were recruited primarily from Chunin, with perhaps a few special Jonin mixed in. Strictly speaking, there weren't many legitimate Jonin in Root at all. Jonin, that is an existence even the Hokage could not overlook. Hiruzen couldn't figure it out, so he stopped trying. Perhaps the game developers simply wanted to add another division, so they created the Root rank. He set down his pipe and returned to his phone. The Coupon Mall carried few items, but there was one notable characteristic. It had nothing to do with gameplay. The game mall was purely for in-game use. If you bought a ninja, you certainly wouldn't get a living, breathing ninja in reality. The Coupon Mall, however, functioned in the real world. There weren't many items listed, but the most eye-catching was a card. Revival card. Speaking of which, Revival had been the very first feature that attracted the ninja world to try Ninja Mobile. However, over these past few days there had been no movement. Some ninja villages seemed intent on canceling their village-wide missions to play Ninja Mobile at the highest difficulty. Now it seemed those cancellations wouldn't happen. Revival card. Price. Function: Step 1. Summon and repair the decayed body. Step 2. Guide the soul slumbering in the Pure Land back to the living world. Step 3. Unify spirit and form for complete resurrection. Hint: the price for reviving a person will be evaluated from multiple angles, including chakra capacity, combat strength, fame, influence, and overall value to the ninja world. Hiruzen glanced at the upper left corner where a coupon icon sat alongside a solitary 0. Coupon 0. He found the revival card's description quite thorough, but its pricing was bizarre. Reviving someone required assessing the target's overall worth first, then presenting a final price. What kind of system valued chakra capacity, and even fame? He had considered reviving a past Hokage in an absolute emergency, but it seemed best not to disturb those ancestors, for now at least. Moreover, the coupons to buy the revival card had to come from one's own savings. If crowdfunding were possible, he might have been able to gather enough. Saving up coupons personally, when would that ever be enough? Hiruzen felt quite troubled. He wondered if he was alone in feeling this way across the ninja world. Damn it. Inoki smashed his fist down, flattening the desk. But immediately after, a crisp cracking sound forced him to swallow his next words. He had thrown out his back. He awkwardly adjusted himself, climbed back onto his chair, and finally sighed in relief. That Sasuke's office was empty at the moment, otherwise his embarrassing predicament would have been witnessed. The old man cared deeply about his reputation. Revival card. Revival card. As the third Sasuke, and indeed the longest living Kage in the ninja world, both of his predecessors were essentially his teachers. The first was not worth mentioning, but the second hadn't died of old age, he had perished in battle. If given the chance, Inoki truly wished that man could rise from the Pure Land and live another life. After all, he himself was growing old. Dust release could not be learned by anyone else, and among Awagikiru's younger generation there were few outstanding successors. It was quite a headache. Kurosuri might have potential, but compared to others bearing the title of Kage, she fell somewhat short. As for anyone else, there was no one. Disturbing the eternal rest of past Kage was disrespectful, yet considering the village's survival, left no other choice. Inoki, no, the entire ninja world would never forget the future crisis mentioned in the mysterious screen that would sweep across all lands. Though he didn't know what it was precisely, after considering Ninja Mobile's current 3-chapter main storyline, his eyes grew deep with thought. Who knew why the story followed Konoha's perspective, but those appearing now were no longer limited to Konoha Ninja. Perhaps there would indeed come a day when all the village's representatives appeared. Lottery balls, attribute points, gold coins. This mall is rather well stocked. In Kirigakure, Chojuro, the sole remaining member of the Seven Swordsmen, was also browsing the coupon mall. No matter how much he looked, however, there were only these few items. Lottery ball rewards are infinitely random. Attribute points randomly enhances one ability across the ninja's entire body. Gold coins exchanged coupons for gold coins. The first two were interesting, but the word random inspired a certain reverence. For example, with attribute points, did it really scan a person comprehensively before randomly boosting one aspect? What if it enhanced voice instead? Chojuro couldn't imagine what that would feel like. Would his voice become profoundly resonant? Actually, he would welcome that. Many people had complained that as the guard of the next Mizukage, he frequently spoke too softly to be heard. Besides the lottery ball and attribute points, the item he found most useless was the third, exchanging coupons for gold coins. Good heavens, surely no one with impaired cognition would actually do such a thing. How desperately short of gold coins would one have to be? That said, those who didn't even possess half a coupon had no right to criticize. Ding ding ding, someone knocked on Chojuro's door. He opened it to find Ao standing there. Chojuro, it's time we depart. The Toad Sage of Mount Myaboko, Lord Jiraiya himself. That's me. Wait, what kind of range is this? You're at the very top, and I'm at the very bottom. How can this even hit me? Full Y-axis. Watching the ultimate technique graphic for Jiraiya appear, Aoi shouted in utter disbelief. His right eye, the Byakugō, was sealed beneath his eye patch during peacetime, but now thick veins were bulging at the corner of his eye, purely out of anger. This was a battle that had just concluded with both sides' third-position ninjas fighting to the final moment. The opponent, slightly more skilled, finished it with a full Y-axis ultimate technique. Humph. As a ninja, you should know the importance of intelligence. The current ninja of Kirigakure are truly pathetic. What do you think, Haku? Zabuza-sama is absolutely right. Watching the targets harmonize in their rhetoric, Cheng opened his mouth, but could only close it helplessly. Well, we may have lost, but it was truly an accident. An information gap, that's what it was. Chojuro offered comfort. Enough. Cheng waved his hand and turned to face the two ahead. So have you made your decision? I only intended to test your strength. As expected, you're no match for me. Zabuza wore a mocking expression. So you were just deceiving us. Those who have lost have no right to say such things. Especially someone like you. A rogue ninja who fled the village after failing to assassinate the Mizukage. You certainly have a sharp Haku. Get ready to fight. Cheng and Zabuza exchanged sharp words, their verbal sparring growing increasingly intense, while Chojuro watched helplessly from the side, unable to interject. Their encounter was no coincidence. Because of the second chapter storyline in the Ninja mobile game, the entire ninja world now knew of two people. One named Zabuza, the other Haku. Some had sent people to search for them, only to discover they had already left the Land of Waves. Kirigakure was among those who had dispatched search parties. Due to certain circumstances, bloodline limit families had faced severe persecution, and Kirigakure was experiencing a generational gap, a shortage of capable successors. As the next Mizukage, Terumi may needed capable personnel. Both Zabuza and Haku possessed the strength and uniqueness to earn a place among her ranks. Thus Cheng and Chojuro set out on their mission and encountered Zabuza and Haku within the Fire Nation's territory. In truth, the Water Nation and Fire Nation were quite close, separated by several small nations, one of which was the Land of Waves. From a geographical standpoint, it made little sense for Zabuza and Haku to return to the Water Nation after leaving the Land of Waves, nor did heading to the Fire Nation seem particularly logical. After careful consideration, Cheng surmised they might head toward Kumogakure, and indeed they crossed paths with them there. But something about the situation seemed to diverge from their expectations. For instance, Zabuza being able to summon Jiraiya indicated he'd clearly spent real money. His lifestyle must be quite comfortable. One couldn't help but wonder where he'd acquired such wealth. Chojuro deeply admired Cheng's tactical mind, and precisely because of that he couldn't allow the current conflict to escalate. Wait, if we're judging by strength, I'm also one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, just like Zabuza-senpai. Chojuro suddenly called out. Chojuro. Cheng's eyes flickered slightly. Zabuza merely snorted coldly. Anyone could tell by the dual blades Hiramakiri and Kubikurabocho strapped to Chojuro's back. So are you challenging me to a duel? Zabuza raised the Samahata. It's a match, but in the arena. Chojuro raised something as well, not a weapon, but a smartphone. What makes you think I'd have nothing better to do than accept a back-and-forth duel with both of you? Zabuza's eyes narrowed as he caught sight of the phone's screen. An upper jonin. Haku exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Chojuro's phone displayed the ranked match screen proudly showing Upper Jonin first rank. When did you achieve this? Even Cheng was taken aback. This morning, though it was barely enough, Chojuro smiled, sheepishly, a touch of pride lingering in his expression. At present, only a handful of Upper Jonin existed in Kirigakure, including Cheng himself. Beyond the village, few across the entire ninja world had reached Upper Jonin rank, and that excluded those who had artificially inflated their scores through point harmonization. If one grinded points day and night, without rest, reaching Umbu's 2nd or 3rd class would have been well within reach. While Chojiro's status as one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist had merely caught Zabuza's attention, his Upper Jonin rank in the ninja mobile game was enough to earn his respect. Haku was still a chunin at this point. What's so special about being an Upper Jonin? Zabuza scoffed. The guy beside you is an Upper Jonin too, and yet he lost to me. It was merely a narrow defeat. If we fought again, the outcome might not be the same, Chojiro stated firmly. Cheng remained silent, but the truth of the matter was undeniable. Oh, so you're implying my victory was purely lucky? Zabuza's voice turned menacing. Precisely, Chojiro replied without hesitation. As the saying goes, strength breeds confidence. The usually reserved Chojiro, having reached Upper Jonin rank, finally found the courage to stand his ground. In a direct confrontation, Chojiro might hesitate, but he could be relied upon in critical moments. However, when it came to the ninja mobile game, who was afraid of whom? Chojiro glanced down at his phone and sent the request. It's been sent. Please accept it, Zabuza-senpai. Zabuza cast a quick glance at his phone where a friend request awaited. After all, they needed to be friends before they could spar. When they first met, Cheng had explained their purpose, but Zabuza initially dismissed it as uninteresting before expressing interest in seeing their capabilities first. And Chojiro now seized the opportunity to press further. Zabuza studied him for a moment before casually accepting the request, thinking to himself that the young man was quite intriguing. Battle start. Victory. Already decided. As the last ninja on the phone let out a prolonged wail upon losing all health, the match came to its conclusion. Ordinary person versus ghostly white trace. Ordinary person wins. You did it, Chojiro, Cheng exclaimed with excitement. Chojiro exhaled deeply before offering his characteristic shy smile. I was just a bit luckier than Lord Cheng. Given the outcome, that assessment held merit. Previously, Cheng had been eliminated by Jiraiya's ultimate technique, but this time Zabuza fell to a single critical hit from Chojiro's basic attack. The substitution had come half a second too late. That was all it cost him. A favored son of fortune, Zabuza acknowledged with a hum, though his tone lacked its earlier mockery. So you're the prodigy of Kirigakure's generation. I'm no genius, just an ordinary person compared to everyone else, Chojiro said, shaking his head. But precisely because I have companions and people I can rely on, I will never be weak, never know fear. A voice reached them from afar. Cheng and Chojiro's eyes widened as they immediately recognized who it was. A mixture of excitement and shame washed over them. Zabuza turned his head slightly to see a figure in a blue dress emerging from the treeling. Mizuki-sama. Both cried out in unison. Well done, Chojiro. Terumi May praised him first before explaining she had rushed over at short notice. I apologize, Mizuki-sama, for making you come personally. Cheng lowered his head. Don't worry. When someone of exceptional ability is involved, my presence is warranted. Terumi May said, her gaze shifting towards Zabuza. Haku stepped forward, defensively positioning himself in front of Zabuza, but was quickly pushed aside. I see. So you're the leader of Kirigakure. Zabuza fixed his gaze intently on Terumi May. This woman gave him a different impression than Cheng and Chojiro. Relax. I've come specifically for you. Kirigakure currently requires capable individuals to help rebuild the village. Terumi Mei spoke with sincere earnestness. My team needs you, the former demon of the mist, Zabuza Momochi. Upon hearing these words, Zabuza's expression darkened his mind, worrying as he weighed the implications. Excuse me. The door of Modu Internet Cafe was pushed open without a welcome sound effect, only a wave of refreshing coolness washed over them. Sakura cautiously surveyed the interior. The cafe-style shop was empty at this hour, probably due to the midday lull. Wait, there was someone behind the bar. Welcome. Cheng watched Sakura step inside. Since he was the sole proprietor, the task of greeting fell to him. This was Sakura's first visit. Hello, she said politely, her gaze drifting downward to see Cheng wiping a glass. So this was the owner. She chose a seat near the counter, picked up the menu, and randomly ordered a coffee. Oh, Thomas wants black coffee. Cheng glanced at Sakura with interest, but his expression suddenly froze. Wait, if his gaming handle is Wind God Fire God Help Me, then the Fire God would be Sarada. Damn, I've just lost a generation. He'd better change that name. Woo. Sakura's first sip of coffee made her press both hands tightly over her mouth, fighting the urge to spit it out. The taste was indescribable, not outright awful, just peculiar, uniquely awful. It took several minutes before Sakura could force herself to swallow it all. Witnessing this, Cheng was deeply moved. Perhaps there was a reason Naruto had fallen for Sakura in the beginning. Their coffee palates matched perfectly. A flicker of hesitation crossed Sakura's face. She was torn between confessing her purpose and finishing this dreadful coffee. She had originally felt obligated to order something since she was a guest. Forget it, just speak plainly. Sakura took a deep breath, rose from her seat, and approached the bar, fixing her eyes on Cheng. Cheng assumed she was asking how he made such excellent coffee and waved his hand generously. Well, coffee is. Please teach me how to become stronger. You need to make it with heart. Cheng finally registered her words. Seeing her earnest expression, his brow twitched, disappointment washing over him. If she'd just complimented his coffee, he might have actually considered teaching her. But seeing her sensibility, why come to me? I'm just an ordinary guy who happens to make coffee exceptionally well, Cheng said casually. Sakura wanted to retort, but held herself back. Naruto once said your coffee-making skills were the best he'd ever encountered. She paused, then continued. I'm in the same class as Naruto and one other person. I want to grow stronger to stay by their side forever, instead of merely watching their backs. But Sasuke has the Sharingan and Naruto keeps growing stronger. Their futures will only become untouchable. Meanwhile, I have no idea how to train, even though we're all in Team 7. I'm sorry, I had no choice but to come to you. Hearing this, Cheng smiled. Don't you have Jonin instructors? Don't mention it, he's a slacker. Half the time you can't even find him. Is that so? Yes. How am I supposed to catch up to Naruto and Sasuke this way? Worry etched itself between Sakura's brows. The plot unfolded exactly as in the original story, only transplanted into the ninja mobile game world. But inexplicably staring at Sakura, a phrase suddenly echoed in Cheng's mind. Lady Tsunade, they'll never be able to catch up to me. Unfortunately, your benefactor isn't me, Cheng said, pouring himself a cup of plain water from the freshly cleaned glass. Sakura's lips twitched. Seriously, why was he drinking water when she was stuck with that awful coffee? Pleased. Sakura bowed deeply. As I said, the person who can help you surpass them isn't me. Then, who else? Chidai, of course. But the legendary planner couldn't be summoned, so Cheng shook his head in regret. Seeing Cheng's refusal, Sakura sighed. Just then the door opened, and a family of 3 entered, curiosity written across their faces at this newly opened shop. Cheng seized the opportunity. I have something to attend to. Could you entertain them? Really? Sakura's heart leapt. She wasn't Naruto, who she understood social subtleties. When seeking favors, one must show support first, even if the coffee tastes terrible. Though flattering the coffee was nearly impossible, still she couldn't overlook these maneuvers. Success often hinged on such small details. Sakura felt something placed atop her head. Wear this and others will understand your role. Cheng studied her and nodded approvingly. Sakura was indeed pretty, her cherry-colored long hair adding to her charm, but the coffee cup hat made her look absurd. The cap read Waitress No. 2-inch on the front. She caught her reflection in the mirror. Fine, she'd endure it. Sakura practiced a polite smile in the mirror. Before leaving, however, she couldn't resist asking, Boss, are you developing new coffee? When will it launch? Enter Sakura, I'd rather die than come on launch day. Coffee development is my priority. I'll be closing for research. This is minor, just hosting the next intelligence meeting guest, Cheng replied. Next intelligence meeting? Sakura's heart skipped a beat. That was content the game hadn't announced yet. How could the boss know? Naturally, this boss was no ordinary person. Whether as the intelligence meeting host, or in some other capacity, Sakura had a belly full of questions as she went to greet the customers. Cheng of course knew his words would raise suspicions, but he didn't care. Many in the ninja world already harbored doubts about him, yet he remained unbothered. Cheng summoned a phantom screen displaying the upcoming high-tier recruits in sequence. Mato Gai Jiraiya. There was no time to mourn the removal of Mato Gai. The next high-tier A-rank ninja to debut would be Uchiha Itachi. This ninja had already appeared in Cheng's phone being maneuvered around the training ground, occasionally unleashing skills. After a brief trial, he fell into thought. Can any ninja in the current meta actually defeat this thing? A mysterious ninja is about to appear, a crimson killing intent walking through darkness. 1 week after the release of the high-tier A-rank ninja, Might Guy, the next high-tier A-rank ninja, has arrived. That was a blood-red silhouette surrounded by crows either spreading their wings or shedding their feathers. Besides that, there was another notice. The high-tier recruitment for Might Guy will soon be discontinued. Many felt a sense of urgency mixed with hesitation. Should I get Might Guy? I should, right? But if I get Might Guy, I won't have enough gold saved for the next high-tier A. Go for the new one, not the old. My dad told me that. But I want both. What if they're gone once I miss them? Simple, just spend money on it. On the streets of Konoha, Naruto wandered with his hands in his pockets, glancing left and right vaguely, overhearing the villagers' worries along the roadside. So fast. He thought, surprised that the era of Gai-sensei was coming to an end. Perhaps years from now people would look back nostalgically on the excitement and emotion when the high-tier ninja Might Guy was first released. Naruto had just come out of the Hokage's office naturally because of the Ninetales chakra leak incident from a few days ago. His clash with Sasuke had inadvertently triggered the Ninetales power, which meant Naruto had been making frequent trips to the Hokage's office over the past few days. However, the third Hokage and Kakashi couldn't find anything wrong no matter how they checked, and Naruto himself felt perfectly fine. That was ridiculous. Everyone was baffled and could only tell Naruto to keep an eye on himself and seek help immediately if anything felt off. The solution was actually quite simple. Just have the Ninetales restrain its own power, right? That's the difference in power. Unaware of this, the Naruto outside was oblivious to the Ninetales inside him grinning widely in laughter. The Ninetales held a phone perfectly sized for his massive frame, the screen displaying a victory notification from a ranked match. 2 striking characters stood out vividly on the display. Complete victory. Having delivered a flawless 3-kill performance, the Ninetales was in excellent spirits. Naruto had somehow obtained the phone. Originally, he'd worried about how to pass it to the Ninetales. To his surprise, the moment he thought about giving the phone to the Ninetales, it automatically entered his body. It was magical. Its size adjusted at will. Having lived for countless years, an age even the Ninetales himself couldn't recall, had he ever encountered anything like this. As the saying goes, the Ninetales was composed entirely of chakra, yet this device was completely devoid of any chakra traces. Unable to fathom it, the Ninetales simply moved on, losing himself in the thrilling ranked matches. He wasn't neglecting his duties for frivolous entertainment. To achieve his goal of possessing Naruto's body, honing his ranked match skills was essential. Otherwise, how could he possibly tempt Naruto? He felt incredibly gifted, dominating every match in the arena. In his relentless 24-hour sessions, he seemed to achieve a state of perfect harmony between Fox and device. In simpler terms, controlling the phone felt as natural as wielding his own chakra. Nothing more than practice making perfect. Meanwhile, the Naruto outside continued wandering the village, though he shouldn't spend all day playing ninja mobile games without doing anything else. But Konoha had nothing new to explore. He'd wandered these streets for over a decade. There wasn't a single place he didn't know. Might as well go grab some coffee instead. The mere thought of coffee made Naruto shudder, and he shook his head vigorously, deciding to skip it. Should he go train instead? In the past, when ninjas spoke of training, they meant practicing jutsu. Now training meant grinding the ninja mobile game. But as he'd just realized, spending all day immersed in the game wasn't the answer either. But what should I even train? Naruto wondered. He could barely master the basic transformation technique, let alone match his own skill in the mobile game. He suddenly realized with alarm that mobile game was corrupting his mind. If this continued, it would be catastrophic for the entire ninja system. This wouldn't do at all. By the way, doesn't my organization need more members? Naruto scratched his head, remembering the upcoming arrival of Tenten. The 3 members of Konohamaru's group had reportedly gone into seclusion, while Tucci and Shizun had openly stated they didn't want to hold anyone back and chose to leave the organization. So Naruto's organization was still short 5 members, returning to the same predicament it faced when it was first established. With nothing else to do, and already out, he decided to see if there was anyone he could recruit. Speaking of ninja mobile games, would you believe it? Naruto spotted players of the very game right then. Isn't that Shikamaru and the others? Naruto's sharp eyes immediately caught sight of the Ino Shikicho trio at a dango shop by the roadside. It was strange. They lived in the same village yet hadn't seen each other since graduation. Shikamaru. Choji. Naruto waved and ran over. But as soon as he approached, he found himself restrained like a lamb walking into a tiger's den. Choji and Ino worked in perfect coordination. One held his upper body while the other pinned his legs. MMPH. Naruto struggled futilely, completely locked down. Seeing both of them gesturing for silence, Naruto immediately shut his mouth, though his eyes were filled with confusion. Choji quietly pointed toward Shikamaru sitting there. Naruto leaned in slightly and was instantly struck by Shikamaru's intense concentration. When he saw Shikamaru clutching a phone, Naruto finally understood. They were playing ranked matches. Do you really need to be this intense just to rank up? You don't understand, Ino said with a serious expression. Shikamaru is in the middle of an Umbu promotion match. An Umbu? Naruto's eyes bulged in disbelief. That was such an obscure term. He felt completely baffled. Umbu? You mean that legendary rank above Chunin? The one requiring 1,800 points. Where you can ban 3 ninjas. A rank that only players with deep rosters can reach, where barely anyone in the entire Fire Country has achieved it. Naruto's words carried both disbelief and a hint of excitement. Exactly. Choji nodded. So if Shikamaru wins, he'll be an Umbu-level mobile game player. Can I watch? After getting permission from Choji and Ino, he crept over and watched Shikamaru from behind. But what he heard was a series of rapid, almost imperceptible murmurs that sent chills down his spine. Opponent's substitution jutsu, at 58 seconds. 43 seconds remaining. Their level 2 skill Toad summoning was interrupted by my opening summon cooldown is 10 seconds. It'll be ready at 49 seconds. Pushing forward with super armor toward the yellow underworld swamp. Super armor cooldown ends at 17 seconds. A level 1 skill has a 12-second cooldown lasting about 3 seconds. Counter with Shikaku, but I knocked them airborne with my outward directed level 2 skill. They can only use level 2 to approach after getting up. At 40 seconds, when the substitution jutsu ends, both their level 1 and level 2 skills will be ready. Their substitution jutsu is nearly up in 3 seconds. I'll basic attack and create distance. The white ninja's basic attacks will constantly close the gap. Opponent instant substitution and dashes in for level 2 skill. I use the Demon Lantern to cancel it, then level 1 skill Demon Lantern cancels again. When they're out of skills, I'll follow up with level 1 into Ice Mirror for the kill. Next engagement. 23 seconds until substitution, 8 seconds to deal damage. Level 2 skill backward jump into Ice Mirror to create distance. Substitution is almost ready. I'll use the Demon Lantern to protect myself. He's using level 1 skill during his invincibility frames. I substitute, he activates super armor. First level super armor lasts about 3 seconds. Current time is 17 seconds. Waiting 2 seconds. Dodging the super armor, riding Toad Sage Mode Jiraiya. Opponent is positioning aggressively, only 0.5 seconds remaining. Level 2 skill has a chance to freeze. Perfect. Super armor consumed. 6 seconds of substitution remaining. 8 seconds left on the game clock. Instantly activate ultimate for damage. 6 seconds is just enough to finish. Level 1 skill freeze. Reverse into Ice Mirror to create distance. Use the Demon Lantern for protection to stall the clock. In the end, during the third ninja exchange of this match, the countdown reached 0. Neither player died when time expired, so the winner was determined by remaining health. Shikamaru's rank icon changed, from a cross-shaped shuriken to a mask. Oh, Umbu. Choji and Ino couldn't contain themselves and erupted into cheers, pouncing onto Shikamaru. Shikamaru was caught off guard and nearly fell over, but he slowly exhaled and couldn't help but smile. Naruto had already left and the tense Shikamaru didn't notice. Ignoring the excited team, 10 members, Naruto felt happy for Shikamaru, but also weighed down with a sense of heaviness. What had he been doing all this time? Had he gotten complacent after passing his graduation exam, finding the leisure to wander around here? Had he reached the Umbu rank? Had he filled his organization with members? Had he figured out how to train? Unable to accomplish anything, yet feeling undeserved pride, he had become so self-satisfied that he'd forgotten the very foundation of becoming stronger. He barely understood ninja mobile game combat. His current performance was purely luck. What he had just witnessed, that was a true Umbu-level master's battle. The third intelligence briefing has arrived. After the game announcement, people had prepared themselves. Actually, there was nothing much to prepare. They could simply watch as spectators. However, among these spectators, a few individuals felt deeply unsettled. Sasuke Naruto. The Hokage Rock had long been the regular gathering spot for Team 7, yet Sakura watched Naruto and Sasuke, whose moods today were plainly off, and felt confused. Even Kakashi couldn't quite figure it out. Sasuke, fine. He'd likely recognize that high-priority recruitment silhouette. But what about Naruto? Hello everyone, welcome to this Ninja Intelligence Briefing. I'm your host, Cheng. The opening remained unchanged and the image on the light screen was remarkably clear. Beside Cheng, another figure stood out prominently. Beneath the black hair clad in the Akatsuki's crimson-clouded cloak, blood-red eyes gazed steadily into the camera. Yes, it left every viewer utterly stunned. Could it be Uchiha Itachi? So after Might Guy, the next high-priority A-rank recruit is Uchiha Itachi. He's from Konoha too, isn't he? A wanted renegade. Konoha doesn't acknowledge him. Uchiha Itachi. Sakura watched Sasuke with concern. Since Itachi appeared on the light screen, he had been glaring fixedly at it, his Sharingan eyes locked on the display. Stop staring like that. No matter how hard you look, your eyes won't burn him to death, Naruto said calmly. What did you say? Sasuke erupted in fury and seized Naruto by the collar, but the rest of his words were choked back by Naruto's gaze. What manner of look was that? Like a still lake's surface, yet beneath it seethed with the fierce heat of molten blood. More than mere passion, he was practically boiling over. Regardless, strength is the foundation. Without training, you'll only fall behind, never even realizing you've been surpassed by your peers. Naruto clenched his fist. Sasuke faltered, releasing Naruto. Though he didn't understand why the boy was like this, the words carried undeniable truth. Beside them, Sakura's expression was one of silent bewilderment. Why? Why do I never understand what you two are saying? If there's anything, you can come to me, your teacher. But first, let's watch the briefing, Kakashi said with a smile. The perspective shifted to the light screen. Itachi was already holding a mobile device. Watching him enter the training ground, Cheng found the scene amusing. Initially, the plan was to invite each recruited ninja as a guest, and Cheng had indeed extended an invitation to Itachi. While he was certain Guy and Jiraiya would attend with Itachi, he had his doubts. Unexpectedly, Itachi agreed outright. Though he couldn't fathom what this man was plotting, Cheng accepted with good grace. Next, the briefing moved to its main agenda. Let's begin with the normal attack, Itachi said calmly, already beginning his demonstration. The Uchiha Itachi in the training ground mirrored the real Itachi seated on the sofa, moving under his direct control. Yet that first normal attack was rather comical. Uchiha Itachi's arm seemed unable to fully extend, striking forward with a bent arm punch. The Akatsuki among the first to recognize the high recruitment prediction, as Itachi gathered rarely to observe. Deidara couldn't contain himself, bursting into laughter. Haha, what a joke. I expected something impressive, but his normal attack is this terrible. Hey, is this mediocre display really worth our attention? I'd rather wait for my ninja, Sasori shrugged. Those who underestimate Mr. Itachi will suffer the consequences, Kisame remarked pointedly. Heh, who would be struck by such a feeble punch? I'd stand on his face and let him hit. Yes, Deidara sneered. Others shared similar thoughts. The normal attack was indeed too short, and the combo appeared unstable. The subsequent normal attacks followed a similar pattern: first AA punch, second AA kunai, slash third AA kick, fourth AA swing, fifth A the great fireball. The first four were straightforward pushes, the fifth launching the opponent. Itachi deliberately slowed the pacing, waiting for the stationary opponent to land before executing the fifth attack, the sweeping effect of the great fireball. Quite thorough, this demonstration. Still, viewers failed to spot any standout features. Perhaps they expected the great fireball, normally another ninja's technique, to be prominently featured in the normal attacks, lending it greater impressiveness. Skill 1 Amaterasu. Uchiha Itachi unleashed a massive surge of black flames forward, engulfing the opponent in midair with relentless combustion. The duration. Many took notice. Amaterasu's effect lingered considerably, and there appeared to be additional properties. Skill 2 Shadow Clone, big explosion. Uchiha Itachi sent a swiftly moving crow clone forward. Upon contact with the target, it would launch them and detonate. If it missed, however, it would slowly return after reaching its limit. A standard opening technique indeed. Ultimate Tsukuyomi. The screen instantly turned black-red. Uchiha Itachi vanished as a colossal moon descended from the heavens, inflicting massive damage across the area. After the ultimate concluded, Uchiha Itachi reappeared and immediately used Skill 1 Amaterasu to ensnare the opponent. Ultimate followed by skill. Is that all? Sasuke murmured. It feels less extraordinary than Jiraiya's techniques. This guy is merely at this level then. Hearing this, the other three members of Team 7 turned to Sasuke in unison, their expressions clearly conveying, Sasuke, don't let personal bias color your ninja assessments. It was evident Sasuke wasn't oblivious to Uchiha Itachi's strengths, he simply refused to acknowledge them. But it hardly mattered to the others. That ultimate's damage and being able to chain it with skill 1. His power level is no joke, Kakashi observed. And did you notice? The explosion clone seems to finish its duration precisely when skill 2's cooldown completes, Sakura added. No, it recovers just before disappearing. At the limit, 2 clones could exist on the field simultaneously, Naruto interjected. Their rapid-fire analysis left Sasuke speechless. Just from theoretical calculation, the implications were already staggering. What would it become once released? Moreover, Amaterasu. Tsukuyomi. What other abilities did that man possess? Regardless, he wouldn't be playing it, and it wasn't banned. Uchiha Itachi's ninja introduction concluded rather briefly compared to Jiraiya's. Thank you. Is there any tip that could help players get started with this ninja? Cheng asked. There are 2 playstyles, Itachi stated directly after setting down his phone. Either deal damage or employ stalling tactics. Concise, yet capturing the essence. Cheng nodded, though inwardly he marveled at the raw power of this initial Uchiha Itachi. Damn it, Skill 2's cooldown is 8 seconds, and the clone lasts 8 seconds. Who designed this? Though it was clear this ninja would soon dominate the duel arena, Cheng remained unfazed and unhurried to make adjustments. Forget it, just release it first. Let the players endure it. The basic ninja demonstration by Uchiha Itachi has concluded, and now comes the practical session. Let us find someone for a live combat match. Many people watched the luminous screen with eager anticipation, gazing at the two figures seated within. Although they knew the probability was slim, most still harbored hopes of being selected. Sir Host, may I personally choose my guest? Itachi turned to Cheng and asked. Of course. Cheng smiled, yet now Itachi's true intentions were unmistakable to all. Why had he accepted this invitation to appear so publicly at the intelligence briefing? Why had he conducted the ninja introduction segment with such solemn thoroughness, considering every angle? The reason, of course, lay in this very segment. Itachi nodded as though deep in thought, while someone outside the screen felt an unsettling premonition. Just what exactly does that guy intend to pick? Upon the Hokage rock in Konoha, Sasuke's expression darkened and lightened unpredictably, his heart pounding relentlessly. Given Jiraiya's behavior during the previous intelligence briefing, choosing whom Itachi would bring up seemed almost an open and shut question. Surely not Sasuke. Naruto scratched his head. But that person? Sakura hesitated, her words trailing off. She feared that if Sasuke were to go up, he might launch straight into battle with Itachi. This would not be a mobile game duel, but a genuine ninja confrontation. Kakashi's eyes flickered with intrigue. Even he could not quite fathom Itachi's intentions. If he were to pull Sasuke up now, what purpose would it serve? Was he planning to stage a scene of brotherly warmth before the entire ninja world? They would not even suspect if they came to blows. Uchiha Mikoto. Indeed, beginning with the Uchiha name, but having guessed the beginning without foreseeing the end. The entire 7th team stood frozen in astonishment. Itachi had not chosen Sasuke, he had chosen Sasuke's mother. Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke's rage meter instantly maxed out, his Sharingan protruding from sheer fury. If eyes could kill, he would surely be dead. Yet unfortunately, even the Sharingan could not slay across the luminous screen. If given the chance, Sasuke would without hesitation charge through the screen and fight Itachi to the death. A man who had slain his own mother now called upon his recently resurrected mother. Just what was he attempting? One had to admit the anticipation was at its peak. At that moment in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage sighed. As expected of you, you have deceived us all. What could more effectively allow Itachi to confirm Mikoto's current state than simply calling her directly onto the luminous screen? When Mikoto first returned to Konoha, Danzo had actually suggested investigating from this angle, but the third had refused. Now it seemed that had they followed that path, the entire situation would have collapsed completely. However, the third gazed toward the screen, where someone was appearing out of thin air, and thought to himself, have your views changed even slightly since your original visit? Mikoto, who had simply been watching the intelligence briefing at home, never imagined she would one day return to this space. She watched Itachi rise from the sofa, that extraordinarily familiar face, making everything feel as though it had all happened just yesterday. Though not literally yesterday for Mikoto, who had been resurrected barely a week prior, the memories were overwhelmingly vivid. That blood-soaked night. Itachi's expression remained utterly unchanged, showing no desire to communicate with his mother. He simply sat back down after rising. Mother and son reunited, yet neither spoke. Watching this scene, Cheng could only shake his head helplessly. Anyone would have assumed Itachi intended to summon Sasuke under those circumstances. Sir Host, you seem to have not observed the disappointment I anticipated, Itachi said in a flat tone. Mr. Itachi, I only consider the entertainment value of the program. Cheng replied, casually raising his hand to produce a phone and handing it to Mikoto. Mikoto glanced at Cheng, hesitated briefly, then took the phone and sat beside him. With nothing more to say, the practical combat began. Both Itachi and Mikoto selected Uchiha Itachi for their entry, though their secret scrolls and summons differed. Mikoto was not merely a housewife who in her youth she had indeed been a qualified ninja of the Uchiha clan. She had observed from the screen that the basic attacks of Uchiha Itachi lacked stability, so she brought a secret scroll to compensate. Whether it was the short cooldown variant or one equipped with sweeping capabilities, Earth Release Earth Tremor was an excellent choice. As for the summon, she went with Shikaku. This technique had surpassed the Toad Sage of the previous days and had become the undisputed, most frequently summoned entity. Now essentially every player possessed one, given that the initial top-up was hardly expensive. However, upon seeing the secret scroll and summon, Itachi had chosen Cheng seemed to sense what was about to unfold. Combat began. Shadow Clone Big Explosion. X2 Both Uchiha Itachi characters simultaneously chose to initiate with clone detonations, showing mutual respect. Only after they both landed did this PK truly commence. Amaterasu had limited range, and Shikaku was ill-suited for opening maneuvers. While Mikoto was maneuvering, she suddenly found herself unable to control her ninja. It turned out that the opponent's Uchiha Itachi had unleashed an Amaterasu with an incredibly short wind-up the moment he entered her field of view. Before she could react, she was caught. Makoto could only sigh. All these years later, she had not expected her reaction time to decline. Had her reflexes not dulled, even without the Sharingan, dodging Amaterasu should have been manageable. Itachi began displaying his masterful spacing control. Since Amaterasu's launch height was so great, he did not immediately approach to connect, opting instead for a reverse basic attack. Just as some observers wondered if he had pressed the wrong direction, he turned and used the 5-hit combo's Great Fireball to sweep Makoto's Uchiha Itachi into the air. Too far to connect. Wrong. The second skill Shadow Clone Big Explosion was ready again. Boom. As the advancing clone exploded upward, Makoto had no choice but to substitute and quickly deploy Amaterasu. But Itachi substituted back, instantly chaining together his secret scroll insertion followed by the Summoned Shark's double bite reverse clone connection Amaterasu, and finally his ultimate Tsukimi. The Jinjutsu of the Mangekyo Sharingan is inescapable. Makoto. Audience. Guchang at the power of infused damage you will die? As the ultimate art illustrations suddenly filled their screens, everyone fell silent. Was that really how the health bar just disappeared? Look out the window. Cough, it seems, mister. Itachi has thoroughly mastered this ninja's essence. Guchang could barely suppress his laughter. Makoto helplessly set down the phone she had barely held for a few seconds. It hadn't even warmed her hands. This is one of this ninja's strength points. Extremely low margin for error on the opponent's side, Itachi explained with a calm expression. While watching this, the intelligence briefing seemed to be reaching its conclusion. However, that health bar vanishing act had indeed left many viewers stunned. To be honest, while there were ninjas in the current version capable of dealing complete damage and executing a one-combo kill, such opportunities were exceedingly rare. Thus, most people were merely thinking of testing it themselves after the ninja's release, and the majority had not yet grasped the seriousness of the situation. Guchang then brought things to a close. The intelligence briefing has now concluded. In addition to the high recruitment A-rank ninja Uchiha Itachi, more ninjas will be arriving. Stay tuned. Mother. Sasuke burst through the front door like a madman, but upon seeing the figure standing within, the knot of anxiety in his chest loosened ever so slightly. As soon as the intelligence briefing concluded, Sasuke had rushed straight home, and it appeared Makoto had returned with him. Mother, are you alright? Has nothing else happened since then? Sasuke asked, his face etched with worry. No. To be honest, it's all rather bewildering. We were suddenly taken in, and then suddenly brought back. Makoto offered a somewhat forced smile. Sasuke failed to notice, merely exhaling in relief before his expression darkened with fury. That bastard Uchiha Itachi surely harbors foul intentions. Mother, rest assured, I will kill him with my own hands. Makoto opened her mouth to speak, but simply closed it again. The briefing appeared to take place within the luminous screen, yet most believed it was merely transmitted from elsewhere. But Makoto knew the truth. She had genuinely entered the light curtain, or rather a space existed within it. After the meeting concluded, the barrier outside had indeed dissolved, but those within remained. Perhaps sensing the mother and son wished to speak privately, the host departed quietly, leaving behind a countdown of 2.5 minutes. Though honestly, that much time wasn't necessary. Mother, please refrain from interfering in our affairs. The Uchiha name demands redemption at someone's hands. Itachi, though I died, I also lived. Must I simply watch you brothers tear each other apart? This is a fate the sinner willingly embraced. Trust Sasuke, won't you? He is no longer merely a child. Only as brothers can genuine trust exist. No, Sasuke. His eyes cannot yet perceive the full truth. Itachi's words to Makoto were straightforward. He shared the ending he had designed for himself. His meaning was simple: allow his original plan to proceed, prevent Makoto from interfering with Sasuke. Yet Makoto could scarcely bear the thought of her two sons destroying one another, though she recognized she could not persuade Itachi. He did not believe Sasuke possessed the power to alter this course, his conviction absolute. Having committed such atrocity, there was indeed no path of return for him either. Before departing, Itachi gazed at his mother, the woman who had raised him, and could not suppress a final utterance. Mother, with you still present, I have fewer concerns weighing upon me. I entrust Sasuke to your care. Thank you. And I apologize. You always claimed the Uchiha clan was proud and narrow-minded, their hearts consumed by selfish love. Possessing the Sharingan capable of piercing through all deception, yet you failed to see yourself, blinded by the weight of your clan's legacy. But you born an Uchiha embody that very trait. Trusting only yourself, assuming solely you could bear this burden, orchestrating every detail, deciding Sasuke's fate without his consent. Is this not also arrogance? Makoto's heart ached, and the tears gathering in her eyes finally spilled over. She opened her arms and drew her youngest son close. Mother, Sasuke called softly. She cradled his face, gazing into those pure black pupils, witnessing the profound emotions flowing within. In that moment she understood. Perhaps Itachi had never truly been a child. His premature maturity led him to view Sasuke as the missing piece of his own childhood. A brother loving his younger sibling is natural, but for Itachi it transcended mere familial affection. Sasuke represented the childhood Itachi himself had been denied. The proud, volatile Uchiha conceal their feelings behind impassive exteriors. Only when meeting those eyes, dark as polished obsidian, can others perceive what truly lies within. But you are Uchiha. The Genjutsu awakened through the Sharingan is unsurpassed. None dare meet your gaze. Thus few understand. Your eyes can speak. Mikoto's words tumbled forth through streaming tears. Sasuke, sensing her pain, buried his face against her chest, unwilling she should witness his vulnerability. Itachi was mistaken. By refusing to place Sasuke on equal footing, he sealed his own failure. There exists a bond transcending brotherhood, one who can face the Uchiha's heavy legacy without flinching with unreserved honesty. Mikoto's hand rested gently on Sasuke's head, and before her eyes a figure gradually took shape. If anyone could alter this fate, it would undoubtedly be him. The legacy of the fourth Hokage, the son of the former Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Or perhaps, Sasuke's sole friend. I wonder if that smug brother of yours is currently hiding in mother's arms weeping. We must absolutely ridicule him for this. On the streets of Konoha, three companions walked together, all except Sasuke. Naruto's expression brimmed with malice as he imagined Sasuke's current state. His reward came in the form of a punch from Sakura. Idiot Naruto. What's wrong with crying into mother's arms when you're feeling low? Yeah, precisely. What harm could there be, eh? Naruto's grin faded. It's far better than sobbing into a pillow. Sakura faltered. I'm sorry. Watching from nearby Kakashi's side. Within Team 7, 4 people couldn't even assemble 2 parents. Hey, why has the atmosphere suddenly grown so melancholic? Seems you two wish to hear once more about my dearest companion. Kakashi's tone carried its characteristic edge. Naruto and Sakura both shrank back instinctively. Kakashi-sensei's cherished friend. That would be Obito Uchiha, a clansman of Sasuke's own. They'd only learned this through circumstance. When the Shinobi mobile game launched with young Obito, Kakashi had inadvertently fixed his gaze upon that particular character, caught by Naruto's observant eyes. Naruto's thoughts were far from innocent, and he possessed a notorious lack of discretion. Rather than risk his reputation spiraling into absurdity throughout the village, Kakashi decided to simply share Obito's story. At first they were genuinely moved by it, but then he became addicted to recounting it. Unable to restrain himself, seizing every opportunity to recount it again and again. Particularly with that tone of his calm, yet laced with bitterness, like some jilted lover pining from behind closed doors, giving Naruto and the others chills. And so Kakashi's expression shifted once more, his voice taking on that familiar melancholy lilt as he began speaking on his own accord. Obito was always so kind-hearted, forever helping old ladies cross the street. Kakashi-sensei, shut up. Naruto and Sakura shouted in unison. Achu. The Lord of Kamui, unable to conceal his tears, sneezed suddenly. That surely meant someone was speaking of him. Useless Kakashi. Obito's expression darkened. Aside from that worthless bastard, who else would be muttering? Probably launching into the same old lecture about comrades and trash again. The Akatsuki had gathered illegally, but Obito had not attended. Not because the 10 fingers of the Outer Path Davis statue couldn't accommodate him, but because the timing simply hadn't arrived. Suddenly a notification chimed. Obito's eyes shifted as he lifted the phone he'd been gripping, spotting a message preview on the email screen. He tapped it open and immediately frowned. Player, Sharingan Hero cordially invites you to test new features in the Shinobi mobile game. Link below. Who in their right mind would do such a thing? Obito found it absurd. Had they run out of people to contact? A test? How incredibly idle must he be? Obito's fingers swept downward to delete the email, but then his movement froze. The existence of the Shinobi mobile game cannot be disregarded. If there's a specialized feature requiring testing, it might actually impact my plans. I should take a look. He murmured to himself, as if convincing his own reservations, then, without hesitation, tapped the link. But at the very first glance, confusion swept across his features. The first thing he did each morning was play a round of the ninja mobile game to clear his head. This had become Sasuke's daily routine these past few days. He sat cross-legged on the tatami mat, elbows resting on his knees, bowing his head as the glow from his phone screen illuminated his face. At this close distance, you could almost believe his Sharingan had been overused. Swish-clack. The sound of a successful match. The ninja mobile game had finished updating, and several new faces could be seen on the band screen. However, Sasuke didn't pay much mind to them, simply proceeding to ban Jiraiya and Hatake Kakashi as usual. He believed that Hatake Kakashi's strength was no less than Might Guy's, and his opening moves were even more formidable. After all, with Might Guy now removed from the roster, players should have figured out how to counter him by now. Entering the match, Sasuke glanced over his available roster and casually selected Uchiha Sasuke, Sharingan Uchiha Sasuke, curse mark, and plain Uchiha Sasuke. Exactly. 3 mains. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he saw no need to rely on others when his own were sufficient. Unless it was something like random mode where circumstances forced his hand. As he entered the battle screen, Sasuke's gaze shifted. One of his opponent's 3 choices caught his attention. Uchiha Itachi paired with Ghost Lantern. Not bringing would release Deep Forest Murder. Sasuke muttered. Speaking of which, that technique belonged to the first Hokage and had sparked quite the frenzy when the game first launched. But eventually players realized the secret manual couldn't be indiscriminately equipped. It required specific ninja compatibility. That's why the excitement had faded. Nevertheless, after Itachi himself demonstrated it yesterday, many players chose to pull out would release Deep Forest Murder when fielding Uchiha Itachi. But right now his opponent had picked something else entirely. Naive fooled. Sasuke sneered. He had never used that technique himself, had no intention of learning it, and honestly didn't care. Using Uchiha Itachi was even more unthinkable. He wasn't even planning to pull for that ninja. Whatever secret manual they had equipped made no difference. The skill gap was an unbridgeable chasm. Fight start. Sasuke maneuvered his character toward the board's edge, making small vertical adjustments to throw off his opponent's aim. In his mind, Uchiha Itachi's Amaterasu had limited range, so his opponent's only viable opening move would be Shadow Clone Explosion. And sure enough, the clone came sprinting toward him. Having anticipated this, the clone failed to land on Sasuke, which only deepened his contempt. Sharingan. He activated his second skill with Uchiha Sasuke Sharingan to bolster himself, then charged forward toward his opponent. This ninja had only debuted a couple days ago, and while his abilities mirrored the standard Uchiha Sasuke had already grown thoroughly familiar with him. As Sasuke closed in, his opponent immediately placed a Ghost Lantern at his position. Fire-style Fireball Jutsu. The enhanced first skill of Uchiha Sasuke Sharingan blasted directly into Uchiha Itachi, maximizing damage output. But with the Ghost Lantern's protection, the opponent was confident Sasuke couldn't continue his combo, so he didn't use a substitution. Tolerant indeed. Sasuke snorted. But before he could react, a clone of Uchiha Itachi suddenly lunged forward. Quick as lightning, Sasuke pressed his secret manual, Rising Dragon Fist. The Rising Dragon Fist absorbed the initial burst damage from the clone's self-destruct, allowing Sasuke to create distance and evade the subsequent explosion. His own Rising Dragon Fist had struck the opponent as well. Unfortunately, with the Ghost Lantern still active, there was no way to press the attack unless he summoned. He's just a puppet-controlled Uchiha Itachi. Do I really need to waste my summon on him first? Sasuke muttered. He spoke with such confidence now, but what followed would become the second greatest torment of his life. Uchiha Itachi clone was ready. He'd take a shot. If he missed, it didn't matter. He'd simply follow up with the clone while leveraging the protection of Amaterasu and Ghost Lantern. This kind of ninja had been transformed by his opponent into a pure defensive strategy, actually a tower defense playstyle. His entire approach revolved around attrition warfare. Unstable basic attacks. Why would he rely on those in the first place? If he missed, so be it. By the time Sasuke recovered, his skills would be ready again anyway. His opponent displayed remarkable patience, but Sasuke, the one enduring this torment, was on the verge of losing his mind. Wait, other ninjas weave basic attacks between their skills, but you're just spamming your second skill repeatedly. Can one ability really go on forever? Sasuke's pale, handsome face had flushed completely red, and his Sharingan had activated without him even realizing it. There was no choice now. He couldn't hold back his summon anymore. Tsukuyami. At this moment, it hardly mattered what summon Sasuke had equipped. His opponent unleashed Tsukuyami right in his face, forcibly consuming the summon. No one in the ninja world knew this technique better than Sasuke himself. It was, after all, an experience he cherished deeply. Watching as his opponent used Amaterasu to drag him back up from the ground after Tsukuyami ended, Sasuke's eyes grew lifeless. His first ninja was gone like that. Ha 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 ha. Sasuke took rapid, deliberate breaths, forcing himself to calm down as quickly as possible. There was still a chance. His opponent possessed no real skill whatsoever. They relied entirely on their ninja's raw power. How could someone like that possibly win against him? The mobile game operated on a 3v3 format, so after losing one ninja, he maintained his composure and prepared to counterattack with his remaining characters. At this very moment, similar battles were unfolding across numerous arenas. Sasuke was no different. He trusted in himself and in the strength of the Uchiha. He still had 2 Uchiha Sasukes remaining. Once his main ninja was synchronized, he would be invincible. Why are you so weak? Because your hatred isn't deep enough. The ultimate technique image appeared. Itachi pressing Sasuke against the wall, leaning close to his ear, whispering these words softly. You, chi, ha, I, Tachi. Sasuke's clenched fists exerted force outward, and amidst a shower of sparks and electricity, he tore the phone apart with his bare hands. Through gritted teeth, he spat out that name he despised most, each syllable sharp as a blade. His chest heaved violently like a bellows, clearly revealing his inner turmoil. Before the phone screen went dark, those 2 characters, defeat, blazed with unbearable brightness, piercing straight through Sasuke's heart. And then there was the ultimate technique image. An Easter egg exclusive to Itachi and Sasuke. His opening pride had been completely shattered in such a humiliating manner. When Mikoto knocked and opened the door, she found her son sitting motionless, the broken phone lying discarded far away. She sighed softly and quietly withdrew. If the phone were being taken apart for research purposes, those plans would surely come to nothing. But if it was rage from the duel arena with nowhere to vent, then whatever was in your hands would become the target. That day, smartphones rained down across the entire ninja world, and households gathered countless salvage devices without counting them. Some people collected so many they ran out of space and had to bury them in their own fields. Sasuke picked up the shovel and dug, sometimes deep, sometimes shallow, with his lips pressed tightly together, completely silent. He had calmed down by now. Sasuke, who prided himself on maintaining composure and never showing emotion, knew this outburst was undeniably shameful. That was his own assessment. But it would never happen again. Sasuke made a silent vow. This pain, this hatred. He would etch them into his memory, without reservation, until the day he unleashed it all upon that man. After digging up a phone from the ground, Sasuke bent to retrieve it. A beam of sunlight fell precisely into the small hole, illuminating the new matte-finished phone resting quietly within. As though waiting for someone to awaken it, Sasuke picked it up without a second glance and tucked it into his pocket, then raised his head slightly to gaze ahead. Today promised to be fine weather. That bright golden light was somewhat harsh, causing him to instinctively squint. Deep within his eyes, two tomos spun. Uchiha Itachi. How perfect timing. I was just looking for someone to beat up, you bastard. During his house arrest within the Akatsuki organization, he had been unbearably bored with nowhere to showcase his art. Surely he could not go around shouting art all over the Hidden Rain village. With no other options, he had taken to setting off small explosions for entertainment, filling the remaining hours with the ninja mobile game. And so once Deidara logged in and saw the ninja deployed by his opponent, he was immediately captivated. Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi. Though the opponent had fielded 3 ninja, Deidara's attention was solely fixed on the Uchiha Itachi in the lead position. His own roster was equally impressive. Might Guy Asuma Sarutobi and Kakashi Hatake. These were the absolute pinnacle of ninjas available in the current meta. He noticed the absence of Jiraiya, realizing Deidara hadn't managed to pull him yet. As the match began, a sensible opponent would typically fall back when facing Uchiha Itachi, attempting to sidestep the clone techniques and play it safe. But Deidara refused to yield. Backing away from Uchiha Itachi, such humiliation would not be suffered twice in his lifetime. He launched a shell directly at his opponent's face. A grin spread across Deidara's face when he caught only half of the Itachi's clone explosion shout before it was cut off. To interrupt the man's technique and seize this advantage, it was a rare opportunity. In a real confrontation, his instinct would have been to assess whether he'd fallen under an illusion rather than celebrate. Excellent. Magnificent. Bring me more Uchiha Itachi. I'll make him regret existing. Deidara's wild shouting echoed through the space, causing Sasori, seated nearby, to furrow his brow in annoyance. Yet that confidence didn't last. Wait, why won't his second skill stop? Did he equip the secret scroll analysis counter? Amaterasu that fast, and it chains into grabs. The clones on the field never disappeared. That can't be right. Release. 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 Why am I unable to break it? I was caught in a genjutsu, wasn't I? A single. Basic attack. That weak, pathetic normal attack dared to mock him like this. You're Kakashi Hatake, the legendary one. Use Chidori and end him. Cut him down with it. Dead. Already dead. Deidara looked up in a daze. The ultimate technique sequence displayed on his phone screen after the triple kill had left him completely stunned. This is the gap that Sharingan creates. Sharingan. Who the hell has the Sharingan? Oh right, Uchiha Itachi has it. Never mind then. Sasori-sama wa. Deidara stumbled over to Sasori's side, wailing loudly. Uchiha Itachi is. He's not even human. You're worse, honestly. Sasori was speechless. He had carved out a rare moment without gaming to maintain his puppets, and this was the noise he got in return. Endless complaining. So what? You got dominated, there's nothing to say about it. Sasori didn't even look back, busy adjusting a specially crafted arm he cradled in his embrace. No, I'm telling you, I swear this Uchiha Itachi operates in a completely different game from all the other ninjas. Deidara sputtered in frustration. Oh, is that so? Sasori grew interested. Taking the phone from Deidara, he discovered that Deidara had already tapped rematch and the opponent had accepted. Though the loud, obnoxious boy with fundamentally different artistic views was someone Sasori usually disregarded, the fact that Deidara had been reduced to such despair by this Uchiha Itachi made Sasori genuinely curious. For minutes past, the game had already ended, yet Sasori still gripped the phone motionless, as if transformed into a sculpture. Sasori-sama, Deidara called tentatively. For some reason he instinctively wanted to step back a few paces. It wasn't anything particular. He just feared blood might splatter his face. But Sasori's mental fortitude was far stronger than Deidara's. He simply adjusted himself briefly and regained his composure. That was merely the first encounter. I now understand his skills. The only tricky part is the clones. With that, Sasori unaccountably started another match. Sasori-sama, that's my phone. If they catch me using a booster, I'll lose rank points. Deidara couldn't finish his sentence for Sasori, shot him a glare that instantly shut him up. Battle begins. The clones appeared, probing, defending, counterattacking, dealing damage, generating energy. The Genjutsu of the Mangekyo Sharingan is inescapable. Sasori, continue. The clones bombed endlessly. Amaterasu burned relentlessly. Tsukuyomi rained down without mercy. The ultimate technique sequence skyrocketed. The Genjutsu of the Mangekyo Sharingan is inescapable. Sasori slowly exhaled, closed his eyes, yet faintly in the darkness, he saw a clone of Uchiha Itachi running toward him. Damn it. Sasori crushed the phone in his hand, flicked a chakra thread to pull several scrolls from the table, and immediately rose to charge outside, his presence saturated with overflowing, intense killing intent. Deidara was terrified. Forgetting his broken phone, he rushed forward and grabbed hold of Sasori. Uchiha Itachi has been online for most of the day now. Basically, every player has experienced him by now, whether they've used him themselves or faced him as an opponent. He recalled the days when this ninja was first revealed to the public. Although many players already suspected this ninja wouldn't be weak, none of them could have imagined it would be like this. In plain terms, everyone had realized the gravity of the situation. Uchiha Itachi was stomping through the battle arena. It was hard to imagine needing to use the word stomp to describe him. Wasn't this the same thing you could breeze through the verdant chambers for just 20 gold coins? Of course, it didn't matter if there were some players who couldn't bear to spend the gold and had to play manually. What mattered was, when would the battle arena also become something you could simply stroll through? The current climate of mutual paranoia would have been completely unthinkable just a short while ago. From Might Guy to Jiraiya, the high-rarity ninjas were indeed stronger than others, but nowhere near this extreme. But Uchiha Itachi's arrival had shattered any balance. If this game even had balance in the first place. Total victory. Watching those golden characters always brought a sense of satisfaction. Hiruzen casually tapped to start the match, and the game entered the ranking battle matchmaking screen. When it came to banning ninjas, he acted as though he hadn't even noticed, pouring himself a cup of tea from the desk and sipping it with genuine contentment. That's right, no ban at all. The renowned ninja arts professor was leaving his ban slot empty at the Jonin rank, which spoke volumes about his confidence in his own skills. Or perhaps, it was confidence in his ninja instead. This is wonderful, Itachi. Hiruzen beamed when he selected his ninja and discovered Uchiha Itachi hadn't been banned. He thought to himself, as expected of my great Konoha, such an absurdly powerful ninja, as Uchiha Itachi was frequently left unbanned. But this was purely wishful thinking. Although Uchiha Itachi's strength was in a league of his own, he was still a high-rarity ninja who could be pulled on the day he launched, so there simply weren't that many players who had him. After all, Ninja mobile games didn't offer many ways to earn gold these days. Besides playing through the story mode, there was only the ranking battle. And as the Hokage, Hiruzen certainly had his share of coins. Don't misunderstand. He wasn't corrupting his position for personal gain. Anyone might do such a thing, but not him. Still, after living so long as the patriarch of the Sarutobi clan, having a little private stash seemed only natural. Thus Hiruzen, who had recruited Uchiha Itachi, finally understood what it meant to play a game. Had what he'd been doing before even counted as playing. Every match required nerves of steel, not a single second of relaxation, with such a razor-thin margin for error that one mistake would ruin everything. Sometimes, even after winning, he couldn't bring himself to smile. His heart would pound relentlessly, unable to slow down. Though each match wasn't particularly long, stringing several together added up quickly. Win, lose, he'd go back and forth through the battle arena like this. He'd glance at the time and realize, good heavens, several hours had passed, and his rank hadn't budged an inch. Were you playing the game? No, the game was playing you. Truly speaking. Even someone with Hiruzen's extensive combat experience was feeling the strain. Mainly because he was getting older, and as Hokage he had daily duties to attend to. The village couldn't be neglected. Otherwise, if he were younger, he could easily manage both, and would have reached the Hokage rank within minutes, no question. But now with Uchiha Itachi, everything had changed. Hiruzen had finally experienced a feeling he hadn't felt in years, one he never expected to encounter again within a game. That's right, total dominance. He remembered the days of training students. Those weren't real battles, they were merely him playing along with their exercises. Now his opponents had been reduced to the level of his students. Though, that wasn't quite accurate either. By the way, it's been several days since I saw Mabaru. Hiruzen set down his phone and poured himself another cup of tea. You're asking why he had time to put his phone down if he was supposed to be in a ranking battle. What are you talking about? The match was already over. Tap. The phone screen suddenly displayed a notification the opponent was requesting another battle. Hiruzen smiled and casually declined, as if he'd accept. What if the opponent banned his ninja in a rematch? That would defeat the purpose of being the ninja arts professor. The office door opened. Whoever could possibly be visiting at such a time needed no introduction. Hiruzen, I was just thinking. Itachi was undercover in Akatsuki, but after all these years he hasn't brought back any intelligence. Grandson. Danzo, who had been speaking as he walked in, suddenly froze. Wait, who was he calling a grandson? My apologies, Hiruzen said with a light cough. He had just realized that the feeling of crushing opponents in the battle arena was less like fighting students and more like disciplining a grandson. Using Uchiha Itachi in the arena was akin to how Mushimaru would challenge his grandfather the Hokage in regular spars. The difference in difficulty would hardly be significant. Danzo saw that Hiruzen hadn't intended the insult and didn't dwell on it. So you were asking about Itachi? Hiruzen picked up his phone and queued up another ranking match. You're still playing? Danzo frowned. This guy seemed determined to discuss serious matters while simultaneously playing a ninja mobile game. No harm in it. Continue with Itachi. Yes, that Uchiha Itachi you're currently operating seems to suit your fancy quite well. Indeed, but constantly using him feels a bit unfair. People might be cursing me behind my back. Hiruzen chuckled, but Danzo was left speechless. Ninja villages were certainly organizations with clear hierarchies, but in Konoha it was rare for shinobi to deliberately throw matches when they encountered the Hokage in the ranking arena. Not only did Hiruzen think it inappropriate, but Danzo and the other two advisors shared this view. Perhaps some people used such tactics to boost their ranks. But for those who had lived through half a century, such matters held little significance. It wasn't as though they would grow resentful or seek revenge if someone refused to throw a match. Ranking up through such means was artificial. It wasn't true strength. Yes, it was fake rank. Hiruzen enjoyed playing with Itachi, but only out of novelty. He soon removed Uchiha Itachi from his lineup. Of course, he hadn't forgotten to ban him. Just as the two began discussing serious matters in a certain coffee shop, a blonde man, who had just finished work, was on the verge of a breakdown. It's no use. No matter how I think about it, no matter what tactics I try, I can't find any way to win. You idiot Naruto, just ban him. What are you saying, Sakura? On the road to becoming the king of ninja mobile games, there are no shortcuts. Then keep playing, I suppose. I can't beat him. This Uchiha Itachi this. I'm sorry, Sasuke, but Uchiha Itachi is just a freak. It's fine, I agree. That damn ninja has ruined the strategic depth of the battle arena. So, just ban him, right? I said no. 2. At the Mofang Internet Cafe, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura sat together at one table, each wearing a different expression. Among the three of them, only Sasuke was the guest. The other two were there to serve customers. Not much to say about Naruto. After losing to Cheng, he had accepted his defeat and taken on a shift as a waiter, and without pay no less. Sakura's situation was no better. Reluctantly, she'd volunteered to help, hoping to pick up a few moves or tricks from Cheng. Heaven alone knows the look on Sasuke's face when he pushed open the door and caught sight of the two of them smiling away serving customers. With few new customers coming in, Naruto and Sakura managed to catch a brief respite, so they joined Sasuke at their table. If it had been any other time, they probably would have chatted for a bit and then headed out for some training. Nowadays, however, it was all about the ninja mobile game. Watching Naruto unravel after getting absolutely wrecked in the arena, Cheng behind the bar couldn't help but wonder if these ninjas of the ninja world were on track to become completely useless. Was the age of ninjas coming to an end? The story had barely begun. Come on. Sighing, he returned to what he was doing. Seriously though, is that Uchiha Itachi ninja actually okay to use? Naruto's face flushed crimson with frustration, his urge to hurl his phone growing stronger by the second. Sakura just shook her head in exasperation. How many times had she told him? Just ban him, didn't she keep saying? Lately she'd started thinking that no matter how strong a ninja was, they all got shut down by the ban slot anyway. Wait a second. Could it be that the ban system itself was the real nightmare? Sasuke gripped his phone with both hands, completely focused on his ranked match, his two-tomo Sharingan already activated. Naruto, seated beside him, kept leaning in to get a better look. Sensing that Sasuke was deeply concentrated and not someone to be interrupted, he quietly found a good angle to watch the gameplay. But what he saw left him utterly amazed. Positioning to apply pressure movement, to bait skills, footwork to evade attacks, and feign out summons, secret scroll abilities seamlessly chained into basic attacks, and the perfect pairing of skills with summons. It was breathtaking. The decisive execution, the ability to read and react to the ever-shifting dynamics of the battle, analysis, adaptability, reflexes. At that moment, Naruto's gaze changed. They had only squared off in an open match just 2 days prior, yet now it felt like an old saying, when after parting for 3 days one should look at a friend with fresh eyes. Sasuke was exactly that kind of rival. He turned every bit of pressure into tremendous reward, showcasing genuine growth and skill. No wonder he called himself a monster who fed on hatred, growing at a terrifying pace through consumption. Put plainly, Naruto had just experienced a breakthrough. In the current match, Sasuke was wielding his curse mark form against an opponent running Uchiha Itachi. But here's the truly chilling part. Sasuke had already forced his opponent to burn through every single resource at their disposal. It was hard to imagine Uchiha Itachi could be caught in a recovery window, at all however brief. Yet this was clearly Sasuke's golden opportunity. Inside the arena, curse-marked Sasuke chased Uchiha Itachi like a madman. Itachi moved erratically, forward, back, left, right, employing chaotic and unpredictable footwork to stay elusive. His opponent was clearly skilled as well, knowing that predictable movement patterns were easy to exploit and that the most formidable positioning was that which struck without warning. Suddenly turning around, a string of numbers floated out. Sasuke frantically tapped the attack button, but he had lost control. Uchiha Itachi suddenly turned and executed a basic attack, forcing Uchiha Sasuke, in his curse-marked state, into a hit stun. Though that basic attack was weak and fleeting, appearing barely threatening, Sasuke simply couldn't move. That is our ninja mobile game. A mere fraction of a second of stun feels longer than life itself. One wrong touch, and you are frozen. Either your opponent blunders, or you use a substitution. So here is the question facing Uchiha Itachi: do you even have a chance to turn the tables after making a mistake? The match is over. Exhaling deeply, Sasuke slowly leaned back in his chair and gazed up at the ceiling. Naruto, who had witnessed everything, wisely kept his mouth shut for fear of provoking Sasuke to explode. Indeed, Sasuke forcibly suppressed his anger, relying on the emotional control he had strengthened since playing the ninja mobile game. But there were those things, who were nothing but pure malice given form. When they grew angry, the world itself seemed to tremble. Ugh! Naruto suddenly clutched his stomach and let out a cry of pain. He felt as though an excruciating force were tearing through his body, as if a fierce beast were rolling inside him. Not a beast, it was a tailed beast. Damn Uchiha! Cursed Uchiha! Wicked Uchiha! Disgusting Uchiha! The nine tails raged inside its cage, grabbing its phone and attempting to smash it. Yet after several half-hearted swings, it ultimately gave up. It considered itself talented at the ninja mobile game, but talent alone could not handle such broken opponents. What on earth was that thing? The nine tails opened its mouth wide, breathing out streams of hot vapor. Its 9 massive tails struck the ground one after another, producing deep muffled sounds. Its eyes appeared dyed crimson with blood, and its fury seemed so intense it might liquefy and pour from within. This could not continue. Uchiha Itachi, this ninja, Naruto had to summon him. Naruto, are you alright, Naruto? Outside, Naruto's strange behavior drew Sakura and Sasuke's attention, but he recovered within seconds. Sakura, are you worried about me? After composing himself, Naruto looked at Sakura, leaning close to check on him, and grinned foolishly. But his reward was a punch and a growing bump on his head. You idiot. How dare you play tricks like this? Sakura snarled, yanking her fist back. Sorry, Sakura. Naruto rubbed his head sheepishly, keeping the matter of the nine tails to himself. Just a joke. Let it be a joke. Sasuke cast a glance at Naruto, but said nothing. Still, he had indeed noticed that Naruto's earlier condition closely resembled the chakra-infused state from before. At the bar, Cheng had also observed it. Had the nine tails chakra seeped through the seal? He wondered whether the seal had loosened. What he did not know was that the nine tails was simply furious. By Uchiha Itachi. Naruto communicated mentally with the nine tails. Upon hearing this request, his entire demeanor crumpled. Did the nine tails even know he had not yet pulled Jiraiya? Spending real money to buy gold coins, then purchasing summoning tickets with them. How much would that cost? The nine tails was clever and immediately offered a plan. Go to the Hokage and tell him the fourth sealed me inside you. You have someone locked away in your stomach. Don't you owe rent? Even opening a shop requires leasing land first. You crafty fox, you actually know this. Naruto, you jerk. Don't call me that. Your name. Never mind. The nine tails connection severed. After some thought, Naruto decided to give it a try later. Naruto, you mentioned that boss is quite strong, right? Sasuke asked suddenly. Yeah. Naruto glanced toward Cheng at the bar, who was absorbed in his phone, his expression darkening. I'm stuck working here because of him. Sasuke nodded as if it were an offhand remark. But Naruto understood the unspoken meaning and did not let him down. He quickly made his way over to Cheng. Boss, did you play in the arena today? Do you know any way to counter the Uchiha Itachi ninja? Facing Naruto's expectant gaze, Cheng lifted his head and offered only a faint smile. Ban him. I already said counter picks. Naturally, banned slots don't count. Anyone can ban whoever they want. Naruto was dissatisfied with Cheng's answer. Cheng sighed. Excluding the ban slot, he also had to set aside Uchiha Itachi. Under such circumstances, when power levels were close, facing Uchiha Itachi left no choice but 2 or even 3 consecutive exchanges. There was simply no other option. Receiving such a response, Naruto grew dispirited. You don't know either? As expected, a boss who can't even brew decent coffee wouldn't know anything. My. Cheng's brows twitched. Who said I have no solution? Today this ninja must be banned or selected. Tomorrow I'll make sure he can never see the battlefield. Forget it, why argue with this kid? Over 90% of the ninja world has already become loyal players of this ninja mobile game. Why don't you go ask them? Cheng smiled. After speaking, he couldn't help adding in his mind that the rest probably wouldn't be far behind. Right? Naruto suddenly realized, then ran back to his seat and told Sasuke and Sakura. Ask in the global channel. Are you sure that's okay? After hearing this, Sakura hesitated. She rarely spoke in there mainly because she couldn't identify who was talking. What if a rival village deliberately played tricks? Don't dismiss it as unlikely. This sort of thing was not uncommon. The ninja villages were still in a stage where mutual trust was impossible. Every day people quarreled in the global server channel, either spreading false information to deceive others or mocking each other, and there were even those calling for real-life PvP matches. Of course, normal people discussing serious matters wasn't unheard of, just relatively rare. I saved the replay. Let's see what happens. Sasuke had no fear. He directly posted the recording of their ranking match to the global channel. The Ninja World Special Edition. Just that magical. The channel was full of idle chatterers, and when Sasuke's replay was shared, it was like a pebble thrown into a calm lake. Big or small ripples would always spread. Global Channel Zebra returned from Helm. What's this? Favorite summon, a ranking match replay. Dare to post this. Let me pick it apart. Brother, good afternoon, heh. Open your dog eyes and look properly. A crude IWA ninja. You thinking Jonin tier player like you gets to judge. Little cat god, let me Kimobikure have a look. Missed ninja fish hiss. So powerful. Both awareness and mechanics are at their limit. Pity he couldn't overcome that Uchiha Itachi bastard. Fake world sharkum. The Kirigakure village has grown bold enough to curse Mr. Itachi now. Pessimist that replay. Is this a Fire Country server player? This isn't good. If Konoha and Kimobikure accidentally started a war, there aren't many who could stand against Cloud. Would they make me step up then? Awkward. What if I accidentally win and everyone nominates me as Rakage? Could I really do it? Fat monkey, you should change your name to Delusionalist. Where's the pessimism? Sand rap artist laugh, kick big brother out. Cry inherit the Rakage throne. My disciple employ heavy. Will of Stone with the Rakage here, hurry up and drag those weirdos from your village back. Rakage shut it on Oki. My cloud ninjas don't need your commentary. Orochimaru, he the one who posted the replay, is young Sasuke correct? Unfortunately few can offer you advice. Glory belongs to Uchiha. Orochimaru. Future Hokage of Inazuka clan, how the hell do you fight this Uchiha Itachi thing? Madball. Nara pro player, it's not unbeatable. As long as you dodge the clone lottery counter Amaterasu, trade your summons, avoid maxing out the ultimate reposition to dodge the secret scroll, don't trade positions first and then dodge the second clone. I'll play you like a drum. Only Red and Jade deserve this. Uchiha Itachi ninja is indeed troublesome. I don't want to see it either. Anyway, don't expect him to leave my ban slot. What's the value of? This ninja's value is living inside the ban slot. Invincible Hokage King Aya. So many people here and nobody's explained how to fight Uchiha Itachi. Art is explosion, fight my ass. I see him and I just want to blow him up. Itachi. Center-sama, wait, is Uchiha Itachi really that disgusting? I was praying to an evil god, and it's almost become Uchiha Itachi now. Heroic Jiraiya, wait, something's wrong. Is this really a ninja from my generation? Gambling god, you're useless, Jiraiya. Orochimaru. Am I imagining things? Why does it feel like none of you know how to fight Uchiha Itachi? This isn't difficult. Everyone above. Rakage, Orochimaru. Spill whatever nonsense you're about to say quickly. Do you think you're so great compared to all these people? Orochimaru, I've become a Kage. What? At this moment the entire ninja world shook. They rubbed their eyes doubting what they saw, but no matter how they looked, Orochimaru's words were clear and unmistakable. Perhaps because the news was too shocking, the channel briefly went blank. Seeing this, Orochimaru smiled. He hadn't achieved the title of Kage in reality, yet he reached it within the game. Truly, life is unpredictable. Perhaps to prove it, Orochimaru sent a screenshot in the channel, which was undeniably the ranking match page. A Kage, there was no mistake. That hat-shaped icon was more familiar to the ninja of the 5 great villages than anything else. Not to mention it clearly stated Kage tier first stage. But some sharp-eyed observers noticed another detail. Know something even more terrifying. Glory belongs to Uchiha. 99 ranking matches win rate. 100. Heroic Jiraiya Nani. Inheritor of the will of fire, 100% win rate to reach Kage. Orochimaru. You bastard. Rakage, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Eternal art, so that's how it is. Orochimaru, which small ninja village are you currently in? Sleeping old woman, if you control an entire server's players, achieving 100% win rate to reach Kage is indeed not difficult. Gambling god humph. This is truly your style, Orochimaru. Invincible Hokage King, huh? You can do that. Is this even a ranking match? Orochimaru, don't misunderstand. All voluntary. Young Sasuke, any more questions? If not, I'm going for Super Kage. Everyone. Sharingan Hero, I have a question. Why can players from different servers be matched together? Orochimaru. Obito Rin, this name. Who are you? Sharingan Hero Araloleli, because I most admire that hero, and I'm a high school girl who admires handsome men. Obito Rin. What kind of nonsense is this? Orochimaru's brows furrowed, and he closed the channel. He didn't care what those people were saying, the only reason he showed his rank was because of Sasuke. But now he had more pressing matters such as spending the coupon points he had just received. The resurrection card. Can the price of such an item even be calculated? Orochimaru crossed his arms lost in thought. He currently possessed 10 points for reaching Umbu rank, and another 100 points for attaining Kage rank. Considering it, he was practically a wealthy man. But the resurrection card in the point shop displayed a question mark for its price. The exact cost depended on the target being revived. After a moment's consideration, Orochimaru reached out and tapped it. Ding dong, resurrection card. Please enter the real name or well-known title of the target to be revived along with more specific descriptive information, then select from the personnel list found by the system. Hashirama. Orochimaru stated flatly. As soon as he finished speaking, a loading animation appeared on the phone's system page. Seconds later, rows of photographs sequentially materialized, each depicting a different face. I didn't expect there to be others bearing this name throughout the ninja world's history, Orochimaru chuckled. Perhaps too impatient to sift through that mountain of people, he proceeded to provide specific identifying details. Hashirama. His older sister learned from Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, who was a disciple of the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi. His grandfather was the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, and his teacher was Orochimaru. Shwa shwa shwa, all extraneous personnel entries were instantaneously filtered away, leaving only a single photograph before Orochimaru's eyes. It was a youth, youthful to the point of appearing naive. His features bore an unmistakable resemblance to Uzumaki Naruto save for differences in hair color and attire. Any ordinary person might mistake him, but unfortunately Orochimaru would never be fooled. It's been many years since the Second Shinobi War, Orochimaru noted in a measured tone tinged with something like reminiscence. He could never forget that day, how his student had stumbled into an explosive tag trap and perished on the spot. Merely seconds before the boy had been speaking animatedly, within those same few seconds he lay motionless, never to rise again. Life, how fragile it truly was. Orochimaru lifted his eyelids. The page was calculating the cost required to resurrect Hashirama. Hashirama. Chakra 2, presence 6, influence 9, plot significance 13, price 0 points. At this, Orochimaru's brows furrowed. This price, viewed from the standpoint of rank progression, was indeed steep. It would likely require waiting for the season settlement to afford it. Yet considering it could perfectly revive someone who had been dead for years, the cost seemed almost understandable. Still, Orochimaru couldn't grasp how this was calculated or what criteria underpinned it. A sudden spark of inspiration struck him. Since the system offered no explanation, he reasoned he could simply search for multiple individuals and compare the results. 6 Paths Sage. Orochimaru dared greatly, opting to go straight for the legendary patriarch himself. This time, no duplicate results appeared. As expected, the title of 6 Paths Sage was unique throughout ninja history. Otsutsuki Hamura. Chakra 98, presence 90, influence 99, plot significance 50, price. Staring at the 6 Paths Sage, Orochimaru's expression shifted uncertainly. Could it not even determine a price? Still, it revealed certain information, such as the sage's true name. He suddenly found the device quite useful. One could assess an individual's capabilities and worth through the resurrection card's analysis. Uchiha Sasuke. Orochimaru paused, but before he could provide further description, results appeared. Before he could examine them closely, the screen flashed a notification. Free attempts none, unable to view the value of resurrection targets. To continue using this feature, consume 1 point. This? Orochimaru's lips twitched. So the first 2 searches were free, but afterward one had to pay. So even before officially reviving someone, you'd need to spend points first. No detail was overlooked. Orochimaru closed the resurrection card page. In the upper left corner of the point shop, his current balance displayed 110 points. According to his calculations, if he could reach the highest rank before the season settlement, the rewards would be 241,100 coins. 5,510 points. Which meant if Orochimaru wished it, he could resurrect Hashirama in just over a month. Though whether he would do so remained uncertain. Orochimaru finally looked away from the resurrection card, turning his gaze to the other 3 items. One was a lottery ball, another was attribute points, and the third was something he wouldn't even glance at. That item allowed converting points into coins. Unless he'd lost his mind. Why on earth would anyone exchange easily obtained coins for the exceedingly rare and precious points? Lottery ball. Description: infinite random rewards, price 1 point, purchasing. The moment Orochimaru completed the payment, his hand grew heavier with a new object. He picked it up to inspect it. It was a gleaming golden sphere, its exact material uncertain. Somewhere between plastic and glass, yet notably firm to the touch. After a moment's hesitation, he channeled chakra into his hand and crushed the lottery ball. Rustle, 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 amidst the golden radiance, Orochimaru's eyes widened. Floating before his eyes was a rectangular card. He reached out, plucked it from the air, and as the effects vanished, only the physical object remained in his hand. Upon inspection, he was momentarily speechless. Jiraiya. Ninja trial card. The card bore only those words alongside an illustration of Jiraiya's signature pose. What use was a trial card to him? Did he lack coins to summon ninjas? While he occasionally faced funding shortages for experiments, he possessed his own income streams. However, for those of lesser means, it might prove useful. Wait. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed. If he recalled correctly, the point shop's introduction differed from the game shops. Every item in the game shop functioned solely within the game, but the point shop operated in reality. Use Jiraiya trial card. As he spoke, the card dissolved. A sudden urge to crouch seized him, and he surrendered to it without resistance. Bang! Orochimaru struck the ground with one hand, and a massive cloud of white smoke erupted along with a blurred figure. Jiraiya, don't just suddenly summon me without warning. Orochimaru. The toad that appeared nearly lost its soul upon seeing Orochimaru before it. What the? Had Jiraiya transformed into Orochimaru? Did I summon a toad? Orochimaru fixed his gaze on the creature, unable to resist licking his lips. Gamakichi felt as though he'd seen a ghost. As Jiraiya's second skill in the ninja mobile game, his popularity had soared, recently earning him admiration from many lovely toads of the clan. But he certainly did not wish to be welcomed by Orochimaru. Who didn't know that snakes ate toads? Bang! Gamakichi vanished somewhat hastily. Orochimaru naturally couldn't prevent it. If anything, he had no need to. The trial card was consumed. Though it had only lasted less than 10 seconds, it revealed something concrete to Orochimaru. He stood motionless for a long while, then suddenly laughed. Ha. Omoshiroi. This is truly fascinating. He could summon even familiars without a contract. That explained it. This was the trial card, the true power of the ninja mobile game. Tsunade had been distracted these past 2 days, ever since that day when Orochimaru appeared on the server-wide broadcast claiming he had become the Hokage. Jiraiya noticed her state, pondered for a moment, and then understood the reason. During breakfast, Jiraiya took out several bottles of sake and placed them on the table. Tsunade sat across from him, and seeing this, waved her hand dismissively. Drinking so early in the morning. What's the harm? Didn't someone say it well? Drinking has nothing to do with morning or night. If you want to drink, just drink. As Jiraiya spoke, he had already poured a cup. Tsunade rested her cheek with one hand, and took the wine cup with the other, but did not drink. She merely lowered her gaze, quietly watching the ripples slowly swirling in the sake. Jiraiya smiled. Come to think of it, we've been drinking together all these days. Isn't it because someone shamelessly stuck around? Tsunade retorted. Since they had run into each other some time ago, they had been living together, spending their days either drinking or causing trouble. For these two, indulging themselves was nothing out of the ordinary. After all, they were quite reckless people at their core. Feasting, whoring, gambling. There was nothing they were not skilled at. Shizun was absent, having stepped out for something, leaving only Jiraiya and Tsunade. Suddenly neither of them spoke. Jiraiya drank, and Tsunade drank as well. Aren't you not drinking? Jiraiya asked. Cut the nonsense. Didn't someone once say you don't have to convince someone to drink? Just put the cup in front of her, and she'll drink. With that, Tsunade downed it in one gulp. Hey, you don't drink like that. Jiraiya hurried to stop her. Naturally, Tsunade did not listen. She threw aside the small cup and lifted the sake flask directly to her lips, pouring it down in one long draught. Sake spilled from the corner of her mouth, wetting her somewhat revealing blouse and sinking deep into the valley of her bosom. Jiraiya's eyes could not look away, though he pretended to cough a few times. The two fell silent again, both drinking. Did Orochimaru tell you something? Jiraiya suddenly spoke, and the atmosphere shifted instantly. Tsunade paused, offering no reply. Jiraiya continued on his own. That guy is currently the wealthiest person in the ninja world. Gold coins, cash vouchers. Crack. A thunderous crash echoed through the tavern, and guests at other tables instinctively turned their heads in their direction. The sake flask had been slammed onto the table, its bottom partially sinking into the wood. Tsunade's hand gripped it tightly, her face hidden as she bowed her head. Jiraiya sighed. How should I put this? Even though players from the Land of Fire basically never give me a hand, I'm still climbing the ranked ladder every day. You're trying to say you'll be able to get cash vouchers too? Spare me the cool act, Tsunade sneered. This was an admission of sorts. Jiraiya sat silently for a while. Then Tsunade pulled out her phone and tossed it to him. He glanced at Tsunade, who had already started drinking again, and looked down at the phone. What came into view was a chat window with a friend. Orochimaru. Tsunade, it's been a while since we last chatted like this. But thank you for accepting my friend request. Gambling god, get to the point. Orochimaru, I've already figured out the cash vouchers needed to resurrect people. I'm probably the only one in the ninja world who can produce them now. Gambling god, didn't I tell you to get straight to the point? Stop beating around the bush. Orochimaru, I'm swamped with affairs lately. One capable assistant just isn't enough. Gambling god, get lost. Orochimaru, don't be so hasty. Don't you want to see Nagato and Rado? Compared to those who have passed peacefully, resurrecting them shouldn't disturb their eternal rest, should it? Jiraiya saw no further messages. Tsunade had not replied to Orochimaru, but it was clear she had been affected. He could roughly guess what lay behind it beforehand. After all, what could bring Tsunade down except her deceased brother and lover? Do you believe what that guy Orochimaru said? Jiraiya handed the phone back to Tsunade. Resurrection is not a complete falsehood, Tsunade muttered. Hearing this, Jiraiya silently nodded. Indeed, no matter what schemes Orochimaru harbored, the person revived through a resurrection card would truly be real. Many people now speculated that Uchiha Mikoto had also been brought back through a resurrection card. However, until someone actually used such a card, it still could not fully convince everyone. The two fell silent again, continuing to drink. Kagaya bore children, Indra and Azura. Meanwhile, the Akatsuki was also thrown into an uproar by a new trailer released for the Ninja mobile game. A mysterious ninja is about to appear. An abyssal terror is about to descend upon the ninja world. That shadow. Is that Orochimaru? The next Hydra A-rank ninja. Idiot, it's an S-rank. What? How can that bastard Orochimaru be S-rank? What strength does he even have? Because the third shinobi war hero Jiraiya is also an S-rank. The Akatsuki held their daily meeting with all 9 members gathering via the shadow clone technique. Why use a technique to assemble when everyone was already in Amigakure? Well, some things must be done after all. Besides, using it meant no one had to leave their seats. It was just that the Ninja mobile game currently lacked a video group chat feature, otherwise the shadow clone technique would be unnecessary. But this meeting had its tone suddenly derailed by the game's unexpected update trailer. Orochimaru. Everything lately has been about him. Hey, why did he leave the Akatsuki in the first place? Deidara looked at Sasori. Because he got dumped by Itachi. Sasori said it indifferently. Huh. Is that really how it happened? Hayden tilted his head in confusion and instinctively glanced at Itachi, standing across from him. Itachi's expression remained unchanged, showing absolutely no reaction. In the past, Hayden might have casually thrown out a provocation, but today, never mind. Uchiha Itachi continues to dominate the arena. That was reason enough. I seem to recall Orochimaru developed a body-swapping jutsu. He wanted to use it to steal Itachi's body but failed, Kakuzu said in an odd tone. So he ran away in disgrace, Hisame chuckled. Then why is Itachi A rank and Orochimaru S rank? The loser gets a higher rank. Deidara was puzzled. No one could answer that. If forced to guess, was it deliberate suppression of Itachi's rank? Or was Orochimaru being positioned as Jiraiya's counterpart? There's no need to dwell on Orochimaru's matter. Continue tracking him. How are you all doing with the ranked matches? Pain surveyed the assembled members and asked in a deep voice. Since the original plan had temporarily stalled, climbing the ranks had become a mission assigned by the Akatsuki. There was simply no escape from it. The Akatsuki members all had fairly high ranks now. Basically everyone was at Jonin level, and those with decent skills had even reached ANBU. Why basically? Hey, how did you all get here so fast? How did you beat that ghostly Uchiha? Chunin Hayden bellowed. True enough, he was not exactly foolish, but calling him clever would be a stretch. Just ban him, Zetsu said. Hayden is still a Chunin. And Kakuzu didn't help him. What a ruthless partner, Kisame teased. No, I already boosted him to Jonin, but the system caught the boost account and dropped him back to Chunin, Kakuzu said flatly. Kakuzu, weren't we agreed to keep this secret? Hayden erupted in anger and cut off the shadow clone connection immediately. Seconds later, Kakuzu also ended his link. Seeing this, the others were left speechless. They could roughly guess what had just happened over there. Konan had remained silent until now, but she suddenly remembered something and glanced around at those present. Has Toby not shown up? She asked. Speaking of which, that guy is nothing more than a rookie, yet he's always absent. Deidara complained grumpily. Obito had joined the Akatsuki early on using a rookie identity and was currently Zetsu's partner. The main reason was that the organization the Akatsuki had built in the Ninja mobile game was always one seat short. His arrival had finally completed their lineup of 10. Zetsu. Pain looked toward Zetsu. I'm not entirely sure either. That guy's been acting strange lately, preparing for something unknown, Zetsu replied honestly. Pain nodded and said nothing more. After declaring the meeting adjourned, the members gradually disappeared one by one. Welcome to this episode of the Ninja Intelligence Briefing. I am your host, Gucheng. However, today we have a familiar face indeed. The audience suddenly widened their eyes. Among the 4 guests, they only recognized one. Orochimaru, who had appeared before and was presumably the high-level S-rank ninja for this episode. But why were there 3 additional people besides Orochimaru? Was this similar to the episode featuring Mato Guy? There really was no need for so many extra guests. Meanwhile, on the light screen, Gucheng sat at the center with Orochimaru to his left and 3 others to his right. In this arrangement, he was not exactly at the center. Shall I introduce everyone? Gucheng smiled and addressed the guests. Orochimaru also smiled, though his grin was somewhat forced as he occasionally cast wary glances at the other 3. How did they manage to gather all of them? Oh, is this the interior of the mysterious light screen? I do not see anything particularly remarkable about it. Deidara glanced around from the sofa, though there was indeed nothing notable to observe. Beside him, Pain and Conan maintained impassive expressions. They had barely finished their organization meeting only to be invited here. Deidara did not mind, but Pain and Conan had been reluctant. Akatsuki had already exposed too much, making them easy targets. Yet they had come. Cheng had reminded them that previous guests had never requested compensation for appearing on the show. The first episode featured unfamiliar guests, and both Guy and Rock Lee felt deeply honored, so they did not press the matter. Jiraiya had attended the second episode with investigative intentions, but finding nothing worth pursuing, he could not bring himself to ask. By the third episode, Itachi had already achieved his objectives and held no notion that public appearances warranted payment. This simply would not do. These were all part-time contributions. Each guest has been exemplary, Cheng continued. Everyone has seriously introduced the ninja. To express our gratitude, the mysterious light screen will bestow rewards upon our guests. Cheng's words immediately sent ripples through the ninja world, stirring everyone's interest. Rewards from the mysterious light screen. That had to be genuine. While others reacted with excitement and anticipation, those who had appeared on the briefing before were stunned. Kakashi and Rock Lee exchanged glances, then embraced each other, teacher and student weeping openly. Watching from the sidelines, Tintin could not hide her disdain. They must think it is too humiliating for the two of you to appear again. There probably will not be an opportunity for you in the future. I agree with that assessment, Niji stated calmly. Hearing this, Guy and Rock Lee's cries intensified, but within seconds they regrouped and regained their composure. Lee, this is a crushing defeat. Master Guy, I suggest we strengthen our training and prove ourselves. There may yet be another chance to appear on the intelligence briefing. Well said, Lee. In that case, let us perform one-finger handstand push-ups while watching the briefing. Yes, Master Guy. Without hesitation, the duo began their training immediately. Tintin sat cross-legged on a wooden post, chin resting in her hands, choosing to remain silent rather than voice her criticisms. Those people. What bad luck? You get no rewards, though at least you are not short of work. That Orochimaru fellow certainly has the luck. Tsunade and Jiraiya had not finished their breakfast when the briefing aired, so they decided to keep their meal going. When Tsunade heard Cheng's words, she mockingly dismissed Jiraiya, but his reaction caught her off guard. No, impossible. What is going on? Jiraiya's eyes widened as he stared fixedly at the screen, his expression one of utter disbelief, muttering repeatedly. Tsunade furrowed her brow, sensing something was wrong. She looked up and carefully examined the screen, once more taking in the guests. Wait, do I not remember those two? Recognizing Pain and Conan, Tsunade suddenly recalled. During the latter stages of the Second Shinobi World War, they had encountered 3 children in Amigakure. But had not Jiraiya said those 3 disciples he had taken on in the Rain Village had perished in the war? What was happening now? And they were wearing Akatsuki clothing. Jiraiya could barely form words, his mind in complete disarray. Akatsuki was noteworthy, but not the main concern. Even after their separation back then, Jiraiya had heard reports of Yahiko's combat deeds while stationed far away in Konoha. But now Conan was unmistakably herself, and the person beside her bore Yahiko's appearance. Yet what accounted for the Rinnegan? Where was Nagato? Gentlemen, even if you do not introduce yourselves now, everyone will learn your names during the ninja introductions. Orochimaru, Deidara, Pain, Conan. When Cheng spoke again, the 4 of them offered their names in turn as their introductions. However, Deidara could not contain his eagerness and promptly asked, do the high-level ninja always introduce themselves? Are we here because there is a ninja from our village? That is correct. Cheng smiled faintly. This episode is truly unprecedented. 4 high-level ninja making their debut simultaneously. Everyone in the ninja world drew sharp breaths. It was common knowledge that high-level ninja represented the current meta's peak power, especially during this version, where Uchiha Itachi dominated. But what was happening now? For appearing at once, could the duel arena still function? Unprecedented. Deidara sneered. Has the ninja mobile game even been open for half a month? Do not speak as if years have passed. Cheng was speechless. He could not mention that the ninja mobile game was approaching its 10th anniversary, nor did he know what benefits might accompany it. I see no real issue with that phrasing, do you? Orochimaru chuckled sardonically. Shut it, Orochimaru. If I could move here, I would eliminate you, traitor, right now. Deidara leaped up. Oh, you speak boldly. Why do you not try attacking me directly? Art is. Deidara. Pain cast a glance at him, and Deidara reluctantly withdrew his hand from his weapon pouch. Though the rule against fighting had automatically registered in his mind upon arrival, he harbored no fear. He would fight if provoked. Your intimidating presence has not diminished at all, leader, Orochimaru teased cheerfully. Pain's deep purple eyes remained impassive, though only Conan understood the murderous intent building within him toward Orochimaru. Whether it was his feigned goodwill masking provocation toward Deidara deliberately or inadvertently revealing Akatsuki information or his past betrayal, all of these warranted Orochimaru's death many times over. The audience barely grasped the subtle power dynamics between the guests. The intelligence briefing had not even commenced, yet one revelation after another was nearly overwhelming their minds. Orochimaru had belonged to Akatsuki. The one with the ringed eyes was the leader. Were all four of them Akatsuki ninja, combined with Uchiha Itachi? Did Akatsuki intend to leave no room for survival? So let's get straight into the combat portion with these four ninjas. Presumably aiming for maximum innovation, Cheng skipped the ninja introductions, and after handing out phones to the four guests sent them straight into battle. Their expressions varied, but no one objected. Since they had agreed to come here, they should simply follow whatever the host said. After all, wasn't that the presenter's role, to guide the flow? The audience too grew curious. Going into battle without even knowing their skills. This host certainly knows how to stir up excitement. There was an undeniable thrill to it. The character selection screen was skipped entirely with each of the four participants assigned their signature ninja, before launching directly into matches. Deidara versus Orochimaru. Konan versus Pain Path of Heaven. Meanwhile, the remaining members of the Akatsuki gathered to watch the intelligence briefing. Honestly, they hadn't known beforehand that Pain, Konan, and Deidara would be attending the briefing. Except Sasori, who had been in the loop with Deidara. Upon seeing the match pairings, they couldn't help but think the host had a delightfully wicked sense of humor. Combat begins. Pain spun around within the arena and had to admit, the sensation was rather peculiar. He noticed that Path of Heaven designation appended to this ninja's name. Others might not understand its significance, but he certainly did. It seemed the 6 paths of Pain would each have their own ninja in the future. Pain found this perfectly reasonable. The 6 paths possessed distinct skill mechanics, making it logical to develop them as separate ninjas. Wait, had he been warped by mobile ninja games? Shouldn't those be called individual abilities instead? Pain didn't concern himself with such semantics. Rather than testing skills idly, he strode directly toward his opponent Konan. The 3 skill icons were laid out before him. The same principle applied here. As someone who understood these powers, how could he not recognize that the 3 skills of the Path of Heaven corresponded precisely to the 3 dojutsu techniques? Konan, seeing Pain approach, didn't hesitate. She activated her second skill. The ninja Konan floated upward, paper wings unfolding from her back, before she hurled a paper ring forward. The paper ring traveled at an angle rather than straight ahead. This happened because Konan had seen Pain positioned to her upper left, and instinctively pulled the joystick upward when casting the skill. A direct hit. The paper ring rolled across the ground upon landing, reaching its maximum distance before dragging Pain Path of Heaven back, with it leaving cutting marks on the surface. So that's how it works. Konan mused to herself. If pulling the joystick upward tilted the paper ring along the y-axis, then she understood what would happen with no input or a downward pull. Pain recognized the opening, but held back his substitution jutsu, waiting instead. Konan remained airborne, unleashing waves of paper shuriken downward. 3 full volleys before finally descending to the ground. However, Konan retreated upon landing, breaking the combo chain. At this range, once she rose again, Pain immediately activated his first skill, Universal Regression. Pain Path of Heaven extended his hand forward, generating an intense gravitational pull that warped the very air around them. Konan was seized by the force. Several chakra black rods materialized, piercing through her body and pinning her to the ground. Konan attempted to substitute, but her ninja showed no response. Pain Path of Heaven didn't hesitate, immediately unleashing his second skill, Shinra Tensei. Only after Konan absorbed the combined damage of both skills, totaling 1 million, did her substitution technique activate. At that moment, Cheng spoke up. Grab skills are incredibly powerful. They can intercept substitutions and ensure opponents take full damage even during their combos. Watching this, many nodded in quiet agreement. Grab skills were indeed rare. Uchiha Itachi's Amaterasu possessed a brief grab effect. But Pain Path of Heaven's grab duration was noticeably longer, potentially even capable of breaking through Super's armor. After Konan's substitution, she immediately used her first skill to counter. Her body transformed into paper, launching her forward before she ascended into the air. After attacking 3 times, Konan knew she was about to descend. She tried activating her second skill, now off cooldown, to see if she could use it mid-air. It actually worked. Just as Konan would normally fall after her third aerial attack, she released the paper ring and continued her combo in the air. I see. You can use skills to maintain your aerial state. Not quite. More accurately, all skills can be used mid-air. It's quite oppressive. Exactly. Konan enters her angel form whenever she uses a skill. Pain's damage output is impressive, though his skill ranges feel a bit limited. The Akatsuki members discussed the ninjas amongst themselves. After all, they were comrades, even if loosely defined, and their enthusiasm ran far deeper than with other ninjas. As the battle progressed, they also noticed that Konan could enter her angel form after completing her basic attack combo. Sasori was familiar with this mechanic. So she became a high-rarity unit before me. She's a capable woman, I'll give her that, Sasori sneered. He had originally joined the Akatsuki after being defeated by Konan, so her earlier release didn't bother him. But what about that brat Deidara? Boom. 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 While Conan and Pain Path of Heaven fought, with swirling paper, Deidara's battle was nothing but explosions everywhere. Oi Orochimaru, why are you hiding? Come out and witness my magnificent art. Deidara tapped furiously on his phone with both hands, his commentary sharp, as he mocked Orochimaru seated nearby. In the arena, Deidara hopped erratically while hurling explosive clay birds forward, bouncing from top to bottom, side to side. He moved with chaotic energy, completely unstoppable. Orochimaru lurked in a corner, his expression darkening like he'd swallowed a toad whole. What the hell? Was this kid some kind of terrorist? He'd been exploding since the match started, either launching birds or deploying spiders. Were his bombs infinite? And his basic attacks were ranged. Then that settled it. Orochimaru's first skill summoned a swarm of snakes to circle him for a duration, while his second had him spitting a snake forward to bite. That was it. He still hadn't discovered his ultimate ability, as he dared not risk activating it blindly. Swish, 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 seeing several clay spiders forming a formation and advancing toward him, Orochimaru had no choice but to release his salamander. But then something happened that made him lose his composure. Whether casting skills or performing basic attacks, this Deidara character kept leaping into the air. It was similar to Conan's mechanics, where all skills could be executed mid-air. At first, Orochimaru couldn't grasp why Deidara could maintain continuous jumps. Even if he jumped, it should follow a pattern. Land, jump, land, jump, land, jump. What the? Orochimaru's eyes widened in shock. What had he just witnessed? Deidara was actually riding atop the salamander, as if standing on thin air, right before Orochimaru's eyes and everyone else's. Deidara continuously attacked and jumped, completely unbothered by the poison spray erupting from the salamander beneath him. Maintaining that distance, the salamander couldn't reach Deidara, yet the birds he launched relentlessly struck Orochimaru. The sight nearly broke Orochimaru's composure, while Deidara simply laughed, a wide, delighted grin. I can fly, so why can't my ninja? From this moment on, let the world feel the pain. Art is an explosion. 2 secret technique scrolls appeared on the light screen, one on each side, silently declaring the outcomes of these 2 duels. Although the skills of these 4 ninja were never explicitly demonstrated, the audience could at least get a rough sense of what they were capable of. If Pain and Conan's exchange carried the feeling of a friendly spar with back-and-forth action, then Deidara versus Orochimaru was entirely the opposite. Amazing. Superb. Ha ha ha. After putting down his phone, Deidara could no longer restrain himself and burst into uproarious laughter. Pain and Conan, unaware of what had happened, cast puzzled gazes in his direction. Cheng, seated nearby, found himself barely able to suppress his amusement. Complete suppression throughout. Truly complete suppression. Orochimaru had not been granted even a single breath of respite. A simple PK match had laid bare the power disparity between different ninja in an extraordinarily direct, almost merciless manner. S-rank Orochimaru was undeniably subpar, quite unremarkable even in the early versions despite a few subsequent buffs. Speaking of which, the earliest high-tier S-class ninja were clearly inferior to high-tier A-class. Orochimaru needed little explanation. His skills mainly served as a counter to taijutsu specialists like Mado Gai. Jiraiya was later reworked entirely. The heavenly path was straightforward and effective. Minato's initial reception, however, was merely mediocre. Consider the high-tier A-class ninja who debuted alongside them. Uchiha Itachi's basic attacks lacked consistency. He didn't need them. Deidara's skills were mediocre. He could fly. Conan's invincibility frames. She could activate invincibility in an instant. It was likely because of Deidara and Conan that the developers subsequently had to factor in anti-air capabilities for newly released ninja. Conan may have originally been released to counter Deidara, but she was utterly outmatched by him. Only after Deidara was nerfed did she naturally become the meta-defining choice. The most absurd detail. Uchiha Itachi was nerfed less than a month after his release, and Deidara was also cut down after just 1 month. The rationale for weakening Deidara was laughable. The developers claimed it was to spare players from the confusion of asking themselves, where exactly am I? So after reducing his flight height, players could finally see Deidara's feet. Uchiha Itachi was nerfed, Uchiha Deidara was nerfed. But Conan, this ninja released in November 2016, was not adjusted until March 2019. Do you have any idea what the arena was like in 2019? They refused to touch her at her peak, yet once she was on the verge of being phased out, they delivered a brutal nerf. I have no idea what they were thinking. Applause echoed through the venue. Behind Cheng and the others stood another large screen, which displayed Orochimaru, Deidara, Pain, Heavenly Path, and Conan in sequence. The artwork of these 4 ninja was arranged in Sasa formation, each striking a distinctive pose. They appeared both formidable and commanding. The ninja who had previously debuted as high tier watched with envy. Was it true that the later someone debuted, the grander their entrance? Yo Orochimaru, you couldn't even land a single hit on me. Why don't I take this high tier S-class spot instead? Deidara was still rubbing salt into Orochimaru's wounds. Orochimaru remained expressionless, but the fist concealed within his sleeve was clenched so tightly that blood threatened to well from his palm. Short-range fighters already faced a disadvantage against long-range opponents, and on top of that the other side could fly, untouchable. This was an unbearable humiliation. Thank you all for the demonstration. After experiencing these 4 upcoming high-tier ninja, what are your thoughts? Cheng continued with the scheduled segment. Excellent. The moment Cheng finished speaking, Deidara eagerly interjected. Although this ninja does not fully capture my true strength, it does embody a fraction of my essence. High-altitude dominance. Showcase art. Let your opponents vanish within that fleeting moment of brilliance. Yes, I am art itself. Deidara spread his arms wide, tilted his head back slightly, and bellowed with his mouth agape, his smile remarkably unrestrained. Pain and Conan exchanged a glance and said nothing. Yet at this moment many viewers could actually understand Deidara, since they had witnessed the entire PK process. Just imagine, who wouldn't want to see themselves become a high-tier ninja with overwhelming power and stunning design? That guy Deidara really stole the show. Next time will be my turn. Hayden of the Akatsuki felt a pang of envy, but deep down he was eagerly anticipating the day he would make his debut. At the very least, after today, everyone in Akatsuki would understand one thing. All members of Akatsuki are guaranteed A-rank ninja. Do not celebrate too early, Hayden. A-rank ninja and high tier cannot be equated. Kakuzu stated flatly. Of course I am high tier. Otherwise, do you genuinely believe I am inferior to Deidara? Inferior to Conan and Itachi? Are you joking? Hayden's face twisted in discontent. That remains to be seen. All of Akatsuki is high tier A perhaps. Kisame chuckled darkly. What about high tier S? Setsu asked. Absolutely no problem. As for S rank, that is also something worth anticipating. Hayden declared with unwavering confidence. Shut up, Hayden. Kakuzu was utterly speechless. Who gave this fool such confidence? Orochimaru perhaps. What do you think, Itachi? Sasori cast a sidelong glance at Itachi. Itachi remained silent, refusing to join their discussion, simply standing there quietly. In truth, it was not only Akatsuki. Many across the ninja world had witnessed the overwhelming power of this Deidara. That Orochimaru fellow turned as pale as a ghost. Ha ha ha. Truly disgraceful. Jiraiya would never miss an opportunity to mock Orochimaru, but Tsunade's single sentence left him choking. In the current battle arena you cannot even defeat that Uchiha Itachi, can you, Jiraiya? Jiraiya scratched the back of his head, desperately attempting to salvage his pride. But, I am the first high tier S. At the very least, I am surely stronger than that Orochimaru guy. High tier A dominating high tier S. Because they had already witnessed and experienced this, the audience did not react with great surprise. Clearly they had not yet grasped the severity of the situation. The perspective returned to the light screen where the segment of self-evaluation was still underway. Anti-air capability, solid damage output, and flexibility. Skills that can handle both X-axis and Y-axis threats while balancing both offensive and defensive positioning. The prolonged flight state allows evasion of skills lacking anti-air capabilities. Overall, this is a remarkably well-rounded ninja. Conan stated earnestly. Everyone nodded in agreement, finding her assessment sound. Without prior knowledge, having only experienced them in actual combat, reaching these conclusions was already commendable. As spectators, the specifics would only become clear once the ninja were officially released, and they could experience them firsthand. When it was Pain's turn, he did not immediately share his impressions. Instead, he posed a question to Cheng. Is Pain Heavenly Path's reach somewhat lacking? Short reach. Cheng smiled. It was not merely somewhat short, it was far too short. If facing ninjas such as Uchiha Itachi, Deidara, or Conan in the battle arena, he would not even be able to approach them. But Cheng naturally would not voice such thoughts. Otherwise, what if everyone rejected pulling for these ninja out of dissatisfaction? Heavenly Path's advantage lies in its extended grab duration and rapid damage output capability. It is also a solid choice for dungeon clearing. I see. Pain nodded and fell quiet. But Cheng immediately realized something was amiss after speaking. This situation was becoming a self-introduction of the ninja by himself. With a speechless glance at Pain, Cheng turned toward the other side, to Orochimaru, who had remained silent throughout. Mr. Orochimaru, this is our second meeting, is it not? How do you think the intelligence will perform? Cheng knew Orochimaru was in no pleasant mood, so he graciously bypassed the ninja evaluation segment altogether. This was a genuine request for his suggestions. Orochimaru's expression improved considerably, and after a brief moment of thought, he began to speak. The intelligence briefing aims to reveal advanced ninja in advance and preview the new version. Every segment is designed to spark players' interest and attract them to summon and use ninja. Since the launch of the ninja mobile game, ninja skills have varied greatly in strength, but overall maintain a controllable balance. As the most crucial element of the entire game, Premium Ninja should account for the impact on all aspects. After all, the ninja mobile game is highly engaging, whether through its gameplay, the ninja themselves, or the rewards. Regardless, every player's gaming experience must be considered. Upon finishing his words, everyone was stunned. Wait, is this really something that Orochimaru would say? It sounds so normal and reasonable. Orochimaru is a notorious traitor in the ninja world, and everyone now knows how he achieved his Kage level status. Many people despise Orochimaru's split behavior and despise the snake itself. But what is happening now? This guy is actually offering advice that sounds quite reasonable from every angle. The Akatsuki organization made a guess. Has Orochimaru been consumed by someone else? Is the person sitting there really Orochimaru? Orochimaru is still the same Orochimaru. He merely speaks this way because the ninja mobile game concerns his own interests. There are indeed hidden meanings in his words. Cheng sighed. Among all that Orochimaru said, aside from complaints about his ninja's insufficient power level, there was also an implied request for better rewards. Other than that, upon closer reflection, it was all nonsense. Very well, thank you, Mr. Orochimaru, for your suggestions. I am confident the official ninja mobile game team will take them into account. Now let us move on to the new version event. This is the most significant update since launch. With a casual remark, Cheng swept the matter aside and turned to introduce the new version. Orochimaru's brow twitched. He understood that his ninja was thus dismissed. Will new ninja be released, eh? Deidara asked, full of curiosity. There are indeed ninja, quite a few, and besides ninja, there is also a new game mode, Cheng said. Ninja? Are there any from the Akatsuki? Cheng smiled, pleased to have someone to play along, but he first raised his hand in a gesture. Please look at the big screen. At this moment, the images of these guests on the screen shrank to the lower left corner. In their place, an image took up most of the screen. It displayed the 4 ninja for today's intelligence briefing with a line of text at the top. Everyone who saw it clearly erupted into cheers. Advanced recruitment ninja selection. The guests also saw it and expressed surprise except for that deadpan pain. What is this? Deidara asked. Since 4 advanced ninja are being released at once, players' gold reserves are likely insufficient. Rather than giving out gold and letting players summon ninja, it would be simpler to give the ninja directly. After the version update, players can choose one from the 4 newly released advanced ninja and receive it for free. Cheng said with a smile, secretly praising his own conscience. Where else could one find such a considerate developer? Can we choose either S rank or A rank? Deidara asked again, voicing the audience's greatest concern. Of course, Cheng replied nonchalantly. Oh. Many people in the ninja world cheered. Their gold was not merely insufficient, it was severely lacking. When they learned that 4 advanced ninja would be released at once, some were excited, but most were worried about running out of gold. After all, those with wealth are the minority. Although the gold might not be enough to pull all 4, choosing one preferred ninja was certainly feasible. Let us continue watching the other ninja releases. Cheng did not waste time. As he spoke, the screen flipped to a new page displaying several ninja. To be precise, they were not ninja but pure black silhouettes, a traditional teaser technique. However, the ninja names were provided. He did not know about others, but the Akatsuki members present could no longer sit still. Hoshigaki Kisame, Sasori, Haiden, Kakuzu. That is all 4 in total. After Zetsu finished speaking, a long silence fell. Just moments ago they were speculating about advanced ninja, and now the answers were laid right before them. Their respective ninja would be released together in the new version of the ninja mobile game. What did this mean? Were their advanced ninja released without even holding an intelligence briefing? In fact, they had already guessed the answer. After a moment of silence, Kisame smiled and spoke, truly we have been played like fools. Why am I not advanced? Why are none of us advanced except for Deidara? Haiden swung his scythe, shouting in anger. No one ever said from the beginning that all Akatsuki members would be advanced, Kakuzu stated heavily. So we are merely supporting characters. Hey Uchiha Itachi, on what basis are you advanced while we are not? Haiden directed his grievance at Itachi. Perhaps because the slots are insufficient. A voice suddenly interjected. Everyone turned to look, and someone had appeared on a single finger of the outer path Deva statue, a place where no one had ever stood. He wore the Akatsuki cloak and that ringed mask. Toby. Sasori frowned. When did this guy appear? Just now. Yow, hello, everyone, elders. It is quite lively here. I hope I have not missed anything. Toby scratched the back of his head and grinned. Have you finished your tasks? Zetsu asked. Yes, everything is ready. But I am still curious about what everyone is discussing. Could you tell me? Toby said. Were you not already eavesdropping and interrupting? Haiden was exasperated. What is going on? Toby is one thing, but why can none of us be advanced? Do not worry. Even without advanced status, being A-rank ninja does not change the fact that your strength may not be inferior to advanced ninja, Itachi said calmly. This remark also served as a response to Haiden, offering the group some comfort. Indeed, advanced S-rank ninja were clearly far more precious and rare than advanced A-rank, yet their actual strength could be lower. Those non-advanced A-rank ninja such as Hatake Kakashi and Saratobi Asuma. These 2 ninja were quite active in the battleground as well. Their ninja at the very least would not be weak. They might even become mainstream staples. The Akatsuki is about to dominate the ninja mobile game. At the intelligence briefing, Orochimaru recognized those ninja and couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, this whole event had become an Akatsuki showcase. Shut up, Orochimaru. Deidara reprimanded him, then turned to ask Cheng, is there more? Any more? For the other ninja released players can check the acquisition methods and specific skills on their own. In addition to the regular story dungeon updates, I will now introduce a major new gameplay feature. Cheng finished speaking and waved his hand. The screen shifted, presenting before everyone a leaderboard with various organizations arranged from highest to lowest. Under everyone's gaze, Cheng spoke slowly. The first cross-server gameplay feature in the Ninja mobile game, the Organization Domination Tournament, is about to begin. Wherever leaves dance in the wind, flames shall burn, the shadow of fire will illuminate the village, and Konoha will take root and sprout anew. On this day, Konohagakure fell into heavy silence. This should have been a day of updates for the Ninja mobile game, a day to welcome all that was new, yet not a single soul could find joy. The Sand and Sound villages had launched a coordinated assault on Konoha during the Chunin exam. For Konoha, it was a war long absent, though it ended swiftly. Yet no one had the luxury of pondering such matters. All could clearly feel that the imperishable will had deeply shaken their hearts. The third Hokage had sacrificed himself. Everything had come so suddenly. When Orochimaru appeared in the previous chapter's storyline instance, some had already sensed that this man was up to something. But no one could have imagined that Orochimaru would openly face the third Hokage in a life-and-death duel. How could this happen, third Hokage? Grandpa. Naruto sat on his bed, expression dazed, phone frozen in his hand like a statue. The first thing he did upon waking that morning was not to dress or wash, but to open the Ninja mobile game. Instead, his mind was left utterly stunned. It was not the kind of heart-wrenching sorrow that brought tears. He could not cry, nor could he bring himself to smile. He simply felt strange, confused by the storyline that had struck him without warning, a heaviness settling in his chest. When Naruto stepped outside, the villagers who used to cast loathing glances at him were gone. No, their gazes were gone. The villagers themselves were still there. They stood in small clusters, silent as if words failed them all. Konohagakure had fallen still. As Naruto passed by, people seemed to pause, but merely turned and returned home. Not a word was spoken, not an extra glance given. Baffled, Naruto voiced his question when Team 7 gathered. Perhaps it's because you saved the village, Naruto. Sakura said it dejectedly. Naruto fell silent and glanced at Sasuke beside him. By chance, Sasuke was looking right back. Neither teased nor spoke. They simply looked at each other and averted their eyes. In the storyline, they had faced Gaara in succession, and ultimately Naruto summoned the Toad Gamabunta and defeated him. By that measure, Naruto had indeed saved the village. But Grandpa still died. Why did he have to die? Naruto could not hold it in any longer. You really weren't paying close attention, were you? Kakashi tapped Naruto's head. Because where the leaves flutter, the fire burns everlastingly. The will of fire, then. Naruto lowered his head, his expression unreadable. Sasuke stood leaning against the wall with his hands in his pockets, his expression growing complicated as he recalled his own failure in the storyline, while Naruto had triumphed over Gaara. Sensei Kakashi. After a long silence, Naruto suddenly looked up. Teach me jutsu. I want to grow stronger. Seeing the burning intensity in Naruto's eyes, Kakashi smiled softly. Actually, since your graduation, Team 7 has never conducted a proper training session. Strength. Just playing the Ninja mobile game isn't enough. Just going through the motions every day isn't enough. I need power that can bring change. Naruto clenched his fists. Don't forget, Kakashi, you were supposed to teach me the Chidori long ago, Sasuke said, walking over. And me? Sakura stepped forward as well. Looking at the three of them, Kakashi's smile widened. Well, I don't know. I suddenly feel kind of fired up. Team 7 began their training in earnest. That day, a large number of players on the Konoha server in the Land of Fire went offline. Perhaps everyone shared a sense of urgency. Having learned of the village's situation, the third felt a mixture of helplessness and a trace of satisfaction. He himself had been the quickest to accept it. After all, the night he had received the Hokage mantle from the second, he had already prepared himself to sacrifice for the village, using his death to inspire everyone. From that perspective, it was not without purpose. Grandpa, take this. The door burst open. It was Konohamaru, absent for some time, charging at the third with a kunai in hand. Seeing the sharpness of the boy's movements, the third felt deeply gratified. You have finally learned not to trip over your own feet. Swipe. In the blink of an eye, Konohamaru felt the kunai vanish from his grip. Looking up, he saw it had somehow landed in the third's hand. You've lost again, Konohamaru, the third said with a smile. Grandpa Konohamaru recovered himself and snarled, next time, the time after that. No matter how many times, I will definitely make you pass the Hokage title to me. I won 019T except any other Hokage. So does this mean he wants me not to die? The third returned the kunai to Konohamaru and said sternly, I never intended to personally hand the Hokage seat to you, Konohamaru. Grandpa. Konohamaru paused. Why would I need you to hand it over? The third's expression shifted to one of warmth. Isn't it that you're going to take the title of Hokage from me? Why yes, exactly. Just wait for me in the Hokage's office. I'll be seeing you. Konohamaru turned and ran. As he turned away, the third could see tears welling in the boy's eyes. The third sighed and opened his phone. 2 chapters of storyline had been updated that day. Only after reading through chapter 5, depicting the battle between the legendary Sannin, did he finally understand why Konohamaru had spoken those words. So Tsunade would succeed as Hokage. I refuse to be Hokage. Only a fool would take that position. Tsunade slammed the table repeatedly, her ageless, beautiful face contorted in fury. Jiraiya comforted her from the side. Don't worry about it, Tsunade. That old man is still alive, isn't he? Damned old man. He just died like that. With him gone, surely the village isn't lacking anyone who could become Hokage. The younger generation still isn't ready, I suppose. Perhaps only Danzo. Huh. What about you? What are you saying, Tsunade? The storyline has already proven it. You're the one more suited for it. You're awful, Jiraiya. Tsunade grabbed Jiraiya by the collar with one hand and growled, you're still trying to convince me to take the Hokage position. Before her punch could land, Shizun pulled her back from the side. With no choice, Tsunade sat down again. She did not touch her drink, merely sitting there brooding, uncertain even herself of what fueled her anger. The 2 updated chapters that day revealed much. For instance, Orochimaru used the impure world reanimation to bring back loved ones as a lure, hoping Tsunade would heal the hand sealed away by the third's dead demon consuming seal. This aligned with Orochimaru's earlier entreaties to Tsunade, though the details differed. And then there was the great battle from chapter 5, the long-awaited severing of the bonds between the 3 legendary Sannin after all these years. There was too much information to absorb. Naruto, have you already taught Uzumaki Naruto the Rasengan? Tsunade looked at Jiraiya. Don't be ridiculous. I haven't even met Naruto. Jiraiya shrugged. Tsunade nodded deep in thought. That Sarutobi fellow has finally passed away. In the hidden stone village, Oanoki was in rather high spirits, for Sarutobi Hiruzen was after all one of his bitterest rivals. Sarutobi Hiruzen's death in the storyline was undoubtedly a severe blow to the Hidden Leaf Village. As an old adversary from the ninja world wars, it natural that Oanoki felt a sense of satisfaction. However, upon thinking of the first and second Hokage being summoned back through Orochimaru's Edo Tensei, Oanoki felt a chill run down his spine, even though he was merely a player experiencing the story. Truly a dreadful, forbidden jutsu. He rarely used the word terrible to describe anything. Yet he simply could not imagine the horror of having to fight the first and second Tsuchikage should they be summoned one day. At such a moment, he wondered what he would do. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a measure of respect for Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, Hiruzen had indeed managed to defeat both the first and second Hokage, thereby protecting the Hidden Leaf Village. No one would doubt the resolve of a Kage when their village faced peril. Oanoki shook his head. Regardless, there was no need to rejoice too much. After all, this was not the real Sarutobi Hiruzen who had truly perished. He picked up his phone and queued up for a ranked match. Perhaps it was age or perhaps some other reason, but his experience in the arena had always been far from satisfactory. Matchmaking successful. As he entered the battle screen, Oanoki raised his eyelids slightly and surveyed his opponent's team lineup. Uchiha Itachi Deidara Konan. Upon seeing Deidara's name, his brow furrowed and he forced himself to swallow the profanity that nearly slipped from his lips. That damn brat. Wearing the headband of the Hidden Stone Village as a missing nin and appearing on the grand screen. This had utterly disgraced his village. Since they could not bring him back alive, then at least in the arena, he would make Deidara feel true pain. At this very moment, while the atmosphere in the Hidden Leaf Village was heavy and somber, the other hidden villages, such as the Hidden Stone and Hidden Cloud, were quite jubilant. The Hidden Sand Village, however, could find no reason to celebrate. Any discerning person could see that in the storyline, the Hidden Sand Village had been completely used as pawns in the Konoha Crush plan by Orochimaru. And that bastard Orochimaru had even killed the fourth Kazekage. He had even impersonated the fourth Kazekage. This was a true and utter humiliation. As expected, attacking the Hidden Leaf was far too rash. We did not consider things thoroughly enough. The key issue is Lord Kazekage. Otherwise, we would not have lost the initiative. Damn Orochimaru. Why didn't he go down together with the third Hokage? The Sound Village. Orochimaru is hiding there. In the Hidden Sand Village's high command meeting room, everyone spoke over one another, their words barely concealing their fury. Rasha sat with his hands clasped beneath his chin, his eyes deep and flickering, remaining utterly silent. Naturally, he was angry, but the humiliation ran far deeper. The fourth Kazekage, a Kage of their village, had been stealthily killed, and his corpse had already begun to rot before anyone discovered it. How was he meant to face the previous Kazekage? And then there was Gaara. The mere thought of him filled Rasha with rage. Had the original Konoha Crush plan proceeded as intended, Gaara should have gone berserk within the Hidden Leaf Village and wrought destruction. Yet that useless fool had failed, pursued and defeated by a group of Leaf Genin. Indeed, Gaara possessed no value as a Jinchuriki at all. Would I have ended up like that as well? At home, Gaara looked down at his phone. On the screen, Naruto was covered in blood, yet despite having no strength left in his body, he still struggled to rise from the ground and continue fighting. This incomprehensible willpower, this fierce desire to protect his comrades. None of it was anything Gaara had ever experienced. Perhaps because this was the protagonist's story, Gaara found himself somewhat more immersed in the narrative than usual. Gaara, father asked you to come. Temari gently pushed open the door, her expression complicated. Gaara rose to his feet. As he passed his elder sister Temari, he suddenly halted. Can the organization allow me to join? What? Temari's eyes widened in an instant, disbelief written across her face. That organization was the Hidden Sand Village's elite unit, comprising their father the Kazekage, and several top ninja. The organization had been available for quite some time, yet Gaara had never shown any interest in joining, completely ignoring its gameplay mechanics. But today he had actually asked. This strangeness, this behavior and speech that transcended all understanding. It seemed to be a change that had occurred ever since the Ninja mobile game had appeared. Seeing Gaara gazing at her with an expressionless calmness, Temari took a deep breath and said seriously, I will speak with father. Gaara nodded and exited the room. Temari watched her younger brother's retreating figure, her expression shifting through numerous emotions before finally settling into one of resolve. Meanwhile, the members of the Akatsuki had gathered once again. Perhaps they were simply too idle. After the latest version update, they had reunited to pull for new ninja. After 110 pull. I got 2 complete pain sets, 3 complete Orochimaru sets, and 2 Konan sets. Not bad really. What a... Kakuzu beside him nearly suffered a stroke. Looking at his own 10 pull that had yielded only a single Orochimaru fragment, he began to suspect that all the shards had been drained by Shikaku. After Shikaku finished pulling and looked up, he noticed that Kakuzu, who had been right beside him moments ago, was now sitting far away. What's wrong, Kakuzu? Why are you sitting so far away? Shut up. Kakuzu believed that the ninja fragments in the shop were finite. If Shikaku had pulled them all out, then naturally there would be nothing left for him. So he had moved away as far as possible. Another 10 pull. Only 1 pain fragment. Enough. Shikaku, return the money you borrowed for coins. From now on, earn your own money. What a... No, please, Kakuzu. Don't be so cruel, little Kaku. I'll let you play with my ninja, okay, little Kazu. Kakuzu acted as though he had not heard, leaving Shikaku's desperate pleas behind as he walked away, his silhouette cold and ruthless. In truth, the money Shikaku had just used to pull ninja had been borrowed from Kaku. Since he earned no income himself, borrowing was his only option, and so he had borrowed a considerable sum from Kakuzu at the exorbitant rate of 10 times the principal. Now his funding source had been cut off. Little Deidara, you're an artist, surely you have money. Shikaku approached Deidara. Huh. I am an artist of the fleeting moment. Do you take me for a clay figurine vendor? Huh. Deidara retorted. Don't be like that. You must have coins on your account, right? Then the coins you have would be useless, wouldn't they, Where did your coins go? I spent them. I get annoyed just looking at coins sitting idle. I spend whatever I collect. Get lost. Shikaku turned and approached Sasori, who was not far away. Sasori had emerged from his puppet bijou and was holding his phone, his expression serious and focused. Shikaku quietly crept closer and discovered that Sasori was playing as himself in the training ground. Sasori was playing Sasori. Shikaku did not care what Sasori was doing. He drew near and spoke in as gentle a tone as he could muster. Sasori, you're different from Deidara. You're eternal art. Your puppets can surely be sold for money, right? How about this, you give me some puppets to sell, and we split the profits 50-50. Actually, let's make it 70-30. You get 30, I get 70. Fair deal, isn't it? Sasori slowly turned his head and glanced at Shikaku with emotionless, murder-filled eyes. Shikaku's entire body bristled with goosebumps, and he immediately backflipped several meters away. Only when he saw Sasori turn back did he finally exhale in relief. Honestly, calling yourselves artists when neither of you can even sell your works. You two are a pair of failure artists. Shikaku muttered under his breath. In truth, he was not truly afraid. He had never feared even pain. He simply sensed that Sasori was about to strike him down on the spot. Was that fear? No, this was emergency evasion. Shikaku scanned his surroundings, searching for his next target. Though this was called an Akatsuki gathering, it was hardly an official assembly. Pain, Konan, and the others were absent. Itachi was also missing, but Kisame had shown up. Kisame, I'd like to discuss something with you. Don't misunderstand, I'm not here to borrow money. Haiden ultimately failed to borrow any money. The Akatsuki had no fixed salary. They could only split earnings when taking on mercenary work. Making money wasn't easy. If they lent to Haiden now, when would he ever pay it back? Even Kisame had refused. You stingy bastards, is this how members of an organization should behave? Haiden pressed his palm to his forehead, feeling a throbbing headache. The moment he finished speaking, he turned his head and spotted Kakuzu returning. Someone who had only just stepped out. Kakuzu, did you go get the money? Haiden's eyes lit up. I knew it, Kakuzu is the best. Haiden. Kakuzu cut him off, his voice sharp. He called out to Sasori and Kisame, summoning them over. Hayden frowned in confusion, but both men appeared with grave expressions on their faces. Kakuzu wore the same grim look. The three of them gathered on the ground, each pulling out their phones and displaying their screens. Hayden leaned in to look and saw that all three phones showed training grounds with each person's ninja character standing in theirs. "What are you showing off your ninjas for? But you actually had enough gold coins to buy them," Hayden said, enviously settling down beside them. "Have you all tried them? Let me show you mine," Kakuzu said, controlling his character. The training ground displayed Kakuzu's personal ninja, the A-rank Kakuzu that had just been released that day. Kakuzu had purchased him directly with gold coins. His first skill uses tentacle-separated arms to grab forward, and pulling the joystick upward extends his arms skyward. His second skill hardens his skin into a defensive stance, and when struck, tentacle arms erupt from the ground to counterattack. The second skill can also be activated as a basic attack, extending tentacle arms from the ground ahead. His ultimate technique, Chibaku Tensei Final Shot, is a straightforward high-damage ability, with nothing particularly unique about it. With that, Kakuzu's ninja display concluded. "That's it. That's all." Hayden considered making a snide remark, but the weight of his debts kept him silent. As expected, Sasori understood. He extended his phone slightly, and the A-rank Sasori on screen moved in response to his fingers. Notably, Sasori differs from typical ninjas. He's a puppet master who fights by controlling the third Kazekage's puppet from his true form. He didn't care about the implications of his puppet being exposed, he only cared about the ninja's capabilities. First skill, Iron Sand Ring. The third Kazekage puppet condenses iron sand to form 5 shuriken, launching them sequentially forward. Second skill, Iron Sand Formation Strike. A massive iron hammer materializes from iron sand above his head before crashing down. His ultimate technique, Iron Sand Domain, sees iron sand materialize into both a hammer and spikes above, colliding to unleash a barrage of piercing points. Sasori's ninja seems a bit more interesting than Kakuzu's. Hayden commented, but there's not much variation. Holding the first skill delays the shuriken release timing, while holding the second keeps the hammer suspended for 5 seconds before dropping once enemies enter the detection range. Sasori put away his phone. "My turn, but don't expect too much." Kisame raised his phone to demonstrate. The A-rank Kisame's skills were even simpler. First skill summons 4 water sharks that leap vertically around himself before falling back down. Second skill swings Samahata forward, generating powerful water waves to strike his targets. Ultimate forms hand seals on the spot to summon multiple smaller sharks that stun his opponents, then launches into the air to release a massive water shark. Quite ordinary. Hayden added after his critique, feels inferior to Sasori's. But the moment he spoke, he realized something was wrong. Having reviewed all 3 ninjas, Kakuzu, Sasori, and Kisame, he could only say they each had their own characteristics, but not by much. If his own ninja released on the same day turned out the same way. "Hayden, show us your ninja," Kakuzu said. Hayden nodded and pulled out his phone, but his movements froze. A grin far worse than tears spread across his face. I can't afford a ninja." The 3 stared in silence. Then, ding, gold coins have arrived. "Excellent. Let me see my ninja." Hayden entered the practice field and switched to the A-rank Hayden. The ninja's appearance and physique matched Hayden perfectly. The signature slick back hair, the red 3-section scythe, though the right half of his shirt was missing. "Not bad, as handsome as me." Hayden was still grinning, but that would soon change. First skill sends the scythe flying forward in a slashing arc. Second has him spinning while wielding it, and his ultimate combines a scythe strike against opponents with a grotesque finale where he produces an iron rod and impales himself. "That's it. This can't be." Hayden refused to accept it, frantically testing his phone for any hidden mechanics or alternative skill combinations. But Kakuzu, Sasori, and Kisame had stopped paying attention to him. They'd all reached the same conclusion. "This is truly perfunctory," Kakuzu murmured. "Oof. No wonder he's not high tier. How can a ninja like this be presented to anyone?" Sasori sneered. "Indeed, there's simply no comparison to Itachi-sama and the others." Kisame's forced laugh sounded dreadful. Their worst fears had materialized. Their ninjas were nothing more than fillers, inferior in both power and craftsmanship. Who the hell claimed that being non-high tier meant the strength wouldn't be low? This was clearly being thoroughly dominated. The Akatsuki ruling the battlefield. Bullshit. It wasn't just Sasori and Kakuzu who were the most prideful. Kisame, usually so laid back, couldn't accept this either. They were all part of the same organization, who would willingly believe they were inferior to others. Were they really no match for Konan, Itachi, and Deidara? What about Orochimaru and Pain? Those were S-rank ninjas. Hayden finally set down his phone and picked up his ever-present weapon, the Bloody March scythe. "Kill him," Hayden said expressionlessly. "Who? Pain?" Kakuzu asked skeptically. "That host. Tell Zetsu to track him down. If he doesn't fix my ninja, I'll sacrifice his life to Lord Jashin." Hayden's killing intent radiated from him. "Speaking of which, that guy just got a new bounty posted in the black market," Kakuzu said, a hint of interest crossing his face. "The host is no different from the guests. just tools dragged up by the light screen. Sasori didn't believe threatening the host would accomplish anything. He turned toward Deidara, who was nearby. Deidara, how's your ninja? This caught the attention of the other three. Among the 4 high-tier customizable ninjas, Deidara had naturally chosen his own signature ninja. It went without saying. Actually, while they'd been studying their ninjas, Deidara had already been fighting in ranked matches. Oh Lord Sasori. Deidara glanced over in their direction, then rose and walked over. The others noticed he was still manipulating his phone as he moved, likely in the middle of an intense battle. He must be taking damage and waiting for a substitution, they thought. Otherwise, how would he have time to respond and walk over at all? Go ahead and look, Lord Sasori. Deidara turned his phone around so Sasori and the others could see the screen. But he was holding it rather high, forcing them to crane their necks upward from where they sat on the ground. Lower it. Sasori frowned. No, you have to look up from the very bottom of the phone to see my soles. Deidara explained. They paused confused. What did he mean? Was this a double entendre? Was he mocking them? After playing for so long, what's your ninja's record? Show us. Sasori said, suppressing his anger. Oh, 12 wins in a row. I'm planning to push for Kage rank in a couple of days. Yeah. Deidara said casually. Sasori. Kisame. Kakuzu. Haiden Aya Jessen-sama. The server ranking board displayed organizational combat power, standings Fire Country, ranked first, with Lord Fire at 471 million combat power across 10 members. Hokage took second with the Inheritor of Fire's Will at 401 million. Kyuchi Clan had ranked third at 399 million. Nara Strategist came fourth at 33 million. At 8th place, Konoha's Root had accumulated 568 million. A click echoed through the room as Danzo shut off the ranking display and fell into thought. This feature had only just launched alongside today's update. Before this, few had expected the game to introduce a dedicated combat power ranking system. He had reviewed his personal combat power, but it did not matter much to him. What truly concerned him was the organizational ranking. The organizational championship tournament would begin in a few days, though the specific rules remained unclear. But what the ranking clearly measured was an organization's overall strength, much like the heavenly battlefield. Individual ability rarely influenced the broader picture, and no single fighter could withstand the advantage of superior numbers. Recently, Danzo had discovered something. Combat power values varied wildly between organizations. The friend battle feature included an option to factor in combat power, so he had challenged one of his favored Root members to a sparring match. His intention had been to test his own strength, but he was surprised to find his damage output far exceeded that of the Root member. To verify his findings, he categorized all Root members by combat power and arranged sequential matchups among them. As expected, high combat power fighters crushed their lower-ranked opponents. Danzo suddenly understood why Amaterasu always defeated him in battle. It was not a matter of skill at all. It was purely because his opponent's combat power significantly exceeded his own. That damn third Hokage. Danzo ground his teeth. The man who had discovered the combat power issue long ago had kept it from him. Danzo had already planned a string of curses, and even decided to confront Amaterasu directly with excuses prepared. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had withheld a major discovery out of selfishness, thereby stalling progress across the entire server. This constituted an extremely serious dereliction of duty. He should be forced to resign and replaced by someone more wise and capable. As for the Hokage position, the legendary Sannin were not among the candidates. Their reputations being the greatest, yet they were all disciples of the previous Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who himself bore a tainted legacy. The younger generation was too inexperienced, lacking sufficient achievements to bear such responsibility. Then among the remaining candidates who possessed adequate seniority and unblemished background, outstanding contributions, and a pure lineage. Naturally it was him, Shirai Danzo. But alas, his plan was fully prepared, yet could not be executed. Danzo shook his head with deep regret. In the 4th chapter of the story dungeon, Sarutobi Hiruzen had sacrificed himself valiantly to protect the village. For that alone, Danzo could offer no rebuttal. Otherwise, if he impeached the Hokage, others would ask where he had been when Konoha was invaded, a question he would not know how to answer. He would say he was simply waiting in the route, hoping Konoha would be destroyed, so he could emerge as a hero to take charge. Speaking such words, and walking out of that office alive, would prove his fortune extraordinary. After all, thinking is one thing, but speaking and doing it with one's own mouth is entirely another. So overall, regarding his goal of removing the third Hokage from power, he could not say there had been zero progress, but equally could not claim advancement. Rather, he was standing still. No, he was actually falling behind. Now Sarutobi Hiruzen's reputation had soared across the entire ninja world. Everyone knew of Orochimaru, that unfilial disciple who had slain his master, and what Hiruzen had done. Regardless of whether this man had committed any wrongdoing as Hokage, at least regarding his death, you had nothing to say. Alas, life is difficult, and becoming Hokage is a monumental challenge. But when Danzo thought of losing to Amaterasu, he had assumed it was merely a matter of personal strength falling short. He never expected to be defeated by wealth instead. What a despicable pay-to-win player. Should he reach out to Orochimaru? After careful consideration, Danzo reluctantly abandoned this tempting option. He picked up his phone, which he had not turned off, and began his daily combat power grinding routine. In truth, he had done his daily tasks only sporadically in recent days, not playing with sufficient diligence or attaching enough importance to it. As a result, the Root organization's collective combat power remained relatively low. However, it was that the leader played, everyone else followed suit. After all, there were no outsiders within the Root. In this regard, Danzo was comparatively slow to grasp things. But who could blame him? Combat power had never been explicitly explained at the outset. He had always believed it merely determined the difficulty of story dungeons. He never imagined other gameplay modes would be affected. Whether one called it misfortune or blessing, the dueling arena did not factor in combat power at all. It was a domain where pure skill players reigned supreme. Danzo made his decision. He would invest in combat power. Though he had started a few days late, the rankings were still intact, and there remained an opportunity to catch up. Danzo reopened the organizational ranking board and fell silent. Had the daimyo's organizational combat power reached 5 million in just a few minutes? Naturally, when it came to comparing wealth, who could rival the daimyo of Fire Country? And honestly, their subordinate ninja found it difficult to overshadow the daimyo's prominence. Then number 2. Amaterasu, I will surely overthrow you. Danzo shifted his focus. However, despite completing every daily task available in the ninja mobile game, his combat power had only reached a meager 3000. Combat power 319247. Gazing at these numbers, Danzo fell silent. His combat power was the highest within the Root organization, yet it barely exceeded 3000, still inferior to the average of even the top few organizations. He finally realized belatedly that building combat power required spending money. Danzo deposited 100,000 Ryo into the ninja mobile game, then swept through the shop purchasing every obtainable item. Yet the combat power gained from this was limited. He could only turn his attention to ninja recruitment. Was raising stars through fragment collection the only path? Swish, 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 swish. Watching wave after wave of 10 pulls unfold with their pitifully low drop rates, Danzo's face twitched despite his abundance of funds. The critical issue was that this was not just about nurturing his personal account. The organization consisted of 9 members. Danzo paused his actions, and after brief contemplation summoned all Root ninja. Rustling sounds filled the air as he surveyed the team he had personally cultivated. He rose and paced left and right. After a few minutes, he made up his mind. Redistribute. The 9 members with the highest combat power will join the organization I have established in the ninja mobile game. Everyone else, hand over your phones. Root ninja. Though confused about Danzo's intentions, they obediently selected 9 members. Those 9 immediately searched everyone else's phones and piled them into a heap. Danzo scanned the assembly, reading puzzlement on most faces despite their masks. From this moment forward, none of you are permitted to access the ninja mobile game or touch your phones. Your mission is to accept every commission, whether within or outside the village. I do not care how. Money you must acquire by any means necessary. I only want results. I need substantial funding. Everyone move out. Root ninja had long since transcended conventional morality. No matter how unreasonable the orders, they never questioned, only executed. The ninja who had just filled the room vanished, leaving only the 9 chosen individuals. Danzo sat back, down, his eyes unusually profound. Yes, this was his method, using 1 Root member to sustain an organization of 10. Argue, cursed brat. Rakich's face was contorted with rage, veins bulging on his forehead as shimmering filaments of azure lightning flickered across his body. Inside the office, Secretary Mabui remained expressionless. She called the ninja squad stationed outside to remove the shattered desk and bring in a new one. They moved with impressive efficiency, clearing away the ruined furniture and replacing it with a pristine one. Rakich sat back down and started another game. 3 minutes later, Rakich exhaled heavily, his hardened muscles trembling faintly on his arms, brimming with restless energy. Mabui kept her gaze fixed on Rakich. When she noticed he had stopped making noise and sat quietly, she was thoroughly satisfied. Your Majesty of Thunder, your emotional control has improved considerably. You only destroyed 15 desks and nearly entered lightning release chakra mode. Rakich leaned back in his chair, speechless. Ignoring Mabui's ambiguous words that could have been either praise or teasing, he simply opened the battle report. His eyes fell upon an entire row of purple marks. Though purple carried its own elegance, if given the choice, Rakich would far rather see red victory records. He kept losing. Who was even winning at this game? At this rate, how could Rakich maintain his dignity? Your Majesty, actually, perhaps we could learn from Orochimaru's ranking strategy. Mabui hesitated before speaking. No way. Rakich refused without a moment's thought. That approach completely crushes the pride of Cloud Village's fine warriors. Mabui sighed helplessly. Indeed, that was precisely why everyone fought with desperate intensity whenever matched against him. It was far more fierce than the life-and-death battles of the Ninja World War. Do not underestimate these ordinary ninja. The third Reikage had once perished from exhaustion after being overwhelmed by countless opponents. The current fourth Reikage might not die, but during prolonged, intense matches one could clearly sense his physical and mental fatigue. Even forcing the Fire Lord to play unranked matches at championship-level intensity every day would be unbearable. The crux of the matter was that Reikage used the gamertag Reikage himself. In the Kumogakure server, who didn't know? He couldn't change his name now for fear of appearing cowardly. Mabui, while I appreciate their enthusiasm, these ninja earn money from missions to improve their lives. Why do they all throw themselves into ninja mobile games, especially with Akatsuki members? Bad news, Your Majesty. A cloud ninja burst through the door in a panic, interrupting Reikage. Calm yourself. What is it? Reikage asked. K-Killer Bisama has gone berserk at the Thunder and Lightning Gorge. He's fully transformed into a tailed beast. Understandable. Let the villagers not worry. It should calm down soon. Hearing this, the reporting ninja was stunned. Jinchuriki rampages. Tailed beast transformations. When had these become things that could be understood? Seeing Reikage's expression remain completely calm, the ninja could only depart full of confusion. Aren't you going to take a look? Mabui asked. No need. That brat bee is surely just furious from playing the ninja game. Reikage laughed heartily. The duel arena had changed dramatically, especially in ranked matches. Everyone felt it. It had started today. In truth, many had already sensed something amiss before, but only today did their premonitions materialize. Among the 4 special summons, players could choose one to claim, and naturally, everyone selected the rarer S-rank ninja. But after getting hands-on experience in actual combat, they discovered those truly powerful ones were A-rank ninja instead. This was outrageous. Could Orochimaru even play him? Useless snake. Pain 6 paths. That might work. But the question remained how to deal with Uchiha, Itachi, Deidara, and Konin all at once. S-rank ninja are a trap, a damn trap. At Mafong Internet Cafe, Ino nearly threw her phone in frustration after being defeated 3 times in a row. When the ninja intelligence leaked, she had fallen for Pain's 6 paths immediately. So mysterious, so inexplicably majestic. Planetary deviation. Shinra Tensei. All-revealing planet. Those skills looked absolutely phenomenal. Were they not leagues better than those snake-spitting, clay-shaping paperwoman types? In practice, ranked matches were playable, but barely won. Art is an explosion. Yeah. Choji raised both hands, forming a hand sign, and shouting with genuine passion. Ino peeked over at Choji's phone screen. After the secret technique animation concluded, the words, "Complete Victory," flashed glaringly. Damn it. Why is Choji's ninja so strong? This is unfair. Ino ground her teeth. Didn't I analyze this for you when you chose your ninja eye? Shikamaru replied. You insisted on your own choice. After setting down his phone, Shikamaru picked up a glass of plain water from the table and took a sip. Ino leaned in to look at his screen. It wasn't a complete victory, but he had still won, for Shikamaru was playing Might Guy. Why aren't you using the new ninja? Ino asked curiously. Deidara and Konin are far too powerful, especially Deidara. If you lose the mirror match, the game is essentially over, Shikamaru explained. Really? Aren't you quite skilled as an umbo-ranked player? Still afraid of this? Ino teased. I know. Choji put down his potato chips. Deidara can fly out of the screen where nobody can reach him. This was no longer a secret since it required only holding the skill button combined with basic attacks. People recalled that during the intelligence briefing there had already been subtle signs of this. Roughly, among all ninja, only Uchiha Itachi's Amaterasu can reach him. So Deidara players always ban Uchiha Itachi. Shikamaru sighed. Wrong. There's also lightning release, beast chain lightning. An older man walked over and sat beside the trio. Sensei Asuma. All 3 exclaimed in unison. Hey, Team 10 truly has faithful connections. I didn't expect to run into you here. Asuma smiled. You saw us from outside and came in, didn't you, Sensei? Choji bluntly revealed the truth. Sensei Asuma, didn't you say you were going to ask Miss Kurenai out? Did it go badly? Ino teased. Kurenai is secretly training with students and won't even tell me about it. Asuma wore a helpless expression. So among the secret scrolls, only beast chain lightning can actually hit Deidara. Shikamaru was already testing at the practice area. Beast chain lightning could indeed strike aerial targets, likely because the technique descended from the sky. Nevertheless, restricting a ninja with a single secret scroll remained difficult. This was precisely why Shikamaru banned Deidara along with Konin and Uchiha Itachi. Konin could also fly, and very few ninja could reach her. Uchiha Itachi was the same old problem. By comparison, Pain's 6 paths could be handled with other ninja. These were the true kings of the current meta. By the way, Shikamaru, haven't you used your tickets yet? Asuma asked, glancing at Shikamaru. I received 10 for reaching Umbu rank. Might as well try them out. Shikamaru opened the ticket shop and casually purchased a lottery ball. Rustle, a golden flash suddenly appeared in the coffee shop. Though it vanished almost instantly, it still drew everyone's attention. Shikamaru felt his hand grow heavy. Looking down, he saw a dark object in his palm with a label attached. He examined it closely and read it aloud instinctively. A simulator. At the mukbang internet cafe bar, Cheng nearly spat out his drink. What was he seeing? Marui had actually hit the jackpot, pulling a simulator out of the gacha ball. Wait, isn't this a ninja mobile game? Could the simulator's power have crossed over with him and affected the ninja world? This is too powerful. What is a simulator? At Team 10's table, Chuji leaned toward Marui, his face brimming with curiosity. Guests at other tables shared their curiosity, but held back, knowing it would be rude to intrude. They simply watched from a distance. Click. Marui set the black device on the table, its surface cool and strangely textured to the touch. His fingers traced across the simulator's surface, each raised key molding perfectly to his touch. Keyboard. The name surfaced in Marui's mind unbidden. This device was clearly a keyboard. He peeled off the paper tag that dangled from it. The front displayed the characters for simulator, while the back held the usage instructions. What does it say? Ino called out from across the table, unable to see the text. Connected to a phone, and you can use the keyboard to control the ninja in the mobile game. Chuji read aloud after studying the instructions. Oh, so it's a new way to play the ninja mobile game. Asama asked, suddenly intrigued. Marui noticed a recess at the top of the keyboard, picked up his phone, and slid it in horizontally. It fit perfectly. Where the keyboard activated, dark lines of light streaming through the gaps between the keys. It seemed to come alive, those lights pulsing with a steady rhythmic glow. Then before Marui and the others' eyes, and everyone present, they watched as the phone screen suddenly expanded, growing until it was larger than the keyboard itself before stabilizing. Ino's eyes widened in astonishment. Don't be surprised, Ino. The phone has an automatic function that adjusts to the user's size. Asama patted Ino's head gently. Why? Even to accommodate different hand sizes, this seems excessive, Ino questioned in confusion. I know it's actually designed for creatures like summoning beasts to use, Chuji explained. What? So, you're saying the opponents I face in the duel arena might not even be human? And I can't even beat them? Ino cried out in frustration. Ignoring their commotion, Marui pulled the keyboard closer and adjusted its position. He rested his hands on the keyboard, sat up straight, and fixed his gaze on the matte screen before him. A larger screen does look better, doesn't it? He nodded and casually pressed a key. The screen immediately illuminated, displaying the ninja mobile game page he'd just left open. At that moment, a pop-up appeared. Detected you're using a simulator. Would you like to manually adjust the key bindings? Or continue with default settings? Oh, what's it asking? Ino left her seat and squeezed over to Marui's side. Of course it's about controls. Which key does basic attacks, which one casts skills? With so many buttons, adjusting them yourself would be most comfortable. While speaking, Marui began making adjustments. There was a directional pad on the keyboard that could be configured as movement controls. But after testing it, he found it positioned too far to the right, leaving a large empty space on the left. He studied the layout more carefully and finally focused his attention on the WSAD keys. These were the simulator's default movement keys. After placing his hands on them and feeling the position, he realized this was indeed the most suitable setup. The skill buttons were more flexible, so Marui casually selected a few and assigned them to basic attack skills, ultimate techniques, secret scrolls, and summoning jutsu, naturally not forgetting any of them. After roughly finishing the configuration, he entered the practice field and sent out a ninja to test it. The sharp clicking of his keyboard echoed clearly, and gradually his expression grew more serious. Ino and the others exchanged glances and shook their heads in confusion. Suddenly the keyboard sound stopped and Marui crossed his arms, silent for a moment before slowly speaking. The simulator is completely different from a phone. Different? Of course it's different. On a phone you only need one finger for movement controls, right? What about skills? How many fingers do you use? Most people operate with 2 fingers, one on each hand or possibly 3 if the right hand adds an extra finger. But a simulator is different. On a simulator, using all 5 fingers simultaneously presents no difficulty at all, since you simply press 5 keys at once. Phone users operating with 2 fingers need to first shift their finger to the corresponding skill or secret scroll button. However, with the simulator, your fingers remain positioned on the keys throughout, so when you need to unleash something, you just press down with the appropriate finger. This enables techniques like pressing basic attacks and secret scrolls simultaneously, along with various high-level reactions. The only drawback is occasional key sticking. Also, the field of vision differs because fingers on a phone screen partially block your view. The simulator eliminates this problem entirely, Marui explained briefly. Though Ino and Chuji remained confused, Asama appeared thoughtful. Action spoke louder than words. Marui directly started a ranked match and unlocked all the previously restricted ninja. During ninja selection, he discovered that Uchiha Itachi had been banned by the opponent. After brief consideration, he chose Kazekage for the match. Upon entering the game and seeing the opponent's lineup, Ino gasped sharply. As expected, the opponent's first position ninja was Deidara. The remaining 2 ninja appeared randomly selected. Both were C-rank ninja with modest strength. This wasn't uncommon. Some players favored bringing Deidara, and then carelessly picked their second and third positions. It seemed like they were betting everything on their first position ninja appearing technically demanding, but really just relying on Deidara's raw power to show off. Battle start. Marui controlled his Azuma forward in a direct line toward the opponent. His bold approach likely caught the enemy off guard, who responded by launching their bird technique. This was Deidara's second skill, a standard opening move for most Deidara players today. Simply throw the bird at the start, whether it connects or not, and spam basic attacks while tossing out skills randomly, and the match is won. Bang! Just before the sticky bird reached his face, Azuma deployed his shield and tanked Deidara's attack head-on. Not only that, he crouched and thrust his arm through the ground, knocking Deidara airborne. Azuma's second skill activates when hit. The official term is counterattack. Marui explained while advancing to strike Deidara, his left finger already poised over the secret scroll button as he maintained his basic attacks. They'll use their substitution to drop down, then cast their first skill before launching into the air. That's the playbook, isn't it? Marui had already anticipated the sequence, and his prediction proved accurate. When the opponent was struck down by Marui's lightning release, an expression icon flickered frantically below their portrait. Marui remained impassive, thinking to himself, "Too bad. You're facing me with Azuma and lightning release. You'll never take to the skies in this match." Naturally, Marui won this round, though strictly speaking, he hadn't fully showcased the simulator's true power yet. In the subsequent matches, he effortlessly dodged every skill the opponent threw at him, moving up, down, left, right in unpredictable patterns. Just this chaotic movement alone left the onlookers with goosebumps and beads of sweat. Marui's positioning was extraordinarily precise, moving exactly where he intended with remarkable smoothness. Simple to describe, but difficult to master. His reflexes seemed to have improved as well. With the expanded field of vision, his skill usage proved consistently accurate. After securing several consecutive victories in ranked matches, Marui stretched his fingers slightly, maintaining an indifferent expression. If the simulator and mobile game didn't use separate matchmaking, I could reach the top rank server-wide. Jiraiya-sensei, farewell. Looking at the familiar face on the secret technique poster, Jiraiya remained silent for a long time before finally confirming one thing. Whether pain was Nagato or Yahiko, there was no mistake that he was a student. An emoji of someone patting heads suddenly appeared below the opponent's avatar, followed by more laughing, crying, and spraying water expressions. Jiraiya smiled helplessly. Although the opponent who lost this round was not his student in person, it felt as though his student was showing off and mocking him. Of course it might have been Yahiko. How could Nagato possibly mock someone? Konnichiwa, what exactly have you all been through these past years? Konnichiwa, what exactly have you all been through these past years? Jiraiya picked up the wine cup on the table and drained it without a second look. He rose and adjusted his clothes, gathering his belongings to make sure he had not left anything behind. So you were certain about returning? Tsunade raised her eyelids slightly, her tone unreadable. Yes, it has been a long time, Jiraiya said with a smile, looking at Tsunade seated across from him. Or perhaps you could come back with me. Don't be ridiculous. Given the current situation, if you go back you won't come out alive. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. All right, then I'm leaving. Jiraiya did not say much more, simply nodding as a farewell before turning and walking away. Only Tsunade remained at the table. She poured herself a cup from the sake flask and drank alone. Her gaze drifted as if lost in thought. An organization alliance, perhaps. Hurry up, hurry up. Fire Brothers organization is about to reach full capacity. If we're late, he won't take us. Wait for me. On a certain street, 2 children ran one after another, panting heavily, each holding a mobile phone in their hands. Other people by the roadside were accustomed to this sight. After all, during the last organization establishment, everyone had been like this. Wanting to join a good organization was difficult, and by the end they might not even be able to join the organizations they initially looked down upon. Moreover, it was the present moment. Beside the road, 2 people watched the children run past them, each displaying an unusual expression. The organization gameplay is starting again. How playing a game requires forming groups. Are they all unlucky children without friends? The tall masked man showed disdain, but his companion, a person of striking beauty whose gender was indistinguishable, held a completely different opinion. How wonderful. Even when facing emergencies, such close friends would never abandon each other. Zabuza looked down at Haku with a slight tilt of his head. The yearning on that face seemed to touch something deep within him. That's hardly an emergency, is it? Just an organization. If it's full, switch to another one. What are you saying, Lord Zabuza? What if all the organizations we can find are full? Then we'd become pitiful orphans with no one wanting us. Haku spoke with great seriousness, and Zabuza pursed his lips, but did not argue further. Fine, if you don't want to become one of those pitiful wretches, then find us a place to go. Zabuza patted Haku's head. Yes, Lord Zabuza. Haku smiled and reached out to pull Zabuza along to find a place. It was always just the 2 of them from the very beginning. Such a pity they ultimately rejected us in the end. I am sorry. It's all my fault. If only my skills were better. Now no one is to blame. It's true that the village owes them an apology. In the Kirigakure administrative office, Terumi, Mei-Ao and Chojiro had already returned. They had left as the first 3 and returned as 3 as well. Yes, because they had failed. While the changes in Kirigakure were promising, and Terumi, Mei had shown great sincerity, Zabuza still refused to come back, and Haku felt the same way. But in that case we'll need to carefully consider who to choose for the organization. Terumi Mei sat down and rubbed her brow. Who to select for the Kirigakure organization had become a pressing dilemma before her. Aside from the 3 of them, Kirigakure was suffering from a severe shortage of capable ninja, making it difficult to handle the upcoming organizational confrontation. Organization Supremacy Tournament. 1. Organizations established for more than 3 days are eligible to register. 2. Members who have joined any qualifying organization for over 24 hours may participate. 3. Upon successful registration, all members of the organization will receive a registration reward distributed after registration ends and eligibility is confirmed. 4. If fewer than 2 organizations exist on this server, the Organization Supremacy Tournament will not be activated. 5. After the tournament begins, the top 16 organizations ranked by combat power among all registered organizations will qualify for participation, during which players cannot change organizations. 6. Organizations are divided into groups of 4 with the winners of each group advancing to the finals. 7. The champion and runner-up of this server will earn qualification for the cross-server Organization Supremacy Tournament, competing against the strongest organizations in the ninja world. Note: registration is now open. The Organization Supremacy Tournament was undoubtedly the most attention-grabbing in the ninja world at this time. This was the second organizational gameplay feature launched after the organization function went live, but also the first to support cross-server play. Cross-server. How straightforward and easy to understand. When you log in from your home village, you belong to the player base of that regional server. Outside those regions lies the external server. So they are going to pit all these organizations from the ninja world against each other to determine the strongest. Inoki's eyes darkened. This was grander than he had imagined. By sheer scale and scope, it might even surpass the Great Ninja War. Although the exact launch date and rewards remained undisclosed, no one at this moment would think this was something simple. The winner of this server's Organization Supremacy Tournament would represent their server in battle against others. They would face off against organizations victorious from other servers, ultimately producing a single champion. Just thinking about it stirred excitement within him. To a certain extent, this had transcended mere organizational gameplay. It now represented the true combat strength of each server and every major ninja village. If you lose to me here, then nothing you say will matter. Everyone will accept this outcome. In other words, this is a battle we cannot afford to lose. Inoki put down his phone, his aged face twitching slightly, before gradually transforming into a smile. Excellent. There was nothing better than this. What were wars fought for? What were they fighting over? Stripping away territory, fame, and reputation were what truly mattered here. The entire ninja world would be watching, would they not? Then wasn't this the perfect occasion to rise to the top by trampling over the defeated? In the previous Great Ninja Wars, Iwagakure had not emerged entirely empty-handed, but Inoki had never been satisfied. Paying a heavy price without reaping the expected rewards left no room for contentment. It was only that in recent years the ninja world situation had grown complicated, with everyone quietly building their strength, making it difficult to ignite another war. But now, had an opportunity been placed right before him? Or was this the true purpose behind the ninja mobile game's inception all along? Inoki did not know, but there was one thing he was certain of. The Organization Supremacy Tournament in the ninja mobile game. Wrong. The Great Ninja War was reigniting right here. Gentlemen, that concludes the briefing. In the Hokage's office, a profound silence settled after the third Hokage finished speaking. Unlike usual occasions, a considerable gathering had assembled, comprising the village's most prominent figures. Among them were the village leadership heads of the major ninja clans and renowned shinobi. They had been summoned by the third for a confidential report. Who would have guessed Iwagakure would escalate things this significantly? It seems that Tsuchikage is truly wielding his full power. It cannot be helped, sighed Akimichi Choza. We must prepare for the tournament that will soon sweep across the ninja world. Rumors suggest this is the onset of a new shinobi war, Kakashi remarked with a faint smile. What does the Hokage require of us? Aburame Shibi asked directly. This was the unanimous question among those present. However, many astute individuals had already grasped the implication. As the saying goes, one tile reveals the entire roof. Iwagakure was already making major moves, showing no intention to conceal its plans. News had spread beyond Konoha to other ninja villages. After all, everyone had their own network of spies. Without them, restful sleep would be impossible. Unless in extremely isolated circumstances, no information could be completely contained. It was said that Inoki was selecting and reorganizing the entire Iwagakure structure, conducting rigorous evaluations at each level. For what purpose? It required no genius to deduce that Sachikage is consolidating forces, effectively determining the champion and runner-up of Iwagakure's server in advance, commented Yamanaka Inoichi. That requires considerable boldness, mused Inuzuka Hana, licking her lips. A man who invites resentment. From what we know, the IWA ninja are indeed vigorous in the selection process. Some may falter if rejected, but Inoki can maintain control. Mito Kato and spoke with a serious expression. Truly remarkable. To decide the winners and losers single-handedly. Tenma Koharu added with utmost gravity. That is the optimal approach. One need only ensure the strongest emerge victorious. Danzo snorted, casting a glance at the third Hokage. The third frowned slightly. He understood Danzo's suggestion, but Inoki's methods were unsuitable for Konoha. What exactly had Inoki done? In essence, it was simple. Inoki had analyzed every member of Iwagakure's factions and categorized them based on strength and combat capability. Those with superior comprehensive strength were grouped together, thereby identifying the two strongest factions. Without this intervention, the normal progression would involve all factions competing with winners advancing. But Inoki deemed such an approach too reliant on chance and prone to internal friction. It would be more efficient to simply select the capable and manually designate the champion and runner-up factions for this server. If selected, you win without lifting a finger, for your opponents will forfeit, granting you automatic advancement to the cross-server tournament. This also aims to conserve energy, as engaging in ninja mobile games is indeed mentally taxing. To play consecutive matches within the server, then immediately proceed to cross-server battles would likely prove exhausting. Is it fair? Seemingly not. Those selected rejoice, while the unselected are deemed losers in advance, denied even a modicum of participation. Though technically inferior factions would likely lose regardless, the experience is entirely different. Yet is it truly unfair? Inoki has eliminated all uncertainty through this method, guaranteeing with absolute certainty the selection of the two strongest organizations composed of the most capable personnel. In other words, it is purely a matter of skill. Those lacking it are rejected, while the skilled are affirmed. All personnel are personally chosen by Inoki. It is rumored that Inoki even placed himself within Iwagakure's vast pool of ninja, vowing to eliminate himself if anyone surpassed him. Whether he engaged in self-serving practices or applied undue influence remains unknown. Regardless, under Inoki's iron fist, Iwagakure was now fervently engaged in a technological competition. No one opposed him, nor dared to. Do you understand the weight of being personally trained by the first and second Sachikage? Such autocracy was unthinkable in Konoha. Nevertheless, temporarily consolidating forces to address the faction tournament is indeed a sound strategy, Shikamaru admitted after rapid analysis. If one disregards the ninja spirit and treats everyone as mere cogs in a machine, this method yields the highest probability of victory. Such was indeed the case with ninja village structures during wartime. The Hokage's office fell into sudden silence. All eyes turned to the third, who sat motionless without his usual pipe, his aged face etched with profound contemplation. He appeared lost in thought, while Danzo privately resented the third's hesitation. If he could integrate the village ninja, might he not seize the opportunity to recruit promising individuals into the route? Hiruzen, I propose we completely disregard ninja identities and conduct a rigorous examination based on technical skill and combat prowess to select two factions. At Danzo's words, several faces altered, most bore the weight of their family legacies. Would this not mean abandoning their clan affiliations, entirely becoming free agents directly under the village? Shikamaru, as Konoha's strategist, what is your assessment? Tenma Koharu unusually did not immediately endorse Danzo, but instead sought Shikamaru's opinion. If the sole objective is ultimate victory. Shikamaru responded concisely. Indeed, if one considers nothing but win or lose, such an approach is logically sound. The third lowered his eyelids. For some inexplicable reason, a sense of foreboding gripped him, as though his gaze could not be diverted from the faction tournament. Since this involved a conflict spanning the entire ninja world, the unannounced rewards thus far suggested something extraordinary. After brief deliberation, the third made his decision. Let the village operate under wartime conditions. Ninja volunteers will be recruited with selection based solely on merit and capability. Hiruzen, Danzo erupted in anger. Initially pleased by the first half of the statement, he was dismayed to find the third had reverted to his old ways. Danzo, ensure your ANBU units are properly organized, the third remarked noncommittally. Danzo gritted his teeth, but remained silent. The route was nominally a division of ANBU managed by its leader Danzo. While this involves a consolidation of strength, do not overstep boundaries or be overly rigid. Everyone contribute your talents and efforts, strive for unity to secure ultimate victory. Yes, the Nara, Yamanaka, Hyuga clans and other ninja acknowledged in unison. Among them Hyuga Hayashi, head of the Hyuga clan, present, yet silent until the end finally voiced his acceptance of the Hokage's directive. Suddenly someone recalled something, looked around, scratched his head, and remarked, "Wasn't Jiraiya-sama supposed to have returned to the village?" Since the news of the upcoming organization's supremacy tournament in the ninja mobile game spread, the ninja world has been immersed in an inexplicable atmosphere of tension. It wasn't war, yet it felt worse. Many found this thrilling, though victors and vanquished would surely emerge. At least defeat wouldn't mean death, would it? With the prizes still unknown, all parties were sharpening their tools and making early preparations. Truthfully, there wasn't much to discuss. Those already in organizations needed only to either practice their skills or spend money. Meanwhile, those without organizations but unwilling to miss the tournament indeed had reason to start panicking. "Naruto, I heard your organization is short-staffed. How about a deal? I'll let you read books here for free from now on, and in return you let me join your group." "Huh. Don't joke around, boss. I'm aiming to win, even going cross-server." "Alright then, let's settle the matter of your sneaking into my bookstore and peeking at adult books." Goodbye." Naruto unconsciously channeled his chakra, bolting out of the bookstore like a runaway horse, the shopkeeper unable to stop him. To his surprise, the moment he stepped out, he crashed headlong into someone. For an ordinary person, such an unexpected collision would likely have sent them sprawling to the ground instantly. But Naruto found the figure immovable, as hard as an impenetrable wall. Ow! He rubbed his head and looked up to see a towering silhouette. Long white hair, a headband bearing the kanji for oil, and 2 red teardrop marks beneath his eyes. Sage of perverted techniques. Exactly. I am. The sage of perverted techniques. Know the Toad Sage, you idiot. As Jiraiya was about to introduce himself, he was genuinely hurt by Naruto's comment and punched him on the head, making Naruto roll around in pain. Now you see my power. Damn it. The entire ninja world knows you as the Toad Sage of perverted techniques. Naruto protested angrily. Who do you think is to blame? People have been calling me that since I returned. Isn't it your fault for shouting nonsense in the story instance? If you weren't so perverted, what would I call myself? Would anyone believe me if I called him that? Haha, not necessarily. With that, Jiraiya lifted Naruto forcefully and vanished from the spot. When Naruto came to his senses, he realized they were no longer on the street, but atop a rooftop. "Let me go." He struggled free from Jiraiya's grip and eyed the older man suspiciously. "Stop staring, I'm the real Jiraiya-sensei." Jiraiya pointed a thumb at himself. "I know," Naruto said flatly. "So what do you want?" "I'm busy." Jiraiya chuckled, wondering if the kid had seen through his intention. "Stand still," he said, reaching out to lift Naruto's shirt as Naruto looked bewildered. Thud. A dull thud suddenly echoed. "Oh, it hurts." Jiraiya clutched his eyes and fell to the ground, wailing in pain. Don't just assume things." Naruto withdrew the fist he'd just pressed against Jiraiya's eyes and tidied his rumpled clothes. "You idiot. I was checking the Nine-Tails seal." Jiraiya leaped up, shouting angrily. "I told you not to jump to conclusions. If you have something to do, say so clearly." Naruto roared back. The two stared fixedly at each other, eyes wide. Though they had become master and disciple in the storyline, their present reality was nothing short of a hostile first encounter. After a moment, Naruto scoffed and turned to leave, leaving Jiraiya exasperated but forced to grab him. Though he suspected the punch was merely retaliation, he had no choice. "Alright, Naruto. The third Hokage mentioned recent instability in the Nine-Tails chakra with several leaks. Is this true?" Jiraiya asked seriously. "I don't know, I haven't felt anything." Seeing Naruto's calm expression, Jiraiya's mind stirred, but he dropped the subject. He suddenly burst into laughter. "Haha, I heard from villagers your organization needs members. You really are unpopular." "My organization doesn't want you," Naruto said sarcastically. "Ugh." Jiraiya's smile faded. He hadn't expected the kid to see through his thoughts again. His eyes darted. "But Naruto, this tournament is different from the last one. Your organization might not even make it out of the group stage." "Don't be ridiculous. Our 7th team is full of experts, only Sasuke is slightly weaker." Naruto crossed his arms, radiating confidence. Jiraiya ignored Naruto's confidence and continued, "There are already over 100 organizations in Konoha now, right? But only the top 16 on the combat power rankings can qualify. Where does Uzumaki Naruto rank?" Naruto's eyes glazed over, a cold bead of sweat rolling down his temple. Right, he'd forgotten that part. Without sufficient combat power, there was no qualification. So the question remained, how could an organization of merely 5 members hope to crack the top 16? Supreme Immortal Lord, Naruto rubbed his hands together, approaching sheepishly. "Actually, our organization has been lacking a vice leader." Your mood changes fast, kid," Jiraiya remarked, naturally reaching out to pat Naruto's head. Naruto neither stopped nor resisted. Due to the ninja mobile game, most people in the ninja world now deeply disliked having their heads patted. Unless it was their own parents, even other elders were unwelcome. Yet despite his motive to recruit Jiraiya, Naruto didn't mind. Few people touched his head like this anyway. "Naruto, what were you doing at the bookstore?" "Studying," Jiraiya asked casually. Naruto's expression shifted, ending in a sigh. Due to the Ninja mobile game storyline, Team 7th now dedicated part of each day to training. During training, they were too focused to have time, but once rest came, Naruto would worry again. We have no members. Team 7 has 4 people plus Sasuke's mother, makes 5. Don't include my mother casually, as she won't always play with you. Sasuke, not only do you refuse to help recruit, you're also making snide comments. Watch it, or I'll tell Aunt Moreau. What? You bastard, Naruto. Team. Bastard. As Naruto was explaining to Jiraiya, he used 2 different pitches to argue with himself, making Jiraiya sweat nervously. After Naruto and Sasuke argued for a while, Kakashi issued an order. You 2 go recruit now. Whoever brings in more members gets extra training. So you went to that bookstore to recruit. Then why did you refuse the owner? Jiraiya asked. Just because we need members doesn't mean we take anyone. Besides, I was just passing by our usual bookstore and wanted to test my training results. What do you mean? Forget it, let me show you. Naruto said this, crossed his hands to form a seal, and a sudden cloud of white smoke erupted, within which a gracefully swaying figure appeared. The drifting white smoke cleared to reveal a young maiden with golden twin tails stepping out, her youthful figure swaying gently. Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock, his mind going blank. In the next instant, his nosebleed became like 2 sharp arrows blasting him away. Thud! Naruto dispelled the sexy jutsu and returned to normal. He looked up at the receding figure and quickly waved, shouting, "Hey! Where are you going? You haven't agreed yet. I'll consider it." Jiraiya, who was about to become a shooting star, delivered his final words. "I'm determined to be this vice leader." The rewards for the organization Hegemony Tournament have finally been announced. Even though people had some prior knowledge, the sheer scale of this event involving so many participants is truly unprecedented. Yet no one expected the rewards to be this magnificent. Server Hegemony Champion. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Shard 100 Ninja World Summon Ticket 100 Runner-Up. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Shard 50 Ninja World Summon Ticket 50 Top 4. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Shard 25 Ninja World Summon Ticket 25 Top 8. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Shard 15 Ninja World Summon Ticket 15 0 Top 16. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Shard 5 Ninja World Summon Ticket 5 U Registration Prize. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Shard 1 Ninja World Summon Ticket 1. The server champion directly receives a complete card of an S-rank ninja, making players who currently possess only one S-rank ninja envy them deeply. After all, Ninja World Summon tickets are difficult to obtain, and their sole S-rank ninja was acquired through high-tier recruitment selection, whose power level still falls short of the high-tier A rank. There are too many tiers to recount. As for information about this ninja, they naturally knew nothing beforehand. All they knew was one thing: the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, is undoubtedly an S-rank ninja. And now that it has been revealed, it is no surprise. Among the legendary Sannin whom he taught too are S-rank ninja. As their teacher, it is only natural that he should also be S-rank. This has also given everyone a definitive conclusion. As the leaders of various ninja villages, the Kage are all rated S-rank, as well, with only minor differences in how they are obtained. Although no one yet knows the specific skills of Hiruzen Sarutobi, everyone still holds considerable expectations. And so next, if the server rewards merely aroused envy, then the cross-server rewards were enough to send everyone into a frenzy. Cross-server Hegemony Champion. Resource Card 3 A Revival Card 1 Runner-Up. Resource Card 2 Top 4. Resource Card 1 A Top 8. 1,000 Battle Points, Top 16. 500 Battle Points, Top 32. 100 Battle Points, all members of the Champion server, Lottery Ball 1. A Revival Card. It has arrived. Apart from purchasing in the Battle Point shop, the second acquisition channel has finally appeared. The most crucial point is that the revival cards in the Battle Point shop require assessing the value of the person being revived to determine the cost. But the first place reward from the cross-server hegemony is different. It allows unconditional resurrection of a deceased person, whether they have been dead for countless years, perhaps even reduced to dust, or whether they carelessly perished just 2 days ago. The revival card can fulfill your wish. However, what gathered the gaze of all ninja villages was not the revival card, but rather another item. Resource Card. After use, the livelihood, environment, talent, birth rate, and various other aspects of the region will all receive corresponding enhancements. Resurrecting the dead. That's nothing. Look at this. That is true greatness. This is the ultimate power capable of transforming an entire nation. Is the regional environment important? Asked the Sand Village. Despite possessing the vastest territory among the 5 great nations, very little of it can be effectively utilized. If you ask the entire ninja world, who envies Leaf Village's land the most, the answer would unquestionably be Sand Village. As for talent, this refers to the overall aptitude of ninja in that region. This can enhance such things too. What difference is there from completely replacing a ninja from head to toe? Some ninja who have used battle points to purchase attribute points at the Battle Point shop can probably understand. Attribute point randomly selects one ability across the ninja's entire body to enhance. However, attribute points only affect an individual and work in only one direction, whereas the resource card's enhancement covers an entire region. In any case, no one could imagine how exaggerated this power is. The best they could do was shout praises from the sidelines. In short, the rewards for the Ninja World War, or rather the Organization Hegemony Tournament, have once again fanned the flames of the already soaring enthusiasm. Hahaha, this is getting interesting. Orochimaru closed the tournament rewards he had read countless times and sat nearby lost in thought. Without a doubt, he must participate. In fact, within the narrative dungeon servers where victory was already predetermined, Sound Village was among them. The reason, well, those who know. Orochimaru naturally had his own organization, but he usually left it to Yakushi Kabuto. Speaking of Kabuto, his spy identity had already been exposed in the narrative dungeon, so he was quite content to remain idle and did not need to return to Konoha. Lord Orochimaru, the top 2 organizations have been assigned. Kabuto pushed open the door and entered. Distribute the money to them, have them improve their combat power, and teach them about cost-effectiveness. Orochimaru nodded. Understood. Kabuto replied, then continued his report. Lord Orochimaru, many out-of-village ninja have recently appeared around Sound Village. Orochimaru smiled. To investigate, I presume. This was within his expectations. After all, in the narrative dungeon, it was equally exposed that Sound Village was actually established by Orochimaru himself. However, at present the other villages were all drawn to the Organization Hegemony Tournament and had only sent small teams over. Perhaps once the tournament concluded, this place would become dangerous. After all, Orochimaru was now a thorn in the eye of both Konoha and Akatsuki. But who could predict what the future held? Kabuto was meticulous in his work and handed the personnel list to Orochimaru. Orochimaru scanned it briefly, and a smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. Sound 1, Orochimaru Kimimaro Inoki Taiya Sarasara Jirobo. Sound 2, Tasho Adachibori Zaku Aburame Kintama Yakushi Kabuto. These were essentially the more capable members of Sound Village. In terms of foundation, they naturally could not compare to the great ninja villages established over many years. Still, these were people Orochimaru had personally trained. Those listed below are still not quite impressive enough, Orochimaru remarked casually, almost as if sighing. Kabuto understood and proposed, shall we also include Kagaya Owaro and Hozuki Suigetsu? Orochimaru set down the list without speaking, picking up his phone again. A new preview had just appeared regarding the Organization Hegemony Tournament. The first Organization Hegemony Tournament commencement time, the Server Hegemony Tournament, will begin at noon 7 days from now, with the server finals held at 9 o'clock the following evening. Cross-server hegemony begins at night 10 days from now, with the final match decided at noon the next day. The detailed rules of the hegemony tournament are as follows. There is still time, but not much is there. Overall, this was indeed a prestigious tournament, whether in terms of rewards or preparation time. In the past, high-tier recruitment previews, the Ten Tails Battlefield, or other updates. Those could be launched at any moment. They never allowed such extended preparation time. From this, one could see how seriously they took this matter, even though they still did not know who was organizing the competition behind the scenes. After reading the tournament details from top to bottom, Orochimaru scrolled back to the beginning and read it once more. After a moment, he suddenly spoke. Kabuto, join my team. Among the 16 organizations in this server, every 4 are grouped for preliminary matches. Organizations are randomly assigned, and those who win advance to the finals. The 4 organizations that reach the finals will be the top 4 in this server. The champion and runner-up organizations may continue to advance to the cross-server championship. The rules of the cross-server championship are basically the same as the server one, just with a time gap. After reading through the championship rules carefully, Shikamaru had a general idea of how it worked. If combat power was factored in, those with higher combat strength would have a significant advantage. But that didn't mean skill was irrelevant. Currently, the power gap between players wasn't significant, mainly because few had actively focused on increasing their combat strength before. Of course, everyone was now busy boosting their combat power. Even team triple bonuses were active. Precisely because the gaps weren't large, there was still room to catch up. That's the best then. I was worried I couldn't catch up, Naruto said with a broad grin. Shikamaru glanced at him. But the 16 organizations participating in this server will change at any time. Just the pre-match qualification battle will be a tug of war. Naruto's smile froze. He understood. Since the gaps weren't large, and everyone was seriously improving their combat power, maintaining their ranking wouldn't be easy. Just say what needs to be done. The players on the leaderboard are already rapidly increasing their combat power, Sasuke said, arms crossed and leaning against the wall. Yes, Sasuke-kun is absolutely right. Ino agreed with a smile as she leaned towards Sasuke, but the next moment, she turned and barked at Shikamaru. Hurry up and come up with a plan. Ino, get away from Sasuke. Sakura grabbed Ino and tried to pull her away. Huh, why should I? Stay out of my business, broad forehead. Ino naturally refused. So the two put-on sisters started tugging at each other in public, completely ignoring Sasuke's increasingly speechless expression. Hey, I didn't bring you here to argue. Naruto slapped the table, annoyed. Anyway, it's a team activity. We need to discuss this. Choji smiled kindly. Naruto wants some potato chips. Oh, sure, thanks Choji. So Naruto sat beside Choji and they ate chips together, chatting and laughing. Shikamaru watched with a headache. That dad, what was he planning? He was frustrated inside, having originally thought he could just coast through this. After all, anyone could see this organization championship wouldn't be limited to individuals. It would be a contest between villages. Even the rewards reflected this. So Shikamaru had planned to just go along with it. As a genin, even with some brains, he couldn't have a say in such major matters. But unexpectedly, his cheap father had him quit the Nara clan and join Naruto's side instead. No one knew what methods he'd used to persuade Uncle Inoichi and Uncle Choza, but they'd also been sent over with Ino and Choji. Shikamaru, you must have a plan in mind, right? You're much smarter than us. Asuma said with an unlit cigarette in his mouth, probably considering the children present. Cheap teacher, Shikamaru thought. If all three of them came, how could their sensei Asuma stay absent? Asuma had decisively left the third side without hesitation and joined them. Now Team 10 was completely merged into Team 7. This solved Naruto's pressing problem. The organization finally had enough members. Naruto suddenly looked up and saw Kakashi leisurely drinking tea with Asuma nearby. He immediately felt a surge of anger. Kakashi-sensei, aren't you an elite? Has your brain rusted? Don't you need a plan for the organization championship? Asuma's right. Shikamaru is clearly superior to us. We just need to follow his lead. Didn't ninja school teach that a team can only have one voice? Naruto, did you skip class again? Or did Irika never tell you? Kakashi said while drinking tea. Naruto's eyes widened. That guy, how on earth did he manage to drink tea while wearing that mask? Wait, this wasn't the point. Kakashi-sensei, I even rejected Irika-sensei. And you guys, start contributing already. Naruto pointed at everyone and shouted. Sasuke being pulled, Sakura and Ino competing with each other, Choji eating chips, Shikamaru with a headache, Asuma, and Kakashi drinking tea. Everyone present fell silent instantly. Some pulled out their phones to look things up, others bowed their heads and thought. Seeing this, Naruto actually felt a bit uncomfortable. Could he really be good at preaching? To fit in, Naruto sat on the ground himself, striking a thoughtful pose. After a while, I've got it. Naruto slammed his hands together, grinning. He faced everyone's gaze and said confidently, simple, I'll just crush all the opponents. Thud. 7. The other 7 fell flat, as if struck by lightning. What? Isn't that right? Isn't this about competing raw power? Naruto whispered. Shikamaru had no energy to retort. Summoning his remaining strength, he sat up and assumed his habitual thinking pose. Seeing this, everyone fell silent. Only Sakura pulled Naruto's ear to make him reread the championship rules carefully. A few minutes later, Shikamaru opened his eyes, a gleam flashing in them. We might have a chance to win. In Konohagakure, organizations formed, people came up with plans, spent money, and boosted combat power. And these scenes were happening simultaneously in other ninja villages. Everyone was mobilizing. Of course, the Akatsuki was no exception. What a split members 50 to 50 and lead 2 organizations simultaneously. At the Akatsuki meeting place, Daidara's face was full of surprise, and the other members shared similar expressions. Just now, Leader Pain announced that the 10 Akatsuki members who were originally in one organization would split apart. After balancing their strength, both organizations would simultaneously qualify to win. It sounded like it was to expand their chances of winning, but thinking carefully, wasn't this self-weakening? Exactly. Pain's deep purple eyes swept over each Akatsuki member. Those under his gaze all felt varying degrees of discomfort. This was Nagato's decision. He believed there was no better opportunity than this. Show the power of Akatsuki. Think about it. If 2 organizations compete simultaneously and win continuously until the end, there might be a chance to take both champion and runner-up. How astounding, how breathtaking. The name of Akatsuki would resonate across the world. Yahiko, in this way you would rejoice at Akatsuki's achievements, wouldn't you? Nagato thought silently. Decide the group assignments yourselves. Be ready before the championship begins. Don't be late. Pain left after speaking. He had no intention of discussing with the Akatsuki members. Simply put, this was an order. The Akatsuki members understood, so after some casual chat, or expressing their views, they disappeared one by one. Finally, only Konan remained. Ripples flowed in her eyes. Perhaps sorrow, perhaps contemplation, ultimately transforming into determination. With everyone gone, and the room empty, silence fell here. Or rather, the ninja world also fell silent. But in the near future, completely different colors would be ignited after all. When gathered, we are a blazing fire. 1 week passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, everyone bustled about with great enthusiasm, working tirelessly to ensure they were fully prepared before the competition began. Today, the organization dominance tournament finally arrived. What was their mood? No one knew. Had they truly prepared? No one could say for certain. But regardless, there was no room for retreat or hesitation anymore. The moment the countdown ended would be the moment the battle began. Time 1150 a.m. Location Hokage Rock. The 10 members of the Uzumaki Naruto organization had gathered, some seated on the ground, others standing. But without exception, all of them held their phones' eyes fixed on the slowly ticking time. Let me say a few words before we begin. Shikamaru stepped forward, his gaze moving sequentially across Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Choji, Ino, Kakashi, Asuma, Mikoto, and Jiraiya. Although he had been dragged here by his father unexpectedly, he knew this tournament was no ordinary affair. The final ranking of their organization would determine the village's influence going forward, and the choice of whether they succeeded rested entirely on their individual shoulders. So even Shikamaru, who was usually so lazy, had adopted an unusually serious demeanor at that moment. Let's keep this brief. You've all reviewed the detailed rules of the dominance tournament, so just follow the plan. Each person has 2 consecutive win opportunities and 1 purchase opportunity. Those purchases are essential. As long as you protect your health bar, attack the opponent as much as possible. If you land every strike and dodge every hit, you can still win, even with a power disadvantage. Differences in power manifest in various aspects such as health and attack damage. I speculate that while health pools may differ, they should all display as percentages during duels. In other words, even if you only deal 1 point of damage, if your health is at 100, the opponent drops to 99, and you win. The final outcome of the tournament will be determined by the number of players remaining on each side. If the counts tie, the organization with the higher overall power rating prevails. Our organization lacks an advantage in raw power, so we must exceed in numbers. Eliminating even a single opponent grants a massive edge given the 10 versus 10 format. Finally, those who unite shall triumph. Shikamaru raised his right hand high, something he hadn't done in a while, fueling a surge of excitement within himself. What made things awkward was that no one responded. Not even Naruto, who was normally the most energetic. This wasn't mockery or delight at Shikamaru's discomfort, it was silent acknowledgement. Indeed, no words were needed at all. Seeing the fearless expressions on everyone's faces, Shikamaru secretly exhaled in relief. Regardless, everything they could anticipate had been planned. The rest now depended on their ability to adapt in the moment. Wasn't this state of fiery passion concealed beneath calm composure exactly what made it so thrilling? They had been refining their strategies these past few days. Shikamaru sat down on the ground, pulled out a simulator from his coat, and connected his phone. Watching the time tick away on the screen, he felt suddenly dazed, as if his spirit had drifted elsewhere. The Uzumaki Naruto organization's qualification for this competition had not come easily. It required everyone to contribute their savings. Naruto had poured all his saved money into the ninja mobile game. He had previously been too reluctant to even pull for high-tier summons. Sasuke had access to the Uchiha clan's wealth. Speaking of which, they owed a debt of gratitude to Mikoto, who helped maintain team morale and supported them throughout every training session and match without complaint. Jiraiya's presence was certainly surprising. With his contribution, the organization barely scraped past the qualifying threshold at the last minute. After all, Lord Jiraiya was the celebrated author behind best-selling novels in the ninja world. It seemed both Sensei Asuma and Sensei Kakashi had also taken this seriously. They had invested years of mission earnings into this. The Inoshikacho clan had provided substantial support as well. Sakura's family might have been the least privileged among them, but reportedly her parents, once informed of the situation, gave generously, nearly down to their last cent. Such a hastily assembled, remarkably young organization had only just managed to reach the 14th position in combat power. They had narrowly avoided falling out of the top 16. Rumors had already begun circulating in the village, with few placing their trust in them. Consider the landscape. The largest faction in the Land of Fire was unquestionably the daimyo's own group, followed by the Hokage faction, which had gathered Konoha's greatest warriors. Then there were the private factions of major clans, civilian coalitions, and organizations formed independently by village leadership. That they had climbed to 14th place in the organizational power rankings was nothing short of miraculous. Some might argue others had been holding back against them. To break through from their server, they would first need to face these rivals. No, they had now become the organization's greatest adversaries. If their organization somehow secured first or second place and advanced to inter-server competition, every opponent they would have clawed their way through just like they had. They would need to continue fighting with the determination to systematically dismantle every obstacle in their path. Only then could they hope to claim the ultimate championship. How extraordinary, and merely contemplating it sent shivers down their spines. But what of the backlash and consequences if they failed? Human nature tended toward displacing anger, and losing after defeating their own people would make them targets of resentment. It came down to whether their own people would turn on them. This cascading pressure was far greater than anyone imagined. But Shikamaru snapped back to the present and glanced to his left. Naruto, the ninja ranked first in unpredictability, who had outmaneuvered everyone in the first ninja tournament of the shinobi world. Sasuke, the last Uchiha who had carried a burden beyond mortal comprehension for countless years. Sakura, hailing from an ordinary family, she had achieved the top theoretical score among all her academy peers. Shikamaru turned his head again, looking to his right. Kakashi-sensei, a renowned figure across the shinobi world who graduated from the ninja academy at age 5, became a chunin at 6, and reached jonin status at 12, holding records that still stand today. Asuma-sensei, the son of the third Hokage who in his youth was selected as one of the 12 guardian ninja, shinobi responsible for protecting the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Jiraiya-sama, a disciple of the third Hokage and one of the legendary Sannin who shook the ninja world. Mikoto Bazin, the Uchiha clan leader's wife who had returned from death, whose experiences were truly unparalleled in the ninja world. Shikamaru, the match is about to begin. Don't zone out now. Choji, seated to Shikamaru's left, gently tugged at his sleeve. I have no idea what you're so anxious about, Ino remarked, bending down to take a seat on Shikamaru's right. Choji, the crane of the Ino Shikicho trio whose strength matched his appetite. He was the most underestimated man among this generation of genin, and also Shikamaru's closest friend. Ino, the boar of the Ino Shikicho trio. Beneath her loud and boisterous exterior lay an unwavering composure in critical moments, a truly reliable presence. And then there was himself, Shikamaru, the deer of the Ino Shikicho trio, serving as the strategist for both the formation and this very organization. To speak without modesty, if the organization dominance tournament disregarded raw combat power, he would already be halfway to victory. He never expected each of them to be so remarkable. Could they possibly fall short of others? Could this organization lose to its rivals? Shikamaru smiled silently to himself. So it turned out that among all these people, the only one who had been nervous throughout these days was him alone. What was the point of giving a pre-battle mobilization speech and repeatedly stressing details as though everyone were foolish and unprepared? Far from being unprepared, they were practically already victorious. The clock read 1155. The very moment that time arrived, nearly every player in the ninja world who had entered the organization's supremacy tournament simultaneously opened the event interface. Entering the event page during the 5-minute preparation window before the match was mandatory, though once that time elapsed, participation was impossible. As soon as the players logged in, they began selecting their ninjas, building the roster they would use throughout the tournament. Notably, certain rules resembled those of the heavenly and earthly battlefield, but pushed to even more extreme degrees. The basic rules were not overly complicated. Once the organization's supremacy tournament commenced, players from both sides would engage in one-on-one matchups according to their deployment order. An arena-style battle of 3 ninjas versus 3 ninjas. The leader could rearrange the order in which organization members entered battle to devise tactical arrangements. Each player began with 2 consecutive victory chances and could purchase additional entries. Remaining undefeated meant surviving 3 consecutive rounds, while a single defeat resulted in immediate elimination. To elaborate further, any summon or ninja that the winning side had already deployed or eliminated in the previous round could not be reused in the next round. In other words, ninja health carried over between rounds. Once all 3 ninjas fell, that player was out, directly eliminated. Pretty straightforward, wouldn't you say? Simply put, the objective was to eliminate as many opponents as possible while preserving one's remaining forces. Uchiha Itachi Deidara Konin. Let's go with these 3. Jiraiya finalized his ninja selection and entered the preparation screen. Their organization had purchased every high-tier recruitment ninja for this tournament and even upgraded their stars. Thus, ninja selections were largely similar across the board. Lord Jiraiya, wouldn't it be wiser to place Deidara in the first position? If we win the internal match, we'll likely take the championship, Mikoto suggested. Jiraiya remained silent, merely gazing blankly at Mikoto before letting out a soft chuckle. My student would probably advise me the same way, wouldn't he? You friends really do sound alike. Not quite. If it were Kushina, her voice would be far louder than yours. Ha ha ha. That's true. Compared to her, Minato can be rather delicate sometimes. Is it really appropriate for you to say that? Sorry. I suppose I got a bit carried away by nostalgia. I'm moved by memories of life itself. That may be so, but the opportunity is already right before us. You don't genuinely believe this organization can win, do you? I'm not trying to criticize Mikoto, but you seem to have an unreasonable amount of faith in your own children and their friends. No, I believe they can win. Impossible. With an organization like this, you still think you can claim the championship. If they win, I'll quit smoking. Jiraiya appeared to have made up his mind with considerable resolve, but Mikoto's smile was difficult to read. She turned away and refused to speak to him further. Kakashi and Asuma, who had overheard their conversation from nearby, exchanged glances and said nothing. 115959. 12 o'clock. The organization's supremacy tournament had begun. The 16 organizations were divided into 4 groups, with all 4 groups launching their group stage matches simultaneously. Only one winner would emerge from each group. The Uzumaki Naruto organization was placed in the 4th group alongside 3 others: the Hyuga clan's Hyuga Main House, the Nara Barbecue Squad, and the Merchants Commercial Street Federation. Choji's clansmen. Naruto let out a startled cry, and the others turned to look at him. Don't worry, it'll be fine, Choji said calmly. My dad joined the Hokage organization and the rest of my family isn't particularly competitive. You're right, Choji, but our assigned opponent in the group isn't your family. Shikamaru said, a bead of cold sweat rolling down his forehead. With 4 organizations in each group, matches would naturally be paired through random assignment. The losers would be eliminated while the winners from each matchup would advance. Uzumaki Naruto versus Hyuga Main House Barbecue Squad versus Commercial Street Federation. This was the situation in the 4th group. Facing the Hyuga in the first round. Should I call that bad luck or luck running too far in our favor? Jiraiya sighed. As he spoke, he couldn't help but cast a glance at Mikoto. The youthful-looking mother bore a trace of barely perceptible worry upon her face. To speak honestly, although Jiraiya had joined the organization, it was largely a whim, perhaps more like joining for the fun of it. After the organization's supremacy tournament rewards were announced, he had initially considered whether to respond to the 3rd Hokage's side. But in the end, he chose to stay, mainly hoping to observe Naruto's potential more closely. While the competition between nations and clans was undoubtedly important, Naruto, the son of the 4th Hokage and the former Ninetales Jinchuriki, now the current host, was equally significant. After careful consideration, Jiraiya ultimately decided to stand with Naruto. He had actually placed greater hopes on the Hokage organization, currently the 2nd strongest on the server, and the representative most determined and equipped to challenge for the championship on behalf of Konohagakure. The Hyuga. Now those are a troublesome bunch. Ino murmured, her grip on her phone tightening involuntarily. Mere Hyuga. Nothing but mortals beneath the Uchiha name. Sasuke sneered, turning to Naruto. Naruto moved me to the 1st position. He declared outright that he wanted to fight in the 1st position. Are you kidding me? Naruto refused on the spot. As the leader, if I don't lead the charge, who will? Naruto, Sasuke shouted. Cut the nonsense. Watch me sweep all 3. Watch me. Oh, what's the phrase? First strike. Announce. Unable to recall the idiom, Naruto simply glanced down at his phone. The match had already begun. Sasuke had no choice but to swallow his frustration because the 2nd position on his side had already started as well. The organization's supremacy tournament featured 2 simultaneous battles. This meant that members ranked 1st and 2nd would automatically enter combat against their opponents occupying the same positions. If they lost, they would step aside, and the 3rd and 4th ranked members would take their place. If they won, they would continue facing the opposing organization's next ranked participant. Thus, Naruto's boast of sweeping through 3 opponents was indeed achievable. Including purchased entries, a maximum of 3 consecutive victories was possible. Going fully undefeated meant one person eliminating all 3 opponents alone. However, once the purchased count was exhausted, a player could no longer fight and could only spectate with the position taken by the next available member on their side. The organization's supremacy tournament ran continuously from start to finish until one side's members were completely depleted or the event time expired. Speaking of which, can the Hyuga's Byakugō be even more powerful in this mobile game? Choji scratched his head. Huh, isn't the Byakugō just X-ray vision? Could it see through phones? Ino asked, puzzled. That's irrelevant. Shikamaru had already opened Naruto's match for spectating. Both Naruto and his opponent's 1st position were using Deidara. But after entering, he suddenly raised an eyebrow. He hadn't examined the preparation screen closely, but now he noticed his opponent's game name. Yearning within the Byakugō. Battle start. Invincible Hokage King gazing at her opponent's name within the Hyuga clan's organization gathering place, Hinata quietly swallowed. She had encountered Naruto in the very 1st round. Not only that, but she was matched against him in the 1st position. Was this some kind of fate? Explosive clay hawk. 2 carpet bombing. 2 ha. 2 sizzle sizzle sizzle. 2 C3. 2 art is an explosion. The first battle ended swiftly, the 2 Daidaras detonating each other, and the subsequent rounds were equally hard to describe. Minutes slipped away in an instant. Naruto looked up, his face a picture of utter bewilderment, and met everyone's gaze as he stammered. I lost. What a... Sasuke exploded in fury. If he weren't in the middle of a match, he would have instantly launched a Chidori at Naruto right then and there. The others also wore expressions of utter disbelief. Naruto, losing already. That guy's got something wrong with him. Naruto suddenly snapped back to reality and couldn't help but roar. Why is everything he does exactly like mine? Skills, summons, secret scrolls, even the ultimate jutsu, is identical. Because you're all ninjas after all, Sakura quietly interjected. No, perhaps it truly is a connection of minds, Shikamaru said, wiping a bead of cold sweat from his brow after watching the entire match. I've never seen a match like that, Kakashi, also spectating, remarked with his usual deadpan expression. It was as though your brains were linked. Your every move was perfectly synchronized. Ha ha, as expected of the ninja with the highest unpredictability. Asuma chuckled awkwardly. No, that's not it. Naruto panicked. I lost already. I'm done. Why, when we have identical skills, did I die? Watching Naruto's face flush completely red, everyone present fell silent, though each silently thought the same thing: his combat power is far superior to yours, you idiot. Watching her defeat, Hinata put down her phone. She had only managed to defeat Naruto, but with her health not in good condition, she was then defeated by the opponent organization's player who stepped up for the third position. In other words, in this match between Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga main branch, she had nothing left to do. Of course, neither did Naruto. Thinking of this, Hinata silently offered an apology. But wouldn't it be what Naruto-kun wanted to see, that she gave her all in battle? Overall, Hinata and Naruto had traded 1-for-1, which wasn't a bad deal at all. She had actually come out slightly ahead. Even though she had already been defeated, she had at least drained some of the second opponent's health. Her father, Hyuga Hayashi, did not blame her. Instead, he simply asked her to watch from the sidelines while preparing for the next round. Hinata's fingers glided across the phone screen as she scanned the display from top to bottom. Position 1, Hana Princess versus Nara's simulator player in battle. Position 2, Byakugō Sage versus Honor returns to Uchiha in battle. Position 3, Byakugō's Toki Team 7 Tom Sakura. Position 4, Byakugō's Aki Yamanaka Ashitaba. Position 5, Byakugō's Steel Not Fat, but Voluptuous. Position 6, Byakugō's Rose Red Jade. Position 7, Byakugō's Kodo Itachi Rin. Position 8, Byakugō's Fire Uchiha's Kodo. Position 9, Hyuga Hinata Heroic Jiraiya. Position 10, Yearning in Byakugō Invincible Hokage King defeated. Except for the first two matches, all others were still in the preparation stage. The current positions were temporary and did not necessarily reflect the actual matchups. When a teammate fell, lower-ranked members had to step up to fill their position. Nara. That must be Shikamaru. Hinata felt concerned for Hanabi. While the Hyuga clan generally possessed greater combat power, Shikamaru would certainly prove difficult to handle. Oh, that damn guy, he's so annoying. Someone suddenly started shouting loudly. Except for those focused on their matches, everyone else instinctively glanced over, but quickly averted their eyes after just a moment. Hanabi sat on the ground with her legs spread apart, her delicate face, flushed bright red, her long hair, tousled from shaking her head. Her arm was raised high as if she were about to smash her phone onto the ground. Hanabi, how unladylike. Hayashi reprimanded. Father. Hanabi looked aggrieved, but obediently put her phone away. She spotted Hinata discreetly waving at her from the corner of her eye, and immediately beamed, running over. Senpai, let me tell you, that guy is absolutely driving me crazy. Your opponent? What happened? Hinata gently smoothed back her hair. As soon as his clone came down, he just stood there watching me. When I approached, he would dodge along the y-axis. I couldn't land a single hit on him. He fooled me completely. I see, that's quite stressful. Hinata's smile turned slightly awkward, for she had fallen to Shikamaru in exactly the same way. The pressure was absolutely overwhelming. It had her breaking into a sweat by the end of the match. During battles, he would simply stand on the center line and watch you shifting up or down whenever you attacked. He would move purely along the X or Y axis without hesitation. It was nothing but straight, uncompromising positioning, pure X-axis and pure Y-axis movements with zero deviation. The joystick sensitivity seemed to surpass even human nerve response. How could anyone achieve such precise Y-axis positioning? And whether it was merely her imagination or not, Hinata always felt that Shikamaru's base movement speed along the Y-axis was faster than theirs. That involves special key bindings. It might be a bit complicated, but try to follow along. Near the Hokage rock, Shikamaru lifted his hands from the keyboard and addressed the gathered group members. In Ninja mobile games, the Y-axis movement speed depends on how far your thumb is from the joystick's center point. In other words, the closer your finger presses to the center, the slower the Y-axis movement, the farther away the faster it becomes. With emulators, you can set touch points at the highest and lowest positions, enabling continuous high-speed Y-axis movement, giving you an edge over regular players. After hearing Shikamaru's explanation, Naruto and the others gasped, their sole thought being, there's really such a technique. So the emulator's advantages over mobile aren't limited to this, right? Kakashi sharply sensed something amiss. Shikamaru nodded and continued. With an emulator, fingers never obstruct the screen, and keyboard controls allow multi-finger operation. You can press desired skills faster, comprehensively, improving reaction ability and triggering multiple skills simultaneously. Vertical positioning allows calm vertical movement at full speed, while lateral positioning won't shake the screen. Oh right, and headpats are faster too, Shikamaru added. And it won't conflict with buttons. You can headpat while attacking. Wait, that's even more convenient than summoning a shadow clone just to headpat you. Naruto exclaimed in surprise. The others quietly wiped cold sweat from their brows. For once, Naruto's remark proved more absurd than anything about the emulator. Alright, let's stop dwelling on this. The stronger the emulator, the greater our chances of victory. Asuma pulled everyone back. Shikamaru, your turn's up. Shikamaru glanced over. Indeed, the next member of the opposing organization in the championship match had stepped forward. As Shikamaru entered his third match, the others quickly scattered to avoid disrupting him. After stepping back, Naruto watched Shikamaru enter his focused state and felt a twinge of envy. Damn it, Shikamaru might even pull off a three-man sweep while he had been defeated on the spot. How was Sasuke doing? Naruto wondered. Sasuke had not come over to watch Shikamaru at all. He had been immersed in his own matches the entire time. While Shikamaru was battling Hanabi, Sasuke had already finished his first match and moved into his second, meaning both were playing their second games. But Shikamaru's first match had been a cleanup after Naruto's defeat, which is why it went faster. Shikamaru had completed his second match and was just starting his third, while Sasuke's second match was still ongoing. Naruto tiptoed behind Sasuke, peeking over his shoulder to observe. Naruto, get lost. Huh, you noticed me, oi? Naruto was astonished. Sasuke hadn't even turned around, yet he had detected his approach despite how quietly he had moved. So how's it going, little Sasuke? Since he had been caught, Naruto did not bother hiding and simply leaned in. Sasuke made no move to stop him. Observing the match, Naruto realized Sasuke's situation was not favorable. His first position ninja Jiraiya and second position ninja Might Guy had already been eliminated. He was not sure in which match they had fallen. Sasuke now only had his third position Hatake Kakashi with one summon remaining and his health reduced to less than half. His opponent was the second position Haiden. Hey Sasuke, why aren't you using Akatsuki ninjas? Naruto asked, bewildered. I refuse to use those who belong to the same organization as Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke said flatly, leaving Naruto utterly speechless. By that logic, you did not recruit any of those 3 Akatsuki members who came online together. Alright, that is quite the justification. Ah, Haiden shouted and threw his scythe at Kakashi Hatake, who leaned back and barely dodged it. Although his skill had missed, Haiden continued walking forward relentlessly. Sasuke knew what the opponent was planning. The use of the insertion jutsu was obvious. Once hit by the insertion jutsu, he would be subjected to a full combo, so he absolutely could not let it land. Kakashi Hatake crouched and summoned a massive, slowly advancing whirlwind. Wind release, wind kill formation. This secret scroll possessed considerable crowd control range and decent duration. Snap. The opponent reacted decisively, instantly activating their summoning jutsu to call forth the even larger Shikaku. But for some reason, whether the timing was off or something else, it failed to hit Sasuke. With no choice, Haiden quickly activated another skill, spinning forward like a whirlwind of death. Grinding death. Because Shikaku had pressed the field, Kakashi Hatake retreated to the edge with nowhere left to dodge. After being hit, Sasuke immediately substituted and chained into basic attacks against Haiden. The opponent didn't substitute, expected. Sasuke controlled Kakashi Hatake to maintain steady basic attacks, swaying left and right after each strike. However, this ninja's basic attack performance was mediocre, with unstable combos that would break if rhythm wasn't maintained. The opponent clearly understood this, patiently waiting for Sasuke to make a mistake, while also waiting for their skills to recharge. Since Kakashi Hatake's 4th and 5th attacks had particularly long recovery frames, Sasuke managed only a few hits before using Chidori to reposition, then feinting with his eyes to bait a substitution. The opponent didn't substitute, instead turning to release their ninja hounds. Still didn't substitute. Do as you please. Naruto suddenly felt this resembled the chaos mode. The margin for error was extremely low. Even when having the opponent down, he dared not expose his recovery frames. In the second round of engagement, the skills were mostly ready. The opponent likely knew Haiden's first skill, a stationary scythe throw, was difficult to land, so they opted to start with their second skill, a spinning slash attack. But at the split second before the scythe was about to strike Kakashi Hatake's face, it was knocked away by Kakashi Hatake's summon. First skill, chakra dog technique. A short press covered approximately 4 body lengths on the x-axis, while a long press had shorter range, but the summoning ninja hounds activated instantly. The instant hounds were extremely fast. The opponent couldn't even counter and was already hit. There was nothing more to say now. The opponent had lost 2 consecutive exchanges. The damage in power mode was far higher than in dual field, and moreover, the opponent ranked 3rd among the upper, middle, and lower tiers within the Hyuga main family organization. Their combat power was also slightly lower than Sasuke's. Watching Sasuke secure victory with his own eyes, Naruto couldn't help but praise, "Not bad, Sasuke. You've gotten considerably stronger." Although Sasuke had relied solely on basic operations throughout without any fancy techniques, this was the fundamental skill required in ninja mobile games. Hearing Naruto's praise, Sasuke merely huffed lightly, though the slight upward curve of his lips revealed his good mood. What happened next? That needed no explanation. The opponent's 3rd ninja was Itachi Uchiha. With half health, Kakashi Hatake had no ability to fight back. His last act of defiance was to use his summon. However, the opponent may have chosen to summon in response to preserve their health. The result was that Sasuke substituted out, instantly activated the chakra dog to chip away at the opponent's chakra reserves, and followed up with an ultimate technique for damage. This is the gap of the Sharingan. Watching Kakashi's ultimate move fail after running out of resources, undone completely by Itachi's combo, Sasuke pursed his lips and put down his phone. He still hadn't eliminated the second opponent, but reducing the opponent's 3rd position ninja to low health was already a decent record. At least. Naruto, what's your record? Sasuke seemed to guess what Naruto was about to say and stopped him first. Sasuke. Naruto cried out in frustration. I haven't even said anything yet. I've only taken down 1.5 opponents. What's there to be proud of? What's your record doing? If I had handled that last exchange, I would have won outright. Believe it or not. Concede or not. What's your record doing? Stop showing off, Sasuke. Shikamaru 1-2. Wait 3. Shikamaru. My superhuman. Watching Naruto suddenly cheer and run over to embrace Shikamaru along with the others, Sasuke was speechless. But, clearing 3 positions. A fierce light flashed in Sasuke's eyes. He might just do it too. Impressive, Shikamaru, 3 wins in a row. Yeah. Great job, Shikamaru. Shikamaru is amazing. Nice. Well, technically it should count as 2.5. Shikamaru scratched the back of his head, but under everyone's praise he was in high spirits. With that, victory was secured. Uzumaki Naruto vs. Hyuga main family. Current record: Naruto 0 wins, Sasuke 1 win, Shikamaru 3 wins, Sakura 1 win, Ino 1 win, Choji 0 wins, Asuma 1 win, Kakashi 1 win, Mikoto 1 win. Uzumaki Naruto 1 remaining. Hyuga main family 1 remaining. After round, the Hyuga main family was down to their anchor player Hisashi. I never expected the Hyuga to advance so far in the first round, Hisashi remarked while clan members sitting nearby showed expressions of shame. On the phone screen, Hisashi's third position ninja had only a thread of health remaining, while his opponent Jiraiya was at full health with all summons available. Hisashi had the highest combat power in the organization, and the anchor position was meant to let the frontline members wear down the opponent as much as possible. Even if the opponent had 2 members remaining, he was confident. But unexpectedly, during the frontline matches, the organization's members were at a severe disadvantage, eventually leading to a 1 versus 3 situation. As the anchor collecting 2 low health kills wasn't enough, he still had to face the opponent's anchor at full condition. The progression was straightforward. Naruto lost the first position, Shikamaru took the first, Sasuke took the second, Shikamaru took the third, Sasuke lost to the fourth, and Shikamaru took the fifth, Sakura took the fourth, Choji lost to the sixth, Sakura lost to the seventh, Ino took the sixth, and lost to the eighth. Asuma took the 7th, Kakashi took the 8th, Asuma lost to the 9th, Kakashi lost to the 10th, Mikoto took the 9th, and lost to the 10th. Finally, Jiraiya took the 10th position. Hisashi's combat power is really high, taking down 2 of you. Jiraiya teased Mikoto and Kakashi. The damage difference was too large. Once scattered, we simply couldn't withstand it, Kakashi said helplessly. That scattering technique was unavoidable across the entire Y-axis. It seems the Hyuga clan pinned their hopes of victory on the clan head Mikoto's side. Honestly, the victory hadn't come easily. It had to be said that the Hyuga clan truly deserved their reputation. Despite Shikamaru trading 1 for 3, they somehow managed to achieve multiple 1-for-1 exchanges in the later stages. They were fortunate to have Shikamaru, otherwise Jiraiya's combat power wasn't superior to Hisashi's, and a direct confrontation could have resulted in defeat. In the end, he survived by using the unsealing jutsu scatter to clear Hisashi's remaining health, refusing to substitute even when it was ready, simply waiting for the scatter to connect. This battle proved once again the importance of combat power. If the difference was too great, no amount of skill could create an opening. Shikamaru, who had nearly lost the 3rd round, understood this deeply. Thank goodness Jiraiya-sensei brought scatter in the 2nd position, Sakura said with relief. Jiraiya smiled. Don't let your guard down. We still have another match ahead. That said, the Hyuga were the strongest organization in this group. Regardless of which of the other 2 organizations won, they still had significant odds of victory. Server Championship Group 4 concludes winner, Uzumaki Naruto. Today Naruto rose early, tidied himself up simply, and set out. Along the way, some villagers pretended not to notice him, while others stepped forward to greet him. Yo, Naruto in a good mood. What are you talking about? That Naruto guy beat the Hyuga yesterday. What? Organization Supremacy Tournament. Yeah, word spread all through the village. He made it to the finals. I didn't think Naruto had this kind of skill beyond his pranks. Don't underestimate him. Didn't you see what happened? When Orochimaru attacked Konoha, he played a significant role. Oh, right. Listening to the chatter around him, Naruto's steps grew increasingly cocky and unrestrained. But when they noticed, everyone fell silent. Naruto's expression immediately fell. Couldn't they have praised him more? Honestly, even so, that smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth was impossible to ignore. He occasionally shook his head and swayed, resembling a smug, cunning little fox. Even though it was just from the Ninja mobile game storyline and not reality, it seemed he was basking in reflected glory. Lately, the atmosphere in the village had noticeably shifted. Walking along, Naruto suddenly encountered a pair clad entirely in green, teacher and student alike, walking on their hands while playing a Ninja mobile game. Those thick eyebrows. Might Guy Sensei. Who else could it be but Guy and Lee? They spotted Naruto too, and quickened their pace. Or rather their hand steps. Hey you guys. Naruto began, but they signaled him to be quiet. Upon closer inspection, he realized the 2 were still engrossed in their game. After a few minutes, once they finished, Naruto opened his mouth again, but Lee spoke first. Naruto, I heard about it. Your organization won. Is it thanks to your leadership? Lee asked excitedly. Of course that's what you call skill. Naruto admitted without hesitation, grinning. Even though he had been eliminated in the first round, he managed to take out 2 opponents against the Nara in the second round, proving his strength. Not bad. As expected of the student of my eternal rival. Guy gave a thumbs up. Naruto's lip twitched. I'm flattered, but Gyro-sensei, are you insulting me? Guy and Lee both froze, but as the saying goes, bystanders see clearly. Lee quickly spotted the issue. Sensei Guy, your gesture is wrong. Oh, I see. Since my thumb is pointing up, but I'm upside down, it looks like my thumb is pointing down too. With that, Guy flipped over, transitioning smoothly from supporting himself on his hands to standing on his feet. Lee did the same beside him. However, the strain of walking upside down while playing the ninja mobile game proved too much. He lost his balance and dropped to one knee. The timing couldn't have been worse with Naruto standing right in front of him. The atmosphere turned thoroughly awkward. Cough, cough, cough. Guy pretended to clear his throat, then discreetly hauled Lee back to his feet. Cough, cough. Lee also coughed a few times, then said seriously, Naruto, since we've reached the finals, we must stay focused and never let our guard down. All right. Naruto wiped away a cold sweat and deftly sidestepped the subject. By the way, what are you two doing? Practicing some kind of body art. It's performance art. Lee corrected. We're just undergoing special training. Wouldn't you agree this lets us hone our ninja game skills while maintaining physical conditioning? As Guy spoke, he struck several muscular poses and Lee joined in. The sunlight seemed to radiate off both of them, but Naruto felt it was time to make his exit. Hey, Naruto. Guy grabbed him, pulling out his phone to show him. Each of the top 4 organizations is incredibly strong. We absolutely cannot afford to be careless. Naruto's gaze swept across the screen. Aside from his own organization, the other 3 names made his expression darken slightly. Not long after yesterday's matches, Naruto and the others had already learned who had won in the other 3 brackets. There was hardly any room for celebration. First bracket, Land of Fire. Second bracket, Hokage. Third bracket, Konoha's Root. Familiar opponents. In the first Heaven and Earth battlefield, they had faced the latter 2. The other brackets' competition hadn't been particularly dramatic. One group's daimyo had spent enough to field 10 top-tier accounts steamrolling through every match, whether facing civilian organizations or clan-based teams. You could say, the daimyo really treated himself. Before, no matter how wealthy he was, he still had to play nice with these powerful ninjas. Now he finally understood what it meant to have real power, what it felt like to be untouchable. As for the Hokage organization, there wasn't even much to discuss. They held a clear advantage over their opponents. First, skill. Even though it was technically voluntary, the Hokage's direct order carried weight. The clans knew better than to ignore it if they wanted to maintain their standing in the village. Everyone submitted their best players, and the third Hokage personally filtered through them before finalizing the roster. Unlike the initial lineup the Hokage had handpicked, this one was truly based on merit. In short, the organization consisted of Konoha's most skilled players at the moment. Second, combat strength. With those players in place, the strategy focused on building up each account's power level from the ground up. Backed by the village, supported by the shinobi community, and even receiving voluntary donations from commoners who heard about it. Their combat strength was far from lacking. Third, reputation. The Hokage name already carried the village's prestige. While there was no deliberate undermining, this organization represented everyone's hopes and investment. Most players considered this organization to have the highest win rate in the server. Beyond the daimyo and Hokage, the remaining contender was Root, specifically Danzo. His organization had been ranked 8th in the server, but now it had surged to 4th. No one could fathom where such funds came from. Only the daimyo, Hokage, and Hyuga organizations ranked higher. During the group stage, Konoha's Root faced the Nara clan and other ninja organizations. Naruto didn't know the specifics, but he recognized this organization they had clashed with before, based on the bracket structure. As for the Hokage and daimyo organizations, if they both advanced past the first round of the finals, there would be a chance to face them. In short, no matter who they faced, none would be easy opponents. Don't worry, we're ready to fight them, Naruto said with a serious expression. Make sure Kakashi takes this seriously. That guy can't slack off at a time like this. Guy warned again. I will. Naruto replied. By the way, aren't you supposed to be busy? Why don't you spend time practicing or studying tactics with your organization members? Lee asked, puzzled. Oh, I sent a shadow clone before I left. I've already handed it over to him, Naruto explained. Lee didn't understand, but Guy's heart skipped a beat. Did Kakashi teach Naruto? That guy. Didn't he know the shadow clone jutsu shouldn't be used carelessly? The shadow clone jutsu creates clones that evenly distribute the host's chakra, possessing independent consciousness and physical form. Shadow clones have relatively weak durability, and upon dispelling, the clone's memories and experiences return to the original host. Therefore, this technique is generally used for intelligence gathering. During his training, Naruto pestered Kakashi to teach him the shadow clone and Rasengan jutsu, so Kakashi taught him the shadow clone first. He figured that since Naruto would already master clone techniques in the storyline anyway, he might as well share the practical applications of shadow clones along the way. So before heading out, Naruto created 2 shadow clones. One to join Sasuke's group for organization strategy research, while the other stayed home to practice the ninja mobile game. What? After hearing Naruto's explanation, Rock Lee's eyes transformed into spirals in shock. Is this really ninjutsu? With a function that completely transcends taijutsu? If Naruto could create 100 shadow clones, wouldn't that mean a 100-fold increase in his training efforts? A sense of urgency welled up within Rock Lee. This is too reckless. The backlash when multiple shadow clones merge back with the host could overwhelm even a Jonin. Kakashi maintained a grave expression. It's fine. We've already researched this with Sensei Kakashi, Annie Mikoto, and Jiraiya-san. Naruto ticked off each name on his fingers. I see. Kakashi relaxed slightly. In that case, it made sense that Naruto still had time to wander around during the day. After all, if both the host and shadow clones trained simultaneously, the mental and physical fatigue would double. Naruto, do you need us to come cheer you on tonight? Kakashi smiled. Yesterday at noon was the group stage, and tonight at 9 p.m. the top 4 would clash in the server finals to determine who would represent them. Oh, of course. Naruto was thrilled. With his outgoing nature, he loved having everyone together for fun. But suddenly something clicked in Naruto's mind. A question surfaced. By the way, why have I never heard much about your organization? Who did you lose to yesterday? I heard that idiot Shibuki also lost, haha. Kakashi. Rock Lee. But looking at their expressions, part shy, part mournful, part indignant, and part casual, Naruto couldn't help but notice their reactions and understood the situation. Sorry, I've got work to do, gotta go now, later. Before anyone could respond, he quickly bolted away. Naruto's emotional intelligence was surprisingly high today. Watching him leave, Kakashi and Rock Lee exchanged glances and couldn't hold back anymore. They broke down together in tears. Is there truly no one who believes in youth? Lee, don't give up. Don't give up. Youth never fades. It only burns brighter and more fiercely. Kakashi-sensei, teacher Kakashi. I've decided, Lee. To reignite youth once more, let's recruit enough members for our organization. Yes, sir. Teacher Kakashi. Within seconds, both regained their confidence and immediately went door-to-door recruiting, though they'd likely get yelled at again. It was fortunate that Niji and Tintin hadn't joined them today. It showed good foresight. Twisting heaven. All the kunai and shuriken flying from every direction were deflected by a rotating hemispherical chakra barrier. As the chakra emission gradually ceased, Niji's figure emerged from within. Amazing, Niji. Your rotation truly has no blind spots. Tintin rolled up her scroll and ran over to hand Niji a towel. Niji thanked her and took it to wipe the sweat. Sitting beside him, Tintin asked, Teacher Kakashi and Lee are probably still doing their shameful training, right? They might also be recruiting. Niji said flatly. The Youth Male Association had been together since its founding, still just 4 people. Well, technically 4 people plus 1 turtle. Their organization certainly didn't stand a chance in the tournament. How could an organization with 5 members compete against one with 10? Making it into the server's top 50 would already be impressive. The main issue was they simply had no one left to invite. Their friends weren't many either, just the classmates from the Ninja Academy. But now those people were either with their comrades or tied to their clan families. There was no way they'd join their organization. Someone might argue that recruiting family members could work as a backup plan. He, the 3rd class, could only scrounge up a pair of parents, and both were from Tintin's family. As for parents, Kaido, Rei, and Niji had all had them once too, but let's not ask why they're now formerly. Were there others in the same boat? Yes, brothers. Boss. I'm here. The door to the Magic Cube Internet Cafe was thrown open heavily, though Cheng seriously suspected it was kicked. Who was this? Employee number 1, Uzumaki. Naruto reporting for duty. Naruto, don't break my beautiful high-end glass door. Cheng said irritably. TCH, if it breaks, it breaks. I'm not getting paid anyway, you can't deduct it. Naruto pouted and sat at the counter. Hey, don't get it wrong. Aren't you helping out here because you lost the bet to me? Boss, didn't you say something like, when ninjas part for 3 days, view them with raised eyebrows? If you raise the curtain and can still see properly, that's called seeing with new eyes, which roughly means ninja mobile game players' attitudes shift, constantly experiencing the game differently when watching versus playing. Never mind. Let's have another match, I won't lose. Oh, hearing this, Cheng regarded Naruto with interest. So that's why this guy came to him on the eve of the championship final. Looks like he wants revenge. Wait. Cheng's expression turned serious. Naruto came to break through his inner demon. Boss, I've realized something lately. If I can't defeat you, I can't grow stronger. Let's have a full match. Naruto spoke with uncommon seriousness. He'd gone to bed early yesterday to get into the right mindset, and woke up early today, all for this moment. Roar, after losing twice in a row to me, you're not afraid, but instead taking the initiative to challenge me. Alright then, I accept your challenge. Cheng slammed his phone onto the table in one fluid motion, movements crisp and commanding. It was as if he'd drawn a sword. like they weren't mobile game players but assassins about to clash blades. Naruto met Cheng's gaze, their auras rising in comparison, neither yielding an inch. This was the third battle. Naruto, put your phone out. What are you hesitating for? Cheng raised his eyebrows. Oh well. Naruto suddenly looked nervous, and under Cheng's stare he scratched his head sheepishly and admitted, I forgot my home. Cheng froze, words caught in his throat. Reading what he was about to say, Naruto shouted, don't underestimate my determination. I just sent a shadow clone to practice skills, that's why I didn't bring it. Come on, you're seeking revenge, and still doing all this. And don't shadow clones return experiences to the host? Why aren't you dispelling yours yet? Right? Naruto suddenly remembered, and immediately dispelled his shadow clone. As his body jerked, his mind was flooded with an overwhelming surge of information. But he quickly recovered, and flashed Cheng a battle-ready grin. Let's go, boss. Go do what? PK. What are you going to PK with? My phone, I already dispelled my shadow clone. Naruto fell silent. Right, shadow clones retain memories when recalled, but there was no way to teletransport a phone from home. Naruto looked up at Cheng, hoping to find even a hint of mockery on his face. Well, no need to look closely since Cheng wasn't hiding it at all. He even smiled deliberately at Naruto. Naruto's frustration erupted into a loud shout. Boss, you're tricking me. 5 minutes before 9 at night, all participants had finalized their lineups and entered the event page. Tonight's matches attracted considerable attention, so Cheng had specially activated the in-game streaming feature. After all players from the Land of Fire entered the game, a minimized screen appeared in the lower left corner. Clicking on it would display the full live broadcast of the server finals. Of course, the same applied to other nations. It's about to start. What is that guy Toby doing? The members of Akatsuki were not gathered together, but remained at their respective residences, and Deidara was no exception. However, as the minutes and seconds ticked by, Toby still had not entered the event page. If he failed to join during the preparation phase, he would risk disqualification. Although in the Amigakure server Akatsuki had no possibility of losing, that was a separate matter from whether they showed up. Suddenly, a new name appeared beneath the list. Deidara took a closer look. Who else but Toby? He immediately spit out his drink. Toby, you bastard. I haven't seen you lately. What are you up to? Be careful, or I'll paint your face with art. Stop it, Deidara, be quiet. Senpai, I'm actually strategizing right now. When I enter the battlefield, victory is guaranteed, okay? Forget about the server finals. For cross-server matches, no one is allowed to be late. Understood. Having team voice chat during the competition was normal, and the ability to toggle it off was fine too. Obito silenced the voice chat and resumed his usual solemn demeanor, despite his face always being expressionless. The server finals were hardly worth his concern, compared to that he preferred reviewing intelligence gathered from other ninja villages. In a way, it matched expectations. All the village leaders had advanced to the finals, which was only natural since each village had sent its strongest warriors. So for cross-server opponents, there should only be a few possibilities. Obito suddenly turned around. On a nearby table lay a set of unusual equipment. His expression was dark and unreadable. Above the Hokage rock, the organization, led by Uzumaki Naruto, reassembled all 10 members present without exception. In addition, others had joined as well. Go for it, Kakashi. Take them down with style. Kei still wore his signature grin. I already told you, Kakashi sighed. Why did you even come here? Isn't the game's streaming feature active? What are you talking about, Kakashi? Just talking through a screen. How can you possibly feel my passion? I wish I hadn't heard that. Over at another location, something remarkably similar was unfolding. Rock Lee had forcefully dragged Naruto into a detailed explanation of game mechanics and various tactics. But to Naruto's ears, some of it was bewildering. What kind of strategy was spending chakra instantly at the start and immediately unleashing the ultimate jutsu? Summoning a ninja on the first move, then another, then a third to initiate. It was too abstract. Did his family run a zoo? Intentionally choosing a C-rank ninja to lure the enemy into underestimating them. If you pretend to be a pig too often, you might actually become one. Alright, thick brows, it's about to start. I've noted everything you said. Naruto could take no more. Wait, Naruto, I have one more move I originally came up with myself. A secret weapon. But now I'm teaching it to you. Lee looked reluctant to part with it. Why don't you just keep it for yourself? No way. Lee's face was resolute. With such a formidable enemy ahead, how could I not help? The opponents are all from the same village though. Lee pulled Naruto's ear and whispered a few words. After listening, Naruto's expression became utterly speechless. Naruto, it's starting. What are you still doing for? Sasuke was calling out for everyone to take their positions. Naruto acknowledged and ran toward Sasuke and the others, but he glanced back at Lee one last time. Lee flashed a toothy grin. He understood. Whether the tactic would ever see use or not, he would never let the victory slip away. Alright, our first round opponent in the finals is the village's higher-ups. But don't let that distract you. All of you give it your all. Jiraiya clapped his hands. Looking around at the energetic organization members, a sudden thought crossed his mind. What if we actually win? We've roughly compared our combat power. We are at a significant disadvantage across the board. Kakashi turned to Shikamaru. Shikamaru, do you have anything to say? Hearing this, the others also turned their gaze toward Shikamaru. The tactics have already been communicated to everyone, but honestly, aside from raw strength, tactics are difficult to execute. Shikamaru's expression grew grave. After all, a ninja mobile game could never truly match the complexity of actual ninja combat. The control scheme inherently limited the ceiling. No matter how powerful the technique or sophisticated the tactic, it could only operate within those constraints. There was nothing more to discuss. The match was beginning. Naruto, any questions? Sasuke glanced sideways at Naruto sitting beside him. We'll win. Naruto replied without looking up. Just like yesterday, these two did not hesitate, choosing to lead in the first and second positions. Who was their opponent? They didn't even know who led Root. But there was no need for fear. Victory alone was sufficient. Watching Naruto and Sasuke both enter the battlefield, the others also grew serious, preparing for combat. As spectators and members of Team Guy offering support, they stood silently at a distance. Neji had heard that Kei and Rock Lee were coming, so he joined them as well. Watching them hold their phones with intense concentration, ripples formed in his pale eyes. Organizing a tournament, huh? Victory. Naruto exhaled deeply. Not bothering to celebrate, he immediately threw himself into the next match. Sasuke, however, frowned tightly. The original tactical arrangement was to send weaker organization members to attrition enemy high combat power fighters, then have the organization's strong fighters take on the enemy's weaker ones. Seems contradictory, right? But even if the organization's weaker fighters couldn't defeat the enemy's stronger ones, as long as they inflicted meaningful damage, it would not be a loss, since the combat power gap was a reality. The strong fighters could secure quick victories or even achieve favorable situations by winning multiple matches, creating a numerical advantage. However, the same logic applied to the opposing organization. That was why a breakthrough point was needed. If every match ends in a one-for-one exchange, it becomes a raw comparison of total organization combat power, which would result in defeat. But for us, that is the best possible outcome. Shikamaru's words from before the match echoed in Sasuke's ears. His frown suddenly relaxed, and he quickly stabilized his mindset. Why was a one-for-one exchange the best case? Because it was the safety net, and above the safety net, someone else served as the fallback. Shikamaru would be that person, wouldn't he? A crimson glow appeared in Sasuke's eyes, with two black tomo slowly rotating within. Forgive me, but he could not follow the plan. Who was afraid? This blade meant to shatter the opponent. He would be the one to wield it. The atmosphere at Konoha's Root Division was unusually tense. All 10 members, including Danzo himself, were glued to their phones at first, but gradually some began to put them down. Until Danzo also put down his phone. This ninja, who carried on the legacy of the Second Era and a long-standing high-ranking member of Konoha's leadership, fell silent. Root and the Hyuga clan had very similar strategies for boosting combat power, prioritizing maxing out the leader first before enhancing the organization's members. A man like Danzo would never tolerate having members whose combat power surpassed his own. Yet even so, their organization's overall strength still largely suppressed their rivals. Just now, Danzo achieved 3 consecutive wins. After completing 3 straight victories, he would naturally put down his phone, wouldn't he? His skill was merely average, but his combat power advantage was more than enough to reach this level, and all 3 opponents were relatively weak. Yet something felt wrong. Danzo stared at his phone screen as matches continued to conclude one after another. By all logic, he should have dominated with a 3-to-1 advantage, yet his side kept losing members. Root, Tanuki vs. Dai Rin, battle in progress. Battle ended. Root, Nu vs. Dai Rin, in progress. Seeing this, Danzo frowned. Another loss. What's going on? Tanuki, what's wrong? I'm sorry, Lord Danzo. The Root member wearing a Tanuki mask bowed his head. Explain. Danzo asked calmly. The opponent is far too strong. I cannot match them. Danzo fell silent and opened the observer view for Nu's match. By the time Nu secured the victory, his frown deepened. Something was deeply wrong. This unsettling feeling persisted. Root, Nu vs. Uchiha no Kodo, battle in progress. Battle ended. Root, Sho vs. Uchiha no Kodo, in progress. Battle ended. Root, Sho vs. Jiahao Jiraiya, in progress. Again with this pattern, they're executing a one-for-one trade strategy. Danzo still found this strange. His Root organization's overall strength should surpass theirs, and even with the exchange rate, the health differential would gradually widen without either side noticing. By the late game, their opponents won't be able to continue trading one-for-one, and his side will sweep them out. That's precisely why he hasn't made any adjustments. Danzo didn't punish Tanuki, only instructing him to watch and learn carefully, then pulled out another phone to check on things. He knew rank matches could result in demotion if someone else played for you, but he wasn't sure what the tournament rules allowed. But since his main phone was still on the tournament screen, even though he'd finished, it should be fine to use a second device to watch the matches right. He navigated to the matchup between Group 1 and Group 2. and to his surprise the Hokage organization was actually gaining the upper hand. Excellent. Keep this up. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi watched the current situation with satisfaction. Fire Nation versus Hokage. The former has 4 survivors remaining, while the latter has 5, giving them the lead. Both organizations were ranked first and second on their server, yet their combined combat power gap neared 2 million. In the early stages, that advantage would compound with each exchange, creating overwhelming pressure throughout the match. Thanks to you, Shikamaru. Sarutobi looked toward Konoha's strategist, a man whose intellect ranked first even among the entire Nara clan. It's the result of everyone's collective effort. Shikamaru smiled. But can we handle winning against the daimyo's side? Sarutobi chuckled. Go for it. Why couldn't they defeat the daimyo? It was just a competition, standard rivalry with nothing wrong about it. Even if the daimyo were present, he could confidently declare they would win and volunteer to represent their server. Sarutobi's gaze swept across the room, noting that everyone here, Shikamaru included, belonged to the strongest tier. By comparison, even as Hokage, his technical skill in the ninja mobile game was the weakest among his own organization. There was no way around it. His age took its toll. Experience and game understanding couldn't compensate for slower reflexes. In this game, hesitation meant death. The door creaked open, but the ninja in the office remained focused. Professionals who didn't break concentration. Having already finished his match, Sarutobi looked up and saw a familiar figure. Very few people in all of Konoha could simply walk in without knocking or prior summons. That rarity is precisely why Sarutobi didn't immediately understand. Danzo, isn't your organization still competing in the tournament? Your opponent was Naruto and the others. You called your opponent that demon fox's Jinchuriki brat. Danzo stepped inside and surveyed the room, secretly regretting that he hadn't recruited these people into Root. Perhaps this was for the best. He could finally lead his own trained people and give Sarutobi a proper confrontation. Danzo, whether you beat the daimyo or not, our match is coming soon. Danzo sat down nearby and poured himself tea without waiting for an invitation. A strange feeling stirred within Sarutobi. Was this man already convinced of victory? What ran through his mind was his own affair, but his expression remained unchanged. Danzo, what are your thoughts on the cross-server tournament? Oh, I have quite a few thoughts. Danzo felt pleased. So Sarutobi had to acknowledge Root's strength after all. Otherwise, why ask about the cross-server event? Unable to contain himself, Danzo began to boast. First, while cross-server groupings are likely random, I doubt we'd see organizations from the same server paired together in the first round. Sarutobi nodded silently. It made sense. Otherwise, the server's champion and runner-up would have just faced each other domestically, only to be drawn against one another again upon entering the cross-server bracket. That would mean eliminating an organization before the actual cross-server competition even begins. Internal conflicts like that should be avoided whenever possible. Second, the only opponents worth worrying about are those from the major nations. The smaller countries' organizations might not even match our second-round Konoha squad. Danzo spoke with casual arrogance, treating everyone else as insignificant, though it was technically the truth. Continue. Sarutobi nodded. Danzo's expression darkened. This man was treating him like a subordinate reporting in. He swallowed his irritation for now. Additionally, soon his talent pool has dried up. Rumor has it the Kazekage's own organization is scrambling to fill ranks. IWA and Kumo remain our biggest threats. As for Kiri, they've been isolated for years, but this gives us a chance to assess their capabilities. In summary, once we handle IWA and Kumo, victory will be ours. I think we should plan how to use the rewards in advance. Since you and I are the champion and runner-up of our server, the cross-server winners' rewards should be split evenly. Exactly. Danzo grew more enthusiastic as he spoke. 3 resource cards and 1 revival card. That's 4 total, so we simply divide them 2 each. Oh, and regarding the revival card, I believe the senior leadership should discuss whether or not to use it collectively. And there's more. Watching Danzo talk without pause, Sarutobi remained silent, then glanced at his phone and froze. He looked once more at Danzo, still rambling on, then interrupted. Danzo, your thinking is sound, but didn't you notice the battle status while coming from Root? Oh, has it already ended? That's something I could have predicted. Danzo said matter-of-factly. On the way over, he'd been too busy fantasizing about the future, perhaps even the chance to become the next Hokage, to pay attention to such details. Sarutobi sensed Danzo's composure, though it would shatter in an instant. You predicted you'd lose. Huh. WH. Danzo was stunned, reading the complicated yet speechless expression on Sarutobi's face, and his heart skipped a beat. He pulled out his phone faster than ever before. The screen still showed the event interface, but the battle had ended without him noticing. His members were still online, not a single one had left, yet the words displayed center screen shattered Danzo completely. We regret to inform you that your organization has been defeated. Defeated? Danzo shot to his feet, one eye bulging with bloodshot veins. How could this happen? They just needed to stick to the original plan. Why had they lost? So what had he just been doing? Boasting. A defeated loser was parading his arrogance to others. Danzo's aged face flushed crimson. Oh, congratulations on your organization's victory. Danzo, we finished our matches too. Sarutobi's words were quiet, yet Danzo's knees instinctively buckled. I have business to attend to. He turned and left without looking back as though something had been resolved. Sarutobi had nothing more to say, only sighing. With that, the Fire Nation's organizational tournament drew to a close. While victor remained unknown, those advancing to the cross-server competition were now clear. Uzumaki Naruto Hokage. A mysterious ninja is about to make his appearance. I am a wanderer who has lost his way upon the path of life, yet still dares to dream of uniting this world. Following the conclusion of the server-wide tournament, the Ninja mobile game suddenly released an update preview, announcing the arrival of a new high-grade ninja. Unlike the single ninja revealed at the beginning, and different from the 4 ninjas released all at once last time, this time it was 2. The first was a dark silhouette, a figure wreathed in chains. The second had an even more flamboyant, asymmetrical hairstyle, and faintly discernible beneath it all was a figure gripping a kunai. There were 2 images, yet the preview carried only a single line of text, its opening, middle, and ending rendered in different colors. Lost on the path of life. Naruto Cake. Those who understood immediately knew without a doubt it was him. Good evening, everyone. I am the host of this briefing. Though we are old acquaintances, today's high-grade ninja reveal features yet another familiar face. Good evening, I am Kakashi Hitaki of Konoha. I never expected to have the opportunity to appear at a briefing quite this soon. The holographic display had already begun, the timing set for some time after the server-wide tournaments across the ninja world had concluded. At the briefing venue beside the official host, Cheng, sat a figure all too familiar to everyone, Kakashi. Looking back to those early days when the ninja mobile game first launched and high-grade ninjas were scarce, who but Kakashi Hitaki had borne the weight of carrying the game's prestige. That said, quite a bit of investment was still required. The Akatsuki organization was unquestionably the slowest to conquer the server-wide tournament, for their members had split into 2 rival factions, making their clashes all the more fiercely contested. Damn it, we actually lost. You bastards went too far. What are you talking about, Hayden? We're not the same. After all, one is champion, and the other is runner-up. Humph. Pain Konan Daidara Sasori and Hayden's Akatsuki squad emerged victorious. Itachi Kisame Kakuzu Hayden and Yakukomo's second squad took the runner-up position. Setting aside how furious Hayden was over his defeat, everyone's attention was drawn to the briefing. Apart from Cheng and Kakashi, a third figure sat at the venue, still unannounced. The Akatsuki members looked on in surprise. Wasn't this the intern who had hurriedly fled right after the tournament ended? Hello everyone, I'm Toby. It's still a bit embarrassing to appear before the entire ninja world all of a sudden. The orange-masked man sat on the sofa, shyly introducing himself like a timid young girl. So much so that even his mask seemed to blush. The audience was left speechless, goosebumps rising along their arms. That voice. Kakashi's eyes flickered. He cast a dark glance at the man and silently made a note. Though his movements were extremely subtle, the person themselves noticed. Useless Kakashi. No matter how theatrically he acted on the surface, the face beneath the mask remained utterly cold, except when cursing Kakashi when a flicker of emotion passed through. Obito struggled to maintain his composure. He never doubted he would appear at a high-grade ninja briefing. Even paying a dead man had earned a spot, but he never imagined sitting beside that trash and then having to introduce ninjas alongside him. Ahem. How unlucky. Cheng, seated between the 2, fought back a smile. What could possibly be more entertaining than forcing these 2 to appear together? A quick preview: this Konoha technician is a high-grade A-rank ninja, while this masked gentleman is our current high-grade S-rank. Cheng announced. Click, click, click. Suddenly someone heard the sound of a heart shattering. Nagato, guided by Pain's gaze, looked around and saw every Akatsuki member who had been chatting moments before now wearing expressions of utter despair. He thought to himself, of course Madara becoming S-rank wasn't surprising, but in everyone else's eyes this was problematic. Toby, high-grade S-rank. Hayden stared in disbelief. Does he even deserve that? Deidara ground his teeth. Some guy who could die with a single strike to my art. You're the last person qualified to say that. Sasori stated coldly. A teenager, a boy who looked like he'd die young. His arena strength was absurdly overpowered. This completely defied reality. As they talked, the briefing moved to its main segment. The holographic screen shifted to a training grounds. On one side stood Kakashi Hitaki in his familiar attire minus his outer vest. On the other side was a standing figure. What caught everyone's attention was that the mask design and clothing were entirely different from the man sitting at the briefing table. Even when changing clothes, swapping masks is normal, right? Obito explained calmly. Everyone nodded. No issue there. One wore a black robe, the other an Akatsuki cloak. The mask patterns were merely similar. Notably, both these ninjas were placed in the same training grounds. This was Cheng's design. Since it was these 2, having them demonstrate together in the same arena made perfect sense. So who goes first? Cheng asked. I will. Kakashi volunteered, glancing at his phone, though inwardly he felt nothing but resignation. Because he didn't know the skills. Indeed, this briefing had been hastily arranged. To prevent everyone from falling asleep, they had rushed to convene. Thus no time had been given for Kakashi to familiarize himself with the mechanics. He was left to figure things out as he went. Kakashi guided the ninja through the training grounds, running through a full combo. Except for the final aerial version of Lotus Rain, it was acceptable. But Kakashi, or rather everyone in the ninja world, had noticed something. During the basic attacks, the second skill had undergone multiple changes. Kakashi demonstrated them one by one. Default Chidori, similar to the paid Kakashi Hatake. After one basic attack, the second skill became Earth Flow Wall, with the doghead variant of course. After 3 basic attacks, Water Dragon Bullet. When the ninja descends from the sky, pressing the skill produces a small gust of wind. On the ground, casting fire first, then wind provides amplification. So you can switch between different nature transformations, depending on the situation. Kakashi murmured. The audience found it fascinating. Instead of long or short presses, switching was achieved through basic attacks. Truly the Konoha technician, proficient in 5 nature transformations. Some admired him deeply. Kakashi Hatake, as expected, you've gone blind. You haven't noticed the most important detail. Obito spoke suddenly, mocking him. Kakashi's brows furrowed. His eyes darted to the upper left corner of the phone screen. Behind the ninja's name, a line of text appeared: Kakashi Hatake Mangekyo Sharingan. On the Hokage rock, Sasuke's Sharingan had long been wide open, his mind reeling in disbelief. He had noticed it from the start. Kakashi having a Sharingan he could understand, but activating the Mangekyo Sharingan was another matter entirely. Mangekyo Sharingan. What's that? Naruto scratched his head in confusion. But as soon as he finished speaking, he slightly rubbed his stomach in discomfort. No one else noticed. It must be like Uchiha Itachi's, Shikamaru said. Everyone nodded. Except for Sasuke, they had all played Uchiha Itachi, whose skills were precisely the Mangekyo Sharingan's Dojutsu techniques. Does that mean Kakashi has that too? Cake suddenly grew excited. Kamui. Kakashi Hatake Mangekyo Sharingan formed hand seals. As the Mangekyo pattern flashed, a distortion of space appeared before him. Kamui. It appears to forcibly absorb objects within a barrier range into another dimension. If it can be cast from a distance, it's certainly a fine Dojutsu. After Obito finished speaking, he realized both Cheng and Kakashi were looking at him. His expression froze beneath the mask. He scratched his head, forcing a nervous laugh. It only looks like that. I didn't say anything wrong, did I? Kakashi Hatake with the Mangekyo Sharingan employed the Lightning Beast Running Fong in conjunction with the Lightning Shadow Clone technique, forming a pincer attack from 2 directions. Then both the main body and the Lightning Shadow Clone attached lightning release to numerous kunai and launched them simultaneously. Finally, the Lightning Shadow Clone vanished as the main body leaped high into the air, delivering a finishing blow of Raikiri from above. To oppose me, who has copied over 1,000 ninja techniques, you stand no chance. As the ultimate jutsu illustration appeared, the ninja's skill demonstration came to an end. The ability to view ultimate jutsu diagrams in the practice field was arranged by Cheng. Very well, thank you for the demonstration, Mr. Kakashi. I must say you are quite the skillfully crafted ninja. Cheng smiled. Looking at this coffee shop owner, Kakashi chuckled as well. How should I put it? Quite faithful to the original. Though he could not yet awaken the Mangekyo at this time, Kakashi had never known this eye of his could evolve into the Mangekyo. Now he knew in advance, along with the accompanying ocular technique. A space-time ninjutsu, is it? Tobarama, you have left me with quite the remarkable ability, Kakashi thought. Then next. Mr. Mysterious Masked Man, please demonstrate the ninja known as Mysterious Masked Man. Cheng nearly let Tobarama's true identity slip. Tobarama snorted coldly and said nothing further. Mysterious Masked Man had been standing motionless in the practice field the entire time, watching the once energetic Kakashi with the Mangekyo Sharingan, now completely still, and a sudden irritation stirred within him. He charged forward, whipped out a chain, and struck Kakashi several times. Kakashi. Cheng. No, I cannot laugh. Yet not now. Wait a little longer, 40 more seconds, or perhaps half a chapter would suffice. Oh, my striking the opponent ninja allows for a better demonstration, you see, Tobarama said, while his hands never stopped moving. Mysterious Masked Man's first 2 actions involved swinging the chain, and on the third, he reached out and grabbed Kakashi with the Mangekyo Sharingan. Kakashi with the Mangekyo Sharingan vanished, then was soon kicked out from somewhere by Mysterious Masked Man. Oh, what is this? Kakashi asked with keen interest. His own ninja ability Kamui also absorbed people, but the targets never truly disappeared. Yet here this so-called Mysterious Masked Man could directly absorb someone into. Well, it appeared he was pulling them into his palm. Tobarama remained silent, simply demonstrating his techniques. The first skill was Fire Release Great Fireball technique as Mysterious Masked Man spat a massive fireball forward. The second skill saw mysterious masked man suddenly vanish and immediately reappear, as if materializing directly on his opponent's face. Then he attacked with a spinning chain and detonation tags falling from above. As for the ultimate technique, summoning Jutsu Nine Tails. Mysterious masked man slammed his hand onto the ground, and his figure instantly disappeared. In the next instant, a furious Nine Tails appeared on the distant horizon. After a brief moment of charging, it fired a world-ending tailed beast bomb toward the arena. The arena was engulfed in the explosion's light. Once the commotion settled, mysterious masked man reappeared. Tobirama set down his phone and sat quietly. But Kakashi on the other sofa could no longer remain composed. His exposed eye was wide open, crisscrossed with blood vessels. The ultimate jutsu was summoning the Nine Tails. A ninja would never possess abilities beyond their own nature. Even ordinary attacks followed discernible patterns. This had been confirmed through numerous updates of the Ninja mobile game. Even the Easter eggs in Ultimate Jutsu illustrations were understood. They simply revealed whether two ninjas had any connection within the game's story dungeons. So, what was that? Kakashi could no longer restrain himself, demanding answers from the masked man seated on the sofa. Watching Kakashi lose his composure, Tobirama sneered inwardly, feeling an unexpected sense of satisfaction. During that period, the masked him had done nothing more than seize the Nine Tails and destroy Konoha. So this ultimate technique was within expectations. Tobirama said nothing, merely pulling up mysterious masked man's ultimate jutsu illustration. If I cannot protect those I should guard, what meaning does this power hold? Kakashi saw it, and his mind went blank. That background. Was it not the memorial park where Konoha interred its war dead? And those flowers? Were they not the ones he frequently bought for Rin? Do not be agitated, and please do not be surprised, Mr. Hatake Kakashi. Speaking of which, Tobirama's once light-hearted voice suddenly shifted, growing low and mocking. That night, I did not see you. Was it because the Hokage issued orders to protect the younger generation? These words were spoken softly and lightly, the raw truth after tearing away his ridiculous disguise. Yet to others they sent chills running up their spines. For Kakashi, it was like pouring oil onto an already blazing fire. Destroying the flowers he had given to Rin signaled his infiltration of Konoha, and those words combined with the Nine Tails summoning. The truth of that incident was exposed right here, catching him completely off guard. That's right, I was the one behind the Nine Tails attack. Tobirama greatly appreciated Kakashi's expression of shattered composure. Seizing the rare opportunity, he confessed outright. You bastard. Kakashi roared. If he did not rage, he would not be human. The Nine Tails attack was the deadliest disaster in Konoha's history, causing the greatest destruction since the village's founding. Countless ninja perished, and countless orphans were born that night. That hatred remained unburied to this day. And the fourth Hokage and his wife and Naruto. Was all this tragedy the work of this masked man hiding before him? He had just been sitting beside this very person. You met the fourth Hokage? Kakashi's voice grew hoarse as his hands began forming hand seals. Minato Namikaze, as expected of the man who ended the third Shinobi War. Even in my confrontation with him, I could only gain a slight advantage. Tobirama continued, as if recounting a tale. And Kushina Uzumaki. That woman was remarkably resilient. She survived for quite some time, even after the Nine Tails was extracted. Her vitality was practically that of a cockroach. Crack. Crackle. Kakashi's Sharingan flared violently as his body became a bolt of lightning surging toward Tobirama. Tobirama neither dodged nor evaded. Kakashi passed straight through him as though attacking an apparition. He hastily turned around to find Tobirama standing exactly where he had been, completely unharmed. Had he dodged, the previous attack felt like it had fallen under an illusion, never even making contact. Kakashi stared fixedly at Tobirama, who then tilted his head slightly. Through the single opening in that mask, Kakashi caught sight of a flash of red. The Sharingan. Kakashi's heart pounded. Why attack? Why have you lost your composure? Would someone like you, who can only pitifully defend yourself at a grave, dare to feel anger? Tobirama mocked. Kakashi's chest rose and fell rapidly. Even without speaking, his turmoil was plainly evident. The intelligence briefing had been interrupted by this sudden incident. Silence blanketed the entire ninja world. All eyes lifted toward the two figures clashing at the intelligence gathering, specifically to the mysterious masked man. This was as sudden for Kakashi as it was for every other spectator. The Nine Tails. Was that masked man responsible? At the Hokage Rock in Konoha, Naruto stood frozen, still processing the revelation. Beside him, Sasuke, Sakura, Shikamaru, and the others showed flickering expressions of shock and turmoil. Asuma and Might Guy exchanged glances, each reading the same grave concern in the other's eyes. From a certain angle, exposing the mastermind behind the Nine Tails attack was hardly a bad thing. Before this, they had known nothing at all. Do you know what happened that night, Sensei Guy? Sensei Asuma? Naruto asked softly. Yes. That evening, Kakashi and I were strolling through the streets when the Nine Tails suddenly appeared. The fourth Hokage ordered all the young ninjas to evacuate. Kakashi finished. The rest was unspoken, but understood they had emerged from the shelters only after the rampage subsided. That does resemble the typical arrival pattern of a summoning jutsu. Asuma observed, his tone unreadable. There was little more to discuss. The culprit had confessed, and had done so before the entire ninja world. It was simply a matter of withheld information. So that night Minato also clashed with you, the third Hokage side. Countless lives and loved ones had been lost that day, including his own son. What he could not fathom was how the masked man had known the exact time and place of Kushina's childbirth, nor how he had managed to summon the Nine Tails. If Konoha's villagers were reeling with a mixture of shock and fury, the other ninja villages watched with something closer to grim satisfaction. The Nine Tails attack. Splendid. Well done, Mr. Masked Man. Do go again if you have the chance. Perhaps pay Konoha another visit. That Uzumaki Naruto is the current Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Far easier to handle now. At the Akatsuki hideout, an unusual silence prevailed. Toby was involved in something like this. Deidara's expression cycled through disbelief, his words failing him. That guy clearly has considerable strength. Haiden was equally speechless. If he had been present during the Nine Tails attack, how many lives could he have sacrificed to Lady Sarutobi? Aside from Pain, Konan, and Itachi, who already knew about Obito, the others struggled to accept the truth. It was hard to comprehend. The harmless comedic fool everyone assumed they could easily dispatch turned out to be far more powerful than any of them. At the very least, none of them had ever considered launching the Nine Tails attack on Konoha single-handedly. Sasori glanced at Pain and Konan. Though both wore their usual impassive masks, he detected a flicker of knowing. As expected, he thought. Pain as leader could not have been unaware. Konan, who spent every moment by Pain's side, surely knew as well. His gaze then shifted to Itachi, but the Uchiha's expression revealed nothing at all. Quite the surprise, Mr. Itachi, Kisame remarked, watching the Uchiha's unchanged countenance. As expected of Itachi, Kisame chuckled softly. Kisame himself had no idea that the masked man was the same figure who had manipulated the Mizukage, unveiled a world of startling truth, and drawn him into the Akatsuki. While the spectators dwelled on their own thoughts, tension inside the projection screen remained palpable. Seeing Kakashi still locked in a standoff with Obito, Cheng, who had watched calmly, thus far finally spoke. Gentlemen, our intelligence session has not concluded. Since this ninja mobile game merely serves as a diversion, why not continue with the combat demonstration? This was no ordinary sparring match. It was the high-rank ninja combat showcase. Kakashi, his expression complicated, acknowledged that confronting the masked man directly was futile and agreed. Obito, showing no opposition, consented as well. The once taut atmosphere between the two eased slightly as they returned to their seats. As they entered the match, the projection screen shifted to the arena. Kakashi Hatake, Mangekyo Sharingan vs Mysterious Masked Man, battle begin. As we can see, neither side has made a premature move. Kakashi-sensei is still probing with his characteristic caution. And Mr. Masked Man is standing perfectly still, showing no sign of pressure. Cheng fell silent the moment he finished, standing idle while under pressure. That was not the pose of an amateur. No, that was the mark of a true master. Seeing Obito remain motionless from the outset, Kakashi wondered if he was being scorned. He advanced with the Kakashi Hatake, Mangekyo Sharingan avatar, offering a basic attack feint. Obito did not react. Kakashi immediately pressed a Doton earth wall. Whoosh. Before the earthen barrier even fully rose, the mysterious masked man had already launched himself above the Kakashi Hatake, Mangekyo Sharingan avatar. What was this? Kakashi's eyes narrowed. It proved he was indeed a seasoned shinobi, one with real battlefield experience. Witnessing the mysterious masked man's second skill for the first time in live combat, Kakashi immediately grasped the problem. Fast, too fast. It was not mere speed, but something that seemed to warp time itself, stepping outside the normal flow of moments. It was akin to a camera taking rapid successive shots where two consecutive frames suddenly failed to connect, leaving a jarring gap. Yes, this was the zero-frame jump. Startled, Kakashi had failed to counter with an instant substitution and thus missed the opponent's recovery window. Mysterious Masked Man seized the opening, landing several basic attacks before leaping and kicking the avatar out of dimensional space. Now, Kakashi immediately activated his substitution jutsu and unleashed Kamui. Obito could not input any commands in time. Only after Kimui's absorption ended did he substitute back. Boom. A mysterious masked man backflip fireball sent the Kakashi Hatake, Mangekyo Sharingan avatar, soaring once more. Foolish Kakashi Hatake. What makes you think you are the only one who can read recovery frames? Obito taunted after turning the tables. Kakashi remained silent, his face composed. From that exchange he had deduced that his opponent's instant jump was exceedingly swift, but his basic attacks carried long recovery frames. Just as Kakashi's own first skill, Kimui, left him vulnerable afterward. Noticing Kakashi seemingly pondering his next move, the corner of Obito's mouth lifted slightly beneath his mask. Mysterious Masked Man launched a series of basic attacks, then abruptly chained branch insertion jutsu into Heavenly Lock and Burial, followed by a summoned shark, and finally his ultimate technique, summoning Nine Tails. I am the true ruler of this world. As the screen flooded with light, the ultimate move cinematic appeared, different from the one Obito had previously triggered voluntarily. It was a personal declaration boasting to the highest degree. Kakashi watched his ninja fall, the substitution jutsu's cooldown ticking down with only a second remaining. He could do nothing but lower his phone. During practice sessions, Obito had keenly noted that the mysterious masked man dealt high damage, perhaps second only to the burst output of young Uchiha Obito. As predicted, a single substitution would not save him. So it was you all along, Kakashi said, his gaze tinged with complexity as he looked at Obito. Previously, he had encountered a player named Sharingan Hero and was defeated in one relentless combo, the very same fate that had just befallen him. But why? The game named the cryptic remarks the attitude toward him. Kakashi pressed a hand to his brow, feeling an inexplicable sharp pain throb in his temple. Just then Obito adjusted his mask.